Of Columbus, like, Spanish. Yeah, those were, I guess, like, Spanish Jews or the Spartans, so would they be in general darker than us?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have daughters who could easily, when people see her, they say, and then she has the same skin tone as my mother, my grandmother, that people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic? Are you, you get that too, Mr. Gans, right? Yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about blue, black Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of squeak under the wire. And also, we weren't part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less threatening to Americans. And what that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to benefit Mr. Krantz. So at the end of the day, asked me if I was a Mexican person. For my translator. Yes, I said no Yiddish, please, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There were limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to deal with creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaica, the Jewish oath, things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? Because it says, we the people, right? I believe what is the right word? Inalienable right. Thank you so much, Mr. Willis. I just got this a few months ago. I already forgot it, right? It's an inalienable right to that people want life, liberty, and happiness, pursuit of happiness, right? That's terrible. I should rewind this because I'll tell you. God forbid I'll take away my citizenship. They can't. I already have my passport. But these are perfectly, all men are created equal. That's a great one, right, Jeff? All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, because they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America, so it's not like we were formally emancipated, we just never got around to discriminating against us, and by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, you still have issues, like in New Hampshire, until 1877, there was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country, an unusual experiment that Jews benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, it had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here, we're going to call it the Anglican Church, right? The English Church. And it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, which is the Gemara would be the based in Rabbinical Kedushin, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church vis-a-vis Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew impressive. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. So, for example, David Solomon elected the Sheriff of London in 1835, and there are several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have, until eventually Rothschild came to the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change or rapid change that you'll have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically finding their place, that creates the legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You'll recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Roi Soleil, the sun king, once said, "Après moi, after me, the flood." Meaning, like, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said, "L'état c'est moi." The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple on the pain of death. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model, which did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they have to deal with that. But this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for the Jews too, wait a second, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this at much more length than we will today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast, is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. This is the region where toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way out here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and in the 1600s. And by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. Like 200 years after living submerged in the south of France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazic Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights because we're really French. We speak French, listen to how we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on Katras and Shabbos and stuff like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. Forget about the Ashkenazim. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they give the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast.
So what's the primary difference between the citizen, equal citizen, and non-citizen?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jew, and so you're subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities, or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question, Mr. Loicy. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, you should try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah. You had to pay taxes to the Kehillah. You had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Beis Din said, show up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beit Din in particular loses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce uniformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together, and we flicker away. We become assembly. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Ariente? Durante.
How long did it take for, obviously legally, that's the Jews? How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews?
Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long did it take it to? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think?
Didn't.
It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, Dreyfus, excellent. Another case in point.
Let's get back to comedians calling out murder.
Yes, right?
Talk about the
The
millionaires
next
and
something of
politicians.
France today is
What do you feel in podcasts? What do you feel about politicians and millionaires here on podcasts of your peers to try to use comedy for their own?
You know, it's true. If you visit France,
Oh, that stupid was before that. I remember the first time I saw President come on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheapening the office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's running for president with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and be like, so, like, what are your, what's your foreign policy? Like, it would just,
African Americans are still
I would be like, within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my,
let me finish the story though, because it's kind of bizarre.
I am just
So,
fast forward.
One of the reasons I like Bill Burr is that he arrests everyone. I know he's changed a bit over the last few years and started pandering more to the mainstream audience. I mean, that movie he made, that was so most unpredictable, I wouldn't finish it. But he does go on at both sides of politics, which guys like Rogan and Theo Von used to do before they picked sides and drank the Kool-Aid. In that clip, though, he was referring to what I like to call the Dunning-Kruger experience. This is the phenomenon where Rogan will bring on guests who are clearly biased, compromised, or have an agenda, and pretend to have a balanced conversation with them, and then when it eventually comes out that he was doomed, he'll just throw his hands up in the air and say, don't listen to me, I'm just a false-made meathead comedian with shit for brains asking questions. Unfortunately, Trump probably never get to see this next clip because he's completely detached from any criticism at all. And even though Bill Burr doesn't mention Joe by name, you know he's definitely talking about Reagan here.
There's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that like discover and figure it out, and then there's the people that read it. Like, there are people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people. And they can do it, but then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. Somebody said to me one time, I go, you know, you're a really smart guy. And I go, yeah, you're a sports boy. You put me in a sports boy. You want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports. I'm sorry, very hard. All right, you put me in that form to have to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school once, so whatever, you're a smart guy, yeah, they're compared to what? Yeah, it's all like sort of
guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to friends.
But the bit Bill Burr left out was that not only does Rogan always butter full of commentary, he's actually a very well-known podcasters who have an overinflated sense of confidence in their ability to comprehend complex issues. Or in Bill Crouch's case, he's just overinflated. Every time I sit down with a bottle of popcorn to watch Brendan Schaub stumble his way through a conversation nobody asked for, I think to myself, Joe Rogan did this, and Andrew Schultz has the same epiphany that most of us had at the age of 15, and his buddies sit around putting their heads waiting for him to squeeze out yet another great thought so they can all sniffing and
Presidia
telling he's a
made up
genius.
of
I think to
Jews who are
myself,
definitely all
Joe
across the
Rogan told
spectrum.
him
A lot of
he's
them are
not.
not
When
Jewish,
Bert
a lot of
Kreischer
them are
brings up the
not
machines
Gomer
through for
Koto
the
officials,
5
but
millionth
they
time
want
on a
to very,
podcast,
very
I
dressed
think
in the
to
style of that
myself,
state.
Joe
And
Rogan told
Napoleon
him to tell
speaks
this
to them,
story.
he says, I
Joe
got
Rogan
12
isn't just
questions for
responsible
you.
for ruining
This was not actually
podcasting,
this.
he's
And
well and
it was
truly
his
ruined
predecessor,
comedy.
which was called the Assembly of
The thing
Notable.
with Joe,
Here are
the
the
thing with
12
Joe,
questions that he asked.
is I don't
By
know that we
looking
have
at
a
the
lot to talk
questions, you
about
can
because
probably
of my,
imagine the answers.
my
Here you
idea
go.
of
Question number
what
1.
he's
Are
done to comedy.
Jews allowed
Sure,
to
and I
practice
don't think it's
polygamy?
great. I think that it's
Are Jews allowed to
tribalized,
have more
and
than
I
one
think
wife?
that he's
Thank you,
created
Mr. Blackford.
a
You're
sort of
correct.
army
They're
of
not.
people that think
But
they know
only
comedy,
since
but they
the
don't know
ban
the
of
specific
Rabbeinu
words.
Gershon,
What
right?
they
But still,
think is
why would
good
Napoleon
is not
care
necessarily good,
about
maybe what they
polygamy?
like. What they
Why
like,
is that his
but on
first
the other
question?
side of that, most of this sort of
And at the time, they were very religious, many of them
that
were
we all
starting to
grew up
believe,
with
and
in
therefore
comedy,
worried maybe like that was a woman in America. Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on, but it's not really. This is, we don't worry about one big class. Well, there's a lot of American education forms, they ask your opinion about those. Okay, but there's Americans. Similar what it is.
So this is
All
why I
right,
would say,
you
like,
shoot out in the back.
I get
It's the classroom stuff.
you don't like that.
But
That's part of why I love you, because you're like,
keep back
and that's what's great. There's some good comments in there. And there's a lot of really sexual. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist in the same. And it doesn't matter as much. I get why you. It's not all
you guys,
on
by the way,
him.
the polls,
No,
of
the
course,
culture has
that's
changed,
Bible.
right? And I don't necessarily think for the better, but it's changed in a lot of ways. In that,
I see Abraham,
like,
Isaac,
there are comics that only drive
Jacob,
goals,
they have like multiple wives. So
we can
are you guys doing
they
that
don't
now?
care if they use other people's jokes because the
I'm
traction
also
is with the
concerned
crowd.
about how you
And
just
what they
generally
don't
fit with our
realize,
society.
and what a lot of people don't
Hard to
realize, is
sort
that
of render
you're just
a organized
you're
society and
the
an office
internet.
society together. How far apart are you?
So in a sense, that if you're not able to
It also has
confidently do it
implications
out
for
without worrying
population
about
growth.
getting
All
hurt, so
such
you can make
relationships
people
are one of the
come
big
see you,
deals
crowd
in
work. Yeah.
French
What are you?
Catholicism,
Or what is your voice?
which
Who do you
Napoleon
work
is struggling
for? We'd
with
like to
because
think you're
technically
working
it's
for
a
yourself,
secular movement.
but you're just a platform giver.
Are Jews
Because
able
we
to
need to find
honor
who they are
divorce
right there. Do
law?
anything interesting at all?
Good at that.
That's a problem.
We invented
Yeah.
divorce.
So in the bigger problem about what you're saying is, I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and so it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around, who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talkie talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place. Right? Well, there is some good ones. I think that kid Casey Rogers is really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge. There's way more noise than we've ever fucking seen. So it's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant like, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. And so I'm tired of the attitude. I think I hate violence in this country. No. I'm tired they come up back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name. You seem like you're thriving on it. You're killing it. I mean, and I'm like, this is a different, it's an animal. It's an animal.
I will never forget when Brandon Shaw hung up the mic and went,
But they
come up back to LA.
answered in the most
Give it to him, give it to him. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were making violence in this country. No. I'm tired they come up back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name. You seem like you're thriving on it. I'm killing it.
It's not like
You know what I mean? And I'm like,
somehow break it up.
with out because you inside here.
The same
This
answer
is a
that you could
different.
say today.
It's an animal. It's an animal.
I will never forget
They
when
don't want to
Brandon
say
Shaw
how much
hung up the
Napoleon
mic and retired from stand-up comedy and said ever
They
since
don't want to say
Rogan
that to
left
Napoleon
LA
because
for
they know it's not
Austin,
the answer
the
they want to
comedy
hear.
scene hasn't been the
But
same.
they say to him
Apparently,
that,
as soon as Joe left LA, the comedy clubs
look
weren't
at
as
this
kind
time.
to Brendan as
You
they
know,
once
they
were.
kind of like
The
sort of
funniest
hope
part
that
of that
start
story is that
They
Brendan
don't want to
actually
say
said it out loud
outright
for
that
everyone to
they're
hear.
outright
Like
lie.
imagine publicly
that
admitting
Jews
that
are
your
not allowed
comedy
to
career
get married.
completely fell
But they
apart
want
as
to
soon
say
as
that,
Joe Rogan moved to
you know,
Austin. Mark
there's only so much
hit
that we
the
can
nail
do
on
and
the head
things
there.
happen.
It's so refreshing to hear a comic who simply does not give a fuck what Rogan thinks about him, telling it like it is. Even Santino tried to push back by saying it's all good, we can all coexist and it doesn't matter because he doesn't want to burn that Boston connection. I'm actually surprised, though,
What's the
that Von Lee
implications of this
didn't push
question?
back
This is
more
really
than
a
that,
honey
to be
question.
honest.
It's really
He
what
was
he wants
happy
to
to hear
know.
Mark trashing Reagan in the Austin comedy scene
Mr.
while
Blank.
living and laughing alone. Ever since the whole
Very
Brendan
good.
Schaub and
Went through
Kalana
it
situation, where
especially
your boy
because
Brendan tried to hook up
France
with her
had a
and
war
then
with
threatened
Germany,
Bobby and
which fell once
Kalana
every 30
after she
years.
rejected
They're a
him
little
and
overdue
started
right now.
talking shit about Brendan with her friends on Trash
Uh,
Tuesday.
you
That's
guys
the point
who speak
where Bobby
Yiddish,
probably realized
sound
that
and
damage
look a lot
Reagan
like
had
those
done to the
Jews on the other
comedy
side
scene
of the
by
German
bringing
border.
in people
You
like
join those
Brandon.
guys and play
Now we have guys like Tom
or
Segura
you going
talking
to
about their
defend
diets and workout routines
So that's
non-stop,
really money
while
question.
literally
Everything else
hooked up
kind of
to
like
a
flows
vitamin
from it.
IV, then promoting their new
You know,
vodka brand in the next
you
breath.
consider this your
It's like
country,
idiocracy
completely
meets
defense
trailer
France.
park
They
boys
apparently
down
shouted
there,
we have
and
a
anyone
minister
who's willing to
speaking
call
against
it out
Jusqu'à
is
la
a
mort.
hero in
Who will
my
defend
books.
France to the
Anyway,
very
if
death.
you want to follow the decline of the Austin comedy
This is
scene and
also
all
really
the drama
important.
and shenanigans that
Once the
come with it,
rabbis, and
make
the
sure you
rabbis
subscribe
have
to both
sort
of my
of
channels,
the
Podcast
way
Fringe
here,
and Podcast
the
Fringe
rabbis have
Bites,
police.
and hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where you'll find my
Yeah, if you want to go, or even less than an army, what if we constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a completely voluntary movement, or if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be the lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things and not other things, and you can say you either do this or you're out of the club, then Napoleon is clear. He doesn't want to have a rival police force. Do we have to obey the rabbis? The answer from the 5, that there is, they want to say there is no double standard for Frenchmen. You know? And again, halachically, they're definitely on a good ground for this. And like, it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew. It's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that. But, you know, this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not want, he does not want a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, you know, things like that. Good question. Did you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance. You know, I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, you know, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are in money lending, right? They're still in money lending, especially small time money lending. And you please explain that to us. Are you prohibited to charge interest in non-Jews? Basically, the Sanhedrin answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything that was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You see on the left, it says Napoleon, Emperor and King, right? We love Napoleon. And over here, an amazing, incredibly obsequious image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the Ten Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, "Oh, great King, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments." Obviously, not a real image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot your name in the back. Please remind me. Yeah, so Mr. Sterling.
This was produced by Jews.
Yes.
Right. So here's this constitute a formal like. I mean, it's a kind of I'm serious. You think the guys like I want to see them all.
Yeah. What else can you say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Make one of them. Yeah. Why not?
This emancipation was a golden calf for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, yeah, I mean, guys, don't, as Rabbi Rothschild likes to say, you never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant, I was going to say, isn't that going to stay with the Lord? I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. It's real, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far gone they went. But we're still leaving. Mr. White, do you have a question? Okay, so let's go by here now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You have this pendulum effect between conservatism, of reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock. But in the Revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the Revolution era? No, it's right side up.
There's a French flag it for 10 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? It's like, why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do everything like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy period of time that eventually calmed down.
24.
24. So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it to help you come to the full time with the new time. I believe. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important era. Building. I want to move a little bit east. So far, we've talked about France, because France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. the bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time you get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, I think I have some slides on that, yes. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modernization of Russia right up until 1970.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery.
And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia.
As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Ryan.
Multiple times,
And now here he is,
essentially said
the
that
big
the
machine
population
of
that
Memphis,
Russia
William
is not
Montgomery. My dad's house in
in
Atlanta.
protecting
No, he can't show me his house he
And this
grew
is
up
like
in
a
Atlanta
wow,
because
very
it's a freeway now.
So they just kind of
You know,
built the freeway to your dad's house.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yeah, the house no longer exists. We've never been to see it.
When you say that, I kind of think of like a freeway going through your window and just cars just driving through your house.
Yeah, and it's super loud in there. Most people have asthma because of the exhaust.
Yeah, the trucks. You're just sitting there trying to sleep, and there's a semi.
Does it make you mad whenever you see a truck driving? A lot of the times I think it's a pickup truck, but they hit the gas, I guess, is what the process is in the car, and then they move faster, and then all the smoke comes out of the tailpipe. That's crazy. It's like, get your car fixed.
Yeah, a lot of that. Sometimes people will do that intentionally. They'll turn their fuel pin all the way down, so that way they can roll coal on people. It's really dumb.
Is that really? So there's a way, so I could do that if I wanted to. I could do it where it's just, it's some smoke. And oh my gosh, Trey, we have a little, got a little friend. The little diva girl. She wanted to sit right in between her papa
And her papa and cousin. I wonder if she's confused.
That's how you're talking to her. She could be. Well, she's being very sweet to you. My brother Van Selden, who also has a red beard, she cannot stand his ass.
Really? Why?
I don't know. I think it's because he makes these weird noises at her. Selden's making the noises, and it's annoying her ass, and he just makes the noises, and then I can't. She freaks. I can't stay on his ass that much. I mean, he's my youngest brother. I don't want him to.
He's taller than William, so maybe that's
Like,
like
beat me up. So it's like he's punking my dog out. It's like I don't know what to do. Because it's like I'm my youngest brother by 10 years, and he's punking my ass. He's up in that dog,
I think with the dog, I think you're just gonna have to swing. You're just gonna have to bite the bullet and just defend your dog's honor. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and Gator's just gonna be watching with the little raincoat on and the little hat and maybe some cowboy hat, baby. And maybe some sunglasses. And then she can joke, yeah, well, maybe I need to, because every now and again, I mean, that's what you do in jail, right?
Yeah.
When you go to jail, you can find the biggest person and beat him up.
Yeah, you can't let somebody punk you. You gotta defend Gator's honor. That's what you gotta do. You gotta put one right between his, right between the eyes.
Yeah, just get the gun. Well, he's got the guns. I don't really know.
He's got guns.
There he is.
Huh.
Yo, pimp.
Hold on, excuse me.
Did you beat your meat?
No.
Yeah, you did. Are you ready to play?
I didn't beat my mate.
Okay, I don't give a flying fuck. Are you ready to play?
Yeah.
You know I'm leaving a game just so I can play you?
Are you playing match one? Is that right?
Yeah, I am. All right, Pimp.
Rabbi, I'm going to do something.
You have an invitation. What are you going to do?
You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm going to do something that's going to piss you off.
Don't buy a thing. That's not fair. You have to play with the free ones. Yo, dog, are you going to go? Thank you. Evolving restores 10 hit points. You're up, Pimp. Evolving restores 10 hit points. Yo, dog. It's your turn. I see a bunch of moves that you could do. Are you going to go?
Rabbi, were you getting beaten by people who had DLC characters?
Dude, why aren't you going?
I'm going now. Sorry, my Discord disconnected and I had to come back.
No, it didn't. Your Discord, you've been here the whole time.
On your side, it says that, but mine.
Well, do you mean Plato, not Discord? Are you going to go?
No. I just helped you, didn't I? I gave you an extra move. That's your best move.
Extra move.
Holy fuck, you got lucky.
Psycho Bite.
Fuck, you got lucky. Holy fuck, you got lucky.
Zoot, are you going to go?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the most strategic move.
Well, it's not that one.
What not to go? Oh, that was a bad move. That was a very bad move. But, in saying that, alright, now I'm max HP.
Dude, why the fuck did I evolve that?
Not the healer?
Yeah. I made a mistake.
Because you suck.
Okay, well, let's see you
But
go.
this is the smart move.
No, that was a dumb-ass move.
This is smart. Why? You should have given me an extra move. Why didn't it give me an extra move?
Because you already had done that. You already had gotten the extra move.
No, it doesn't give you an extra move if you do it on the second.
Yeah, it does. Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Are you gonna go, Pimp? Are you gonna go, Pimp? Do whatever you think is good. Do whatever you think is good, son.
I don't think that was the best move. Because you can just do that, which is gonna do like a lot of damage. Like 20 points of damage. And you can get healed as well. You can heal. You can heal as well. But you may have helped me a little bit.
I fucked up. Yep.
Best move.
I fucked up.
Okay. Best move ever made. Okay. How about you're still in front of me? You realize Rabbi Paris Hilton or Lindsay Lohan?
Paris Hilton. But Nikki Hilton more than Paris Hilton. Are you gonna go? How about you go? Bonnie Blue or Lindsay Lohan?
Lindsay Lohan.
Bonnie Blue or what's that other bitch's name?
Willie Phillips?
Yeah.
Probably Willie Phillips, but Wait. What's the situation? Is it 1-on-1 or is it in the group?
Dude, whose fantasy's in the group? It's 1-on-1, dog.
Because if it's 1-on-1, then Willie Phillips. But if we have to do the group thing, I'm just gonna do the Bunny Blue because it's like no one's gonna like no one. If you tell people you went to what Willie Phillips gang bang, people will be like, "Oh, Bunny Blue did it first," you know.
Actually, didn't Lily Phillips do it first? She did 100.
Yeah, but no one cares about that.
I know they don't. Dude, you're in trouble. I have 75 and you have 5.
Imagine putting it all in. It's your turn, by the way. Imagine putting in all that effort to be like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about you anymore because someone else beat you to it.
Because your best friend's a bigger whore.
Oh, I fucked up.
Zoot, do you recognize that it's over for you, son? No, it's not.
You just won.
No, I didn't. I'm gonna toy with you.
Funny. Okay, extra move. You just. Oh, fuck, that just saved my life. Kill yourself.
You just. What? Why did you just say kill yourself?
You just won.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, you haven't won yet. You haven't won yet.
I know.
What? Does it heal you? It heals you automatically when you evolve as well?
Only in this level.
Oh, evolving restores temporary faith. Okay.
Zoot, who do you want to kill you? The pink guy or the green guy?
Doesn't matter.
Dude, you just did really well. It's over.
Okay.
It's over for you. It's over for you.
I have to do this.
Oh, what an amazing move. You just saved yourself.
Nah, because you can. Oh, yeah, you have to heal now. You have to move the green one. I gotta answer a message and stuff
Okay.
after the game ends.
Okay. And then you're gonna play again? That's a mistake. Do the purple one and then it stops me from winning.
I was looking for an extra move.
Purple one in the right side. There you go.
I was looking for an extra move, though. I was looking for an extra move. Oh, you might have helped me. You might have helped me.
So there's no way you win this. You're not evolved. And I'm just toying with you. Literally, I'm just playing with my food.
Okay, I'm healing. Oh, fuck.
Bye-bye.
You just won.
Yes, sir.
Let me check my message.
All right, you go check your messages from all your dick pics.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Zoot. You're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong with that, so long as they're of age.
I just got knocked out.
You just got what?
Knocked out.
Knocked out of what?
Well,
What are you talking about, dude?
knocked out of the club.
What club?
I'll be back.
Wait, Zoot, what happened?
Don't worry.
Zoot, are we gonna play?
Trump's happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and
So he's in jail?
But
Yeah, he's in jail.
He's not allowed on the khakis.
Oh, really? The cat, yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, when she was walking around, rolling around in dog doo-doo, and then, yes, I do not want her getting on me. I don't blame you.
She ain't allowed.
It's
It's not allowed, yeah, when she's rolling around in her dog feces, that I let her do it because she's having a wonderful time. She has the biggest smile on her face, just rolling around in piles of dog shit. But it's like, no, yes, I do not want her. I can't be on my pants after.
Yeah, those are like your signature khakis.
Yeah, these are my signature khakis.
He only has one pair.
I have one pair. I gotta keep these things clean because I can't wash them ever.
Right, yeah, then it'll take out all the starch in the khakis and it'll fade and it won't even matter. It won't matter.
You gotta have the starch.
Yeah, the starch is the most important thing to keep the khakis looking spiffy, looking shiny.
You know who always had a wonderful pair of khakis? I used to see on some of the music videos. We were talking about them for a second earlier, but Paul Wall.
Yeah, Paul Wall. He was known for wearing khakis. You know, he really kind of brought that to the forefront. And Paul Wall, he's a real nice guy. He really holds it down.
So you met him?
Yeah, I met him at the SEMA Auto Show in Las Vegas.
What'd you do to say what's up?
Yeah, I just showed him my T-shirt that said "Welcome to the Land Where It Just Don't Stop." It's a Fat Pat song, another Houston rapper.
Did he immediately recognize it?
Yeah, he was all excited. He was like, "Yo!" He was all happy.
Oh, that's great. So I knew you were coming in peace.
Yeah, yeah. And then we talked about the Astros.
Is he a fan?
Yeah, big time.
What is up with the Astros? You have won some World Series, but what? There was some cheating or something?
Yeah, basically what happened was they were using the video room to steal signs that the pitcher would make. You would see the pitcher, what type of pitch he was going to throw, so they automatically knew what was coming.
So then they would radio it to the guys about the go up with the baseball bat and let them, and then so they would know what kind of pitch was to come.
They'd bang on a trash can, and if they banged on the trash can 3 times, it was probably like a fastball. Or if they banged on it once, it was a slide ball. Yeah. It was real unique. They've been doing that for years. I don't know. They kind of just scapegoated my boys.
That's bullshit. Yeah, after the fucking disaster Astro World, pretty much. Is after everything went bad. When we were there, Astro World was happening.
I remember that vividly. I remember thinking how glad I was that I went to Skankfest instead of Astro World.
Dude, Trey, that could have been the end of your ass.
Yeah,
people were getting crushed.
Yeah, and I'm not very sleek, so getting out of the crowd would have been next to impossible.
You better God above that you didn't fall down.
Yeah.
Those poor people that fell down. It's like, what happened? How do you get up then?
Yeah, you don't. I don't think you do get up. I think you just kind of wither away while Travis Scott is making noises in the background.
Yeah, doing that music. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We watched some documentary and I'm thinking the entire time, this what horrible music to be playing as I can't breathe anymore. What is this hell on earth happening right now? And I'm literally about to heaven.
Yeah.
But who knows? I could be going to hell or something.
Yeah,
it's like my last time on earth is hell too. It's like,
that would suck if you're like right about to enter the pearly gates and St. Peter's like, sorry, we have a direct message from Jesus. Jesus hates Travis Scott and you're at this concert. So
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna have to send you to hell.
Like everything was looking pretty good until Jesus just found out we were actually one of these people at the Travis Scott.
Yeah, because you saw the people at that show, and they're like just like 12-year-olds. It seems like.
Oh yeah, a bunch of young kids loving Travis Scott. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I like some of Travis Scott's songs, but I don't know. He doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't even get it, but that's just what happens.
Yeah, pretty much. There were other bands at that festival, like Tame Impala and stuff, that I was interested in seeing.
That would have been cool. That would have been a better, if the death wave was happening, if the people getting trampled, maybe Tame Impala would have been a little nicer.
Yeah, it's better to die to Tame Impala than it is to Travis Scott. But I don't know. I think Travis Scott. I think they all did it one day, so I think everybody was safe.
Yeah.
At the Tame Impala show.
I think I would like Cat Stevens. I think I was just like a low-key, chill singer-songwriter who like be at that concert if there's a stampede.
What's Cat Stevens like doing? He like changed his name to like Muhammad
Yusuf is
Yeah, that's the one. Yusuf Islam.
well, God saved him. He was out of the ocean, about to drown in the ocean, and God saved him. But it's very interesting. He didn't do it to the Christian God. He did it to the Muslim God.
Yeah, you're a big Cat Stevens guy.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, well, as long as somebody finds it, whenever they find my body, I do want Father and Son to be played at the funeral.
What's the other song? The B string. You'll be right, the B string to heaven. What? Hold on. What is that song? It's called like All Along the B string. Here's the peace train. Oh, the train. Saying B string. And then I saying B string the whole time. But he's saying peace train.
In the case of South Africa,
Beef string. Wait, what did you think it was? String. And then he was talking about like the string on the guitar. Oh, like all along the B string. And then he was talking about a guitar or something.
It's so funny, no, he's talking about I think an actual logo of him. I don't know, that's the extent of what I know. I don't use train. If they're trying to get posters on the side of it, like parts or something, I have no idea.
There it is. There's the peace train. Oh my God, well, you learned something new today. I could have swore all these years he was talking about riding along the B string.
It's so funny, it's a B string. Oh, a B string is one of the string, like one of the
guitar, yeah. Well, that makes sense then. Yeah, I guess kind of in a way it makes sense. I thought he was like playing the song in B, and he was like, we're going to ride along the B string, and everybody can listen to the song and really enjoy it. But he was saying peace train.
B string. And I'm going to say, I swear to God, I feel like B string would have been better now that I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
Because B string's too goofy.
It's actually cursed.
It's a cursed B string.
Yeah, it's cursed. Maybe he was trying to remove the curse.
He probably was. And at first he was literally going to be singing about the B string.
Yeah.
Found out about the curse, and then
He's like, let's change this to P string.
Yeah, it sounds similar to B string. P string.
Yeah.
P string.
Worked perfectly. He made a lot of money off that song, probably.
I hope so.
There's some great singer-songwriters, though. James Taylor, probably being the greatest.
What's your favorite James Taylor song?
Probably You Got a Friend. I had to think before.
Hold on, that's James Taylor?
I think. Is it?
Got a Friend in Me song?
No, that's Randy Newman. Shout out to Randy Newman.
He's another good singer.
So my wife hates Randy Newman because anytime it comes on, I start singing like Randy Newman, and she gets really annoyed.
No, I don't think I'm out on like the third day of that.
Yeah, it's just me singing like Randy Newman. It's like, just me trying to sing like Randy Newman the whole time.
For 72 hours.
Yeah, it's just me singing everything I'm doing is Randy Newman. It's just like, It's like a Family Guy bit. Remember that Family Guy bit where Randy Newman's playing the piano and he's just singing everything he sees? That's really funny. Yeah. Randy Newman's great. One of the best.
Yeah, I love Randy Newman. And who's the other guy? Michael McDonald.
Yeah, I sing that. That's another one I just
Does he start doing it for the 3 days and I just picture
I've woken up at night to that
It's just me like,
wasn't high enough.
yeah. It's just me singing.
other guy, he does that song.
Yeah, he does a version of that. It was on the AT&T commercial. It's him singing, and then a bunch of families doing things. It's like the soundtrack of it. Yeah.
I had no idea. How long ago was this? How long ago? 3? Oh, okay, yeah, I was thinking probably not these days. I mean, they got the freaking, now they just have their spokesperson. I want to see.
Oh, yeah, that girl.
Yeah, that girl. What I think about her ass, maybe I don't even
I
know.
don't think she does it anymore because everybody kind of harassed her on the internet.
My
Did I
parents
find out she had big bosoms?
up there.
Not even get it. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. I really don't want to get into that one. Seriously not. But that's why they were harassing her. Yes. Did you know about that, Grant?
It's amazing.
Who are you talking about? The woman from AT&T. Oh, Melania. Yeah, he knew about it. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. You knew her name, dude. Yeah, you know her name. We didn't know her name. I thought it was just like Kelly or something. I was just guessing on the name, perhaps. I don't have it pulled up right now. Wow, what a guess. Yeah, you actually got her name. That actually rings a bell. What was the name again? Milana Weintraub. How do you, are you gonna spell that for William? I'll put it up on screen. Please do. Yeah, she's really on Broadway. Yeah.
And they were.
Well, people found certain photographs, and they just harassed her on the internet, and so she jumped off the roof at Resorts World. Gosh, yeah, people have been doing that recently. It's been happening a lot. Because then people think, oh, maybe they just had a gambling problem, and it was some bad like sadness or something. If they want to kind of spare their family. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, get that one out, please, Grant.
You're right.
Okay,
that's
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go on. Section number one, right? Immigration.
Yeah,
This is
I
probably
mean,
the biggest strategy.
I wonder what she's going to do now. Is she going to work for Dr. Pepper? Is she going to? Is there some other company she can work for now that they're not going to care? Yeah, I think she's going to have to work for a company that nobody really cares about anymore. Like,
Political,
I don't know, Schwinn food delivery. Yeah, Schwann, but also the Schwinn bikes. Maybe she can ride. Oh God, this is getting worse. If she rides a bike, they're just gonna harass her more. Yeah, I guess you gotta. Yeah, she's gonna support or something. And it's bad. I mean, AT&T, she shouldn't get harassed. She's just some lady. I mean, who cares? Yeah, for real. Who cares? I know Grant kind of cares, but yeah, Grant really loves this woman. She's great. She was in that what was that space show? Other Space. She was in Other Space. You hasn't seen Other Space? No, I never saw it. It's a television show? Yeah, it's a little short-lived television show. With her and the guy that's a taxi driver in Deadpool. Oh, I never saw Deadpool. I saw Deadpool way after it came out. What do you like better, Deadpool or Van Wilder? Probably Deadpool. I've never seen Van Wilder. Oh, I saw that at the movie theater. It's like middle school, and I thought it was a little bad. Really? Oh, yeah, it was a rated movie. I don't even know how I got in there. That seems kind of like it has some Umbrella Academy to it. That Other Space show. Oh, it's super fun. Oh, really? So what are these people? Are these people superheroes? Are they, they're just stranded astronauts? They have cool outfits. That kind of reminds me of that show Extinction. Remember that show Extinction? Where it's like there's one woman on the spaceship, and she gets violated by an alien, and she has to have an alien baby. Y'all remember that show Extinction? No. What station was it? I think it was on CBS. How was the alien baby? Did it look pretty? Yeah, it looked just like the dad. The dad was the alien. The lady was the Earth. Yeah, the alien was, I think, a very good-looking African-American man. I think it was called Extinct or Extinction. I don't remember. Was it with Matthew Fox? Yes. No, it's not that one. It was on CBS. I don't remember. Why were these people able to make a movie after the television show Extinction? That may have came first. I don't remember the name of the show. No. How were they allowed to do this after the television show? Make all these things called Extinction. I don't know. It feels like it's a common name in the zeitgeist. But here we go. It's that's the one. That's the one. That was like it's terrible for like a kid show. Like this man is violating this woman to try and repopulate. Which one is the African American alien guy? I think the one at the very end. I was picturing something much different. Yeah, I just had no idea. Yeah, it's a little bit weird when you see it. on the poster, but it's it's really quite the graphic show.
Gosh, it looks like they're shaped like donuts.
Yeah, I think that's why it was so easy for him to do the violating.
Because it's literally, they're shaped like a donut.
Yeah, they're shaped like a donut.
Which is what, like a big hole or something.
Yeah.
They're called extinct.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. It was so weird. I just
Wait, hold on. I feel sad. Wait, hold on. You're messing with me. Wait, I thought it was the
that was the cartoon version of the show. I made a kid's version.
Well, that would make more sense. Yeah, my heart was just broken, Trey. I was thinking, oh my gosh, it's a sweet cartoon. It's different than what I was picturing, but it's actually this.
Yeah, that's the OG version. Yeah, I just remember seeing like a commercial with this like woman. She was stuck on a spaceship, and then this guy just appears and it just starts like trying to undo her zipper. It was very creepy. It was really creepy. And then I just remember her waking up pregnant with like an alien baby. Somebody's got to know this show. That's the one I think. It's so weird. It was like I don't think it was very short-lived.
What do you think, Trey? Do you think because you hear these stories of people getting abducted by aliens and stuff, how do you think you would fare out there if they ended up getting your ass? You think you'd be able to be strong out there? You think you'd be spilling the beans on stuff if they're asking you questions? What do you even think? How would you react to that?
Yeah, I'd probably be telling them everything. I'd like try to be funny and like try to gain their trust and like try to make them laugh and stuff. But I'd be telling them everything. I'd be like, what would they want to know?
I'd see exactly. That's what scares me. I have no idea what an alien would be all about.
Yeah, I mean, but whatever it is they want to know, I'll do my best to tell them. I mean, I can't.
Because it's scary that happens to people. People have those stories. What are they doing? What do you think? They're just making that up? And crazy people making it up, or they actually got abducted by aliens?
Apparently, Aaron Rodgers said he had a meeting with an alien one time. I remember him talking about that. Yeah, I think he had a meeting with an alien. The alien was asking him fantasy football questions, I think.
Okay, so be specific to the person.
Yeah. There he is. Have you met Aaron Rodgers?
No, I think I randomly did. I was right by him in New York last year. I think he was there.
Accurate
I had
all
a
the
little
time.
football and I threw it at him and he didn't catch it in time and it hit him in the face and then I was picturing like we're gonna toss the ball around. I know. I should have handed him off the ball and then did a little ran off. And like, don't do pass it.
That would have been so cool. He would have had like a real like American Hallmark moment with Aaron Rodgers.
But I messed it up. I hit him in the face. Yeah, I hit him in the face with a little Nerf football, one of the whistling ones. So it's like he should have.
He should have known it. Yeah. That's so funny. What if like that happens to him a lot? People think he's just gonna catch the football and it hits him in the face every time.
It very easily could. That'd be a nightmarish reality to have to live with.
That would be. But that is cool. You know, that is a legend in football.
The Western world is
it was so hard just leaving my front door and the day when I go out to play with the neighborhood kids because it would be like just whistles and immediately hitting me with the ball.
We haven't taken for ourselves for a very long time.
So it's like you look on eBay the other day.
That's like a sitcom gag. Like every time you walk out of the house,
sort of use a different set of variables.
It's like what they would play on your like opening heat.
Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our
to get that going.
Yeah.
What was, Erica, do you remember what was that show I was watching that looked all messed up on YouTube and it had the Elliot guy?
Ourselves guys like that.
Remember
That's
that?
all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use?
Yeah, you know, babe. Who was the, Chris Elliott? Oh, Chris Elliott.
It was, yeah, it was a real funny show. What was it? I can't get her name.
You know, that opening scene of that show. He's riding on a bike because he's a paper. Get a life.
However,
You should look it up. It's funny. They have episodes on YouTube. I've been watching a lot of Inside the Actors Studio. Is it good? Yeah, it's great. It really gives you a good look inside the actor's studio. So I'm gonna watch this though. This looks fun. Oh yeah, no, it's very funny. I was laughing out loud watching it. But yeah, I remember the opening scene. He's delivering paper. There's some pretty lady bending over, and then he slams into her car and falls off, and that always made me laugh for this little boy on the television. That's funny. Yeah, that's always funny when somebody falls off a bike. I know. When she saw me fall off a bike, remember that, babe?
Recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It's associated with Cartesian graphs,
Yeah,
which we probably
it was terrible.
Yeah, we were in Las Vegas, and what on top of the fucking roof? Yeah.
What happened?
All of these
That guy
ideas
fractured his skull. He's just going
trouble
down
with, like,
the street, and then all of a sudden, just,
down.
Yeah, we were on Fremont. Yeah, we were on Fremont Street, and some guy recognized us from the
and then me too.
He's like, hey, you want to get on this bike? And I was like, yes, I do. And I got on the bike, and I pushed the pedal the wrong way. And I just, oh no, and you hit your head on the ground? Yeah, I hit my head really hard. We were leaving the Resorts World.
I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have CTE now.
Yeah, it's really bad. Wait, what happened? Did you stay on the ground for a little bit, or were you able to immediately get up? What even happened? Were you bleeding? Yeah, I was on the ground for about 25 seconds, and then I kind of I was really embarrassed because we were with like our family, and they just we were about to get married, and their first impression of me is just biting on the bike and just falling.
Were you moving, or you were standing still and fell over?
No, I was like, I got like a good 2 or 3 steps on the bike, and then I kind of like, no, actually what happened was I was riding really fast down Fremont Street, and I was getting where I was close to the street, and I had to jump on the brakes, and I didn't brake in time, and I kind of just went.
Thank God you were okay, especially since you didn't have a helmet on.
Yeah, I was on a Schwinn bike. They were really excited about they had this cool bike. They're like, you want to give it a spin?
It was one of those beach cruisers.
Yeah, it was a beach cruiser. It was so weird because like,
and then you press backwards and then it activates the brake on those things.
It was so weird because like these random people were like, hey, we saw you on the show. And they were like,
On television?
yeah, they saw me on that Extinct show.
On CBS?
Yeah, I was on this. I was
You were the kid.
I was the kid.
You were the kid
Out
that
of
came
the
in.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Did they get on the bike?
Yeah, they were like, hey, you want to ride this bike? I asked Lindsay, I was like, babe, you want to get on the bike?
Or was this near the heart attack girl?
Yeah, it was kind of, you know where that,
Slotzilla?
yeah. Slotzilla. You know where all those, like, stands are, where they have all that fake merchandise? We were right around there. It was really stupid to ride our bike. It was, like, right on Fremont Street, right, babe?
What was the guy whose bike it was? Does he come run up like scared?
No, he was just kind of like, you know, hanging around. I think he was giving like bike rides. He was trying to charge people for bike rides. And he had like a Las Vegas Raiders hat on. A big guy. He was like 6'2".
Classic. He's like a Raiders fan.
And he was like, man, I love that show Extinction. And I saw you on it. I watched that show so much.
So he's just like, hey, want to get on the bike? Yeah, go a little round on the bike. It's on me.
Yeah, a free bike ride. And I was like, sure, why not?
Oh my gosh, and like she's there with her family, and they have a couple things in the next. Well, that's the danger. You should have told your ass that, hey, this is a beach cruiser. The brake mechanism is not only on the but also when you go backwards.
Yeah, because I was like trying to like hit the brakes on the back, and it just kept spinning in circles. And then, like,
There's probably a bunch of people around at Fremont Street.
yeah, I was worried I was gonna run into one of those like bootleg merchandise carts, and I was gonna like fucking crash into.
That would be a disaster.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
Damn, we'll just maybe don't get on a bike again in Fremont Street.
Yeah, I'll get on a bike again elsewhere, maybe on the strip. But
Yeah, it's a trip.
we have a good time. You guys like
We love Vegas.
Oh yeah, I loved it there. Even not drinking and stuff was fun, but when I used to drink and do cocaine and stuff, oh, I never real fun time.
it kind of scares me a little because there's all these lights, you know.
What do you mean, just all the bright lights?
Yeah, and it's very loud.
Yes, and for somebody that doesn't, yes, that is sensitive to bright lights or loudness, be careful.
Yeah,
If you're thinking about going to Vegas or whatever, be careful.
epilepsy.
Everybody is
Yes,
out there.
recommend it.
I think they have sensory hours between 2 and 4.
Do they really? 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.? Okay.
2 p.m. and 4 p.m., but it's going to be bright, so yeah, be careful.
So really good happy hours elsewhere at that time, but for everyone else, it's sensory problems.
Yeah, Walmart does that too.
Is Walmart 2 to 4 p.m. or that's like 2 to 4 a.m.?
It's like 7 a.m. to like 10 a.m. I think they have like sensory hours.
That just means don't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the letter of Aristeas,
What does it mean?
which is a document that discusses
I don't know. I guess they turn the lights lower and they like make turn the music down. And it's just everything will quiet. You know, they should just do it all the time.
He sort of
I think Erica was actually the person who told me about that. Sensory? No, I didn't know that. I only knew that about Vegas. I'll give you credit.
I understand, for example, if you're celibate, that's really not for me.
TikTok's
But
such a
I love
I could have sworn it was.
I didn't know. Might have been Erica. Yeah.
reality.
I'll take it. I'll take the credit.
Yeah, I told
Talking
Erica.
about me, I made it using your ass.
I
Like
know.
your ass.
I'll take the credit.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that loves Vegas as much as you do.
Yeah,
And he ends up writing a really
Fair.
important
She was gonna wear a vintage Vegas shirt today.
It's like a casino or one that literally just a general Las Vegas shirt.
But it's
The
kind of
general
like
Las Vegas shirt, it has a showgirl, and then it has all the old hotels, like Circus Circus, and
Oh, cool.
Gold Nugget, and everything. And I think it's like a 1996 Las Vegas shirt, so it's seen better days, but it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, she was gonna wear it, but I told her to wear the Smith shirt, so I kinda
like many
fucked that up.
controversial books.
You told her what to wear.
Yeah,
Right,
babe?
who was actually taking this course remotely, is
So
writing on,
is it something you generally, Lindy, agree with when he's telling you what to maybe specifically what to wear on a certain day, or sometimes you're like, what's
because people felt that it might have
Well,
a
we coordinate sometimes, so I don't really question it. I'm like, okay, we're gonna do like a matching couple thing.
like a Korean couple. Yeah, a little bit. She'll just kind of show me two things and say, hey,
Which one?
like that one.
I always give them two choices. Shirt, dinner.
Yeah,
two choices? That's not too many. I feel like I can make a decision pretty easily
with two choices.
with two choices.
I give them like 5.
Yes, so I get 5, and then a choice doesn't happen. Right? That's the bad don't happen. If I get too many choices,
You keep picking.
I'm shutting down. I am fidgeting.
You can always have too many choices, but you can never have too little choices, I guess.
You guys should realize that you're in college, right? You are also being inherited
What happened
of
back
some
then?
level. It's not a college like
I
a lot of people.
Yeah, you can always have too many chances, but you can never have too many. Or you can always have too many choices, but you can never have too little choices.
It sounds like communism.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of like what can happen in Vegas if you're the owner of the freaking resort.
I can't believe that guy did that. It's so sad.
It's really bad if you're feeling down or whatever. There are people you can talk to. Don't.
Yeah, for real. Like, call a friend or something.
But
Yeah,
it's like
don't resort to
it's like
it.
the
Yeah.
internet. I don't remember
Those
offhand.
words.
Just Google it. But
I actually
it's
knew
the
that guy a
internet,
little
you
bit.
know,
You knew him. Yeah,
Some,
I knew him.
it's hard to hold back on kids.
Like,
Right? They
when
start
he got
circulating,
on,
especially if they're accessible.
I was like talking to him, and I was like trying to give him like
you can start reading.
advice and
There are
stuff.
a lot of books
And he
like
didn't
that
listen
that come
to it.
over
He just
the next few
he
centuries
would
that are
always
like
just want to
really popular.
get on that show.
Fantastic, great.
And,
Later,
he
someone
wanted
picks
to
up
get on
something
that
that's
show.
like, this is not exactly what we want to say.
Extinct. He wanted to
But it doesn't
he
come out the right way
wanted
typically.
pointers on how to get on extinct.
Sometimes people get tunnel vision and they lose sight of everything else, and then they start making bad choices.
Questionable.
Go ahead.
Extant.
Yes.
Was it extant?
That's the one. Extant.
That's Holly Berry.
Yeah, that show is insane. She like gets like by like some alien.
I thought that was Catwoman. Or that's happening.
Yeah, that happens too.
There's also a cat.
She gets violated by a cat.
By Mr. Penguin.
Yeah, by Mr. Did you guys like the Penguin? The show, The Penguin, I heard it's awesome.
It was really good.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
I heard it's awesome. We tried to watch it, remember, babe? I thought I tried to play it for you.
What happened? Did you not like it?
Yeah, I think we just got sidetracked. I think we were doing something. We went
This is what happened with us with The Sopranos. We watched the very first episode and they got sidetracked.
Yeah, remember when we tried to watch that on our honeymoon, babe, The Sopranos?
Yeah, we got through like half an episode. It was good, but it was just, I'm like, I have the mentality of a squirrel. I need constant stimulation, and I wasn't providing it.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. I mean, people say how wonderful it is. Maybe I need to give it a shot sometime.
Yeah, you gotta get really into the show. You gotta lock in. You can't be doing other things while you're watching The Sopranos. You can't be on your computer and be watching The Sopranos at the same time. There's some shows you can do that.
You have been in my
Yeah,
Like Wife Swap.
Yeah, Wife Swap.
Wife Swap's a good mind
We
sweep.
watch that all the time. Wife Swap, right, babe?
We do.
Like that Gypsy Wedding.
He wants that without
That's a pretty good
without
one.
looking up all the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what gypsies call people like us?
What?
Gorgers.
Gorgers?
Yeah, that's what gypsies are referred to as by gypsies.
What were you gonna say, babe? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say that was a show I haven't told you about yet,
Not
but
really.
yeah, well maybe I did. With big obnoxious dresses.
Oh yeah. Gorgers. What do they call us gorgeous?
I don't know. I don't like
for
this.
gorgeous.
It could be because we're gorgeous. It could be because I don't even know. I don't like
Redheads. That's what they call redheads.
I don't even know their thoughts on Reddit, to be quite frankly. They've never really gotten into it. I've watched a ton of episodes, but there's never been a redheaded person.
Right. I always see gypsies like around at the donut shop. They're always like trying to get like free donuts.
Yeah, they used to do that at the storage place where I worked, trying to get a store. Yeah, get the big ones, and then they get the deal for the 1 month, $1 in a month, and then they're moving everything in the middle of the month. And then I see them driving up in their BMWs, and I go into the back.
Yeah.
It's messy.
You're like, oh god, these people again.
Yeah, I go out in the golf cart and just go walk around the property. They used to do a lot of that.
Did they let you? Did you just kind of survey the storage unit? Like, you just kind of like overwatch?
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, it was 2,300 units or something. It was like the biggest one in California, and apparently I randomly, my old roommate in LA randomly texted me the other night.
100 years
And I got a check from the place. Apparently they got sued or something.
Why they get sued?
I don't know. He was so sweet. He saw that he could somehow read the check. I guess he didn't open the letter, but he somehow figured it out. And he called me. It was very sweet. Yeah, something happened. He said it's some storage unit.
Maybe they kept trying to give deals to too many gypsies, and it was messing up their bottom line, and they got sued.
Yeah, and then they stopped paying us correctly because of that. Really, I'm getting the back pay, maybe. I don't know.
That'd be cool if you get the back pay, get some extra money.
Yes, things would everything would change.
Yeah.
So I'm just praying to God
Were there
this fucking thing.
Were there people that lived in the storage unit, like divorced dads that had nothing? Yeah,
and then you'd have to kick them out. Normally I'd let it come work and find them because I didn't have the heart. Yeah, just a sad situation.
Like, I can't let this guy.
Yeah, I would like open up the door because it really has like a lot on it. Like the setup, like this weird setup, and it's like fucking 95 degrees, and I'm like, what?
Because there are so many people that like live in storage units. They don't have any other place to go.
Yeah, well in ours you couldn't. There was
more and more possible
you just
that
couldn't.
you could obtain
Yeah, that must have been a fun job though.
not
It
just
was,
like the Portuguese
Yeah, oh my gosh, it was pretty cool. Like, we do
actually Christians.
live in LA, and it was so much better than the first job I had in LA. Working for the freaking scammy ass some call center that we acted like we were over the IRS.
how would you
But
we didn't? What was your script when you called them? What would you say?
I wish I had taken a picture or something because there was totally a script that I was following.
Just imagine somebody like, hello, it's like, hey, so,
Yeah, sometimes with the
extended warranty. Just
it was horrible. I hated it. You had to get there at like 7 a.m. and that's when I was hitting the ground hard, doing all the open mics and stuff, and I'd get drunk at night, then have to drive there early in the morning. It was a nightmare.
That sounds terrible. It sounds like the worst type of living situation you could be in.
Yeah, it was just a nightmare.
And you had to deal with like the open mic scene, you know, just being there, like having to grind in an open mic, and being amongst like all these people, and you're like, oh, I gotta get up in the morning and go to a call center now.
I know, well, it happened for a while.
Well, I'm glad you got out of there.
But I was thinking, I would have kept on working. I can't remember what it was. I think it was working there. The earliness was a nightmare. But no, I mean, at the call center, because I felt like I was kind of good at it a little bit.
Yeah.
So then I tried to get another call center job after that. And thank God that didn't work. I don't know what I was thinking. Again, I was just going in there saying, oh, I was pretty good at it. I just did it.
But they have like
But they didn't hire me, thank God.
So with this call center, are you trying to make sales? Like, are you selling like
Trying to get the people to talk to the sales guy.
okay, so you're trying to, you're like the middleman.
typically some
I'm the
degree of
middleman,
facility
and
and ability to keep
but they're getting called from us somehow.
Scholars that have
It's
stronger
something
teachers
where like
Aramaic,
we're
but
getting
come on
calling
the
them, but they don't realize it. So most people are just real mad. Like, why are you calling me?
Yeah, we get
But
a lot
when
of
it comes to
scam
German,
calls,
it
right,
would
babe?
basically be functional German.
Yeah, I think we
Just
had one a
like,
few
you know,
minutes
if
ago.
people
Yeah,
have
somebody just
Hispanic
scam called her.
Do you answer it or what do you
doing
do?
their lawn,
Get
you
them?
might
Because I
go
get
enough
them pretty
Spanish
frequently.
to
I
say,
do too.
we're
One
going
time I got
vacation
this
week
scam
next
call
week,
from
don't come, or
this
you know,
guy that
basically
wanted to
so
do a
it's
survey
just
about
enough
real
vacation,
estate
whatever you might
agents.
say.
And I kept him on the line, and I got really angry at him.
Or, you know, effective
Did you
communication.
talking to the
Or
guy?
like,
Yeah, I got really angry at him. He kept asking me what I thought about real estate agents. He's like, I hate real estate agents. One tried to have sex with my wife, and I just kind of like kept yelling, made up a story.
What his ass is thinking. I just get on the phone here.
I have a
What the hell is?
He just kept saying, okay, I'll make a note of it. You tell those fucking real estate agents, if one of you call me again, because I was like really angry, and I went into this character, and I just kept saying, I get real estate agents who hit on my wife all the time.
Why you might ask
I
why
hate real estate agents. That makes sense. I would hate them too. Oh my God.
Yeah, I saw 2 real estate agents yesterday in the crowd, and I kind of just went back into that character and just kind of spin my heart.
How could you tell they were? How could you tell the two people that were real estate?
Because they said earlier, somebody asked them what they do for a living, and they said they were real estate agents, and I was like, the fucking real estate agents are always trying to.
For people that
Nobody really got it. It was just an inside joke. I hurt myself.
See, I would have laughed just the idea of going after the people for being real estate agents because I feel like a lot of times real estate agents don't pick up enough heat.
No, they don't. And they're always trying to like screw you out of money.
Yeah, they're not telling you if it's like a place is haunted or something. It's like they need to tell you that.
Yeah, and then they just put you in like a really bad apartment that has like rats. And you're like, this isn't what I was promised.
Yeah.
This picture is insane. I like how your face is halfway covering this guy's head.
I know, it's like he has a real lifelike, realistic mask. One.
There you go. That's perfect. Yeah.
Anyways, how did I get there? Why am I talking about this?
If I could sell houses.
Yeah, I think you could do it. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
Yeah, maybe if the company stuff doesn't work out, maybe I can start trying to sell some houses.
That'd be a funny sketch. Trying to sell houses like you're trying to sell somebody a house. Just doing your normal thing.
Yeah, really trying to sell them a house, and I can, yeah.
And then it would be even funnier if it was like somebody like took you, was like taking you seriously and like trying to negotiate with you on the house. It's just you trying to negotiate with this person. It's not even anything trying to be funny. It's trying to sell a house.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to them negotiating with me because I might not want to budge with a number that much. You know what I mean? So they're gonna be in for a treat.
Yeah,
They start trying to negotiate.
it's like, can we do $1,200 a month? It's like, no, we can't do the landlord is dead set on $1,500 a month. We're not moving down.
Yeah, it's take it or leave it.
Arguing with the guy.
Yeah, we're not gonna argue with the main dude today.
Yeah, take it or leave it. It's $1,500. GTFO.
Yeah, or GTFO.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I can also do that.
We already have a catchphrase.
Yeah, take it or leave it.
So much so
Take it or leave it or GTFO.
For anybody that doesn't know what that means, sometimes I see the string of letters and I'm like, what is it?
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot.
And he always puts Urban Dictionary first, just in
Yeah,
case.
that's the best place to find those type of definitions. The other day I saw CTFU and I was like, what's that mean? But it means crack the fuck up, apparently.
Interesting, I did not know.
I saw somebody said this had me CTFU. I was like, what? And it's crack the fuck up.
Did you know that, McGregor? Yeah.
Wow.
You know that, man?
I had no idea.
This guy, you can stand up and
What's another one? STFU, obviously. People know that. Yeah, people know that one.
actually makes a lot of
There's
sense.
BTFU.
What's that?
It's like you got backed the fuck up in like an argument.
There were
Back
other
the fuck
figures.
up. Like when somebody loses an argument or
Yeah.
something, you can say they got backed the fuck
Or
up.
there's BTFO. You got blown the fuck out.
So like if you have a bad argument, you're just wrong.
Or if you're watching like the City Royals or something.
So in a sports situation, you also, your team's got BTFO.
Yeah, you got BTFO. That could be the name of your real estate.
Real estate company, BTFO. It sounds like it could be an official sounding like real estate
You're
company.
about to get BTFO if you think you're gonna get anything off this, any money off this rent.
Yeah, that's good. BTFO if we're trying to.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Cover the closing costs.
Right. Yeah, we're in escrow right now, and we're staying in escrow.
Yeah, if you don't understand what escrow means, I'm not going to explain it.
It's just you being an unhelpful. Like, you like this shit or not, I don't care. You want an AC unit? Not my problem.
Yeah,
I'm just got BTFO. Somebody's got to do something like that. You know, just an unhelpful real estate agent trying to sell you a house. Just doesn't care.
Yeah, man. That was like Jimmy Fallon. What was his character on SNL? The company's computer guy. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, Jimmy Fallon was great.
I thought it was real funny in the SNL stuff.
Giggled on his
Always the crack
Yeah.
the fuck up.
Which did make me laugh.
Yeah. Did you like Jimmy Fallon, babe?
Oh yeah, I also liked how he would laugh at his own jokes.
Yeah.
It was endearing.
My favorite,
That was funny.
he was in that movie Taxi. Remember that movie
With
Taxi?
Queen Latifah.
I only like that movie because Jeff Gordon made a cameo.
Of course.
What was he like driving one of the other taxis or something?
Yeah. I think so. She was like, I always wanted to be a Winston Cup driver. And then at the end, she finally becomes a NASCAR driver. What? Spoiler.
Is that how that ends?
Yeah, I think so. So what is the deal with the movie? They're just trying to make money being a taxi driver, or what are they what's the movie about?
Yeah, it's like they're like a taxi driver that stumbles upon like some organized crime, and they have to like solve the crime with the taxi. It's really quite the film. I remember watching it with my stepdad, Doug Ruiz. Doug, like, yeah. No, I think Doug just was drunk, something to pacify his family.
You have two dads named Doug?
Yeah, two stepdads named Doug.
What are the chances of that?
Pretty high, I guess, if you're my mom.
Yeah, super.
Yeah. Because, like, she was with Doug Hanning, and he was a little bit nicer, but he did a lot of other stuff. I think that just drinking.
Yeah.
One time, he was nice. Yeah, he was a real nice guy. He just worked on siding and would just drink Keystones. Apparently, he told me the story. He said he was in a bad neighborhood, and a cop pulled him over. And the cop said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "I'm here to buy crack, honestly." And the cop let him go.
Did it go by
Sometimes it pays to be honest.
Yeah. The cop said, "I need you to turn around, get out of here," and let him go. And then he came back.
Chances of that.
Pretty high, I guess, if you're my mom.
Yeah, super.
Yeah. Because, like, she was with Doug Hanning, and he was a little bit nicer, but he did a lot of other stuff, I think, not just drinking.
Yeah.
And one time,
He was nice.
yeah, he was a real nice guy. He just worked on siding and would just drink Keystones. Well, apparently he told me the story. He said he was in a bad neighborhood and a cop pulled him over. And the cop said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "I'm here to buy crack, honestly." And the cop let him go.
Did it go by
Sometimes it pays to be honest.
Yeah. The cop said, "I need you to turn around, get out of here," and let him go. And then he came back later and bought his crack. But he's a good guy, Doug Hanning. He's the father of my sister, Amber Hanning. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Amber. I met Amber for the first time at y'all's wedding. I had never met your sister before.
Yeah.
Or your mama.
Yeah, I think Doug was there, right, babe? Doug Hanning?
There was a Doug there.
There was, actually. Okay, so that was the
You guys
Doug.
were
I can
goofing
picture.
about it.
Yeah, we were goofing about it. And he was there.
Yeah, that was hilarious because you spoke after y'all got married. Y'all, it was very nice, and then you spoke, and it was very, very humorous.
That was fun. That was the best day of my life. I'm glad y'all were there.
I know. Well, thank you so much for inviting us. It was very good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how has it been? How's married life been? Is it any different than how it was before, or how is it?
What do you think, babe?
I mean, yes and no. Not really. I think you get more comfortable once you're married, like, leaving messes around. And, like, I was a great housekeeper before we got married, and now I'm, like, not that great. So, other than that, it's perfect.
Yeah, I love it. It's great. There is a lot of messes with this new dog.
Oh yeah, y'all got the dog dropped off.
Yeah.
And it's been good. The new dog.
Do you want a dog, William? Does any of the listeners want a dog?
Yeah, if anybody needs, what kind of dog did y'all get?
It's a German Shepherd.
Yeah, if anybody needs, Grant, what about you? I think German Shepherds are good with kids, and you got your two girls. Good.
Gator. Poor Gator.
You don't like Gator.
Yeah, I don't even know what little Gator would do. I mean, eventually she would have to get used to some other animal, like up in the apartment, but I don't think she would do good for a while.
No, German Shepherds are big dogs, and she doesn't scare me. They can.
They can be very sweet.
Yeah. This one's cool. She's very invasive in your space.
And if you like that, hit them up.
Yeah, hit us up. She's a great dog. She's a baby.
She's nosy.
But I think we're going to keep her, right, babe? We really love her.
We do love her a lot. But she's the worst. Also,
yeah, her name's Birdie.
Oh, that's a sweet name, Birdie.
Yeah, Birdie,
It's actually a big old dog.
Yeah.
Sure is gonna be. Is she big right now?
she's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, she's what, like
Nobody gets
45
buried
pounds?
until
Yeah, probably
72
about 50 now.
hours
And she
after
likes to
death.
walk up on, like, tightrope on
Nobody
things
gets
instead of my
buried
shoulder.
until 3
So that's why we
days
named her Birdie, because she's
after
like a little
the declared
bird.
death. Just in
That's
case.
sweet. Yeah, she's
Right?
always
There
flying.
was a huge
I always
thing
think it's,
all over Europe. There were these
she's
crazy
an
ideas.
angel
They were
from
really special,
her
like
grandmother, who was
this
German.
one,
So
where
we got a
it
little
just
German
has like this
Shepherd
little,
dog.
So she sent us a Nazi dog.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And
Wait, so what do you think? That, yeah, it's a little piece of her grandmother, maybe.
Yeah, I think because her grandmother was German, so she sent us a German Shepherd. It's like an angel from her grandmother.
That's a sweet thing. Yeah, I wonder what, and I also wonder what Gator is too, because we kiss all the time. Like, who is this person inside of this dog? Because we kiss a lot.
Mm.
I wonder that, so I don't know, I never find out. It's probably going to be really hard to figure out what maybe human part of a human soul is inside of Gator.
Spicy
Latina. A spicy Latina, and God, we kiss, and then she moves her so little lips, and then I want to cry because it's like,
So precious.
She's a little torta.
And you'll dress her up, and maybe I could get her like a little sombrero.
I think she does.
does she have a sombrero?
Like a little dog sombrero.
She's got a sombrero.
Poncho for sure.
Yeah,
And a poncho.
Yeah. We sometimes we don't really dress up we should dress up our dogs.
I mean, we also have bigger though.
Yeah.
I feel like with a bigger dog, it would be so tough.
Yeah.
Did y'all see my sister's dog at the wedding with its dress on?
But
Yes.
in Israel, of
What kind
course,
of dog was it?
the ideal is to bury the
Yeah, it's a poodle.
Typically,
I
you go in
remember.
trumpets in Israel.
We need a
right?
couple
So
of
to
those.
celebrate
Yeah, we need little
the,
dogs
the
because
competition.
We
The
recommend.
competition
these
uses
big
their facades,
dogs, they just
have
kind of like
holes built in the bottom of them,
disrupt
so
and then
that
just jump on
And
your
their
head.
poops are
the
huge.
worm
Yeah,
can get
yeah,
into
that's
the
the worst
competition.
part.
Gator, they're very small.
Those
If
are our
she's
values. That's
bothering
what we do.
me,
So
I can
waiting
just
72
little
hours
gate up and then her ass is trapped.
Right.
She's
She's
not
not
going
going
anywhere. And
Yeah.
she better be cool with it.
serious
Yeah.
issue.
Get her little ass and going nowhere.
Are you gonna take her with you to
So
Jacksonville?
they go to
No.
two great
No,
rabbis.
she's afraid.
One of these
Oh,
rabbis
she's afraid to fly.
and the
Are
other
you
one
flying or
is
are you gonna drive?
Rabbi Mendelssohn.
Flying.
Rabbi Yaakov
Yeah, a lot
is
better.
initially
Yeah, Gator,
stopped.
I don't know how she would do it. She's been to the ocean one time and then the sand was getting on her little face because her whole face is so close to the ground.
Yeah, she's tiny. Yeah, that would piss me off. I had a bunch of sand in my face. I get it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, I'm going to be I'm being selfish. I'm not trying to dick around, even though I love little Gator. I'm not trying to dick around with some dog on a fucking cage.
You're trying to find shark tooth.
Sharks, I'm looking for shark's teeth. I'm not looking for a dog that is now missing.
Yeah, just bothering you while you're on your pursuit of shark's teeth.
Yeah, I'm not even going to be anywhere close to her ass.
Yeah, I don't blame
You just got to figure it out.
you. Yeah, I don't want my dogs on me on vacation with me. I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, maybe every now and again, but not every. Grant, you want me to find your shark's tooth? Yes. You really would take it from me.
Yeah, dude.
That'd be cool. You actually find a bunch of sharks.
Yeah. You shall lie it. Anywhere that the elementary use was very big.
Aren't you gonna make like a necklace
Very
of shark's teeth?
Inaccessible places.
I could always start with one.
Yeah.
And
I
then
thought
from there,
you were gonna make the necklace.
I'm hopefully going to be able to make a necklace, but I think I'm going to need a wire to wrap around the shark's tooth and to make a little loop so I can put it on some string. I'm going to have to really figure this out.
Yeah, maybe you can get like a gold chain.
I don't think I can pull off a gold chain. I don't think, and then I'd always be scared, so I was going to come up to my ass and yank it off.
Yeah,
that would happen, Steve.
Yeah, that's what happens all the time on like 6th Street.
People get their chains taken.
Yeah, people are going in and pickpocketing them.
Yeah, I see the fights sometimes on 6th Street a lot. Have you ever witnessed any fights firsthand down there?
We almost got into a fight.
Recently?
Yeah, we did the secret show, and we were walking back, and this short little Hispanic gentleman shoulder checked me, and he said, "Get the fuck out of the way." And I was like, "What?"
you
And
see
then he
how
said, "You heard me,
there's a
bitch," and he
willingness
cocked
to
his fist
compromise
and
and
tried to swing
halacha,
at me.
when
And
there
I hit him
is
with a
what's
pizza
perceived to
box.
be
I hit him, I jabbed him in the eye with the corner of a Rapolo's pizza box.
is,
I was gonna throw him the punch. I was like,
where
I'm
you
gonna
also
beat
see
you down.
this
Yeah, and I put my arm up and blocked it too. So we both, it was a team
same
effort.
kind of
Oh,
arguments
she
were
didn't
happening.
What did it
You know,
hurt?
on
His
the one
eye? Did
side,
it like mess
more
with his
of what
eye?
Yeah, he was ready to take it back.
Yeah, and then
that's great.
Here, we're
his
not gonna-
friend
we're not gonna
pulled
pivot
his shirt
anywhere
up
from
and
what it says
had like
But
a
at the
gun.
same time,
You're kidding.
there are a
No,
lot of rabbis
that happened, remember, babe?
Yeah, I was actually seeing they were walking away though, thank God at that point. But
They flashed a gun at you.
Yeah, that was like, well,
they called us words.
yeah, they said a bunch of words we can't.
That's word.
Yeah, it's a Caucasian we can't say.
For sure.
But he pulled his shirt up and he had a gun and I was like, okay.
Oh my God.
I knew he wasn't going to use it.
And you just didn't even see him and it bumps into
Yeah, he just bumped into me and I was like, he's like, watch the fuck out. And I was like, he said, WTFO, watch the fuck out. And then he swung on me and I just went,
Now,
Were you gonna
I
punch
do
him?
not
Were you
believe
gonna?
that
Were you thinking about punching him?
yeah, I kind of just froze though. I don't know what
I
happened.
gave you help, you assisted.
Yeah.
highly
He
great.
put his arms up to block.
In
I
his own
did
lifetime, he
the
had
jab
students
with
who
the
were so
box,
far
and
off.
then I think he was so embarrassed that he just got jabbed in the eye with a pizza box by a woman.
Yeah, there were these other two women that kind of like whoa, and they broke up the fight. But I was like, you missed, bitch, as he was walking away. I was like, you missed, motherfucker, come back. Yeah, I was like talking all kinds of shit. And he flashes the gun. He shows me his gun. I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right. You ain't gonna use it. I'm like, just
Trey, you didn't say that. You're kidding. You didn't say that.
I was being a real
Live the way we want to live. That way
I
we don't make it
know,
people
fair
think
enough.
that
Be
we're
careful.
just fit in.
Yeah, but
Like, you can't
it
imagine
was
somebody
it
that
hasn't
was
happened
wrong.
since.
But this was
But
definitely
Scary.
that happens
a
quite
result of
frequently
a
on 6th Street.
Oh my gosh, the other
Okay.
week, we
You
see
also
this
have
dude.
more moderate expression
We
of
see him
Stella.
because we hear a noise of a crashing metal sign, and we look over, and it's some dude just wasted. And then I watch, and we're watching him, and he gets in his car, and then I see him drive off, and he's driving all scary, and
Did he crash?
not from what I saw. I watched it, was that in
Austin, like on 6th Street?
Yeah, right down there.
Was that like on a, were y'all just hanging out?
Sometimes
Walking
a
back to the car,
for
and then
example,
it all happens in the
we
span
do
of us
not
walking to the car, and there's something I made it, and there's killed a ton of people. And,
It's terrifying. I think that guy actually caused a big wreck on the freeway. And I think he was driving to Troy, Texas, and he caused a massive wreck.
Going on the wrong one-way performers, and go the wrong way.
I saw somebody do that last night. When I was driving back home from Shakespeare's. I saw somebody going the wrong way, and I tried to follow him. I was like, I saw the one-way sign, and I saw this guy turn, and I was like, I'm gonna follow him. And then I see him going the wrong way, and I'm like, whoa. And I like had to jerk the wheel.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's probably a good idea not following his dad.
Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, but like the Waymo, there was a Waymo car, and the Waymo had to like dart out of the way. This guy's going like 5 miles an hour in the wrong way on 6th Street. That street is hell.
Remember when I had to drive on the sidewalk on 6th Street?
Yeah, I was like, babe, you're going the wrong way, babe. And then she like had to drive on the sidewalk. Just turned on the right, yeah, to get back on the parking lot. I was like, all right, I think I'm gonna drive. And then I drove us home. Fun night.
Let's go home somewhere. By the way, let me just say.
Yeah, fun night.
Yeah, the one-ways are hard.
Yeah, one-ways are the worst, especially in a small block like downtown Austin.
Grant, have you ever had trouble with one-way streets? Driving down one-way streets? Yeah, you ever go on one-way streets? No, just go the one-way at Chelsea. You've got a roundabout and use those.
Yeah, those are fun.
I don't understand
understand those.
non-observant.
They're fun. There's one
He's fighting a very different battle,
over off
different part of
35.
the world. And he basically
There's
says,
one in
okay,
Austin.
we're
Yeah.
going to come
But I guess they're
with
useful
modernity, we're
in
going to draw a line,
directing,
red light.
directing
but
traffic.
it's definitely going to be a line that's in a
I've
very
heard good
place
arguments
that
for
captures
roundabouts,
the
but I
1780s.
don't like them. I always just kind of end up going in a circle for like longer than I need to be.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anyone here knows how to use those yet,
Yeah.
so it seems a little bit chaotic.
Me included, I'm just driving in circles.
It's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then they do it. There are great videos I've seen where people just hit it straight on and get launched
Right.
over the feet. Yeah, in the air because they hit the roundabout. They take the turn.
Those are always fun. I always love a good car crash.
I know, me too. But then I've had bad dreams where I'm like in a car up on an interstate and I fall off in the car and then I've had those type of dreams too. Where like I've had dreams where I'm asleep, but I'm like really drunk and I'm getting in my car and driving drunk while I'm asleep and I'm like worried that I'm gonna crash. Yeah, I'm stressed the whole time. Yeah, and I wake up and I'm like, damn, it was a good thing I wasn't driving. Yeah, asleep. Yeah, those are the scariest dreams. But then what a relief.
Yeah, when you wake up and you realize you weren't driving the whole time.
Yeah, I've had a couple, not recently, but where I'm drinking and like doing cocaine, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, thank God.
Yeah, thank God I'm not doing that.
Oh god, I started doing that again.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not doing that. That's bad.
But, so that's the other thing. And then some stuff over.
Yeah, it's good. But what do you do?
Yeah,
You know,
I guess you just kind of smoke and walk on the beach and find sharks too.
Yeah, Blaze Up, listening to Animal Collective. Oh my gosh, I know you enjoy Animal Collective.
Yeah.
I started listening to their live stuff on YouTube last night when I was doing this writing stuff I've been doing. I love it. I love they have this wonderful song tongs or however you say it.
Sometimes, yeah.
With just Amy Terry being the bear. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I think that was their pitchfork.
Yes, that is what it is.
That's my favorite of their albums. Sometimes either that or Feels.
Yeah, Feels is a guy that was in that one.
Yeah.
Merriweather Post Pavilion.
That's the classic.
I love that. And Strawberry Jam. That was the first one I ever got into, so that's my favorite.
She has a funny story about Strawberry Jam. It's really funny.
I don't know how funny it is. It's just about my brother-in-law. I don't know if you guys met him, but I was I don't know however old I was when I came out, 14, 15. And I was rocking out to Strawberry Jam, and my brother-in-law comes in and just like makes the worst face, and he's like, well, there's something for everybody. I'm glad you found your thing. There's something for everybody. And I'm hilarious. He hated it. Yeah, he hated it.
Oh gosh, well that's his problem.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. Somebody made a really funny comparison. They said Panda Bear is Brian Wilson if he plays a toaster instead of instruments.
I love it because I always thought they sounded like the Beach Boys.
Yeah, it is similar to the Beach Boys. But yeah,
That new song, there's a couple new songs. Have you heard the new one? There's one that came out, what, a day or two ago?
Yeah.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah, it was okay.
What do you think? Yeah, that's what I think too. I love them so much, so it's like I'll happily listen.
I saw them live in Houston. And I think it was, I don't remember the name of the White Oak Music Hall. I was like trying to talk to him. I was like trying to talk to like geologists about hockey.
That's hilarious.
They didn't even give me the time of day.
I know, that's a dream of mine. I would love to meet Panda Bear and Amy Terry. I would love, that's my dream.
Maybe have on. Maybe Panda Bear will come on.
Never in a million years.
I think
there's no way.
I think they will.
Never in a million
I think you should
years.
have.
Well, we'll try, Grant. We'll try.
Yeah, get on that
Sometime, at some point in time in the future.
Yeah, we'll reach out.
Yeah, we'll reach out. Well, Trey Campbell, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. This
for being
has been
on
fun.
here.
Yeah.
Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
And we do have to kind of take a mercenaries lawyer Joe, Blue Blue, Mista Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Voigt, Apollonia, Papa Coo, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Bud, and return of Sean King, Robert Bushel, Ruby Sparkle Shine Guy from the big island Samoa Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones Esquire, Skin Mom, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vader Revisions, McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William Gearon, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, User and Adventure, Zombie, Warlock, Anthony Whiplash Markinson, Ashley Belfield, Hasselon, Avery.
But there was some long criticism on the Sugar Up. And I noticed that people thought that it was restricted.
But let's not get too far away. But I will say one more thing about the Thompson report. Hirsch, yes, really important. We'll probably skip over some of the denominational issues when we get to it later. He was also savage when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Mitzvos. Right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, you know what? Don't be so rough, Rabbi. We want to have an organized. That's so bad. How bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. See this Mishnah, this all kinds of things.
Hello, Tony, Franco-Prussian War History Buff. So I just wanted to let you know that we're going to be publishing a companion book based on our YouTube documentary, Glory and Defeat, of the Franco-Prussian War. It's going to include all the bonus content that was not in the YouTube series, and you can order it by clicking on the link below. It's July 1870, and in Europe, there's been no great power war since 1850, but now the growing rivalry between the French Empire and the German Kingdom of Prussia is set to explode, and all it will take is one telegram.
They're on their own. Big challenge. Because all of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to Glory and Defeat, the story of the Franco-Prussian War of 1877. In July 1870, Prussian Prime Minister Otto von Bismarck has dreams of a united Germany under Prussian leadership. Prussia already dominates the northern German states in the North German Confederation, but to bind the southern states to Prussia, he needs another war, and he has the largest army in Europe to fight it with. French Emperor Napoleon III and Empress Eugenie also have dreams of a glorious French Empire, but the rise of Prussia in recent years is a threat to France's position. Continued French dominance in Europe and a Germany united under Prussia. To achieve these dreams of glory would also mean risking defeat. All the two sides need is an excuse to fight. And as strange as it may seem, the crisis that starts the Franco-Prussian War begins in Spain.
Oh, yeah, that's a different president. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small.
The Spanish throne has been unoccupied since the 1868 revolution deposed Queen Isabella II. After much debate, the new Spanish government chose Leopold von Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen to be their new king. Leopold belongs to a branch of the Prussian ruling house of Hohenzollern, but he isn't a Prussian, and he only accepts the Spanish throne after 3 separate offers. Bismarck is delighted, but when the news arrives in Paris on July 3, 1870, it's so explosive, it's dubbed the Spanish Bomb. For Empress Eugenie, Prime Minister Émile Ollivier, and Foreign Minister the Duc de Gramont, it's unacceptable that the Prussian royal house might also rule Spain. Gramont, though, senses a win-win opportunity. He reasons that Prussia can be humiliated and forced to back down, or there will be a war which France will win. Gramont makes his case in a fiery speech to the French Parliament. We do not believe that respect for a neighboring people's rights obliges us to suffer that a foreign power, by placing one of the princes on the Spanish throne, can disturb the current equilibrium of the forces in Europe to our detriment and put in danger the interests and the honor of France. Gramont also sends Ambassador Count Vincent Benedetti to Bad Gabiche, where Prussian King Wilhelm I was spending his holiday. Benedict demands that Prussia force Leopold to refuse the Spanish offer, which outrages Wilhelm. He doesn't recognize Cromwell's ploy and blames Bismarck for the crisis. The king does ask Leopold's father, Anton, to renounce his son's candidacy on his behalf, which he does. But Clermont is still not satisfied, and now insists on a declaration that no Hohenzollern will ever claim the Spanish throne again. On July 13th, in a serious breach of court protocol, Count Benedetti approaches King Wilhelm on the Spa promenade and relays the new demand. Wilhelm refuses to make the declaration and asks his advisor to inform Bismarck about the events in Bad Ems by telegram. This message to Bismarck is the original Emser Depeche, the Ems Dispatch. Bismarck now sees his chance to provoke war with France. He modifies the dispatch's wording to make it seem as though King Wilhelm had disrespected the French ambassador and has it sent to all Prussian diplomats.
Jews are not.
His Majesty the King then refused to receive the French envoy again and informed him through an adjutant that His Majesty had nothing further to say to the ambassador.
They got involved in many more.
The provocative Ems dispatch, as manipulated by Bismarck, reaches French newspapers on July 14th, of all days, the French national holiday, and it works exactly as Bismarck
I'm
intended.
going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should not.
The Ems dispatch shocks the French government of Emperor Napoleon III. The Council of Ministers meets on the 14th, and Clermont is forced to justify the demands that he made of the Prussians, since the Council had never approved them. The ministers are divided, but eventually accept the Emperor's proposal for an international conference to resolve the crisis and avoid war. But Empress Eugénie and War Minister Edmond Louis then pressure Napoleon III to scrap the conference and mobilize the army, and he gives in. This is an informal declaration of war against Prussia. The next day, the French Parliament meets. After fierce debate, members resolve that war will be declared and vote for war credits. The mood amongst many Frenchmen was heated, as Private Saint-Paulet described.
Introducing secular studies.
Everyone here is fired up. All are shouting, Prussia, Prussia. Yesterday the band played La Marseillaise. Everyone was jumping in spite of the 60 pounds we had on our backs. I wish you could be here when a new dispatch arrives. We don't hear each other. We all run to the weapons rack. We overturn the beds. We fight. We roll. The sergeants want to intervene, but we slam the door in their faces. Discipline is relaxed. We no longer see so many punishments. When you talk to the French soldier about war, he wants to massacre everything. Le soldat français, quand on lui parle de guerre, veut tout massacrer. Russian writer Theodore Fontana isn't in Paris, but he later records what he'd heard.
The title of which
countless bands, some more than 1,000 strong, marched through the streets, often led by soldiers and preceded by the tricolor flag. They constantly shouted, "Long live the war! Down with Bismarck!" Thousands more joined them, applauded, or sang along to the Marseillaise. The police let everything go. Then torches appeared, and others lit street homes on fire. The drums swung and hurled them into the trees, so that some began to burn along the boulevard. Then
they took it seriously.
went
I
home
read
at
about
dawn.
these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up.
France is about to declare war on Prussia, and the press and many Frenchmen are infected with war fever. These developments are also being reported in the German press, and Prussia and its allies are ready to react.
In the south of it. And nowadays it's in the modern song because, well, we're still
On the
wearing it.
15th, King Wilhelm I leaves Bad Ems to deal with the crisis from Berlin. Crowds of Berliners cheer his carriage from the station to his palace, and in the streets, thousands more sing patriotic songs like the Wacht am Rhein and the Preußen. The night of July 16th, Prussia and Bavaria mobilized their armies. On the 17th, in the Bavarian capital of Munich, 30,000 people gathered to cheer King Ludwig II, and the state parliament meets on the 18th. The debate is lively. Some members support going to war under the defensive alliance with Prussia, while others want Bavaria to only maintain armed neutrality. Some Bavarian lawmakers oppose joining the war because they're worried about the safety of the Palatinate region, which borders France. Pastor and parliamentarian Anton Westermeier shares those views. Die spanische Thronfolge habe mit Deutschland nichts zu schaffen. The Spanish throne question has nothing to do with Germany. It's merely a question of dynastic interests. Both sides make mistakes, and now peoples must bleed for the sensitivities of their princes. I do not want the Palatines to suffer the horrors of war. But if a thief gets into the neighbor's house, I must lock up my own house and cannot bring help to the neighbor. Namely, when the dust settles, Bavaria has voted for war, and King Ludwig telegraphs the decision to the Prussian king in Berlin. The southern kingdom of Württemberg is also less than enthusiastic. Its leaders fear the Prussification of the kingdom and endangering their good relations with neighboring France, but they mobilize anyway. The Grand Duchy of Baden also borders France, but has good relations with Prussia. If there's war, only Prussia can protect Baden, so the Grand Duchy mobilizes. Once the Grand Duchy of Hesse mobilizes, Prussian King Wilhelm I is now in command of an entire German army, and there is still no official declaration of war. This week, the famous M's dispatch has given those who want war in France and in Prussia the honorable excuse that they need. The French war party rallies around Empress Eugénie, who also wants to preserve the throne of her ailing husband for her son. Bismarck plans to use the coming war to unite Germany under Prussia. And unlike the failed revolution of 1848, Germany is to be created not by the people, but by princes and generals. In his eyes, North and South Germans are now marching together against their old enemy to create a new Prussian empire. The fact that Napoleon III and King Wilhelm I hadn't actually wanted war was now irrelevant. And next week, the Franco-Prussian War will officially begin.
The first is he hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by
on July 19, 1870, the North German Confederation's parliament meets in Berlin for an emergency session about the imminent war. King Wilhelm I opens the session with defiance.
They'll get Russian language.
Following the example of our fathers, we will fight for our freedom and for our righteousness against the violence of foreign conquerors. And in this struggle, in which we pursue no other goal than to permanently secure the peace of Europe, God will be with us, as He was with our fathers.
And Max Lilienthal,
at 2 p.m., the French declaration of war arrives. The Imperial French government accuses Prussia of trying to upset the balance of power in Europe by putting one of its own on the Spanish throne, and of insulting its honor with the M's dispatch. The result is war.
Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional.
Consequently, the French government considered itself obligated to provide without delay for the defense of its honor and its injured interests. Determined for this final purpose to take all the measures offered to it by the situation created, it considers itself from now on to be in a state of war with Prussia. En état de guerre avec la Prusse.
Primarily doing it for social reasons.
The declaration of war is announced to Parliament after the king finishes speaking. Emotions are running high in Prussia, not least because July 19th is the 60th anniversary of the death of King Wilhelm's mother, Louise, who enjoys cult-like reverence to the king. The next day, Parliament responds with an impassioned message to the king. We trust in God, who punishes bloody outrages. From the shores of the sea to the front of the Alps, the people have risen up at the unanimous call of their princes. No sacrifice is too great for them. The public voice of the civilized world recognizes the justice of our cause. The German people will finally achieve the peaceful and free unification valued by all peoples at the place of its choosing. Your Majesty and the allied German governments may consider us and our brothers in the South ready. Our honor and our freedom are at stake. Es gilt unsere Ehre und unsere Freiheit. King Wilhelm I is less enthusiastic about war than his own parliament. Despite his age, he'd only ever fought 2 wars and did not want this one now. And he belatedly recognizes how Bismarck and the Duc de Gramont each had their own agendas for bringing it about. Prussian Karl Marx also takes a more sober view of events than many of his countrymen who are caught up in the war frenzy. He wants a Prussian victory, but for reasons different than those of many other Prussians. Die Franzosen brauchen Krüger. The French need a beating. If the Prussians win, the centralization of state power will be useful to the centralization of the German working class. The German preponderance will also shift the center of gravity of the West European working class movement from France to Germany. And the German working class is theoretically and organizationally superior to the French. The die has been cast, and the Franco-Prussian War has begun. The princes of the German states prepare to defend their national honor, and Emperor Napoleon III prepares to defend that of France.
Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay
the French Empire is also preparing for the start of the fight. On July 23rd, Napoleon III issues a dramatic proclamation to the nation. There are solemn moments in the life of the people when national honor, violently aroused, imposes itself as an irresistible force, dominates all interests, and takes in hand the direction of the destiny of the country. We are not making war on Germany, whose independence we respect. We wish that the peoples who make up the great Germanic nationality freely determine their destinies. As for us, we demand the establishment of a state of affairs which guarantees our security and assures the future. The French authorities see their cause as just and are trying to win over the other European powers. But public opinion has turned against France, which doesn't have any allies. In 1868 and 1869, there had been talks with Italy and Austria about potential alliances, but no treaty had been signed in 1870. Napoleon III does have letters from Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph and Italian King Vittorio Emanuele II, in which they promised not to negotiate with third parties without French consent. The French Emperor sees these letters as an expression of moral obligation to help France in case of war. But the governments in Vienna and the Italian capital of Florence disagree. Serious talks do take place in July 1870 between France, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, and they don't go well. The Italians demand passage through Austria to attack Bavaria, but the Austrians refuse. If it enters the war, Italy also wants France to end its protection of independent Rome and the Pope, so that Italy can annex the city and make it into the country's capital. But the church is a pillar of support for the Second Empire, so the French aren't in a hurry to abandon the papacy. Plus, the French feel that Italy still owes them for French assistance in the Sardinian War of 1859, so they won't won't make the road deal the way that the Italians wanted. Austria-Hungary is hesitant about fighting on the French side for a few reasons. The government is worried about the many German speakers in the empire who are sympathetic to the so-called German cause against France. The Austro-Hungarians also fear that if they intervene, Russia might come in on the Prussian side. This is not actually so far-fetched, since King Wilhelm is the Tsar's uncle. Russia might also decide to join Prussia because the Prussians offered to help the Tsar against Polish rebels back in 1863. As for the United Kingdom, they stayed out of the war as well. Relations with France have been strained since they fought together in the Crimean War, and Queen Victoria is the mother-in-law of the Prussian Crown Prince. France does make a very ambitious plan with Denmark, which lost the war to Prussia and its allies in 1864. The idea is for a French expeditionary force to land on the North German coast or in Denmark and advance into the North German Confederation alongside the weaker Danish army. But this plan also falls through after Britain and Russia pressure the Danes to remain neutral. France is now fighting the largest army in Europe. While the French are canvassing Europe for allies, but fighting none, the mobilizations which started even before the declaration of war are bringing troops to the battle zones.
Jewish kidnappers to go and steal children to present them.
Both the French and the German armies feel prepared for war, but one is much larger. The Germans are moving about 460,000 men to the front, while the French figure is about 300,000. Before the main forces reach the battlefield, skirmishes are already breaking out along the border. Mostly these are cavalry reconnaissance patrols, and they usually don't get far. On the 19th, French ships out the fleet cross the Prussian border at Saarbrücken and capture some customs officers. The same day, the Prussians also take their first prisoner, a Zouave who had allegedly fallen asleep for white wine and a generation on the German side. The first official deaths of the war come on the 24th. A squadron of dragoon officers led by Württemberg General Staff Officer and later airship inventor Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin runs into French troops at Chile. Claude Ferriol-Pagny, quartermaster in the 12th Mounted Chasseurs, and William Herbert Winslow, a lieutenant in the 3rd Baden Dragoons, are both killed, the first men to die in this war, though it's possible that a few French soldiers have already been killed. 27-year-old Winslow is from Scotland, ironically making a British native the first fallen German. This week, the French declare war on Prussia and fail to find any allies. There's nationalist rhetoric on both sides, and the Franco-Prussian War claims its first lives. Those two men have died because the diplomats, generals, and politicians have allowed themselves to rush into war. These elites have used emotional terms like nation and honor to stir the passions of the people and manipulate the press. At this point, the storm they've unleashed is beyond control of even Napoleon III and Wilhelm I. And next week, the storm will only grow stronger.
There's some practice and belief if we break it down. You know, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists.
On the German side, mobilization is going well. Thanks to precisely timed train schedules, the German armies reach their starting positions less than 2 weeks after mobilization began. A Russian observer views this German efficiency with a bit of sarcasm.
That was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say.
Destined for slaughter seems to know in advance in which cooking vessel it will end up.
To us Reformed Jews who have like
some men do in fact die of heat stroke on the march. Huge logistic centers supply the gathering German armies with the food, fodder, weapons, and other supplies that they need. 518,000 men and 2,000 guns assembled into three armies. General Steinmetz's First Army around Trier and Prince Friedrich Karl of Prussia's Second Army near Mainz are made up of troops from the North German Confederation. The Third Army, called the German Army, concentrates around Speyer and includes units from Prussia, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, all under the command of Prussian Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm. French mobilization is not going well. Some regular units have to travel from their garrison town to their bases at the other end of the country or even Algeria before heading to eastern France. Other units are rushed to the concentration areas before they've been brought up to strength and fully kitted out. The result is chaos, as General Alexandre Michel reports when he arrives in Belfort.
Is like part of the curriculum.
Didn't find my brigade. Didn't find the divisional commander. What shall I do? The French plan is to supply their armies from prepared depots close to the expected combat zone. Minister of War Edmond Boeuf has even stated, the army is so ready that we don't even have to buy a single gator butt.
Absolutely, they're on the same page. In terms of intimacy with
but now the chickens of the corrupt system of the Second Empire come home to roost. Incompetent and unscrupulous officials have lined their own pockets instead of filling the depots. And there are serious shortages of food, equipment, and even ammunition. French generals sent desperate telegrams to Paris, but there's not much that can be done now. In the midst of this mess, the French army of the Rhine, totaling some 300,000 men and 3,000 guns, takes shape. One wing in northern Alsace under Marshal François Gilles Bazaine, and one along the border with the Bavarian Palatinate under Marshal Patrice de Marmont. Both commanders are experienced in the campaigns in Italy and North Africa. The armies of France and the German states now face each other in intense anticipation of the decisive confrontation. But before the main battles begin, let's take a look at how war is waged in 1870.
Traditionally frowns on the new. The idea of saying, hey, this is
the Franco-Prussian War is a conflict of the industrial age, the age of the first mass military forces. So let's talk about how those forces are organized. The largest formation is an army, which numbers up to about 150,000 men. These armies are further subdivided to allow commanders to move them and use them more efficiently in battle. An army consists of up to 4 corps. Corps are made up of divisions, and divisions are formed from brigades. Armies, corps, divisions, and brigades are commanded by generals. Brigades are then divided into regiments, each of which is commanded by a colonel. Prussian infantry regiments have about 2,900 men, and French and Montagnais have about 2,500. A regiment has 3 or 4 battalions, and each battalion is commanded by a lieutenant colonel and has 3 or 4 companies under a captain. Each company is divided into platoons under a lieutenant. During the actual fighting, orders are usually given to the men at the regimental or the battalion level. So these levels are quite important from a soldier's point of view. Below the regiment, subunits might be different amongst the different branches of the service. For example, the infantry have companies, but the cavalry have squadrons, and the artillery have batteries. On the German side, there are also infantry regiments of musketeers, grenadiers, and fusiliers, but these are just traditional designations. The French Marines are an elite ground unit. Chasseurs are light infantrymen, and the Zouaves and Turcos are colonial troops, mostly from North Africa. Both sides also have elite guards units. One major difference is that the German army is made up of conscripts led by professional officers, while the smaller French army is nearly all professional soldiers. Napoleon III had urged the creation of a mobile guard of conscripts since 1868, but the loi hasn't been passed by Parliament. The Germans, therefore, have a significantly larger pool of trained manpower than the French, now and for the foreseeable future. These massive armies that take to the battlefield in 1870 are also armed with the latest technical advances in weaponry, thanks to industrialization.
The Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these payaswear. There's some good pictures of payaswear.
Arms manufacturers like Schneider Creusot and the Cookworks have equipped the French and German armies with mass-produced weapons of unprecedented killing power, especially needle guns and artillery. It's the infantry that will do the bulk of the fighting and the dying in this war, and they're particularly exposed to danger when fighting in the open or in urban areas. Their modern breech-loading needle guns have moved tactics away from the lines of the 18th century. The guns can be loaded lying down or kneeling rather than standing up, which allows troops to make better use of natural features of buildings. The Prussian Dyson rifle had helped win the war against Austria back in 1866, but in 1870, the French Chassepot outclasses it in range and accuracy.
Following the Snagdir customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on Hungary.
Beautiful, right?
One of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara.
19th century
And now, a lot of the
from the beginning of the
tradition
region,
of time studying Gemara.
the one is
It's,
a Prussian
that's
Dyson
a very,
rifle,
very,
it's a
that's kind
needle
of like
fire rifle,
the
and
ultimate
another one is
litmus
the French
value
Chassepot
of
rifle,
studying
which is also a
text,
needle fire.
especially Torah Niglet, the revealed Torah. That's what they, so that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question. How did
Let's talk about the development of the two
become
rifles.
so popular,
Nicholas Dreise started
so
working on his
rapid?
breech-loading
Who is
process in
this? This is really impressive.
And then by the end of 1700,
period.
like
In December, the minister finally made the final decision and ordered 60,000 pieces, and they also offered Dreise some funds to establish a factory for producing the new rifle.
it's very graphic.
Also, the new rifles were stored in the arsenals
The
of Berlin
first
and
one is from Heinrich Dress. You recall, we talked about it a while ago, he's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of German. He wrote first in German, later in Russian, and his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with, developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Dress's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I've discussed the conflict with the Ukraine conflict. Did I discuss that in this one? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Dress. He wrote in the 1880s, 1890s, translated to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees pacifism as the worst possible thing that could happen to you. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are culture, Jews are learning, Jews are sedate, Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not take life. They do not engage in wild, lawless behavior. Those Hasidim doesn't have a relation of Jews.
which is a great
And why
advantage.
did it take such hold
Here are some
in
50
Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good food education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews. Know the great classics, the and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shanghai Street, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. And that's his approach is that Catholicism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussion? Mr. Cramp, do you have any problem with yeah?
First of all, it wasn't, you're saying that they didn't have the word literate.
We are much less literate than our Unlike the sides of both rifles in Germany, Daniel did most of his work in Poland and Russia.
This range was in Russian. By the time those rifles were accepted, the close combat formations were still not in many so military leaders were convinced that the rifles were effective against columns, masses, squares, and larger distances as well. But they were wrong. As from 1866 on, each army understood that the most formations have to be broken up on the battlefield to avoid losses.
And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north, in Lithuania, they were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem, and they found their way to do it through both expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing, camaraderie. And what does Al Shem Tov do was, he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends, you should not criticize Catholicism. They're actually, because guys, really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So very, very different approach. But still, it relates to an intellectual approach. One of another example of this Uber is kind of like he explores those thoughts
with a fresh new rubber seal. This concept was completely against the needle rifle is the firing in the needle. The Dreiser rifle seems to be old and fragile. It is really not how we imagine the firing pin of a modern military rifle to look like. It is often repeated. This was the weak point of a Prussian rifle. I only partially agree with this. First, it takes much more to bring this needle than
and he went and he translated all kinds of
serving
Hasidic
my
words
rifle
into German
now
and
5 or 6
popularized
years
it.
old.
And his big
Okay,
thing
it
was
did not break.
that
Of course, this needs some proper care. Because the needle penetrates the powder coating of the cartridge to reach the
And
primary
the kinds of
compound.
things like
Therefore,
that
it
guy
is
I
stressed
read
by
in
the
his
burning
comments,
gases. This is true.
that was
But it is
criticizing
very easy to
Rothschild and so
replace.
on.
And the
That's
soldiers
favorite.
always carried
That's
some
one
spare needles
fantastic,
in their
most
backpacks.
amazing, weird stories that were Chapman used to tell and things like that. He says that
This concept is much closer to the modern firearm concept.
that even
As the
intellectuals
percussion
sitting
cap
alone
is
in
on the
their
back of the
studies
chassable
agree
cartridge, it
constantly
is
and
not
say,
penetrating into
wow,
the burning
mind
chamber
blowing how it
when
wants to be
powder is
accomplished,
exploding. So
regardless
it
of all
will
the
last
other
much longer.
Now here's
Let's
my
compare the two
favorite.
cartridges as well.
Well, not
Both
just
cartridges are Greenberg
Here's
cartridges.
not my
Both
favorite. I
hold
do think he's
all the
great too.
components of the
Here's
charge
Paul
like
really
powder charge,
puts
the projectile,
heavy
and the
emphasis
primer as well.
on
This is why we can
activism
call them
as
self-contained
a
cartridges.
The next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai speech does draw a direct line from Shabtai
This was the line play bullet that its weight is 73.2
Shabtai, of
grams.
course,
This bullet was smaller than the war, so it was inserted in a carton that
Islam
was
and everyone was depressed and stuff like
creating a
that.
suburb.
But Shabtai
So the bullet
did
itself did
open
not
up
engage the
for a
rifle
large
target.
population
Understanding the
the
benefits of the smaller
possibility
caliber
of
bullets, in the
studying
spring of
Kabbalah.
1870,
People began
the
to say,
transition to a
wait a
smaller
second,
12
we've been
millimeter
missing all this
21
really
bullet
cool stuff
started,
coming out of
but as large
Swansea.
quantities
These
of the
all,
wood cartridges
wow,
were
it's
not
so
stopped.
amazing. So,
Both were actions in the
he
wars
said
of
it really has to do
1870 and
with
71.
the intellectual
The carton
approach.
Spiegel
And in
was the main
fact,
reason
there are
for
a
the
lot of
origin accuracy of the
rabbis,
Dreiser.
ridiculously
The mass
embarrassing
velocity of the
number of
line play was around
rabbis
300
who
meters per
became
second,
followers
so
of
it was very
Shabtai
slow.
speech, and
Trajectory
even
was
after
highly
converted,
curved.
they
The
stayed
bullet of the
on
chassepot rifle was a much better
quietly
design.
or
It was lower,
under
it
the
had better
table,
ballistic
still
form,
being
and
Shabtai
engaged
speech
the rifle
believers.
directly,
There was
resulting
for
in
about half
increased
a
accuracy.
century
The
a
muzzle velocity
long,
of the bullet was
you
also
know,
higher. It was
number
around
of
400 meters
surprisingly
per second.
important rabbis who were doing it. Still serving as
French
the head of
cartridge
their
itself
base in,
is far more
still serving as
complicated than the
posting and
Russian.
stuff like that.
It
We
needs
know that
nearly
they're
3
still
or
writing
4 times
so
more to
Shabtai
make
speech
one
stuff.
French
It's a very,
cartridge
very difficult
compared
period.
to the Prussian cartridge.
Mr.
It
Grant,
also needs
first
much more
question
components.
is,
There was a great difference in the terminal ballistics as well. In 1868, the French surgeon made experiments with exit human bodies to compare the wounds caused by the small caliber chassis and the larger caliber Dreiser bullets.
40 years before the Lashchenko. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. Benzion Dinor. How much you doing? I see this here. Talk to me about this. Yeah. Right. So guys, you got it. Benzion Dinor is great because related to who? I don't know.
You know what that is?
No.
Benzion Dinor, the Hebrew Hall spreader.
I'm not related to Dinor. Is it Dinor maybe? I don't know.
Many, as they believe that the stopping power of the larger
But you have to look up.
heavy less
You have
size
to
is
do
much
it.
better.
Wikipedia will do it. Benzion Dinor is great. No, I love Benzion Dinor's approach.
In all distances, the high velocity chassepot round
Before
inflicted
able to
much severe
do
damage
more,
than the slow black bullets.
and he
This
basically
was the
said,
reason for the larger impact
when you
velocity
guys all
and
talking
the
about
better
ideas, and even about
wounds
thinking
caused by the
of
chassepot
no,
rifle were
it's
infected
about how do you
ever in
think
history.
about it like this. We know that in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Schlachta in Polish, the Yiddish, the Porek. Well, the Poreks owned everything. Nothing could happen in his land and territory, his
The land
land
line
where
cuts a
without
straight hole with minimal energy transfer. The entrance
So
and exit
who
wounds are nearly the same in
hired
size,
the rabbi?
and the permanent cavity, the permanent wound channel, is moderate.
The Poreks
The chassepot bullet's effect is much different. It has a large temporary cavity as well, causing a strong damage to the surrounding tissue. Due to this effect, even if the entrance wound was smaller, the exit wound of the chassepot bullet was nearly 7 to 13 times larger than the entrance wound. The combat experience shows that the bullet caused an explosive displacement to the surrounding tissue and all horrific wounds never seen in basketballs. But in 1870-71, both rifles were more obsolete. The metallic cartridge was a future, and many of the main military powers already made the transition, like the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, adopting the center-fire metallic cartridge to ban their rifles.
The tax
As a
on
rifle
Shabbos
reached its limits in
the
development, its most important drawback was the large caliber.
So you know what?
On the
You
other
like
hand,
to sit and learn,
the chassepot
but you didn't necessarily like people. All you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a
is also
Rabbinic
proved the
position
superiority of the
somewhere,
French rifle.
and you could be the rabbi.
See the outcome of the 1870-71 war.
And
We can also understand that it's not enough to have a
was
better
a
rifle.
rebellion
You must have
against
proper training and
awful
more important,
rabbis
proper
who were
leadership
not
behind it to seize
primarily
the
concerned
opportunities
with the
offered by the
spiritual
Jewish
welfare of the flock. Come back to
Even
the
though the chassepot was capable of remarkable average accuracy compared to the Dreiser, the firefights
Thank you for letting me
were
know.
still fought at
So,
a distance.
he said the specific moment was set up to
Some people thank you very much for watching. If you want to know how the military rifle techniques from the please visit the YouTube channel. Until next time, stay
Bayonets are also corrupt the rabbi from proper position.
This places a cruel strain on the men involved, as one French soldier will
you know, I remember you inspired.
It was like I'd gone mad. I was foaming at the mouth.
Charismatic leader,
Oh, how many
you know
a
how to
poor
sing,
man
you know how to
and
dance,
father
you know
of
how
a
to story,
family
you know how to
I
sit down
might
and have
have
a
run
with fellow
from.
you and to scry over the tongue.
It's
Who
the
was
field
that
you
one
took,
that
though, that is the king of the battlefield. Because are the intimidation, brutality, industrial weapon as a single shell might kill or maim dozens of soldiers. One witness will soon describe the revenge oppression through power. The most ghastly injuries caused by shells. Half or torn off heads, skulls showing the bare brain. If a shell hits the chest or abdomen and stops there, it sometimes tears everything out, so that one can see the spine open from the front. Artillery tactics and movement on the battlefield will be critical in the coming battles, and here the Germans have the advantage. The Prussians have the excellent C-67 breech-loader past while the French are still using bronze muzzle loaders. Bronze deforms quickly when in use, and the French cannon do not shoot as far or as accurately as those of their enemies. One weapon the French do have that the Germans don't is the mitrailleuse, an early machine gun. Its 25 barrels within a barrel are mounted on a wheeled frame and operated by a rotary crank that allows rapid fire. But since it couldn't easily swing from side to side, its effect is somewhat limited. Psychologically, though, it will unnerve the Germans, who will soon report their fear upon hearing the distinctive rattling of the firing crank.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Whether cuirassiers, dragoons, hussars, lanciers, or roulants, no longer plays the decisive role that it once did. Horsemen can charge infantry who are armed with modern needle guns, but they're still useful in pursuit, rearguard actions, reconnaissance, or escorting prisoners. To be a cavalryman, though, still carries much prestige. In 1870, uniforms were colorful rather than camouflage, and designed as much for looks as functionality. The colors help soldiers to distinguish friend from foe in the fog of war. But the red French trousers will be a problem. German riflemen can better target them, and the French will suffer a disproportionate number of abdominal wounds. French colonial uniforms are also political statements to highlight their empire, like the turquoise turbans, which were impractical in European conditions. The famous German Pickelhaube is already an anachronism in 1870, even though it will last until 1960. These then are the armies and weapons of France and the German alliance that are now ready to launch into modern war. On July 28th, Emperor Napoleon III ordered the train for the fortified city of Metz in Lorraine to take command. He declares that French civilization will triumph and brings along his 14-year-old son to witness the coming victory. Meanwhile, German commander-in-chief and Prussian King Wilhelm I is also on a train. He's heading to the French-Bavarian border along with his son Crown Prince Friedrich Wilhelm and Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. This week, the French and German armies have reached the combat zone along with their imperial and royal commanders-in-chief. Next week, they fight.
All kinds of interesting ways in which if you're trying to open up what is traditional practice, say these other things.
The first battle of the Franco-Prussian War begins on August 2nd. Napoleon III hopes that his armies can roll through the Rhineland and on to Berlin and divide the North German Confederation from its South German allies. He orders Marshal Bazaine to advance on the Prussian town of Saarbrücken to start the offensive, but there's no real plan. Bazaine thinks the attack is useless, Since his army lacks supplies, and thousands of soldiers still haven't located their units due to the chaotic mobilization. Some have even deserted. Extra French units are on the way from North Africa and Rome, where they've been protecting opponents, but they haven't arrived yet. The Emperor's illness and indecisiveness have undermined his authority, so Bazin changes his orders. The Marshal only sends 3 divisions of the general forces.
It's really unprecedented.
They attack a small German outpost west of
Dude, you think that we have precedent for this? You need to get the fuck out of here. I love these two.
After a 3-hour firefight, the French are victorious, and the Germans leave behind 8 dead and 6
I love this woman. She wore deep pants. She was ready to fuck shit up.
Even though the Germans have already left and declared it an open field, the German press is outraged. The French press couldn't be happier. The newspaper were reporting breathlessly about 14-year-old transformers firing off the guns. Just saying to the ironically, he was unimpressed by the danger and his so some fois devant le danger, after the bombardment, French troops entered Normandy, but they withdrew on the first time to go back there, and is very critical. Operations are useless. To assert the captured points when hostilities begin, especially one such as that.
I love these two.
This insignificant battle will be the only engagement on German
I
soil
love these two.
in the entire war. The same day that the French attacked at Saarbrücken, Kennedy had the first take supreme command of the 3 German armies. He also sums up the German case for war.
This lady is a beast.
To the army, all of Germany stands united in arms against a neighboring state that has declared war on us surprisingly and without reason. It is a matter of defending the threatened fatherland, our honor, our own hearth and home. The Lord God will be with our just cause. Gott, der Herr, wird mit unserer gerechten Sache sein. Just as the French abandoned Saarbrücken in the north, the first major battle of the war begins in the south. The Germans realize that the big French offensive is not coming, so they go over to the attack.
It's like saying that the entry didn't exist. I mean, the argument was true, which pre-existed. But that's a whole different argument.
The town of Visoncourt is a key railway hub at the junction between Bazin's northern and Macmahon's southern French forces. The sous-préfet of the town has begged for protection, so Macmahon obliges. Now, these units are without clear orders in a position where neighboring forces can't support them. If the German Third Army can take Visoncourt, they'll dominate the local railways and split the French army in 2. 40,000 Prussians and Bavarians are ready to cross the border and attack the 5,000 French infantry and tirailleurs algériens defending the town. On a rainy and stormy August 4th, the German attack begins with a bombardment by Bavarian artillery. When German troops reach Visoncourt, they report that they surprised the French over their morning coffee. There's fierce hand-to-hand fighting as the Algerians defend the train station, and German troops capture the Geisberg Hill and take Visoncourt by storm. French General Abel Douai is killed when a nearby mitrailleuse explodes. His body is left behind by the fleeing French units, and the Battle of Visoncourt is over by 1:30 in the afternoon. German losses are 1,500 killed, wounded and missing, while the French lose 2,300 men and 700 prisoners. The Germans have won the battle, but they've taken heavy losses at the Geisberg, a pattern that will repeat itself in the weeks to come. Time and again, The French entrenched themselves on the high ground and waited for the Germans to come into the range of their Chassepot rifles. Although it should be noted that some French units were still using the tabatière. The Chassepot is a problem for the Germans. Since their Kaiser rifles can't shoot as far, they're forced to attack just to get into range. The German commanders reckon with up to 50% losses before their men can come into direct contact with the enemy. Prussian officers in particular try to lead by example, and as a result, suffer extremely heavy casualties at the head of their units. Third Army Commander Crown Prince Wilhelm writes of the problem in his diary.
So hang on one second.
We lost a conspicuously large number of officers and enlisted men whose impetuous desire to get at the enemy simply caused them to refrain from taking the necessary precautions.
Well, everybody that's not
Bavarian infantryman Florian Grünhauser's description is far more vivid. There were often whole rows of corpses already giving off an unbearable smell. And thousands of flies busied themselves with their blood, which had already turned black.
Why? Because they were right on it. Remember, this is after sometimes we not that long after, right? Belgium was born in 1760. 100 years on the spot after the debacle of the Champagny version. But in those decades, there are all
the French Chassepot celebrated early bolt-action rifle. Relatively small ball, high velocity, precise, powerful,
when our children was
relatively
born,
quick to
we
load.
got these
It's a
little
breech loader, which is critical at this period in history. Certainly if you're yourself using it, you may be less familiar with
but not a text algorithm, right? That's just a these are like
which
not to
is
use the word derogatory, but like
tabatière
magical devices. More technical terms.
I say system because this is a
devices.
conversion system
These are
applied to muzzle
tools you
loaders.
can use to get God to do the things you want God to do.
So a whole
That's like magic.
family of weapons, primarily the model 1853, infantry rifle, chasseur rifle, light infantry, and then various carbines as well.
Yeah, the Balanasio, practice the ball.
And even later on, 1822 model 40 flintlock.
The hand, which is sometimes the eye,
All of those converted using this system. Reference to breeches, which is reminiscent of
gave us a very complex amulet to put on the front door.
What's a door in the back of your rifle?
I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards.
I'm
But
planning to
we
equip
use amulets.
as
Sometimes
many
people
troops
hang
as
their
you
weird
can,
here in their
not just your
car,
frontline troops,
stuff
but
like
those
that.
that might be
So
fighting
in
on your
especially
ground, for
low
example.
literacy regions where
You look
people
at
have
what you
very
have in
little
stock and
contact
how
with
you can
Jewish
convert
texts in a
British did
significant
this,
way, like in
Snyder,
southern
Americans did this,
Poland,
Trump
western
and
Ukraine.
Springfield.
You know, there's some guy
It's very
who looks
simple.
really
All
good,
you do
seems
is
like a
chop
nice
the
guy.
back end off the
Grew up
off the
to say,
barrel.
oh, Rabbi, I'm
Obviously,
having
rebuild
trouble with my
the
business.
reshape
My
or
daughter's
potentially
going to
restock
shoulda,
it.
I'm worried about my
Economic
grandchild.
reshaping is
She's
a lot
not so
cheaper than
healthy.
Chassepot.
Could you please write a Kamea for me?
And you put a
And I'll
door in the
write
back,
something wherever you put it in your
which allows you
pocket,
to
you
exploit
put it,
the relatively new
on top of
technology
the
of
threshold
the
of the door, just
self-contained
like
carpet.
this. These people are called salvation.
And a rim
And
in
they're
the interface.
now, not all of them
Essentially,
are so
Tabatière is more modern
It
than
was
the
an
Chassepot.
easy way to make a living.
Chassepot system was chosen for
Halfway
very
right to the
specific
name,
reasons to that
you might be
period.
able to
Great.
convince people
But
that it
within
was worth paying money
a
for
few
your
years, really,
accuracy. And by the way,
it's clear that
this
it's
is
a
nothing
self-contained
new in
cartridge
Judaism,
system.
right? Have a look in Mordechai. I think it's somewhere
The
around
French were very happy with the Chassepot at that time. That's not why they went for this system. This was just the easiest way to convert muzzle loaders to breech loaders.
Whole
So let me show
discussion
you
of
how it
can
works.
you wear a
You
amulet
put your hammer
on
at
Shabbos,
half cock.
and a whole discussion. What's the defining factor? It's all the stuff. It's like a Shabbos talk like Yosef, right?
Essentially,
What when you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulet you wear?
attached thumb platform
They
here,
didn't buy
and
a
you
mocha.
flick
They
that
didn't
open.
buy an expert. So that means right away you buy amulet by experts, and amulet is not used by experts, always in the complicated period. So it's a and he
And
was so wonderful
the
to
big
be with.
extractor, similar to the extractor on a modern shotgun, pulls that rim to the rear, and hopefully overcomes any black power fouling and gets the case out of the breech. And if you're lucky and do well enough, that empty case will come scooting out through this route that's been cut.
500
And
page
then the barrel
manuscript
actual
issue,
tank
fast
of the barrel
will
is
ever be
lowered
published.
right down,
He said you can
which
only
A, gives
copy
you
this
better
out
access
by
to the breech for loading,
nobody is
and
allowed
B,
to
means, as I
publish
say,
it.
in theory, you get some
Published it,
ejection
but
going on.
it's
If you
really
have
interesting
like,
because it was
the
like
case
the
should at
last
least
gasp
trickle out of the back of the gun, if not.
anti-book culture. We're not going to go into
In that respect, it's
into
superior to the
whole,
British sniper.
business of publishing news that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to Welsh from the Bali
There's a fire pinhole.
that is very active.
Where is it?
If I hit that
But
piston,
on the other hand,
that hits the fire, hits the cap, that hits the cap on the back of the cartridge, and away you go.
How can you say that it wasn't on H?
So, that is the Tabantier system.
Yeah.
We enjoyed that, everybody. We will be having a deeper dive into the Tabantier system, the family of weapons, and its predecessor,
the
which was
assertion that
converted.
attached student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you're
The model
skepticism,
53 series in this case.
so he wants to see is it really true?
We should have quite a good selection to show you. That's over on our YouTube channel, Royal Armories, and I'm also doing a weekly series on essentially random firearms from the collection, and you might well find that enjoyable as well. Thanks, guys.
Well, all these things, but a lot of it was very culture. Why did it take so long?
The German victory at this carries the war onto French soil and splits the French army in two. Just 2 days later, the Germans attack again twice. The next target of the German offensive is the town of Würzburg. It's defended by McMahon's army of 50,000 men, including the survivors from the Tambour, who dig in on the hills west of town. After heavy rain on the night of the 5th, 88,000 men of the German Third Army attack on the 6th. French soldier Saint-Genet describes his experience under fire from German artillery. C'est une tempête de feu. La guerre se remplit de cadavres. It's a storm of fire. The house fields filled with corpses. When I can at last see clearly, I settle down and look. Not an enemy on the horizon. It's just like before. Tall, dark fir trees and still poplars. Bavarians, Prussians, and Württembergers stormed the heights from 3 sides. Attacking uphill yet again, the Germans suffered heavy losses and successfully drive the French from the hilltop villages of Elsasshausen and Frischweiler. The Württembergische Feldbrigade has orders to cut off the French retreat, but Generalmajor Gustav Freiherr von Stadthoff decides instead to join the attack on Frischweiler, which is already won. His decision to ignore orders causes some on the general staff to question the reliability of the South Germans, and this will be hotly debated after the war. Von Stadthoff's mistake and German exhaustion allow the French cavalry to launch a desperate charge to cover the infantry's confused retreat. French officer Gustave de Beauséant from the Douai division describes the bleeding.
There is a considerable amount of ink
in our
spilled
poor,
on
twice mauled division, only our battalion, which escaped the demoralization of defeat, maintained sufficient order and poise.
as many of his followers. And in fact,
McMahon telegraphs the news of the defeat to Paris from his headquarters in Reichshofen, which is why the battle is known as Würth Reichshofen in French and Würth Frischweiler in German. German losses are about 10,500, while the French lose about 10,000 killed and wounded and 6,000 prisoners from their much smaller force. To make matters even worse for the French, General Pierre de Failly's 5th Corps is stationed only 40 kilometers away at Beach. But for reasons that are still unclear, he fails to march on Brest despite his orders. On the German side, the battle is celebrated since it marks the first time that Prussians, Bavarians, and Württembergers all fought side by side. This symbolism was not lost on local pro-German pastor Karl Klein. Württemberg is where North and South German Brotherhood of Arms was cemented in blood.
Tends to emphasize a very different approach.
As the Germans charge up the heights west of Wörth, another blood battle is raging further north at Schwiechen. 25,000 French troops under General Frossard are entrenched on the ridges north of the village, following the retreat from Saarbrücken. The Rotterberg Hill is a nearly impregnable fortress on the high ground, and French troops there begin to fire down on the 20,000 advancing Prussians below. Prussian General von Kameke mistakenly believes that the hill is weakly held, so he orders a direct attack, which turns out to be a near suicide mission. The cliffs are so steep that German soldiers remove their boots so their feet can better grip the rock. Despite being a tactical mistake, the attack succeeds because German commanders don't hesitate to sacrifice their own men. It also succeeds because of the absence of de Failly's French 5th Corps, which is also within 40 kilometers of this battle, but does not intervene here either. The attack on the Rotterberg will later be lionized in Germany, but many German officers are horrified by this spectacular victory, and 4,866 Germans are killed or missing at Schwiechen, along with about 4,000 French. General Constantine Fourfoy describes Kameke's attack as unbelievable and appalling, and he criticizes his fellow general for dispersing his men and needlessly widening the attack. French soldier and future historian Arthur Schuken will also criticize German tactics after the war. Despite their contradictory efforts, and although the action was haphazardly carried out with no plan, the Germans had the advantage thanks to their audacity, martial confidence, and their selfless camaraderie. The Prussian dead covering the slopes near Schwiechen are buried in mass graves at the foot of the Rotterberg to save time and effort. This now overgrown cemetery can still be visited today. Despite these problems, the German armies are victorious in every major battle this week. French General Rothschild reports on the state of French troops. 4 days suffice to lower the morale of our troops, to proportionately increase the confidence of the enemy, and to unsettle the emperor.
Drinking alcohol, is that what was the whole?
This week, the French abort their offensive, and the Germans are victorious in 3 major battles. When the news reaches Paris on August 7th, writer Edmond de Goncourt notes in his diary, there's a terrifying silence, and on the horizon, a Paris where noise seems to have died away.
Then maybe you could look at
the French armies are divided, demoralized, and in retreat, but they're not defeated yet. And the guns will break Goncourt's silence again next week.
And the railway talking about the Spiros and the Klebos Notas. Why did he try to teach you this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses?
Let's start with the military situation after last week's fighting. The double German victory on August 6th had come at an incredibly heavy cost. Nearly 16,000 Germans and 20,000 French had been killed, wounded, or gone missing. German commanders recognized that the French were using the superior range of the Chassepot rifle, which forces the Germans to make risky attacks on fortified positions. But it's also clear to the general staff that German discipline and morale were strong enough to achieve tactical victories in spite of the high cost, which will lead to more suicidal attacks. Commanders on both sides have also noticed that the German artillery is dramatically outperforming the French. The German High Command, though, is worried about decision-making. Chief of Staff of the Prussian Army, Helmut von Moltke, for example, was quite upset when General von Steinmetz didn't stick to the plan at Spichen last week. On the French side, the defeats of August 6th and the ongoing retreat of the French army is having a serious effect on the morale not only of the soldiers, but also of the civilian population. After just a few days of fighting, there's already a crisis. Some soldiers desert, and the remainder are exhausted from fighting and marching. There's also a change of government in Paris on the 9th, as Liberal Prime Minister Olivier is forced out, and the Bonapartiste Comte de Panicaud takes over. The French plan to fight on and across the Rhine has failed, and it's now obvious that the war will be fought in France. The Army of the Rhine is also split in two. In the north, 4 corps are nominally under Napoleon III, but in practice are under Marshal Bazaine. In the south, Marshal Manuel has parts of 2 corps plus a cavalry division. These 2 forces are now operating without any direct contact. Manuel moves his forces southwest to Univille, which he reaches on the 9th. The Emperor and Bazaine move their army west towards the fortified city of Metz, and by August 11th are just east of it.
It's really unprecedented. Unprecedented athleticism. The name of my first album, perhaps.
As the French retreat, the 3rd
Why?
German army shadows Marmont,
Because that's spies.
and the 1st and 2nd German armies
They're sweating cum. Look at this move. Look at this footwork.
The disastrous situation of the French for his British readers in the Power Gazette on August 9th. The superiority of the Germans in numbers,
Look at this athleticism, folks.
must now be such that they can
It's
instantly
really unprecedented athleticism, folks.
Napoleon, however, has to
Folks.
appearances almost hopelessly fragmented his troops after 2 days of fighting that cannot allow himself to dare a main battle. The French army now stands outside of Metz, and Marshal Bazaine wants to
Oh,
continue
fuck
the
yeah,
job
baby.
to reunite French forces.
This is rocking.
Napoleon III wants to protect
That's right.
Paris, and he isn't ready
I haven't,
to abandon the East.
I've been taking a piss. Oh, 5-year stream. Congratulations on Magic the Gathering. How many of it is 24/7, 365? Bitch. Pardon me. I'm so sexy. I'm a West Side pimp, baby. I gotta take a whiz. I gotta drain this snake. Woo, woo, woo.
At the same time, Bazaine is worried about crossing the Moselle River, but the Emperor changes his mind and orders a dangerous retreat, even though the enemy is close. The French withdrawal across the Moselle is made all the more difficult because of the recent heavy rains, and bridges put up by engineers are clogged with baggage trains. While the main French force is trying to get away, the rearguard clashes with the advancing Germans on the 14th. The Battle of Colombe-Neuilly. The French 3rd Corps under General Claude Théodore Ducas is between the villages of Colombe and Orny. They hold a strong defensive position on high ground, anchored on a stream, trench system, and supply. Nearby is a division of 4th Corps between is the Prussian 26th Brigade.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented athleticism. Doug, I don't know what the fuck happened in the Franco-Prussian War. I don't even know why they don't call it the French-German War. I would have called that shit the French-German War. Fucking British. Yo, dog. I got so much history. No aliens, though. Come chill with us. What's your name, girl? Oh, that's a bitch. I love her. She's sweet. Really? She hates me. But I think she's hot. She's a lesbian. So am I, baby. So am I. Who won the Franco-Prussian War? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Really? Listen, I don't think I've ever heard anybody even talk about the Franco-Prussian War in real life. One time I heard it referenced on Home Improvement, but aside from that, nobody knows what that shit is. Why? Why not? This shit is so boring. Squeeze. Yo, dog, I want to see everybody like, oh, this right away is so fucking funny. Juke. What up, Juke? You little bitch.
When they realized that they're fighting over tiny, tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be free, but the Marseille coming from the West is saying, why should you go here at all? But the Marseille are saying whether you should go at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m.
Juke.
Why not Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move to Sunday.
Dude, why didn't show my clip? I'm tired. Juke.
They had a far later enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Maskilic movement.
Clips. Why didn't Ghost Glow Stick? I wonder if these bots are doing anything. I wonder if anybody's like, this motherfucker. Clips. Bigfoot stick. You're banned from the chat. How did he ban me so quickly? Dog. This is the worst.
Basically. They sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a crossbred, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a Maskil to live on my street.
Breathe easy.
Right? They didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of the class, right? 95.
Thank you for the follow. It's not even sleeping in. See you when I see you. Bitch. Clips. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's good stuff. Were we just watching somebody snow shovel? It's the worst.
So this is the great yeshiva of Voloshin. One of the most
Yo,
yeshivas.
dog.
It was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Voloshin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with the students. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to
Pretty easy. No one gives a shit.
Find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down.
Kenny Hoops.
We are going to
Kenny Hoops.
One of the things Litvax missed out on is that we did not emphasize with one of the
Have fun.
So we're going to make sure
We'll see.
that we're not going to overlook
Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. I love your clips, dog. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. Yo, dog. Kenny Hoops. Kenny Hoops. LZL Prime. Oh, that motherfucker got it, son. Joy Rabbi's Disco. This motherfucker. This shit is so funny. I would hate me. I would absolutely hate me. Oh, I'm gonna shit myself. How many followers you have, bitch? Oh, 1851. That's so sick. King Nubs. King Nubs, here we go. Da, da, da. King Nubs, let's see your shit, dog. Be a decent person. Be respectful to one another. I'm all of those things. You got 20 viewers. Oh, it's a race. Wait 1 minute after following.
This is Nefesh HaChaim by Rabbi Chaim of Voloshin, the student of the Villadal. And this is basically Kabbalah for Litvaks. And I gotta tell you, gentlemen, this is like a mind.
Oh, no way.
It is easily, in my humble opinion,
Motherfuckers, I gotta fix that shit.
So much so that the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said he could have found how many say that. The exorcism. This is amazing. It's not the exorcism. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It was actually mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story because we're on 1 minute left.
May 5W.
When I was first in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording of this one. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, if you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life, I was already in my 20s.
Oh, baby girl. Hey, thanks, Rabbi, for the follow. You're welcome, girl.
Where we left off last week. Monday, we were talking about so we left off I'm doing late. When you're coming late, don't say where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Magnitsky rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Tillman had some good questions there because
this bitch love that shit.
G
Dolphin.
Anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why wouldn't you go in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? You should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that
thanks for the follow.
That anyone can catch, like it goes and it transforms itself into this, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, any Jews in the Inuit land. And when we look specifically
oh, baby.
At the 17th century,
have to wait 1 minute. Go fuck yourself.
There's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problem had with Jews was based more than anything else on the relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements.
Crazy Japanese. Oh, bitch, you're getting it.
That's not to say that the blood libel did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to major elements.
Thanks for the follow, Rabbi.
One last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges
Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Rabbi. Come on, Kickbot. Kickbot. Yo, lady, nobody cares about your shit. Why isn't your Kickbot working, woman? Dog, the Franco-Prussian War is so boring. I don't even know what the countries are. I don't even know. Where was it fought? Europe? So boring. Dog, it's 6 hours of YouTube that I don't know. Why is this war so difficult to understand? I can't get more than 1 minute into this fucking YouTube video and I'm like bored. I never even heard of that Franco-Prussian War until that fucking Home Improvement episode. I have the denominator. Dog.
It's not always true that Jews are blameless.
The Franco-Prussian War.
I don't think that I can say
the Franco-Prussian War.
There is no case in Jewish history of a Jew
Dog.
being caught murdering a child. And
Who was Bismarck in it? Is he the? Did they name the donut after him? I'll have science. Gotcha, bitch. Oh. Do you really think they named the donut after him? Do you think he liked them? I don't think he knows. I don't think anybody knows. Oh man, the Franco-Prussian War is so boring. Who won it? I don't know. It's like when you tape like a baseball game, and you just kind of wait to the end to see who won when it already took place. The Franco-Prussian War is like that. Who do you think won it? I don't know. The Germans? Because then they like call it Germany? Because it wasn't Prussian anymore. I'm guessing. I don't know though. Did the Frenchmen?
It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself.
Somehow it went from being called Prussia to Germany.
All types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
My question was a little form, but
Yo, dog, Spazzy. 24 hours stream, no sleep. Oh, that's tight. I'll keep you company. Do you like spam?
Some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was
Yo, dog.
disproportionate and understandable with what the Jews had done to them. Like even no matter what the Jews have done doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence we can sort of understand a little more. Let's say again, whatever the BLM march would be ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without barbarism and barbarism involved. So like, do we have instances where they're less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah. To answer your question, we have to separate it a little bit because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society. And those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome armies and with powerful.
You're banned from this
then
channel.
becomes international relations. So maybe
Actually, I was just timed out for 6 days, 22
Egypt,
hours or
right?
something.
Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case,
Steamy cakes. Okay, you're the last one.
when Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that, we can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. It's like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always getting back to it's normal. It's horrible in terms of the way people die. It's horrible worse, but it's not normal. Definitely. It is.
I don't even care about the timeout. Just fucking ban him, please. He's a fucking psycho.
There's a political and economic conflict that's real.
Fucking dodgy.
Right. So we
Yeah,
understand
thank you
that.
so much. I appreciate that.
Like, do we ever have that? Do we ever have this Dominican nature? So responding
Rabbi
in a
Rothschild.
more, less violent way. I'm not sure if that's right.
Oh, yeah, you're asking a complicated question, which is totally derailing us from the 18th century. But you're also conflating two issues. You talked about Gaza. I said Hamas. They're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a Molly. Maybe not the SS second choice, or they're competing for that. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually explicitly public statements. They think it's better for them to be
That shit.
in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material
Turkey
prosperity.
TV.
And that's just bizarre, like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking as far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime though, the history of Israel and the Middle East. You have that encounter, it's not too fast. That's back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Right. Okay, so I gave this up to a few years ago, and I was thankful that you're up to. And you may have seen this is a popular show.
Thanks, Chucky. Chucky's nice as fuck.
Really great because
Herbal salad.
Israel, fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially
Who won the Franco-Prussian War? I don't know. I think it was Germany or France. I don't know. Russia?
That were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in a very different modern Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is the century when you want?
Thanks for the follow. Sit back and relax. Kick back and relax.
262.
Thanks, dog.
So, the century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of assassination of Mr. Rothschild. Yeah.
More data than anyone ever. Who told you that? It's just something I say. Really? I'm sure like IBM has more data than you do. Oh yeah, was IBM a person? Douche. Big Loaf. Oh, I gotta watch this one. These are so funny. Big loaf
And World War
Usla.
I, 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century, right? That kind of being the culture of time period. Right. It's kind of like the major theme of the time. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century.
Oh, 1 minute. Fuck that.
But there may be really big upheavals in the way people
Oh, nice clips though.
depending on, you know, close to that point.
Really nice
We have a
clips.
long 18th century in our situation.
I wonder why like companies don't spam.
17s, but it really
I guess
goes
I can
back
pay
to
for
the Shabbatai
advertising.
speak, we'll have to talk about in today's lecture.
Okay, what's gonna happen here?
It extends, really
Now this is a good
until
question.
the very end, the 1795
Oh shit.
is where I ended. That's when
Oh
Poland
shit.
is taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden you have a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that have really shaped it, we have three big figures.
Wait, nothing came up.
18th century Jewishly.
Let's see what happens, dog.
Who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker. An unusual.
Oh, dude, it fucked up.
We'll try to talk about
It fucked up.
on Monday, the entire Hasidic background, but among the Hasidic
Yo, dog.
stands really head and shoulders above many of his generation.
It fucked up.
Next, the film
Spread positivity. Oh, I'm doing that, dog.
This is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them I kind of like to look at because this is
Oh, come on.
of course, representing the
Let's see if this shit works.
to the Hasidic movement, born
Deleted by a
in the 18th century.
moderator.
And they, of course, take on the name
CFT dubs. Wah. Okay, that worked. All right. Dude, not the Franco-Prussian War. It's the worst. Dog. YouTube. Oh, I'm tired. What? Aliens?
So that's how the traditionalists get the name.
Phil Schneider for 14 hours. That's what I want. If you could talk with Phil Schneider, what would you? Oh, that game is tight.
They're also known, of course, as Litvaks because they're from Lithuania, Lita. But today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has a deep Litvish roots as well, but we are
shot by aliens.
Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. But we live in a kind of a post-movement world in many ways, but they're friends, and these messages work a lot. So obviously,
what's your favorite kind of alien?
this is good.
All of them?
I think Chabad makes it lots of fun. I should tell you a full disclosure. One of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad. Super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad out here. If someone whispers that they heard someone read in your book that the Rebbe might have done this particular thing, they're immediately that's like, choke out. They knew that weird thing, no matter what that means. Well, you know, and they're loving it. They're living the dream. You know, they're great. Anyways, and my daughter, you know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story.
Oh, they have a deleted video.
One service. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video won't go around. One service, she was about 8 years old. We're sitting in the sukkah. And I'm talking about Unisana Tokef that we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unisana Tokef, that, you know, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? She runs over the sukkah crying. Like, she had so much kavata at 8 years old, with any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of living Santa Token blew her away. So that's the kind of person she is.
She can get it. I just want everybody to know that guy's daughter. She can get it. What's her name? I don't know, but she can get it. She's got like 10 of them. They all can get it just because that one's so fucking smart. Really? That bitch asks great questions. I love women who ask great questions. This is like my thing. Hey, Rabbi, what's your fetish? Like bimbo milfs. But aside from that, bitches who ask amazing questions. What's the best question you've ever been asked?
We got Tracy Dolan joining us today. Michael, you're joining us from North Carolina. I hope everything's fine in North Carolina. South Carolina.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. This is really impressive. That in athleticism. Shema, Israel, Adonai, Oh, I like how ChatGPT calls me the boogeyman.
And I also included this picture because all of us have to walk over
Doing great, and I'm so excited to have Tracy on today. I just love her. I love her work. I think it's more relevant now than ever. So I can't wait to dive into some of these. We're hearing that phrase everywhere, right? The psionics. Yeah, she's been at this for a very long time, and I can't wait to get insights from Tracy.
Hooked on phonics. This was like back in the 90s. It was like a kids' education program. Like hooked on phonics worked for me, so I'm hooked on psionics. That's what I think should be the new thing, right? Just teach kids how to be
This is the Franco-Prussian War, right?
She really,
No one knows. Still being smart.
she's been covering the subject of consciousness around there for quite some time, even when the subject was taboo in
What's a business? Like a week ago.
Nothing should be taboo in our field of research, but unfortunately it is. She's done so much great work, and I feel like she's very shy. She doesn't want to put too much out there, but I think she should, because what she's done is contributed big time to not only studying, working with people, and the amount of time she spent at like Monroe Institute, and just get it out there, get your information out there, and she really needs to. And I'm really excited about this. So she's joining us from New York, and I'm looking forward to picking her brain about it. Is there any questions, Michael, you're looking forward to asking her, or anything that's sort of been bugging you?
I want to ask her about her meditation practice. That's one of the things that is increasingly interesting to me, but doesn't get a lot of play in the UAP space because there's so much stuff like what self is. But on the other side of these experiences are all these practices and ways of managing our own mind and experience that kind of give rise to them or be opening up to them. And she seems like she has a lot of experience with that. So I'm interested in that.
Maybe you've known Tracy for some time now. Is there a question that you really want to ask her, or maybe something, a clarification on something?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to her about all the new work I've done with Al and others, and Lisa Strickland about the telepathy tapes and how all that plays a role in all of this. So.
See, I'm telepathetic, I'm not telepathic, so I have no abilities on that, but I'm so impressed with people that can have abilities or at least practice their whole life to get to where they are. So yeah, I'm looking forward to making her brain on this. So without further ado, guys, here's our episode with Tracy Dolan. It was another interesting topic today. We have Tracy Dolan joining us today. Tracy, welcome. I believe you're from New York State right now, somewhere in the city.
That's where I'm living currently. Go with that.
Seriously, it is awesome for you to join us. I know we were talking a bit and had contacted an editor, but I need to come back on and talk to us about your work and of course your life and everything that you've accomplished so far in this field of study, which we're starting to learn more about consciousness and remote viewing. Psionics has become a hot topic recently in the news. We've got Rothschild and News Nation, of course, reporting all of these wonderful new mental abilities that supposedly we have or always have had. But you've been investigating this and researching this a long time, even before this was even remotely on the table of something that Rothschild could touch on, because even though we had UAPs and aliens, the fact of talking about the consciousness aspect or remote viewing, that still remained taboo. You mentioned that before the episode recording, that it sort of just remained on this, like, let's not touch this shelf of ufology, and yet you're working in this field, and you must have felt at some point that this would either make it or break it. Either it would make it into the community's consciousness or just completely disappear off the table, and it has made it into more prominent status, if you will. I think this year's Contact in a Desert was, I would say, predominantly about remote viewing, about the abilities of the mind. There was a lot of stuff on, the usual suspects, if you will. But I thought that was fantastic that, it's becoming more prevalent. You've been a pioneer in that, so thank you so much for joining us on the podcast, Tracy. And I thought I would ask, my first question, we'll kick off the Michael next, Katie after. But how long have you been working in this field? And what have you seen over the last, I would say probably, let's say the last 3 years, regarding your field of work being more noticeable now and more recognized in the field of ufology?
Well, I guess unofficially, this has been my life. And I think that's the case with a lot of people, that they haven't been talking about it because it hasn't been that accepted, it hasn't been sort of safe to talk about, right? There's a lot more to lose if you do talk about it. So, officially, I guess I struggle to find where I make that distinction, actually, officially and unofficially, because it's been going on for so long. Like, this has been a big part of my life since I was 6 years old, but really came on the scene at the time of becoming an emerging adult, so in the 20s. Is when it really started showing up. But I think when you feel kind of on the outside of something, you either just carry on or you decide to kind of study yourself, and so that was always my approach when I had no one to talk to about this. And so that's why I went into psychology, that's why I went into medical anthropology, religion, and psychology and religion, and everywhere I could sort of look under, look under something and say, hey, is there something here? Cultural anthropology, you name it. And without fully going directly into your question, I just want to say that what was most interesting to me in medical anthropology, which is one of the things I did at the latest part of my degree, was that all of these things that we're talking about are normal in many other places of the world. This is considered a normal part of your health system, right? All of the transpersonal aspects, your dreams, your body experiences, your death experiences, be conservative and say suspected contact experiences, all of lucid dreams, all of this is considered part of your holistic health system. And so for me, that was one of the greatest permission slips to just sort of unapologetically start to recognize what I had seen happening in myself and what I had seen happening in other people in some schools of mine that I attended. And so it's always been there as my primary interest, always. And going through academia, was my attempt to study and normalize it for myself first, made sure that I was of stable mind and learn more about it. Well, I was trying to figure out how academia could teach me more about it. And it really does lack. Like it can color in some outer areas, at least where I went, right? But the thing that hit it the most directly, other than taking transpersonal psychology, but I was on the East Coast and I didn't have all those options. Medical anthropology and how it normalized it. And it more than normalized it. It made it feel like a responsibility that we should be taking on, with our children, with our nuclear families, extended families, our friends, a new way to do therapy. Just new considerations about who we really are, a more normal, holistic outlook of who we really are. So, sorry, that's a long intro there.
Tracy, when you say more holistic, so are you saying that according to more like Western, you said like the way we live here in the West compared to maybe in the East or other countries?
Yeah. So typically in the West, right, we will compartmentalize, like if we need to go to the doctor and it's our ear, we have to go to an ear, nose, and throat specialist, or if it's this, we have to do this. Like often, you have something going on in your esophagus and you go through all the motions to get that area of your body looked at in a lab, empty it out, look at it in the lab. But if there is anything showing slightly above, slightly below, they don't do it. Like you have to go to a separate doctor, go through a separate system. So everything is so compartmentalized. I mean, there's a reason so that they can try to specialize in those areas. However, when we go to a psychologist in the West, again, a generalist, not all psychologists, but and psychiatrists, we generally can't speak freely about these types of things. So that's what I'm referring to. They're not really recognized. If you're having, suspected contact dreams, like forget about it, right? People aren't going to talk about that unless they are feeling completely safe and the therapist has a reputation that they're open to the possibility and not hostile to it, right? So that's what I'm referring to. So yeah, kind of East versus West, but that's, you can say that is generalizing a little bit too much. But now of course, with the telepathy tapes and Dr. Diane Hennessy Powell's work, it's opening up yet another door to this discussion on a far larger level and more compassionate kind of conversation about all of this. So it's taking what I was sort of studying and experiencing myself, to be honest, and making the conversation way more open. And as you mentioned, this was the first time at Contact in the Desert that I saw a huge shift, because often I was talking about remote viewing, but part of the reason I was only talking about remote viewing was because it was a little safer than going into everything else, but this year, there's been a real handshake between abductions and UAP and consciousness that's completely different. It used to be kind of the fringe of the UFO conferences, remote viewing alone, right? We're rarely ever talking about telepathy unless it happens to come up in a presentation where people are talking about abductions and they're saying it was a telepathic sort of communication. But really, it was really kind of off to the side. And now, you're right, it was very dominant and it was wonderful. I mean, I just absolutely loved it because really, these things all tie together. I mean, and everything is happening through the perception of our minds, right? So now that we're marrying these, we can kind of open that dialogue and open the thinking more. And I think another thing it's doing is helping people talking about it, is helping people recognize it in their own lives, which will help take the dialogue further.
We're interested in experimenting.
So anyhow, I'm sorry, I just rambled. If I did not answer your question,
You did, and you're right. It's more prevalent now more than ever. I mean, like I said, in the news, contact, like we start talking about it more and more. Michael, off to you, man.
So I see this like kind of trajectory of like people in the UAP sphere are starting to acknowledge other dimensions of sort of weird experiences that people have, but it's like very incremental. It's like, okay, well there was some like telepathic contact experience. We'll admit that like remote viewers, because like some remote viewers have like viewed UFO bases and stuff. But it seems to me like there's just a whole smear, a whole rain of like really weird stuff out there that doesn't have anything in principle to do with the UAP subject, but that's just kind of like the trajectory of how we're getting to it. We're going to have to talk about it way here in this conversation. Like, what do you see as the whole gamut of interesting and strange things to do with the mind, and what experiences have you had that led you to be so interested in these things? If you're okay talking about those personal experiences.
So what was the first part of your question again?
What's the whole smear of like of stuff? It's not just remote. I mean, it's not just like some function experiences that have telepathic elements to it. There's others like lucid dreaming or astral travel and things like that. What are all the things that you're interested in, even if they don't have anything to do with UAP?
Birth of America,
it's,
right?
I mean,
1776.
I'm always hesitant to put it under this umbrella, but it's the easiest umbrella to put it under is psychic phenomena, you know? Which includes, it's actually expanded perception, I think is a better umbrella. That has less stigma and is more true. Expanded consciousness, expanded perception. Our ability to perceive things that are outside of what we would call consensus reality. So that would include, you know, lucid dreams, out of bodies, near-death experiences, suspected contact experiences. Again, I'm just saying that to be conservative and calling it that. Abductions, precognitive dreams, precognitive visions. And I mentioned that to answer the second part of your question. I've had so many things, but I don't talk about them a lot. I talked about some of them in my most recent lecture. So I'm just getting used to talking about them more. But out of order, because a lot of things happened leading up to this. But a perfect example is, and a lot of people really had things like this. My father was 67, and he was full of life. I mean, he was skidooing across Canada, working for Habitat for Humanity. He's working too. He's refereeing hockey games for juniors. He's running this, running that. You know, like there's no slowing down. He was transportational. And one day I was in the middle of the day, lying down in the bed, and just merely staring at the wall. Just, you know, I think I wanted to sleep, but couldn't. You know, wasn't in any sort of drifting state, hypnotic state yet, or anything like that. I was perfectly awake. But I'm staring at this blank wall, and I saw this vision. I don't even like to use that word too much. I actually call it an overlay because I think it's more accurate. Like, if we all know this is our main reality, I was able to tell the difference, you know, like this was something else that overlaid on top of it, right?
Like a hallucination, like you were delusionally believing that you were seeing something that was there. It's like a different
correct.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's why I like to call it an overlay. I could, you know, I was aware of both at the same time. And I saw my father sitting in the back of my car and smiling at me in this very unusual way. And that was all that happened, but this knowingness came over me that he was saying goodbye. and that this was final, and this was it. It was so strong. So it was just very simple, very basic, but all the information was there. I immediately called my sister, who sometimes has dreams, and asked her, you know, you had any dreams about Dad? And she said yes, and she had 2 dreams that he died, but she ignored them. So I called my mom, and I was not going to say this to my mom. You know, I just said, how's his health? I had this dream, just wondering how his health was. And she said he just had a full bill of health. He had just gone to the doctor. He was good, and he was out doing this, fixing that. And I think a couple of months later, I just buried it, you know, because you don't know that this is going to be anything. I think you have to err on the side of not thinking that, and then see what happens, right? What else are you going to do? That's what I did.
What else are you going to do with it?
Yeah, exactly. And you can't, I feel like it was irresponsible to upset my mom and then have her thinking this all the time, you know? And so a couple months later, we hear we're talking about something. My dad just mentioned in passing, like he skipped a meal or something. I mean, it was so minor. He wasn't saying he wasn't feeling well or anything like that. And I just had this feeling, you know, and this whole feeling came over me. The whole thing came back, and I knew. I called my sister and said, we have got to go there. I'm going to be there in 2 days, and we need to have no rest. I just knew in every fiber of my body, even though he was perfectly fine. And I remember my partner at the time was furious with me for doing this and thinking this, because he just said, you can't, you know, this is irresponsible. You can't bury someone before they're dead. You know, like this very irresponsible. Which I agree, you know, but sometimes those deeper feelings are really important, especially when they're very, word for it, but like, like they're just, they fill you in a certain way, you know, like knowing this, it's in every fiber of you. So we did this, and by the time we got there in 2 days, my father couldn't speak. And he was still walking around, couldn't speak. But long story short, you know, he lasted a couple months, but we found out he had pancreatic cancer with those symptoms. So he went from, you know, 100 to 0, you know, and was gone like that. But I was weirdly ready for it because I feel like in the part that I could not perceive, but I just knew, there was all of this information that was driving me, that I already had settled something with him, that I was able to take care of the family, was able to handle it. I don't know, it's really hard to describe, but it changed me. You know, each one of these things has changed me. But this changed me on many levels because one way it changed me was thinking, okay, he was alive. Like sometimes people will have what they consider a visitation after someone passes, right? Or at the time when they pass. But this was while he's alive and in the middle of the day, some part of him that we might say is independent seeming somehow communicated with me. So to me, if that's true, that implies there's us, ego, self sitting here talking to each other. And there's a more expanded part of ourselves that is capable of communicating on a larger scale. And once you start to look at this and things that have happened in your life that you might not have recognized or allowed yourself to recognize, you start to really think about that part. What is that part that, you know, there's people who say, oh, it's a soul, it's a this, it's a that, right? But without labeling it, it would seem there is that expanded part of us that is communicating. It's intelligent beyond what we know. It's warning us of life changes, of major events. So what is that? And then when you go into the other modalities, so I had these things happening spontaneously, but in part of my explorations, I would go to these schools of mind and I would try all the modalities. Honestly, I've been trained in every psychic freaking thing there is, because I needed to know. And ultimately, you start to see, it's almost like with hypnosis or just relaxing into different brain states, all you're doing is you're expanding past this limited self, and you're identifying with that self, it would seem, you know, and then once you identify as that self, there's more access in every direction to things. It's just, I think, the limits are what you have set up for yourself, or what you haven't been able to take down yet, because you just don't know, or you don't know how, you know? And so it's experiences like that that have really driven me, and each one drives me beyond. And some of my earlier ones were more, you know, when I didn't even know what these words were, you know, like kind of mediumship things, where
studying my book on the Confession of Rabbi, more than discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this stuff.
So you can tell I don't talk about these.
There were also during this
You're in a
time,
safe space, like a delicate safe space.
Yeah, right. So for example, being in a yoga class, and at the end of the yoga class, there's sometimes a relaxing part, you know, vinyasana they call it in some classes, and it's just, you know, you're just lying there and you're relaxing at the end for maybe 10 minutes, and suddenly, again, one of these overlays happening, where, but here I am in a situation where I'm with strangers, right? Something opening up on the ceiling, and I see this overlay of this man wearing the old sort of train hats, you know, those train engineer hats. The little caps with the little brim.
Striped hats.
So this older gentleman, and he's looking down the track, and then there's two other older gentlemen with him. They're all looking down this track, and I mean, I see this so clearly, like when I saw my dad looking down the track, and suddenly the man turns and he looks at me, and he just gives me this look like I should know what he means. I don't. I'm just observing this. You know, just all I do is I just watch it and then try to remember, you know. And so I come out of this, and I think, oh, great. And make this little bargain with whatever. I say, okay, if the situation sets up, because I don't know any of these people, including the teacher, if the situation sets up where I'm left with one person, or the teacher and one person, I will do this. And if I am not, I will not say a word, because this was not about me, because I don't relate to this at all, but it came in so strong. I've learned to trust this. When it comes in with this real clarity, and along with the feeling of having to catch a bus. I feel like if you see something when you're around people, I wouldn't feel right to just say something to people, but if it comes with a feeling, that's what I've learned, like an urgency, then I pay more attention and I might entertain that. So in this particular case, the situation set up, there was one person with the teacher, and I said, you know, forgive me and stop me if this is weird or uncomfortable. And I tell her, and I had, you know, the craziest reaction. You know, she's like, oh my God. And it turned out her stepfather was on his deathbed. And he worked on the railroad tracks. And his three best friends who he worked on the railroad tracks with had just passed. And she felt this was the thing because he wasn't letting go, and they were struggling with this. And she felt, for some reason, this was something he needed to know. And I never saw that person again. But
they don't want to have this guy running around.
Amazing. And why do these things happen? I have no idea. I think something in me has just been like a touch open.
He actually tries
and
to
so
make
these
it
things can come through.
moves away.
And
same kind of problems.
I just want to add to this. I have a million stories like this.
Bring him on.
Let
Bring him on.
Really?
I
I don't know. There's so many. But yeah, it's weird because I never would have told all these stories before. This is definitely a new place, but I'm saying them because I'm encouraging other people to recognize these things that are happening to them. And I think, Diane Powell's work is as well. The telepathy tapes are as well. And it's in, all just about 100% of near-death experiences, all telepathic, abduction experiences, contact experiences, it's telepathic. And then telepathic to me just leads to this larger part of ourselves that is using a different language. And is that our common language with everything out there? Not just ET, but everything, the expanded consciousness of those that have passed. Is it all the same? Is this the universal language? Because our language is a man-made construct over top of what? And so I think, what if this is the key? This is the key. It's sitting here, and everything in the world seems to be going against learning about this, with AI and everything.
Yeah, well, it's learning all of our senses and saying, pay attention to your physical realm, plug yourself into the matrix. It's much more pleasant, right?
Right, totally. So I guess for me, I don't want people to lose sight of this because I think it's in everybody's life. I don't think it's happening in anyone who's it's not anyone who's special. It's not about that. This is about all of us, 100%. All of humanity.
The idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that.
I was just saying to someone, have you guys seen the Arrival?
Yes, and how we perceive Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, sometimes cheat on their taxes, God forbid, or sometimes he couldn't handle that.
Oh, it's been out for, almost 10 years now?
I know it's such a good way to see it. Okay, good.
He is probably a mental illness, but he represented a great
gift that they were given at the end. They were given a gift, and the thing about the gift was that every nation was given something equal.
He wants to be
and
attached
they
to
just
community
couldn't figure it out, and they couldn't realize this. And I was just thinking, what if that gift, what could be the thing that we've all been given? A lot of us do believe time is simultaneous and it's not linear and all of that anyhow. But what if it was this universal language?
One of the great philosophers
what if,
of the 17th century
if that was a thing
made a huge
that we all have that's absolutely identical? We identify with all these different things on the surface, but underneath we have this beautiful, expanded self that makes us kind of all the same in a way. It connects us with everything else out there on more of a normal, equal playing field. I shouldn't say equal, but seemingly equal said that. I just I love thought experiments, and I was just thinking, what if we have something here, and we're heading in a totally opposite direction? What if it's that? What if that's what we already have?
And he basically just ignored it.
I know. That's part of the reason why I did my lecture what I did and why I'm talking about these things, because it is going to be tempting to lose ourselves to artificial intelligence. What happens though if the sun throws off a massive flare and lose that grid, all these things that we're used to, how do we communicate? And
Judaism,
we've been shown many ways, and Diane's showing us new ways, and telepathy tapes are showing us new ways, that we can reach out and communicate, like, not just autistic non-speakers, but we're learning that people who are not speaking because they're in comas, like our moms, our dads, in comas. There's all sorts of non-speaking stories we just weren't paying attention before. We weren't looking there. We didn't know that they were actually there, right? We're just comparing to what we've been taught on this surface level, but there they are.
Can't believe in that, because when Lisa's mad at me, I know. She's not speaking to me, I know what's up.
Well, that's a perfect segue. And Tracy, thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for opening up and sharing these very profound personal stories. And I'm so glad that you're doing that. It takes courage, and your story with your father is so touching, and sorry you lost him so young. It's so sad. But you bring up the telepathy tapes, and this kind of opening the doors to this phenomenon that you and so many others kind of intuitively knew was happening most of your life since age 6. And I want to talk a little about, you mentioned the nonverbal autistic children. But can you speak a little bit about, I feel, and I couldn't agree with you more, that we all have these gifts and we all can learn and train to tap into them more. But it seems to me that there are those, for whatever reason, whether it's through near death or trauma or your disassociation, when you go through some of these schools that you have been through many, and I want to talk more about that too. But can you talk a little bit? It's not just the nonverbal population that have to tap into these senses that, because they're nonverbal, but it's this other group of people as well, this disassociation piece that seem to open up these channels. Can you talk a little bit about that and why that might be? So many things to talk about. Okay, so why disassociation maybe? Yeah. Well, I don't know that I can talk about this as an authority at all, but it seems to me that, people who've had trauma or of some sort, or, including near-death experiences, it seems as though the ability to disassociate has opened an easy pathway somehow. A good example is Joe McGonigal. One of the most famous remote viewers. And Joe, I think, fell out of a helicopter and broke his back, and he definitely had a different near-death experience that was not associated with that. I think outside of a restaurant. Joe is this profound remote viewer with profound abilities to bring back very detailed, accurate information. And so he's a good example, and I see it time and time again with even my own teacher of remote viewing had multiple near-death experiences. And I think he feels this is part of why he's really good at it. It's Paul Elder. In BC, actually, Canada. And I think he had 4 near-death experiences, including when he was a child. And so one of the things that can happen in his remote views is he can slide into the out-of-body experience very easily. And if you are able to do that, you can get very actionable information, clear information. A lot of remote viewers can't quite go to that level, because they can travel. And I mean, I guess I'm getting kind of...
Actually, what's the difference between astral projection and, let's say, remote viewing? What are the differences?
Okay, this is a good question to help me clarify this. So, if you are going astral traveling / out of body, we'll make those the same. You are when this happens, you are no longer associating with the body sitting at the table remote viewing. Right? Your consciousness goes to a place that you're not really aware of this body. When you're remote viewing, you're sending your consciousness somewhere else. You are still aware of this body. So you're writing. You're very physically aware. Robert Monroe used to call this kind of like going out of phase, and you can go out of phase slightly to get information or more. Like out of phase to him, I hope I don't butcher this, but it's in a way, it's if you imagine the brainwave scale of beta being the awake state all the way down to delta, the sleep state, going out of phase with this reality being beta, we identify that as beta. Slightly out of phase might go into alpha, and you'll be able to get some good information. Beta is deeper. You can probably get deeper information that's associated with deeper altered states, and even towards delta. Sometimes people can have some delta in there, and they're able to really kind of reach out. But all of it, if you're not going out of body, is your instead of saying out of phase, I'm going to use different words. I suppose in a certain way, you're sharing your consciousness in two places, but you never lose the awareness of here. So lucid, is the dreaming typically in theta state when you lucid dream, or is that well, lucid dreaming is interesting because when you're dreaming, when you're asleep, you're in delta, right? Your brainwaves are really slow, and your thinking part of your brain, your executive functioning goes offline. Your seeing, occipital cortex, goes offline, right?
I'm just curious, you guys have all
you're asleep. The most fascinating thing to me about lucid dreaming, first of all, I've never been able to get this out of my mind.
Yes, it is.
The most fascinating thing is, if you wake up into a lucid dream, your brain waves show faster than the awake state that we are experiencing right now, but you're asleep. And your occipital cortex, are responsible for seeing, your vision comes back online, and your executive functioning comes back online. So those things are back online in a lucid dream. And so, just looking at brain scans,
I have a personal ambition.
There's something fascinating going on there, that it's working faster than this awake state. And that has always fascinated me.
Yeah, that's why you can wake up and feel more exhausted from a lucid dream than your waking state of life. Like sometimes you wake up like, wow, like you just lived a whole other life.
Right, and people describe it as hyper-realistic, and this is probably why, right? Those words, you hear people use them all the time, and I do with certain things too. Even people who don't lucid dream, you can have a lucidity happen in moments, or you can have a global lucidity start to happen, right? But it's there. Something is going on when we are in some kind of other state. And so that always leads me to the question of, are we accessing something? Are we? I mean, I'm not convinced that we aren't. I can't say for sure that we are, but I'm not convinced that we aren't, especially when people have vision and things come true. People dreaming. Famously, with 9/11 and a study they did on train crashes, they found that a huge majority of the people on those days before a train crash, for example, had some kind of dream or warning of not to go, and they just could not bring themselves to go. Right? And when they did the study, they even accounted for the days with the worst weather, and it was still fewer people, before a train crash, for example, than a day when there was terrible weather. Like they were the lowest claimed tickets before major events. So something is going on. There is some information there, so I just can't buy that it's a mishmash of the day. You know, or sometimes it is, but not always. You know, not always.
You had brought up a point about seeing your dad in the backseat of a car, looking at you and smiling. And with remote viewing, we're starting to understand now that you can actually, there's no date and time. You can actually remote view in the future, in the past. And you put yourself there in 1956 and look through the drawers and the dressers. Like, it's crazy what people can do. But if we're able to do that in remote viewing, I'm just wondering if we're able to do that from out-of-body experience, if time is nothing. We can remote view or put ourselves in any time scale, scale, if you will, of humanity, visit dreams and all that. And I find that very fascinating because I don't know if you guys can hear my French bulldog snoring. She's quite loud. She does go through the mic. It's not me. I don't have sleep apnea. But I find that fascinating that there's no, it's not like you can only visit something in real time, and that time is irrelevant once you step out of your mind. The only thing that is sort of slave to this linear sense of time is these bodies aging, that's it. You know what I mean? Because everything else, we're starting to understand that, look, I'm the driver inside the car, I'm not the car. This car will break down, and the driver will have to come out one day. And when you're talking about these experiences that you've had at a young age, or people have had these phenomenal experiences after near death, is it possible that from abductees to near-death experiences, it's because they've been behind the veil of the play? Like, they realize that they're not the play, that their stage hands behind the play, that there's props behind the play, that there's an actual whole world outside of the play, and that's what allows people to sort of realize that this reality is not what we think it is. It's not the play we're all convinced that it is. It's something far deeper and meaningful than this. So I'm just wondering, like, where does your ideas and thoughts, when you think about all this as a whole, like, where does that lead you as a philosophy?
Let's publish it in a standardized version. And Rabbi Rothschild said, and you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he's saying,
that's why I asked. Great question.
Working on it. He says, okay,
well, I mean, I love thinking about this stuff. It's really where do I want to go with this? Overall, you know, I feel I pretty easily conclude we're more than our physical bodies.
It's just a micro.
I feel.
Now, why was he pursued? That's why
I have had experiences where
because
I can say, even when I can't fully convince myself, a part of me knows that we are so deeply connected to each other. It also makes me think about my words more carefully because we're so connected. It makes me think about my actions more consciously and carefully. We're all connected. I'm not fully answering your question, but you can re-ask parts and I'll
for sure. It wasn't answering the question, so it was a hearty meal. So
yeah. There's so many stories that have popped up in my head that I'm like, which ones do I want to address? Michael, do you want to like hone in here?
Yeah, what I would say was maybe just like on your lifetime, your experiences, where it's like from your own perception of the experiences that you've had, if you were to sum it up so far. What is your like spiritual take? Because that's, you know, we talk about body, mind, and soul, so I think that's very important. The spiritual aspect of this is not just the intellectual, but like, does that make you more spiritual, less spiritual?
Oh yeah, more spiritual. I think I've always been very spiritual. Part of that, I think, is when you feel like you're living your life and so nobody understands, but it turns out like most people feel like this. But for me,
1306.
early
Although
on,
we
it
will have
became
a
a spiritual thing.
a search for
And
Jewish
that's always
population,
been my
particularly in the
center.
south here.
It's what I
And not in
default
Spain,
back to.
because Spain is still officially Judenized.
It strengthened in my 30s when I had panic attacks, just on top of all of this stuff.
How does that map onto
Because I
the
really
great
came to the
asteroids
realization
of the
that
century?
even if we
So
are
the
connected,
Hasidic movement
it can
is
feel very low,
primarily in the
and it's up
southwestern
to
part
us
of the
to
Russian Empire,
build
down here
a spiritual
in
resilience.
Western Ukraine,
Because
southern Poland.
as much as we can recognize that we're connected,
The one example
we've
that
still
I've been
chosen to
concentrating on
do
Chabad
this
is
on some
ironically
level, it
accepted that
seems.
Chabad
And
is a Lithuanian Hasidic
we
movement.
still have
Then you have
traumas, and we still have these individual experiences.
We're definitely much more
And
concentrated on the Baltic coast,
the
in the
only
regions of
thing
Prussia, and
that
of course,
I feel like
the
I can
homeland,
truly control
Lithuania
is
itself,
my inner
with the
sense of
epicenter
self
at
and
Vilna.
how I
And then finally, you have
perceive and navigate this world.
the adherence of
And
the
so
Haskalah, that's most Mendelssohn,
I
who
would
are much
say
more
year after
associated with
year,
Germany in
my
particular
spiritual
than the
core
West. But what you
grows
notice
and
about a
grows
Venn diagram
as I recognize
is
that. And
that
things like,
they overlap.
being with my
So you
dad
can
on his
have
deathbed,
regions
again,
where
another deeper
you
level, because
easily
I
have
thought about
and Maskile,
um,
the chief to jowl, arguing
because he
with
couldn't
each other,
speak. He went in and out
influenced
of
by
being
each
able to
other,
speak,
and so on.
but again, at the end,
Mr.
he couldn't
Durant.
speak. And I just thought there were all these things that he was unable to say clearly, and how much it was seemed to be bothering him, that he had spent his whole life planning,
That's a great question.
and this just came. It seemed like it surprised him like 20 years early, And so I always try to think about my life looking back, and
because
even if I have the most expanded
try to strangle each other with the most
mindset,
violence,
I
none of them
still,
see them
this
as
is what's
the
going to
same as the
matter,
others weren't Jewish.
right? At the
None
end
of
of
them
my
will
life,
argue that
it's going
you
to
don't have to
matter
follow Tardiac mitzvos.
on two levels. It's going to matter how I navigated it on the inside, and it's going to matter how I navigated it on the outside.
Really are an
And
opposite
so,
of Haskalah. Of course, once the
I think we
denomination
simultaneously have to
in the
carry
19th
these
century,
two
then they
attitudes, the
might
one where
dip
we
back
look at
in and
life
say, well, let's be,
individually, and the one where we can have this more expanded outlook, knowing that we're all connected. And we do the best we can. We can control the things we can, and try to let go of the things we can't, and do our best to be wise enough to know the difference, the serenity prayer, right? So I try. It's a tough thing to answer, but I think ultimately that's how I feel. I love the exploration of who we are underneath it. I talk about these things because I think that's the most exciting, fresh way to look at ourselves and to look at life is by exploring the things that we have denied for all these years. I mean, it's a beautiful part of who we all are. And even though life stories are very interesting and compelling, this other dimension is beautiful. It's so beautiful, and it's so wise. It's so wise, and so getting to see people talk about that inner wisdom, it just
5 or 6 of them through the
really
next century and a
compels me in
half.
every way. So
England told
I just hope
why are they taking them out?
that people will start coming forward with more and more of these stories.
Generally speaking,
they're
when the
happening
peasants
all over the place
you have
to people.
rebellion.
And even people who think they aren't happening, I swear to God, they're happening. It's just,
that's how we deal with it.
we get so busy in life, I truly believe that we,
What about some of like the really bizarre
we don't
ideas
notice.
circulating at the time?
There's only so much attention management we can, attention we can give to certain things, right? Like you can't really split your attention all over the place. So a lot of people will say remote viewing is attention management. It's true. So if you want to find all of these things in your life, you have to manage that attention to be looking at those things. And I think a really easy way for people, if if that's too much, it's just look towards your dreams. It's the easiest in. Literal dreams. Look towards the end. Literal dreams. And remembering them. And in doing so, in the morning, just taking the time to remember them, you are training your attention that A, what happens during the night is important to me. You know, I really believe if you just get up and go get a coffee in the morning, you are telling your ego day self, it doesn't matter what happens at night, right? It's not important to me. But if you actually create this sort of handshake in the morning between the night experience and the day experience, you will start to see this sort of bridging and just spending the time writing that. I think, you know, that, at least for me, I can speak for myself here, while I'm doing that and my brain is slowing down and relaxing before I start the day, insights start popping about other things or things I remember. And I'm going to go all over the place here. At Monroe Institute, the debriefs after you do a session are so important, like in the gateway experience, are so important because this is kind of what's happening. People are sitting down together, they're telling what happened in their session. For some people, they feel nothing happened, but when they're listening and relaxing, and they're in that state where they're not involved in their day, and boom, it pops. They'll remember experiences that they had, that upon waking they had no idea, no remembrance of, and they will just pop out. It's a thing. It happens all the time, and I think it happens in our daily lives, and I think it's just a simple way. Like people will say meditate. For a lot of people, that's, you know, not realistic, right? I'm a huge meditator, but most people are not. And dreams is just a nice gateway into that attention management going, a calm transition between night and day, where you can start to examine and remember things and use the wisdom of remote viewing with targeting and intentions, and say to yourself, write it down that you want to remember some of these things that happened in your life. And just, if it's important, aim to notice more deeply in your life. You know, like slow things down and notice them more. And I swear, my whole life has been about this. And the mind yields. If you ask it and you want it, it might not yield at first how you want it to, but it will start to offer things how it needs to for you, you know.
Almost personally sort of tailored.
Yes,
Experience.
right, like lucid dreams are a perfect example, you know, like only 20% of the population can really lucid dream. People can do it in gradations, but you really don't need to lucid dream because you can have, like I was saying before, you can have these lucid components that happen. Or, like, if that's your intention, I want to lucid dream, I want to lucid dream, you know. For a lot of people, they want that, right? So you make that intention, you write in your journal, you establish for yourself why you want this. That's the most important thing you can do in the psychology of change is why. Really figure that out. Why do you want to know? Because you believe there's wisdom in the night that you can use for your life. You know, is that why? And if that's so, write it down and think about that. And then if nothing happens in the first week, notice what is happening, because there could be like the slightest changes that are just, you know, in your dreams. You want to notice the colors brighter, or you know, anything. Because it could take weeks for your particular psyche to unravel to where it's supposed to be. Like for me, I wanted to have more out-of-body experiences. drove me crazy.
mythology
I
straight
couldn't.
into like wars
But then,
and princes and stuff like that.
in wanting
So this
this
is a
for
huge
years,
step
I discovered I
in
had this
history.
other
You would
weird
later be
ability.
really
That's something
criticized
I
in the
could do,
20th century.
and so I believe this is the case with
Well,
everyone.
okay, the
We're all so
20th, but
unique.
that was really
We're
important,
all
sort of
neurodivergent in our
turning
own
point
way,
in how we understand history.
and
Is
it's
history
just
supposed
seeing
to
how
be
it unravels
for
for you. So
something,
for me,
like to inculcate certain
I kept
values?
looking at this
That's
thing I
how we
wanted,
went to study
couldn't get it,
history
but
in
didn't
high
notice for
school,
the
particularly
longest
if you
time
study
something else
Jewish
that was
history in
happening.
high school.
I'm actually
They were trying
really,
to
really strong
teach you a certain
at
value
being
set
here
rather than teach
and
you a
sending
bunch of
another part of
facts.
me somewhere else,
And that was, you know, it's
really
appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity.
But I
But it's not necessarily the
I was so obsessed with wanting to get out of the body, like I
Another
didn't
really
realize
important thing.
I was doing
is
this
think
kind
about
of,
how
it's the same type of thing,
is not
and I was able to do it to quite an
Gotta tell
extent,
you up front.
and
Not
but
a
this
British
wasn't good enough to,
He is
like
the founder
it is now.
of
I learned that, and now I love the way I embrace it, and I love it. I lean into it, and there's more there.
But Wellhausen was the first person to really
So
try
just
and use
using examples of how we want what other people have, but it might look different for us. And hypnotherapy is the same.
And so we had
If you go there because you want to stop smoking, you want to stop this, you want to stop that. I went to it because I have debilitating fear of the dark.
So we're not going to
And I
go into
remember
a
her
series.
saying,
But
the
one of them
psyche
is
will
so
unravel
important
in
for
the
us that
way
we can't avoid
it does.
putting
And
them on the
so
board here.
for
And
me,
that
the
is a
fear of the
very,
dark
very
didn't go
valuable
away.
insight.
But what happened was
And
I got the
history
best sleeps of my life.
tends to reveal
That's
more
what started
about the
happening
period in which
because I was
it is
hypervigilant
written
all the time,
than the
and
period
so
in which it is
it was
writing
unraveling
about.
in its own way and working its way there.
What could
Which I'm
that
much
possibly
better.
mean?
Not there yet, but I'm much
History
better.
reveals
So
more about the
It's
period in which it is written
the fear of the
than the
dark is an
period
actual
which it is
fear that
writing
adults
about.
still have. It's not something that I've ever dealt with, but I understand the vulnerability state of, people go to bed, it's completely dark, and if, abductees or whatever, obviously you would have a good freaking valid reason to be afraid to go to bed at night. We got time for two last questions from Michael and Katie. Michael, go ahead.
Nice take. If you're talking about primary sources, but for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I am not that old. I was not around in 1970. Right, but I was writing history in 1990.
And all of the Buddhist
So
traditions,
how
they
could
talk
what
about
I'm
these
doing
things,
in the
but
1990s
there's
be more
surely this
reflected in
attitude
my
in
book
those
on
traditions that, once
1917
you're deep in your
than
spiritual
what actually the
practice,
whole
that
book
you're
was about?
meditating, doing all the meditation for them is just where your mind is
I
lots
definitely
and
wasn't
lots and
there.
lots of different,
So,
different varieties of meditation. But there's a kind of consistent thread that as you deepen your spiritual practice and get better at these things, these abilities and experiences will arise, but they're really just distractions. You shouldn't lean into them if your ultimate goal is liberation from suffering and to help other people be liberated from suffering. If you spend your time trying to cultivate the ability to talk to these other spirit beings that appear to you, or if you're trying to cultivate the ability to see outside of your mind and see other things, you can do that, but at the end of your life, you're going to look back and be like, all I did was have parts and tricks. I don't know if I believe that that's really true or not. That it's just tricks and that they be valued. But it seems like you're deeply interested in cultivating the spiritual practice, and you said that, the only thing
People
that you
will look
can
at biographies of
really control
great
your life is who
individuals,
you are and what
and
your
they'll
self
see
is.
that occasionally they may
So
say
I'm wondering,
something
as you're
that
trying to do that,
jars
trying to
us
deepen
by
your
their
life
common
with another
sensibilities.
person,
Like they jar us
person,
when they
whatever
say
your
something
feelings are, how do these
about
abilities fit
slavery,
into
but
that? Do
not
they really have
necessarily
use,
being,
or are they
say
really just kind of like
slavery
tricks
is
that
bad.
you can learn
Just
to do?
yeah, that's
or they
interesting.
observe, for
Because
example,
ultimately,
Nash and
in
Dawson
Buddhism,
Howard,
they could see it as an
women are
attachment point,
like-minded, right? And we say, oh,
which
man,
would lead to
he's
suffering.
misogynist.
I could see that.
Well, excuse me,
That
we're
would
not
be a
misogynist
distraction.
in the 12th century.
And
That was like everybody thought like that.
yeah,
But
that's
if
interesting
you
because
use that
I've heard some
person's
other
attitude, and yet you
philosophies,
live in the 21st
philosophers
century, that will
talk
make
like
you
that
back
too,
down
from
characters
Eastern
that
traditions.
that history. But that's what
I actually went and asked,
is,
if you
that
have
we
this
tend to view
experience,
history
is that
from the
normal? What do
perspective
you
of
do
where
with
we're
it?
living
You shouldn't
today,
have that
and we
experience.
bring
You
to
should
that
only focus on the Lord.
history all of our contemporary
And-
biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work
Many people
to
follow
try
that,
and
and I
break free
respect
of
that.
it.
I totally respect that.
Would say it's impossible
But I
to
guess
break through.
because I did go into a lot of those things. But I guess for me, ultimately, I came back
which has a tremendous amount of
what
biases
my
built in by
deeper
a temporary situation.
drive was asking me.
Tend to look at
And it wasn't
what
happy.
actually
You know,
happened.
those answers, even though I keep them in mind. I learned about the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path and different areas of Buddhism and Dream Yoga. And ultimately,
this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out,
I respected that.
now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with
mind
U.S. and Ukraine and
was offering up things that were helping me.
I like this picture particularly because a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today deals with
wasn't at
the
the
conflict
place
of Jews
where
and Ukrainians in particular,
I
was like
guess
horrific
in
and
a way
epic in the
I would call
17th
this
century.
my version of a middle
But
path.
here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy
To maintain the awareness that we can be engaging in things that are ultimately suffering, right?
It's just such a jarring
And that we can tamp down some of those things that we want, and those things that we're recognize that we can be the creator of a lot of pain for ourselves by wanting things. But at the same time, the deeper part of me was offering up information and situations where I was able to help my family through this, the loss of my father, help other people who had lost people, and I wasn't asking for these things, so I had to reconcile
actually clarifying, but hopefully
idea
we'll come back to these ideas as
this
they are revealed.
was
Let's talk about the migration
I
pressure.
was
Here's
because I
a
wasn't
map
looking
that
and I
basically
wasn't asking,
shows the
and
movement
it
of Jews
was
from central Germany. It's a little
making
bit,
a profound difference.
yellow part
And so
higher as well. But this making their way
I specifically remember
years
talking
to many communities
at a
in what would later become
Deepak Chopra came to Whistler, Canada, where I lived, and I asked him,
Lithuania,
and
Poland,
this is what he talked about, maybe you should just be focusing on Lloyd,
This is
and then this should be
a
factor or part of it, right? And I thought about that for a long time, and
the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991.
I still have
much smaller
visions. When I'm a very deep meditator. I mean, I meditate an hour a day, and I have for over 20 years. And things come true. I can't explain it; they just do. Richard's getting used to this now, and sometimes there are things as simple as I had one the other day. I have created this temple in my mind that I've had for 20 years, since the very beginning. And once in a while, it never changes, it's always the same. Once in a blue moon, and I'm super relaxed, especially when it's hills and hours, something will come in, and all I'm doing is clearing off, but I'm in a place of comfort. I built a place that is comfortable to me. Something will come in. So just a few days ago, this strange vision without going to the whole thing came in, like a cloud came in, a strong, discolored part of the air came in below, and it was very strange. I won't tell the whole thing, but I wrote it all down, told Richard when I wake up, the usual. And anyhow, it turned out that day we got a massive part of the fire clouds from the Canadian fires, and the air quality went from 30 to like 110 or 120 or something like that. Went to quite an unhealthy level. And I don't know why I get that. I have weird things like that, but they've happened so much in my life that give me little pieces of information to navigate my day. Sometimes they seem so insignificant, I don't understand them. That to answer your question, part of me doesn't feel like it's right to deny this part that is there. It's not harming anything. It's not, I don't think it's creating a distraction. It's actually just helping me navigate my life and helping me be aware from my loved ones, how we should navigate our lives. So it is kind of this interesting question that you ask. And it's an interesting sort of philosophical challenge, how do you navigate that? But I've always been fascinated by that. How do you navigate that? And so I suppose my positioning has always just been to navigate as best I can with the things that are coming, but to always keep that in mind, that we can and do create our own suffering and attachments. And I think that's how I navigate it. I just do my best, and I'm not an extremist in any way, so I don't go full in one direction. I've tried so many things. I've been to the Ramtha school. I've done Taoist retreats. I've done this and that and whatever. And every single one, I immerse in the information. I love what I learn in every single one of them. But I always bring myself closer to center. Like I never go and full on this or full on that. I come in and I try to bring the wisdom in the way I walk through life. It's the best I can do. It's the best I can do. Long answer to your question.
It's a good answer. One thing I would add to it is that as I've gotten more acquainted with the wide variety of definitions of Buddhism, I've realized that the sort of deep entry, which is focused on the Buddha, is about the most nihilistic and negative interpretation of Buddhism that exists. There are all these traditions that look at it and say there's like so much more fullness and love and goodness in the world that we're trying to focus on. And so I think if that's all that there was, is just the void, then I would say, well, distract me from it.
Well, for meditation, you say for meditation.
Yeah, sure. But these other traditions will also say, like, no, meditation, you don't just want to focus on nothingness, you also focus on the fullness of multiple things. And I kind of lean
there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on, and I believe we discussed, we did the famous POTUS that I mentioned there, the Chronicle of Blind Mountaineers, where
giving you the cars to keys to a car, saying just focus on the keys, don't start the car going anywhere, just hold on to the keys. Like, that's kind of pointless. The point of the keys is to get to a car to drive somewhere. So that's all they do is they just focus on, like, no, what if that's the start of you take a break to get all the other places, don't stick to the beginning,
right? And that's why, for example, at the Ramtha school, that's they talk about void a lot. You're focusing to go into the void, but the void is the full potential of everything else. They would say that's where you drop your intentions and you can feedback because he would say in the void that's where you drop your intentions as well. The sutras, that's where you drop in the sutras. I like that. You get the keys to the car, you want to use the keys. Yeah.
Or drive the car, just drive the car with the keys, right?
I know we're winding down here, and it might be a bad time to bring up this very deep topic, but I'm really curious to know Tracy's answer to this. I kind of believe that perhaps some of these abilities are why these secret societies is the secret they're keeping because we're all very powerful and we can manifest, right? We can manifest and change our reality through lucid dreaming, through astral travel, through out-of-body experiences. And I'm curious, are you familiar with Thomas Campbell and the Big Two books? And I want to know your opinion on, are we living in kind of like a matrix? What is there in simulation? Yes, Thomas Campbell, Rome Institute. I can't say I've read his book, but I am familiar with some of his stories, and Thomas Campbell was one of the original explorers with Robert Monroe, right? He did some of those incredible explorations, and he was able to have like body experiences. I think he had joint has had joint
producing
out-of-body
coinage. And
experiences
so
with his
the
son,
polls
and
were saying,
he is a profound
it's
thinker.
so hard to
But
get
to
us
stay
from
up
this
to date
old
on what he's
barter
talking
economy
about,
where people are buying things
definitely
with like
not.
rabbit
But
skins and bushels
you're
of grain.
asking, is it
We
possible?
need to like move to that more advanced money economy like
reality
they're
being
doing
a
in Germany and
simulation?
France. Let's get some Jews over
Sure
here
would
to
explain
do this for
everything.
us. And the Jews are very happy to
Just
come
for a
in and
short
start working
answer.
on these things. And see
Explains
lots of those
2025 anyways.
This is my favorite. National color.
I
King
will say this.
which is
I always
great.
consider
Color is king in Polish. Which
I
is an amazing
always
thing.
consider it just
The,
like all the other possibilities. Because
Going back to this year,
I do believe that
a lot of
if
the
it were
settlements,
true, we
particular
wouldn't be able to
in
know if it were nowhere
right
near the
Ukraine,
ability to be
explain
able
why
to
that
know
is so significant.
if that would be true.
Well,
Some
what
people
this
just
term
absolutely
right
say
bank
no,
means is because
and
there
I
is a
respect
major
that,
river
but
that bisects Ukraine.
I just
It
think
runs from Chernobyl,
we are
right,
babies
Chernobyl
in
already,
a way.
Chernobyl disaster. It runs from
We
the
just
north
wouldn't know
down
if
into
that
the
was
Black
happening.
Sea.
And
And
when I
as it
just think
flows
about where we are now,
southward, and you're facing the water's flow,
and
the right hand is called the
the
right bank.
trajectory it looks like
And the
we're on
left
with
side
artificial
is called the left
intelligence, and
The Jews
how
are deeply concentrated, the right bank.
it looks like it's going to be exponential growth that we can't conceive of.
Especially welcoming
And then it's so easy to trick the mind right now. There's this thing called phantom limb, right? If they were to take your arm away, wall up, and have a fake arm, and they were to tinkle it with a feather, if you focused on it long enough, it would trick your brain, and your brain would have the same sensations as if you had an arm, right? So, just based on some things like that, I think
represents a place that has Jews
it would
living
be
there by the
undetectable.
time you get to the 17th century.
And
huge spread of
I
Jews.
just think
Unlike
we're on a trajectory, I'm repeating myself, that's unfathomable, that is unfathomable currently.
Spread out. They have small numbers,
And quantum computers, the big wild card. I think we have no idea what their potential is. I just think that for me it's possible. And I just see that there's a
why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment?
That could be possible. So I just can't rule it out. I know some people think that's absolutely crazy, but I don't know. I just don't think we have the ability to know.
As we shall see, the kinds of economic
That's not crazy. In this field of study, nothing's crazy. Like that's we explore every angle, every we don't. All three of us don't agree on everything. We're always with the guess, but it's the point is to look at it and to collect everything. Because someday maybe some people click, and like you said, the synchronicities. You mentioned we all have that to a certain degree. I think yours is a lot more amped up. But let's say you dream about a red mailbox. All of a sudden, the next day you take a street you've never seen before, and there's that bloody red mailbox. And you're like, why? I dreamt about that mailbox last night. So we all have that. I think you're a lot more magnet, you're more practice, and you're probably innately more built to receive this
I might just be more focused on it too.
And you worked hard on it. I mean, to develop what you've done over the years, and you do a lot of lectures. The one we were saying about how I think early the quantum computers were looking for how human consciousness might actually be parallel to advanced technology. Like if we could advance our consciousness so freaking high, we wouldn't need technology. I could reach out to Michael just via my mind and say, hey, Michael, are you ready for Friday? We would have such an amazing ability, I think. But that is something I fear that AI and our current technology is distracting us from our abilities to increase psionics. Maybe they'll change. Maybe there'll be a big wave like Dungeons and Dragons and everybody's not trying to be a psionic or something like that. But it's great because the research is there from people like yourselves that have been exploring this for a long time, even when it was a subject that was cuckoo in the community of cuckoos. You know what I mean? Like that to me seemed crazy. Like you can't pick and choose in ufology. You have to go where the data is, right?
Totally. I just want to add, I think a great place for people to look, if they're still questioning, is going to be the research that Diane Hennessy Powell is going to be bringing out. She's looking to really apply scientific rigor to prove this with autistic smallpox, right? And so that will be key important research to open the doors even more for people.
It's an amazing thing what the human brain can do. I was going to tell you guys, just because I'm thinking about this now, my father was visually impaired. His whole side of the family, all my aunts and uncles, are all blind. But what was funny is that they could be in a room, like my aunt could walk around and she knew where everything was in the house. She knew where people were just by the shift of energy. Like she didn't use her eyes, she would just use her hearing. Which we realize when we focus, let's say like you might be blinded for 7 days, so you would practice that. All your senses are heightened because you're no longer depending on the one that we all depend on. That seeing is believing. I say that's bullshit. Seeing is not believing. Our eyes could deceive us. Use other things or other senses to tell us the truth as well. And you guys know this. You meet somebody, you go to shake their hand, and there's just something's not right with that person. Just their energy or the way they look at you, and you can tell right away. And I think that's part of that. There's something that tells you something about other people. Like we all have that innate ability, but again, it's less practice, so people won't trust it, which I always think is amazing. It's like,
and they're told not to trust it.
They're told not to trust it because as long as somebody says please and thank you, you'll do something. Like even if it's a serial killer, please get inside the car. Okay, well he said please. Even though when your whole instincts is like don't get into a car, right? I think this is a fascinating subject. I do think it's related to this. You were mentioning last time you were on with Michael and I, and I think Richard was on there too, but you were talking about the left side of the brain. If you're more left that side, you might not be able to remember things that are so far out of the box.
Yeah, it was just my own little pet theory, and I remember Michael was like, I don't think it would be the opposite, right?
I was thinking about that comment that you made. I'm like, she's on to something. Obsessed over it, everything. Like finding out all the right brain people, left brain. It's amazing, man. It's
a fun area to sort of dabble in and think about, really, with how memories are encoded and regular narrative memories versus trauma memories. They're encoded in different parts of the brain, right? Like one part's kind of in the left brain, one's more in the emotional brain. That, along with the right brain, left brain. I mean, it might be a little bit too general, but I always, of course, what informs is your own experience, right? And that whole right brain thing for me was just a question I always had for myself, like, is it possible to look at the messy bedroom theory? I know where everything is, but would it be more difficult? Clearly, they have mastership over our minds beyond what we do. Right? They have the ability for cognitive manipulation, great memory manipulation, all sorts of things, right? They're way beyond us. Oh shoot, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, but so I just wondered if, for myself, being more on the spectrum of right, my mind thinks more abstract. It just does, especially when I have the opposite with me all the time. It's so obvious, right? Exactly. He is like linear thoroughbred, and I am like a sprawling banyan tree. And so he likes the way my mind works. I like the way his mind works. Yeah. I revere that. He reveres a few of these things, But it's hard sometimes to be in this sprawling banyan tree and get your point across because there's so many thoughts going on at the same time. And that's what just made me think, like that frustration that I have in organizing things and sometimes organizing ideas into a paper or even just reading, it made me question,
Okay, my JFK
would
is
it
like
be
I
harder
always
to control?
Yeah, so
Would it be harder
people,
to
why would you
control
want to
the
have
memories
a gambling
of,
casino? You
of
think
a Banyan
it's
style
gonna
brain?
return
But
people
would it be
who are making lots of
easier if
salutaries,
the brain was compartmentalized and linear?
Why would you
And
want to have
I
that
just
in your neighborhood?
speculated that might be the
Money,
case.
thank
And
you,
Michael
right?
made a good
Because you
point
can
that
tax
it
it.
could
It's
be
a
the
vice.
opposite, or that
People
you
are
thought it
willing to
might be
pay
the
taxes
opposite,
on
right?
vices. That's why
That
cigarettes are so
a more
expensive.
filed
But you don't want to put
version
it in
would
your
be more
center of the residential area. There's not too much pushback. So the
harder to
Jews were a
tamper
little bit
with,
like
that
that.
it might
Nobody
be more
really wanted
structured
the
in a
Jews to
good
live
way,
there.
in a protective
Somebody,
way.
they're not Christians,
But,
they don't believe
you know,
like
just
that,
from my
stuff like that.
own
But
thinking,
you know
I
what? It
just
makes
thought,
a lot of
well,
money. So as long as we
you know,
can
everyone
keep to
on the
themselves,
spectrum reports
and not before the act,
encounters
there's
and
like a whole body
experiences.
of laws
However, I
that
know
was good
Grant
for
Cannon was
Jews.
one of the people
It gave them
pointing
the
out
rights
that
and protections
a
and
lot of
privileges,
artists
and it regulated the
he
degree to which
feels
they
that they're higher in the amount of reports,
yes.
right? I don't know if that's true or
Okay,
not.
thank you. It
Well, I
was
asked
started, named after
someone
one
else who
town
had done
in Germany,
thousands of
but
interviews,
it was copied
and
over and
he
over
said
again.
he thought he'd never thought of that
As the
before,
Jews moved eastward,
but he
they
thought
said,
that
"Oh,
might
you
be
want us
true
to move
as
to this
well
town?
from all the
Fine,
interviews
and
he
we'd like
did.
to have some Magdeburg.
So I don't know.
And they'll say,
But,
"We're Magdeburg." I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the
Maybe,
classic.
But it's
yeah,
well worth
So
looking
by the time
into
you get
because that might have a huge role to play in disclosures. I would say, like, you know, why is the general public not interested? Well, you know, what are we dealing with? Is there more creatives? Is there more analytical? And the people that I just say they're apathetic or neutrals, they don't care either way. Those are probably the worst. It's like usually when there's something that happens, pick a side, yes or no, not neutral. Because neutral just goes with the flow. Whatever happens, happens. And I think I would never be that person. I have to pick a side. Tracy, where can people find you if they want to reach out, look for your work? Where can people look to find a Tracy Garvin Nolan?
It's hard to find me, to be honest. Well, there's a new documentary that just came out by Darcy Weir. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to be out, but I'm in that one along with a bunch of wonderful people. What's that? Psychics and the Phenomenon.
His dissertation on the Great Council of
And
Lands. This is what happened. You have like all
I
these
mean, if you want to find me and reach out, there's Richard Dolan members where most of the time we can keep up with email, not always, but I can be reached there.
So each
I do have a couple of social media channels, but I'm completely honest, I'm not a big social media person. It is extremely minimal.
But after a while,
but I do have Instagram, it's Tracy Garvin Dolan, same with Facebook. And I'm just supporting people. Because of the way I am.
I can attest to that too. I can attest to that.
Yeah, I just, you know, I don't have thick skin. And I can get taken. I can take what people say very personally. I wish I had a thicker skin, but so I'm way too safeguarded not to pay too close of attention to that. Yeah. So, but I appreciate the support, and I do love hearing people's stories. So those are really the only places I am right now. Richard is pushing me to have a website, but I'm just not there yet. So thanks for asking that.
Pushing you to get yourself more out there, right? Like yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right now I just really lecture and I'm doing interviews mainly because of the documentary. But I mean, the reason why I do it is because I really believe that there's something here for us all to talk about, to discover about ourselves, and that in doing so, this is my personal opinion. And my personal experience brings another level of fulfillment to life when we look at the deeper part of ourselves. So that's really why I do it. Just encouraging other people to do the same. If they're searching for that fulfillment in their life, there's another dimension there of us that is so beautiful.
You're both beautiful people. Contact all these events. And I can't find anybody to say that word about you guys. And trust me, I've looked. I can't find anybody. I'm sure they're there. But no, you guys are an absolute pleasure. And your insight, seriously, Tracy, is great. And I do
So if there's no sexual dimension, now you look at that's kind of like American like that today, right? You don't like debate dinner. So then you move to Seattle. You can, right? Unfortunately,
I love talking about it. Greg Cameron and I were just like, we were having so much fun because we're all about that. So anytime you just want to reach out and you want to discuss these types of things, even just on the record, I absolutely love this. So it's a great time. A total pleasure being there with the three of you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you, guys.
The power of the radio is that you have to. There's no sort of like when you come from a gate, that's something to happen. Out there, it's that's the but it's not at all true. One other area you might go, like where you feel a lot, for example, is in Eaton. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send a guy to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give a get. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretches again. What would be today? 6 countries. Yes,
I am so looking forward to this. I have, passed him in the halls many times at different, I've never had the pleasure to meet him personally. I don't know why, he's just always so busy. And he's doing excellent work with the Citizens for Disclosure movement and the Paradigm Institute. So I think I'm going to learn a lot in this episode for sure, and I'm really looking forward to it.
He's a workhorse for sure. I think every time we see him, he's unapproachable because there's a
physical pain. People are afraid of it.
There's constantly a mic in his face. He's doing an interview, podcast. He's constantly podcast and educated. It doesn't matter whose podcast he'll go on and talk about it because that's his mission. And I think that he's definitely a pioneer when it comes down to at least the lawyer side of UAPs and what the law states and knowledgeable to the government. Especially the United States government, how it works, its layers. So we'll pick his brain about this, of course. Yeah, looking forward to this. This was an interview we were supposed to do in Contact in the Desert, but we had a mix-up at the end where he wasn't able to attend it. So I had to leave the next morning, so I was able to do the earlier interview that they wanted. We got it done, and I'm so thankful because you were able to be here as well and to be able to ask these questions. So let's get right into it, and we'll be right back with that question.
That's how we use that concept. That's not invented by the God of our souls because of the new technology.
We have the lawyer of UAPs is in the house. Daniel Sheehan is joining us on the UAP Studies podcast. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. So, my first question to you, and I'll share it off with Katie right afterwards, but my first question to you is what we've been talking about lately is just the plethora of information we seem to be getting every week, every month. There seems to be always something added to this whole disclosure thing. Government shutting it down or they're denying things, and Congress is still looking into it. And now we have this blatant lie from the military. It's our technology. We've been kidding you guys for 70 plus years that it's us, it's not aliens. I'm lost at this point, Daniel. So I'm just wondering how you're handling it from your end, especially being on the inside for the disclosure.
You typeset your own version of the book and actually there are like 3 or 4 different dimensions, and which things are going on right now. It was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the public hearings. So the God of our source came out with a scout going on. There's discussions about more public hearings taking place. That nobody else is allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. years.
who
So we're
is
back
the
to what
chairperson
said copyright.
of the
That's
task
essentially how
force
we're at first.
on
They
the
did not say
disclosure
anything
and
about the quality
classification of federal
of the book,
secrets,
or the
which is
Rothschild, the
all
author, they
a
basically
task
said
force
nobody else is
as part of
allowed
the
to publish this
oversight
book
committee,
for
the House
5 years,
Oversight
10
Committee.
years, whatever it might be. And that
That
was how we
she
got
has been
evolved
trying to
into the
get
outcome that we
a
have today.
public hearing
Ironically, the
about
outcome
the
that we have
UFO
today is
issue
closer to what the Catholic
to be
Church
held
is
during
called
July
crematorium,
before
which
the
is
summer
basically
recess.
the sign that the
And
Catholic Church
we
is
know that
located,
Eric
which you've probably
Burleson
never seen in
is
any
a member of that task force,
but
and a member of
sometimes
that
you can see a Catholic so these are the kind of things the bot
has been calling for a hearing
did,
on the
and
UFO
they
issue.
continue to
The
fulfill
problem
its function
is that
at various levels, really up
as
until
you'll note, of the
1844,
11 people that are on that task force that are inside the House Oversight Committee,
very, very
8
active,
of them are all freshmen.
really up until the late 1700s.
And they've been assigned to that because actually the freshmen are the ones who don't know enough not to keep insisting upon having a public hearing about the UFO.
That was a typical
They
thing.
haven't
That might
been
be one
ready
way for them to
in
be
Washington.
focused on. And
You're
there
not
was
supposed to
ongoing
keep trying to get
problem
the citizens
of some
involved.
significance.
You're still
It's a weird
neophytes
thing,
here.
you know,
You
I think
still
on a
believe in the
psychological
constitutional
level,
government. You still
it's so
believe
bizarre that you see
you
it
know,
over and over
having
again in
people
history. Sometimes
participate in the
when
governing
people get
process.
divorced, it's an
And
amazing
so
thing.
that 8 of
They
you that are all
hate each other
freshmen
so
keep on
much,
saying, here,
they
let's hold
will
a public
punish
hearing. Well,
themselves
you know, then
in order to
the full
put
committee
their
people
former
who are,
spouse.
have more
By
longevity
saying, you know,
realize that's not how things are done in Washington.
like there's a guy in Israel who went to
You
jail.
have to get
In Israel, they
permission
put
from
him in
the
jail
leadership
and he went to jail for like 20 years.
governing party.
Rather than
You
just
have
went to jail.
to get the White House to agree with it. If the governing
But that's true. The only way to really
governing
escape
party in
the
each of the
reach
states
of
of
the
House and
vacant
Senate
was
is
to
also
work.
in charge of that
And
White
that
House,
worked.
etc. So what's happening right now is you get
Okay, now we gotta talk about
and
the different
the
stuff.
chair of the
Red
task
Belt, ready?
force and Burleson
so
calling
here's the thing.
publicly, announcing that we're trying
Why
to
were
get
people
hearings
fighting
held.
so much? We talked a
Yet
little
for
about
some reason they don't have them.
cool that we have the flag.
And so that as of right now, we're trying to mobilize the people through the Paradigm Institute around the country that are all citizens for disclosure who keep writing letters, sending letters into their congressmen, their congressional representatives, and Comer, who's the chair of the House Oversight Committee, to have a public hearing about UFOs.
If you look at the map,
And there have been 3 so far. You know, that there was the original one where they called in the 2 representatives from the National Security
tremendous number of
etc., who said they didn't even know anything about UFO stuff. They didn't even know what was going on, which was a useless hearing. But then there was the very important hearing in which David Grush testified back in July of 2023. And then there was the more recent one, the House Oversight Committee, where Lozano, among others, testified. But the bottom line is the task force is trying to hold a public hearing about the UFO issue. It's just not happening yet. So that is the first dimension.
This is a version of
they're on again, off again,
that lasted up until the
and the information keeps flowing about what was actually said in the other public hearings. So there's that whole public hearing aspect of it.
Except they
And
have
there's a second dimension, which is the actual legislation. And that there's the news there is very important. And that is that Senator Mike Brown, who was the co-sponsor with Senator Chuck Schumer, when Chuck Schumer was the majority leader for the Senate, the Democrats were still in control of the Senate. They sponsored the UFO Controlled Disclosure Act back in 2023, which passed the Senate kind of almost unanimously. Right? It went over the House side, and the successful in getting only 23 of the 64 pages of the bill. It was passed by the Senate, passed by the House. But that was a very important thing to happen because 23 pages
regard each other as aliens to each other.
called for, in fact, demanded that all 6 of our United States military forces,
and they
and
have
that's the
these
Army, Navy,
massive
Air
farms.
Force, and
How
Coast
do
Guard,
they regulate those farms?
and others,
How do they actually
Space Force,
derive
that
benefit?
all of them
The
are
way they do
required
it is
now by law to gather all the information
has
together.
so-called
Every single memo, every single white paper, every single telephone call, every
masters
single
of the
record
agenda,
that had to
where
do with
they
the
are
UFOs
the official
since
tax
January
collectors
1st,
for the polls.
1945.
And it
Had
works
to be
as a
all
kind of
completely
community
gathered
system.
together
So
and put
the
into
Polish
digital
nobleman,
format
let's say in
with
Warsaw,
a searchable
will
index
bring a Jewish
and turn
community
over
to Shtetl.
to
Or
the
it's
National
important to note here,
Archives.
very importantly,
The Senate
that
bill
these
required that
Shtetla,
it be all
these
completed
little
by
villages
October
and the
20th
surrounding
of
farms,
2024.
they are literally owned,
Last year.
soil,
And immediately turned over to the National
everything.
Archives.
owned
So there was
by
a
the
whole lot of
nobleman. Even to a certain
activity around
degree,
that.
the
Everybody getting
serfs,
very
the
excited.
people,
We had
are
a whole
owned by the
disclosure day
nobleman.
all
But he
scheduled
doesn't
for
want to
October
go
20th.
there and like
And
be
what
driving
happened is
around in Dundee all day.
the executive branch reached out.
So what he
This
does
Central
is, he
Intelligence
says
Agency,
to the Jewish
the
community
Defense
that's planted
Department reached
there,
out to the
okay,
office,
you
the
guys are
National
my
Archives,
tax
and got them to
collectors.
issue a statement saying, no, it's
I
okay
want
to
you to
postpone
collect
this for a year.
10,000 zloty for me
In
next year.
complete
I want
defiance,
you to collect that
basically, of
money.
legislation.
And the Jews say, we will accept this
just
contract and collect
postpone
10,000
it for another year.
zloty for you.
So
And
what's
the
happening
nobleman says,
now,
fine,
very important,
go ahead and do it.
is
He
that
does not want to get
Senator Mike
involved in
Brown,
nitty-gritty
the
of
Republican,
how exactly they collected,
who was
and
the
this is not a
co-sponsor
modern
with
like
Chuck Schumer
bureaucracy.
of
There's
the
no
bill in
IRS
2023,
around here.
has
And the
announced
Jews
he
have to
and
go
Chuck Schumer,
back
now
and
that
they
the
have to
Republicans
collect
are in
that money
charge
from
of
the
the Senate,
peasants.
have
Now,
agreed they're going to
two things are important.
reintroduce
The
the
first
Senate bill,
is that
and
who's
they're going to
paying the
pass that,
Jews?
which is
Nobleman is
extremely
not
important
paying
because
the
that's
Jews.
all 64
The
pages.
Jews are paid
Because in
by
addition to
the
the 23
amount
pages
that
that
they
made it all
collect
the way through the House,
minus the amount they have to
the
get to
remaining
know.
30 pages
In other
or
words, if
so of
they
the
agree
bill,
at the end of the
they
year,
call
we're
for
going to provide
setting up
10,000 zloty,
a 9-person
the
review
nobleman
board
says, okay, that's
that's
your
going to
contract,
review
come back
all
to
of that
me
information
next
and would
first
be
of Elul
required
with
to
10,000
release
zloty.
everything
The
that's
Jews go
25
back, you've
years
got to
old or
collect
more
12,000 zloty, and the
and that's part of
2,000
the
they
Senate bill.
collect is
And
for
the
the Jewish community.
extremely important good news is
That's
that
because their
the Senate is getting set
mainstay
to
of their
repass that.
economy. And the nobleman doesn't care how they
Browns
do it,
and
he doesn't
Schumer
want to get involved.
and
So they
both the
involve
Republican
all
and Democratic
kinds
leadership in the Senate have
tax
resolved that
collecting
they're going to
devices,
come back again
such as
and
most
pass the full
commonly
64-page
tax on
bill.
produce.
And
Meaning
that'll be
you bring
done
in 10
by
bushels a week, you
August
gotta
1st.
give one to the nobleman.
So right this month,
You
they're going to be
you
passing
trap
that. Right?
100 rabbits
And they're going to
in
insist
the
that
nobleman's
be
forest,
put into
you
the
gotta give
National
over
Defense
10 of them.
Authorization Act.
You want to
It's finally
cross the
approved in
ridge over
December.
the lake, the
So
nobleman
that
built
bill
this
is going to
bridge,
go, that
you gotta
64
pay a
page bill is
toll.
going to go over to the House side.
In some extreme cases,
Congressman,
the documented,
Democratic
if you
Congressman
want to
Robert
use
Garcia
the nobleman's
from
church,
California has agreed
want to
to
baptize your
reintroduce
child,
the full
want
64
to get
page bill
married,
in the
you have to
House.
pay a tax to
And so
the
what we're
Jews
trying to do now is to
who
get
is
a
the church.
Republican
And as you can
co-sponsor
imagine, this must have been
of the bill
incredibly
in the House
galling to the
so that we
population.
can get
We
someone in a
don't know
position
how
of authority,
extensive the specific
i.e. in the
tax to
Republican
get the
Party
keys to the
or
church
on the
really
House side,
was,
to
at least in terms of
co-sponsor the
historical
bill.
reality. But in terms of
Then
the
what we're going
Ukrainian
to have to
perception,
do is
it's
overcome
massive.
the
They have
resistance
these
of the
popular
Speaker of
folk
the House,
songs that were memorized
which
by
is
blind
Michael Johnson.
guitarists like
He, in fact,
and they all
refused
go on
to
and on about
allow
the
the full bill to
who
go
charge
to
a
the
huge
floor
amount
for a
in order
vote
to get into the
back in
church to get married and stuff
2023.
like that. And
He
you can
blocked
imagine
it
that this would build up a
at the
tremendous
demand
amount
of the
of
Republican
resentment.
chair of the House
So
Intelligence
the
Committee, Mike
Jews
Turner,
that
and the demand of the Republican advocates of the House Armed Services Committee, Mike Rothschild, wanted to stop. Okay.
Well, there you
We
go.
were
Some
able to
events like
overcome that
Salavera,
to get
right?
23 pages of the past,
There are
which at
elements
least
like you're saying.
mandated that they gather all the information
First of all,
together
we
and
should
compare it
understand that
to be
our
turned over
depictions
to
of
the
Shtetl
National
life,
Archives.
we're
Now
talking
we're going to
about
take another
something
run
that
at it
lasted for about
with the full
700
support of the
years.
Senate.
And there are definitely
Now
good
the
times and
Republican
bad times. And also you have to understand that we're
pass
looking
the
at
other
Shtetl
30
life,
pages or
so
so
we've got like,
of the bill.
we don't even think about the fact that we
So
have
that
running water. right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore
That's
for
an
everyone. So
important
the
thing because
overall
that line
standard is
person
much lower than
be appointed
ours.
by
So
the
we tend to be
president
distracted by that.
is charged with
But
responsibility
generally
for the
speaking,
statute if
I mean,
passed.
you
You
were
know,
like a
by
Martian
the House
coming to the
once it's
planet,
passed by the
and
Senate.
you went to Eastern Europe and let's say
set
the
up
year
a
1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want to, like, invasion of the body snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, for a Polish
to
nobleman,
reveal all
you
of
probably
this
choose Polish
information
noblemen.
over a 7-year period,
Second choice
but
would
to
definitely
release
be
all of the
passport.
information that is 25
They're
years old or more
definitely
immediately.
far
Okay,
wealthier
and that's an
than the typical
extraordinarily
Ukrainian
important
peasant.
part of the Senate bill that we're now leaning in on. We've succeeded in getting the Senate to agree to repass that. And so now,
You are absolutely right.
what we're doing though is we're
1600,
organizing the
because
people through the
1648 is
Citizens for
the law.
Disclosure,
As you can imagine,
which is organized by our
peasant
Paradigm
rebellions,
Institute
all
all
kinds of
around the
anger
country.
directed
We have
at the
25
Catholic Polish
state
lords
level offices
and
already.
their Jewish
And we're looking to
representatives
have
right here in
435
Ukraine.
groups,
But
one in
you
each
can
of the
understand the
congressional
economics behind
districts,
that.
pressuring their respective
Huge explosion of anger.
House and Senate
And in fact,
to pass
not
this
like,
full bill.
being
Okay,
really
and so that we're going to be doing
we
that
tend to have
to
sort
get
of like
them
a
to
vision of
contact their
ourselves
senators
We have a vision that's sort
during
of
this
colored
month
by
to make certain that they pass that bill through the Senate, that full
Federal
64
presents a
page bill.
certain kind of image.
Now,
A
we
lot of
know
it
that the
is
Senate
but
is disposed
that's
to
what
doing that
presenting, let's say,
already.
at
But we want
1905
the American people
very
to
different
participate in this
from
process.
Can't take it
So
back
we want them
to
to
the
be
1600s
communicating
the
with
same
their
way.
United States senators to get them to
And it's a
vote
rosy
for the bill.
picture.
And
If the book,
assuming that
however,
that's going to
has
happen
really
as of
important
August
story, which I
1st,
recommend
and
you
it's going to go
do,
over to the House,
research on this.
then what we're going to
Get
be
that
doing
to,
is we're going to be directing
very,
the
very
attention of the
powerful book by
Citizens for
Nathan
Disclosure.
Hanover,
And we have
a
over
historian who
2,000
reports
people
the best
in
uprising
this
of
already
1648.
that are all around the country. Okay? And we're going to get them to start focusing on their house
how stupid it was for the
because when
Jews
the summer recess starts on August 1st, the House members go back to their respective congressional districts and they start campaigning because they have to get reelected every 2 years. So when they go home for the summer recess, they hold town meetings and gatherings. They go to talk to the Kiwanis Club. They go to talk to the American Legion folks and all that. So we're going to get our citizens.
Another example might be like if you look at
in every one of these meetings, demanding that they agree to support the passage of the full 64-page bill in the House. We're going to work on them also, and they're going to come back after Labor Day and start meeting.
But that's the same kind of thing.
We're going to have
this idea
the
that
congressman
everybody in the 1600s will black hat and the Belgian
that I mentioned before
is unfortunately
are
not true.
going to introduce the bill, and we've got to get the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we've got to get him to agree to put it on the floor.
It sounds so complicated, though.
Well, it is. Well, what it is, this is the legislative process. This is what they call sausage making, that's going on. But the people know that these laws are being discussed by the Congress. They know that much. And that's what these details are. That's the second dimension, in addition to the public hearing issue that I raised. The third dimension that's really going on here is the behind the scenes operations that are going on. The problem is that the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he is waiting to be told what to do by the president. The Republican Party has completely collapsed now in the Congress. They've completely collapsed, and they are basically have become the lapdogs for President Trump. And if he tells them not to do something, they won't do it. If he tells them to do something, even if they resent it and they don't want to do it, he'll coerce them to do it. And so Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is going to ask the White House to tell him what to do about this. So we are also directing our people in the Citizens for Disclosure to contact the president and remind him that 3 different times during the campaign for the presidency, he has promised that he was going to immediately direct the Defense Department and intelligence community to publicly release all the information that and he has not done that yet. So that's the behind the scenes operation.
Let's talk about a couple of aspects of the event.
There are people that Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence, has stated she wants to have all the information released. Cash Patel, who's the head of the FBI, has stated that he wants all the information on the UFO stuff to be released. There are other people in the cabinet, for example, Robert Kennedy Jr., has publicly announced that he wants all the information to be released. So what we're doing is we're working in the back channels
But
to try
I
to get
would
these
say
people
that, yeah,
to
we
reach
can-
out to
it's more,
President Trump
let's say,
to get him to
rational.
fulfill his promise.
Right, one of the
So
great
that he'll
historians
issue
that
the order
is a guy
directly
named Gavin
to
Lackmere, and he
Mike
writes
Johnson,
that
Speaker of the
one of the
House,
things that
to get them
characterizes
to
real
approve
anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we
because
talked
Robert
about last week,
Garcia,
is that
the
it is
Democrat, is
fundamentally
going to introduce this,
chimerical in
and
nature.
we're trying to
I
get
don't
the
know how to break that
Republican
down. It's a good
chairman
word.
of the
Chimera.
Intelligence
I don't know what a chimera is.
Crenshaw to co-sponsor the bill with him. So
Right.
that,
Why
just
would
so
you
you
call
all know, all the people that are listening will know that the new Paradigm Institute is
So chimera is like a made-up monster.
Where
you like attach things one to another
all of those
to
different
make up
meetings
something
that are
like,
going on,
you
all
know,
the different
it's like
machinations
just
that are
bizarre,
going on.
like a three-headed beast.
We
or
tend
pink
to share
elephant or
it.
something like that.
People ask us
So some of
about
that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe,
kind of so much
you
detail
know,
that they
Jews
just get
children
confused.
for their blood.
The bottom line is
What
the Senate is
totally
calling
irrational
for the
stuff.
public revelation
His
of all this
anti-Semitism,
information.
on
And
the
we're working in
contrary,
the House to
is
get
more
them to
like an
agree to do it.
explosion of a
But in order to get them
socioeconomic
to agree to do
basis.
it, we've got to get
I'm not
President
saying
Trump
it's
to give them
justified,
the direction to do it.
and
So
certainly
that's
not
the whole third
focused on the
level
individual
of
criminals.
this, of
It's
what's
an explosion
what's
that
going
affects
on here, the
everyone.
behind the scenes
Horrible,
activity.
horrific
Now, there's a
consequences,
fourth
but
dimension
you
to
can
this
see
whole
where
problem,
it's
which
coming.
people
Jason
don't
Hanover
realize,
said, no,
and that is,
Jews should have
what is the
realized
position
that
of the
the
UFO?
agenda was
What is the position of the
You should not be in this
extraterrestrials? Why aren't they landing on the White House
Another
lawn?
example of this.
Why are they, intervening? Why aren't they making a public announcement that they're here? What is it that they want? Do they want this kept secret? Are they in communication with anyone trying to keep them from revealing this information? So there's all four of these different dimensions that are causing the opportunity with regard to this issue. And all that's going on right now is the citizen groups, the Paradigm Institute, the sort of the primary one of it. Because we have over 2,000 members all around the country that are writing letters to their Congressmen and senators all over the place and holding meetings about it, etc. And we have the UAP Disclosure Fund, which is Chris Mellon's group, basically. They're working on this. We have the Solid Foundation group that basically Gary Nolan's group over at Stanford. We're working on this. We're in alliance with the Fund people that are all working on this. So we're all going on podcasts such as this, telling people that they've got to mobilize, that they've got to be aggressive, and they've got to reach out to their congresspeople and senators. And at the same time, we're stimulating whistleblowers to go in and give more and more information, particularly to the Senate Intelligence Committee. We've already got pretty well mustered up here. The Senate is proposing the 64-page bill in response to what it is they're being told by these 40 whistleblowers. They're telling them, we're trying to get more of the whistleblowers to come forward and tell the Senate Intelligence Committee even more.
One more layer
Then
is,
they've already
the Jews are all still small, they're still small time money
as
lenders.
most people
There's
realize,
the ban on
Number one,
Christians engaging in money lending
our government is in
disappears
possession
by
of
now,
one
right?
or
We've
more
already knocked out 14th,
non-human
15th
origin
century in Italy. So
extraterrestrial
Christians are
spacecraft,
still much
and
money now,
they're in possession of
money
the
and so on.
bodies
But
of
in this
one or
really
more of the ET
backwards
or
part,
occupants of these
well,
craft.
the only way you can
But
borrow
thirdly,
tiny little
the
amounts of
point
money
is
for
that
small
it's
things, like,
revealed now
you
that
know,
our good state,
whatever,
this
go to
element
Jews
deep
and
inside
lend
the intelligence
borrow
community and the
and
defense
you pay a
department
significant
are
interest.
actively
This is
engaged in
money
trying to
that
reverse
is
engineer
unregulated, so the Jews are still
the
protected by the
technology,
nobleman
both the
who's like
anti-gravity
the king in
technology
Western Europe,
and the
because he wants to make sure
subliminal
he gets
propulsion
taxes
system,
and the
the
Jews
faster than light propulsion system of the UFO craft. They're trying to develop this for a weapon system on the part of the United States. All of this has been revealed to the American public. We've got the testimony of David Grush on this. We've got the testimony of Luis Elizondo, former the attorney for Hillary. We've got all that information communicated publicly. And so what people want to know is whether the government, the official constitutional government, is going to acknowledge that this is going on. And that's the big drama that's going on right now. And then there's one other drama that's going on right now, of course, and that is trying to figure out to what degree, if any, state element has in fact succeeded in back engineering into this technology. Do they have craft that are able to mimic the UFOs, that they can pretend to be UFOs, flying around and doing surveillance of our military facilities, etc.? Why in the world would they be doing that? Why would our own national security state be doing surveillance of our own military sites? Why would they shut off the missiles? People trying to live their lives. Missile silos. Why would they completely immobilize an entire United States aircraft carrier out in the Atlantic Ocean? Shut them down so they can't function. I mean, is this some kind of war games that they're rehearsing and practicing? What's going on? Okay, so that debate is going on. We have people at the extreme ends of this debate. We have Dr. Stephen Greer, of course, the head of the Disclosure Project, which I was, as you know, the general counsel for 20 years. He is asserting that they have effectively mastered
It's rare to have tax
the anti-gravity and the
people maybe are grumbling more in
and
late March when they have to pay their
taxes,
constructing. We don't have that many
significant number
over capitals.
of these fake
Maybe
UFOs
once every
that they're flying all around and intentionally exposing themselves to the public to give the impression that there's lots of extraterrestrial UFOs flying all around. And what Dr. Greer is saying is that he's concerned that this deep state is planning to launch some sort of a fake alien invasion to try to generate massive funding to the military, to allegedly develop a defense system, the very one they're trying to develop
very memorable
to be a defense against the UFO.
Some of those moments were like incredible
extreme end of the spectrum.
1648.
You have other people at the other end saying they don't even believe that they've been able to successfully reverse engineer this.
1919 was horrific.
Because it's way too sophisticated, it's got such extraordinarily esoteric physics that are involved in it, and they haven't really been able to succeed in this. They may have a few pretend UFOs that they're using like nuclear powered engines and trying to fake being UFOs, but that they haven't really mastered the technology of superluminal speeds, etc., or anti-gravity. Our new paradigm is in the business of trying to figure this out. We are some preeminent citizen that's functioning right now in alliance with others, such as the Disclosure Group of Chris Mellon, and with the Saul Foundation of Dr. Gary Nolan. We're all working together to try to figure out the answer to these questions, so that the New Paradigm Institute can communicate this through our thousands of volunteers in the Citizens for Disclosure around the country, and meetings with their neighbors. Have coffee gatherings, have showings, go to cases in the local children's club. We've got one high school in Florida that's agreed to laws to a high school assembly to talk to all the students there. We've done a major presentation at Yale University to the faculty and to the student body. We're engaged in those kind of citizen mobilization activities right now. To try to get this done. At the same time, our New Paradigm is doing a deep investigation. We're the one of the different groups that has the capacity to do these field investigations, because we're the ones that did the Contra case, we're the ones that did the Carol Sullivan case. I was the one that lawyers for the Pentagon Papers case, the New York Times. We've got investigators who can be doing these deep investigative activities. Okay. And of course, we have the various investigative journalists. Ross Cullimore, for example, and Jesse Michaels, and some of the others. Matt, the people at the Good Trouble. We got a lot of people reaching out and trying to cultivate other, and Jeremy Corbett, and George Knapp, very important. Matt Brown, they got the fellow from the State Department to come forward and reveal the documents that he had seen. So the citizens are very active in trying to stimulate our constitutional government into doing its job. But the problem is the national security state. have got a throat hole on our constitutional government right now. They're threatening members of Congress, the Senate, and the House, that if they go forward and try to reveal all this information, that they're going to get them unseated, at least, or they're going to attack them to say that they're mentally ill because they believe in UFOs. That this national security state is a very dangerous thing that's going on right now.
Nobody likes
It's that's become a whole other element in trying to get disclosure about UFOs. It's exposing the hands of the national security state and how they have co-opted the constitutional functions of our government, where they're lying, they're committing perjury to Congress, they're filing actually false reports to Congress saying there's no evidence that there's any extraterrestrial here. They've now co-opted the Aero Office.
We'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual kind of pressure resolution of election.
They've completely compromised that because they're under the control of the Defense Department intelligence community.
But generally speaking,
which are the institutions that are concealing
everybody agrees.
This is what's going on right now. It's actually a great adventure. But it's important for people to know that there are places to which they can go and get some clear information about this, such as our new Paradigm Institute. They come to the Paradigm Institute.org.
I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main,
you just contact us.
Just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great,
2 or 3 times every week. We send out a
analysis, and they'll say,
to let people know exactly what's going on here.
Pay the money,
so that they can become involved in this.
And it's only when it's too much that you have to do it.
So
and this part is
all
basically
of these dimensions, including this question of about what's going on with the ET. What is it they're intending to do?
This, by the way,
is
great.
How much information are they willing to make available to us?
Which shows
so all 4 of these dimensions are going on at the same time. It's like a 4-dimensional chess game that's happening right now. And our job in the Paradigm Institute is to make this clear in kind of simple terms for people so that we know what progress we're making.
Well, that is a lot of information, and I have 10,000 questions running through my head right now. First of all, Daniel, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And, in the big scheme of things, 2,000 people isn't a lot. Like, I feel like we need hundreds of thousands, if not millions, behind this. And we all know, it's one thing to disclose, and thank you for the work you're doing with the Citizens on Disclosure Movement and the work you're doing at the Paradigm Institute is really important work. But for the average person like me, the average researcher, investigator, the average person who tunes into all these different podcasts and kind of gets the flavor of the week, and they have questions about extraterrestrials and if the aliens are even out there. And I kind of lie in the middle. I have both the skeptical side, and I believe a lot of it is our back engineered stuff that we probably have. But most of us know that, the CIA and the DOD, they have been since probably the mid-50s into the 60s into the 70s, and it goes deep into the MK Ultra and mind control and experiments on children and unbeknownst people, and these deep dark secrets that are covered up so deeply because they've harmed innocent people. People have been killed over this. People think it could be demonic in nature. This work gets deep into the cover-up side of it. And my question to you is, number one, how interested are the actual congressmen and women in the House and the Senate interested in this topic? Are they interested that much? Is it kind of like low on their list of even dealing with this matter? And because there's so many deep secrets in the CIA and DOD, and there's so many players like the octopus, right? There's so many arms to this whole thing. It's meant to overwhelm and discourage to where people like me kind of start tuning out, like, we're never going to get the truth. We're never going to get answers on these deep projects from the DOD and CIA. There's so many people. And who are the gatekeepers now? And you mentioned, you're going to have a committee at 9, and there's these 30 pages that haven't been released. What's so important in these 30 pages, and who are the gatekeepers now? And do you think we'll ever get to? Is there a way to disclose ET alien presence on our planet with protecting all of the dirty deeds? I guess is a good way to say it, that the DOD and the CIA have been involved with for decades now. Is there a way to do that? Is there laws that we can establish that will protect that?
Kick them out of
there are 14 questions there.
I know. I said I had 10,000, so 14 was pretty good.
We're way back. We'll work our way back through those. The bottom line is that what's being revealed here, surrounding the massive interest on the part of people who want to find out about the UFO phenomenon and about the existence of this extraterrestrial civilization. What's basically being revealed is that there's a national security state, deep state, that is operational, that is overwhelming our constitutional government right now. And that they have devoted themselves to keeping this secret. That they, in fact, want to have a monopoly power over this technology. They recovered some craft that have accidentally crashed, and they're engaged in a very aggressive, what they call kinetic program. I'm trying to bring down these UFO craft so that they can get an intact UFO craft and genetic engineer it to make a weapons system. That's clear. What they see their interest in doing. They want to have a first strike weapons system so that they can use the United States interest to coerce other people all around the world so that we can maintain our continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials of the world. And that's what they're engaged in. That's what they see that is their mission to do. It has perverted our entire constitutional system. So the last question you ask is it possible through the regular constitutional arms of our government, our legislature, our FBI, our Justice Department, is it possible to get laws passed that these people will obey? Well, the answer to that right now is no. But the fact is that they don't view themselves as being bound by the constitutional constraints of our government. They believe that they know better than everyone else, that they're above the law, and that they're going to protect the ability of our corporations to get access to the strategic raw materials of the planet, so that we can continue to have like the 4.5% population of the planet that our United States citizens represent, that we can consume up to 40% of all the renewable resources on the planet every single year. I mean, the whole rest of the world knows that. The problem is the American citizens don't. They think that, that our government is in part, promoting democracy and individual rights and rights around the world. And the fact is, the national security state is not engaged in any of those things. It's just trying to maintain absolute military superiority on the planet so that we can maintain our continued privileged access to these strategic raw materials for the benefit of our corporations. That's what's happening. Now, that's being more and more revealed around this UFO movement, because so many people so badly want to know about the UFO stuff, and they're getting really upset with the fact that there's the CIA and DOD to keep this secret. Okay, so that until and unless we can break through that organization our constitutional control over the instrumentalities of our government. Now, we're not going to be able to get this to happen unless we do it ourselves. This leaves open the prospect of our citizens, in each one of these citizens for disclosure around the country, all 435, one in each of the congressional districts, also have a direct program of CE5 activity, where we actually train people to go out in the fields in the night and call out for UFO vehicles to come. You can do it in the daytime to try to establish direct citizen diplomacy, to have direct citizen-to-citizen contact with the individual beings that are piloting these craft, so that our American people can have direct communication with them. Now, what that's going to do is to scare the devil out of the national security state people. They're going to be saying, holy shit, we can't let this happen. We can't let this get out of our control. And so what they then are likely to do is to make more information available to try to tamp off this desire on the part of our American people to have direct citizen diplomacy.
because we've lost such confidence in the constitutional structures of our government. Okay? So that's the situation that we're in right now. So our new Paradigm Institute is advocating both direct citizen influencing through the development and training of people to do the CE5 activities, so that we can take control of this ourselves. And at the same time, what we're doing is we're trying to utilize the constitutional structures of our government to get them to stand up and perform their obligations. The members of the Senate and the House have an absolute constitutional obligation to get this information. That is mandated by our Constitution under Article 1 of our Constitution, that the Congress of the United States are the ones that develop policy and make laws in our country, not the executive branch. Yeah, and certainly not the military and the intelligence. Okay, and so we've got to, through the desire we have to get this information about people in reality and the extraterrestrial civilizations all about this, we've got to break the hold that the national security state will have over our constitutional government. Okay? And that's the reality of this thing. So the sad, unfortunate answer to the final important questions is that at the present time, they're not exercising their responsibility to do this. They're kind of futzing around the edges of it. And mainly it's a lot of freshmen.
Exclusionary pressures of Westernized. So what's going to happen now? We're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last year. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe.
The national security state.
There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called test, which reduced infant mortality significantly. And there's going to be a explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. So we're now going into a period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe.
I'm sorry, Dad, but they use your own political system against you for disclosure. Like they're using it, like, to me, when you're saying all this stuff, I'm trying to keep it in order, but it's kind of like the Tasmanian devil, you know, when he would spin and take all the debris with them, and you're trying to make sense of what like, it's crazy that you're keeping this all in order.
Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So we have a look at the very first lecture we went over the terminology. It is associated with a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. Noah.
Because the Congress is acquiesced
anyways, one of the
CIA
and
the defense
over the
engaging in
Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants.
Around the world.
For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi
that
Jews.
covert operation.
So we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now.
And you would know this more than anybody else, but wouldn't that constitute treason?
Have a look at the first lectures
from the
online.
military complex against
Okay, shall we go on?
Country.
Okay, so now looking at the reason why
maybe
Jews
that's why
moved
disclosure
from
can't come out,
Western
because
Europe
it's
to Eastern Europe twofold.
not only what
First, there was a push
for
for Jews to leave that will culminate in
the CIA,
expulsion.
what they've done to other
Really
countries, but
strong
what they've
push
done
that
to
Jews felt
Americans,
unwelcome
including
in
the
Western Europe.
ultra programs
And
and
at the
all
same
that,
time, not
is
for our discussion
above
today, but probably
disgusting.
next week,
And
there
those
was
crimes is, I think, what they're worried
an
about,
economic
that as
vacuum
disclosure
in
comes
Eastern
forward,
Europe
all the
inviting
dirty
Jews
laundry
in.
comes out,
Literally,
and they can't
leaders
control it. So, well, it wasn't us. We didn't. Back in
municipalities
the
of
60s
kingdoms
as a fresh
saying,
group.
please,
Yeah, but what are you
Jews,
up to
come
now?
here.
And
We will
I'm
give
just
you
wondering,
privileges. We will give you
what
tax
legalities
breaks.
and what
We
can
will
the
give
government
you
do against a rogue
specific,
or
you know,
a rogue military
legislation that you will want, like the right to build a
right
wall around your
that
community
the,
or the right to have a
it's only
monopoly
the
on X,
government
Y, or
who
Z.
can
And
prosecute
so that will be like a
Right.
vacuum,
What
an
we as
invitation,
citizens
bringing
can
Jews in,
prosecute
pushing
is
Jews
a
out,
federal
bringing Jews in
criminal
at the same time.
racketeering
We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out,
which is what they are.
Democrats.
There's a statute that Congress had passed to give citizens the right to bring an action in the federal court systems to charge them with committing specific lists of crimes that
Well,
they've invested
you're right, Mr. Francis. The first
billions of dollars
Jews were allowed to be full
appropriations that
citizens.
have been made by
That
Congress to
happens
go
in
and
the
fund other
18th century.
aspects
We're
of our
talking about
government. They've
1790
embezzled that money
for the
to
Jews of Bordeaux and
finance
Bayonne
this secret
in southern
program that they're
France.
engaged in.
We're still
They've
here
committed
like about
perjury to the
400
United
years
States
earlier
Congress.
when
They've
nobody
intimidated
has
witnesses.
citizenship.
They've
There's no such
kidnapped
thing as a
people
citizen
and
except maybe the
taken them
king
into custody
and maybe his
to
wife.
intimidate them.
That's basically it. Everyone else is a
This
subject.
is
Or
prosecuted.
maybe not even his
The
wife.
problem
Everyone is a
that
subject
if you try
of the
to
king.
get
That's
the
feudalism. And
instrumentalities of
all
our
you can hope
government,
for
our
is
constitutional government, to
privileges
do anything
that
about
the
that,
gives you.
they
So we're still in that period right up until we get
you
to
look
the
what
18th
happened in
century.
Iran Contra.
All right, let's look at
we
one
had these
major
people dead to
factor
rights.
in the
We knew
push
exactly
to
what they
Jews
were doing.
outward.
That
The
they
first
were
is something
they
called
were
the
supplying
Crusade.
weapons
This
to
is
the
like
conquerors down in
a scene
El Salvador,
in history. This is one of
Nicaragua,
those watershed
in
moments.
complete
So
violation of the
watershed
direct
means
order of
big term.
Congress prohibiting
So
them from
actually,
doing that.
I grew up
And not a
near
single
the
person
Arctic
was punished for
watershed.
that. Not a single
You want to
person
define
was
that term?
prosecuted for that. The special prosecutor
Mr. Silver?
came in. We got this
Watershed
prosecutor
is
appointed, Judge
the earth,
Lawrence
like when rain
and
falls,
he
it either
indicted
flows
13 of them.
toward a body of water here or a body of water
Bush
there.
Senior
Right? It depends
pardoned
on
all of
the
them
elevation of a
to
particular
keep them
spot.
from revealing
And,
what was really going
you know,
on.
like where we are right now,
Same thing in Watergate.
we're in, I guess, probably
we
the
tracked them down
Atlantic
in
watershed,
and
where
what was
every
what
drop
happened?
of rain that
Nixon
falls here in
resigned.
New York will eventually
And
flow
a
towards
handful of
the
people
east
went to prison,
into the
you know,
Atlantic Ocean, right? Like
for
in
obstructing
the beginning
justice,
of
you know,
Sahara.
temporarily.
So all of it
But
was flowed to the
no
sea, and the
structural
sea has never
changes were
filled.
made.
But if
So
we were to
that this
move
national security
a
state
little
thing that we're
further
dealing
west
with
of
is
this
such a
country,
serious
we would get
problem
to
we
a
have
different watershed
that
where
what
all
we've
the
got to
water
do
would flow
is we've
into
got
the
to
Mississippi River,
mobilize the
and then
people in our
down
country
into
who
the
are
Gulf of
genuinely
something. What do you call it,
desirous
Gulf
of getting this
Gulf
information
of
about
America, there you go.
and
So that's the Gulf of America. Or for the West, it's a watershed where it
establishing
would
some
flow
kind
to
of
the
a
Pacific Ocean. I
constructive,
happen to grow up in
mutually
the
beneficial
Arctic watershed,
relationship with the
north of the Arctic
extraterrestrial
watershed, where
civilization
all the
here,
water that
that we've
rained,
got to
all the
bring
rain that
all of
fell
this
in where
pressure
I
to
grew up
bear
would flow into the Arctic
against this
Ocean
national
because it
security
flowed
state.
north. So a watershed
And we
means
got to
like
try to stand
up
up
until this
people
point,
in the
everything was
House
going
and
this
Senate
way.
of our United
After
States
this point, it's
government
going the other
who
way.
are
So
courageous
if you
enough
think
to
about
go
that
after these
term
people.
as a historical
And
term,
the people
the
that are in there
Crusades
right
are one of
now
those
are only
watershed moments
moderately
where
so.
beforehand
And so
people
that there's
understand the Lord
moderate
in such a
things
way,
to try to get at
afterwards
some of this
very different.
information.
Another watershed
But
in
the
time
final
would be something
analysis,
like
they're
9/11.
always setting up
That's a
structures that are
huge
completely
watershed
dependent
for the United
upon the
States
national
history. That
security
was just
state
before
agreeing
many
to
of you were
release
born,
the
but we live
information.
in the post
Okay,
9/11
and
era.
they won't
Everything in
demand
so many ways.
subpoena
The
power.
Crusades are one of those moments.
They won't
This is
do
the
this
history.
shit.
This guy,
House of
Pope Ernest
Representatives
II,
is the focus
1095,
right now because
he
we
complains
reveal so much
that
information
the
to the Senate
whole
intelligence
city of
to their staff
Jerusalem,
and to their
which
members,
is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land
That's
Israel at
passed
that
now
time.
by the House.
They are not
That's why the House
allowing
becomes the
Christian
battleground
programs
right now.
appropriate
Trying to get enough
access
members of the House
to
of
the
Representatives
holy
who are going to
sites.
vote for that full,
Church of the Holy Sepulchre,
64
various
page
sites
bill.
that Christians
Then
revere
the
in a very
contest
significant
becomes
way.
who's going
And
to be on
he's
that
like really
9%
upset about it.
panel.
He reaches
Because
out
they're going
to
to be reviewing
Christian
this. How much
Orthodox, right? There
information
are,
are they going to
don't
be
forget, at
willing
this
to
time,
publicly release?
1095, there are
We've got to have the
basic,
American people rise
major
up
kinds of
and
Christians.
demand
There are
that
Catholics who
people
are
be
ruled from
appointed to
Rome,
that
the Pope in Rome.
board
and
who are
there
going to do
are
their job
Orthodox
and not
who are
just
ruled by
succumb to the
7
national security state.
patriarchs
You know,
in the
and that's
Eastern
where the
world,
battleground
sometimes
is
called
going to
Greek
be.
Orthodox,
So, as a trained
called
attorney
Russian or
and a
Armenian Orthodox.
constitutional
It's a
50
different
years,
form of Christianity
and
than
co-founder of the Harvard Civil
Catholics,
Rights Law
but they
Review.
both are
I mean,
Christian
I've familiarized
faiths. If you
myself
want
with what the
somebody
structures
to
of our
term
government are, that
denominations,
we
but
can
they are
utilize
two different,
to
let's say,
give them a
flavors of
full
Christianity.
and fair
And they have
opportunity
not
to
gotten along well
exercise
for the
their
last couple of hundred
constitutional
years.
authority.
But he says to them, wow, it's
and
just so
and
awful
exercise
that,
their
you know, we're hearing
constitutional
about Christian
obligation
pilgrims not
to
getting
do
in to
this.
see the
And
Church
if
of the
they
Holy Sepulchre. And
we
the
know how to
entire
take the
Christian
steps to
world
replace them.
just,
And we also know
resonates
how
with
to
that
take
message
direct
and says,
citizen
yeah, it
action
is terrible.
by the
Pope
CE5
Urban II
activities
calls
of reaching
for
out to
something called
establish
a
diplomatic
crusade,
contact and
based on the
communication
word
directly
cross,
with the
the
extraterrestrial being.
crucifix, saying
All of
we
these
should all
things
go
are
there, we should
within
organize
the
ourselves,
constitutional framework
we
of our
should take
government.
back the land of
We
Israel
as citizens
from
have
the
to get off
infidel
the couch,
Muslims,
stop
so that
spending so much
Christians
time watching
can
football games
safely
and,
go there to
watching
worship.
movies on 16
Massive
different
reaction
cable
for a whole bunch
television channels.
of reasons.
And do
There
our
was a certain
job
amount
as
of
citizens.
unemployment among
Okay,
his
so the question
nightly
is,
class,
do
for
people care
example,
enough?
and they had
Do people
literally
care
nothing
enough
to do, but this
about
was
the
a great
reality
excuse.
that
They
we're
pulled it together,
surrounded by an
particularly
extraterrestrial
in the
civilization
regions of France
that
and
has,
Germany, and they make their
solutions
way
to our global
all the
climate
way
change
across
problems,
Europe
the
to
sources of
the
all
Holy
kinds of
Land,
sources of
and
energy.
they fight the
They
Muslims
have
and they
access to
take over the
information
land of Israel.
has
The next
provided,
200
I
years,
think, by this
there's going
time,
to be
definitive
ongoing fighting
answers
with
to
the
some of the
Muslims
most
until
profound
finally the Muslims drive them out.
philosophical and even
So this is the
theological
era
questions
of the
that our
Crusader
human family has
kingdoms,
been
when
struggling
Christians
with
from
for
Western
eons.
Europe
And
established
are we ready for
footholds
this?
in the land of
Are we
Israel.
going to
I'm sure
insist
you
upon
visited places
getting
like
this information?
Caesarea and Akko,
And that's the only
you
solution.
know, all kinds of
Really,
land,
the rest of
where
it
you'll
is,
see
is,
lots
is
of
playing
Crusader
house.
fortresses and things. You'll also
But
see
getting
Muslim
them, we're exhausting
fortifications
all of
against
our
the
administrative
Crusaders,
remedies
like, for
to
example,
give
the
all the
walls
constitutional
around
instrumentalities in our
Jerusalem were
government
built
the
by the
opportunity to
Muslims,
function
trying
they're
to
required
hold
to
off
do
any
by
future
our
attack
Constitution.
by
And we're going to
Crusaders,
mobilize
and it went
get
back and
people
forth
into
for a
those
couple hundred years.
offices, the House
Here you
offices,
see,
the Senate
and by the way,
offices,
because
that
they
have the
kept on
courage
getting,
to do
they
this
made their way
by
down, they took
disconnecting
over the
them from
territory,
major
then they got
corporate
kicked out,
contributions.
then they made their way down again.
Because
There are
the
multiple
corporations
crusades
realize
over
that this
several
national
hundred
security
years
state is functioning
with
for their
a
benefit.
variety of
So that
outcomes.
they're not
Some
going to
successful,
support
some not.
this. So that what we have to do is we have
Exactly.
to
It's
get
not surprising how that happens.
be supported
So,
by citizens
how did Jews get involved?
get them into those
Especially
offices
up here, you can see these stars that David represent very
and
clever
taking
sort of symbolism.
responsibility to
They
perform their
represent Jewish
constitutional
communities.
obligations
And at
go
a
after
certain point,
this
in
element,
1096,
buried
in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance the long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi, you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter Fermat, who are kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular teacher, kind of demagogue, and he essentially says to these crusaders, you know, wait a second, why are we left all the way to Jerusalem by infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves in? But our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic civilizations outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week. Using Abarachamim prayer, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyas Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 100 years on a smaller scale
right?
It's going
So
to be
that they can
absolutely
be
awful.
trained to help train pilots to fly these crap because they run telepathically. And it's going to be revealed that they
more
know
professional
that they are
disciplined soldiers,
frying
like they've got some kind of
brains of
they've
some
got a
of these
plan.
kids
They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking
subjecting
the
them to stimulations,
Muslims. They want to
electronic
bring back
stimulations to
pieces
stimulate their
of the Holy
psychic
Cross and
abilities.
things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal, but the
Now, those
lesser
are more heinous crimes that
outfitted
have not even
and
been
the kind of
publicly
like they don't have
discussed
the same kind of
a great deal
resources,
right
and they
now.
can't imagine
But
paying
the
for
fact
that
of the matter
massive
is
journey down
that
there. But they do want to
this
get involved in
national
like
security state
the violence
has
of all
to
it.
be
They
rooted
just
out.
do it right
And
here.
we have to be able to
In
get
the
China
Ashkenazi homeland.
and Russia
Horrendous.
to respond by starting to disassemble their national security states as well. Because the simple reality is,
So I
is that
think
the
that
United
if
States
you ask
is
the
the one that
Crusader,
started this.
he would say
The
the
United States
goal
is the
was to
one that
reclaim the
supported
Holy
the
Land.
creation of the Third Reich in Germany.
And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they really
they
what they were.
financed
And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacre is because Jews were given the option to convert or die. Right? This is the option or get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root. Demagogic and violence and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious
access to the strategic raw materials. That's what's going on here.
Okay, so
we've got to
it says
stand
these
down.
Crusaders, why are you flipping all the way down? Let's do it right here. Here's another image from that time, and we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of it's really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, a handful of them, and we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, you saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Rothschild being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Shire, Worms, and Mines. They're known as the Shum Junis by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked at the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating, and says a lot, I think, to the
that is the plan. It's like, okay, you're right. Like, they mobilize globally. Something happens.
Yes,
South America, they're there within hours.
Yes,
it's
definitely.
amazing
That
how
was where
fast these
Rabbeinu
people
Gershon studied, for example. So these are significant towns.
It's a new
They're not far away.
because now it's
They're
not
small by our
we're
standards,
talking about
but still big by a very century.
Technology
So
being used against
this
humans.
is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There's two basic strategies. Let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are?
Foreign military expeditionary force into Russia to try to crush the Bolshevik Revolution.
Fight back. What happens if you fight back?
I mean, and they say, oh, that must be a conspiracy
You'll
theory.
probably
No,
be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? So we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until
in a social democratic economy.
We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. So basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees. Rome was just a little later. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it during the semester. That's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of life for Jews. It's not always possible, though, you know. You're talking about your family, about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to
you take the average citizen like myself, and you looked at, let's say the JFK documents that just were released, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pages, with all these different players, nobody's prosecuted. We still don't, I mean, we have theories on what the truth is, right? But at the end of the day, it's so overwhelmingly complicated, and I think the same's going on with this whole UFO movement.
They were able
Some
to
people think it's evil and it's scary,
by
that
simply
for the
going
average
out
person
to the
like me,
Crusaders and saying, hey,
my
whoa,
voice seems
you know,
minuscule.
you don't attack us. We are
I'm just a tiny little drop of water,
subjects of the king.
and there's only a few thousand of us out there fighting for this. How do you give the average citizen a voice and make them feel like you absolutely can make a difference, and where's going to be like the big wave that we need to sweep over to make change? Because for me, it feels like a game we can't win. It feels overwhelming, complicated, and it feels intentional. That it's intentionally that way, so people, even like me, who really into the subject, feels like I'm powerless against it.
But
what do we say
later on,
these people?
it would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but you see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over
And what we're trying to do, for example, we're trying
this
to find
was like
all the
an
people that have
incredibly
been
dramatic
involved in this
moment
program
where you have
that are now
situations
in
where
their
Jews were
90s.
trapped inside synagogues, and the
no
Crusaders
longer
would
have
say,
to
you know,
continue
come out
to
and be
keep these
baptized,
secrets,
or we will
you
set
know,
the
and that
synagogue
they
on
need to
fire.
reveal these things as they approach their
Inside
deathbeds.
could actually
They
take out
got
knives,
the information. We
slaughter
need to
their
get them
own
to share
children
the
for
information. We
their
need to
own
put it
lives,
in
and the
communicable
Crusaders
form
would set fire to a
through
building
the
that
New Paradigm Institute and organize
absolutely
on the
horrific
ground.
examples
We got to have ground
recorded not
forces.
only in the
We got to have
Hebrew
people in every
Chronicles,
one of the
but also
435
in the
congressional
Christian
districts
Chronicles,
in
saying
addition
that
to
you believe
inviting
these
everybody to
Jews
come over
are
on a Saturday
amazing,
afternoon
that
to
they would
watch college
rather
football,
kill
you know, and
themselves
drink
and their
beer
own children.
and
Much
the
of
food is
it's
killed.
they would rather
You
kill
know,
their own
what they
children
need to do
rather
is have
than submit
meetings
to
of
baptism.
their neighbors, friends, and
Gentlemen, I would
neighbors. Go to the
hazard
local Kiwanis
as
Club and American Religion Club
something for you to think about
you
further.
know, the different
This
places
is
they
one of
come
those
together and
moments
talk about
that
this.
define
You know,
Ashkenazi
they've got to go to
history.
their churches
That
and synagogues.
from the Crusades
and
onward,
in
much of
temples, they've got to
Ashkenazi
talk to them
culture
and say,
is
look,
sort of like
this is an
bend
extraordinarily
inwards,
important
begin to
issue
say
for
that,
our
wow,
theology.
the outside
To know where our
world
human
is
family
so
fits in the chain
dangerous.
of
The outside world is
intelligent
so
life in the
toxic.
universe.
It
You know,
is fundamentally and
we need to start talking
existentially
about
threatening
this.
to
You know,
us.
that
We must
the
protect
answer
ourselves
lies
at
with
all
us.
costs from
You know,
everything
well, you're
involved
just
in the
one drop of
outside
water.
world. And Ashkenazi culture
You
tends
start
to be
adding
kind of
2
like that
drops of water,
inward
then
focus
1,000 drops of
that
water,
results in
and
some
10,000,
interesting
then a
cultural
million of them, and
expressions
you
we'll
become
see
a
shortly.
waterfall.
Sephardic
That just
culture,
pours down
by
on these
contrast,
people. You know,
they didn't
and that's
have
what we've
this
got to
same
do.
challenge
You
of
know,
the
we've got to
Crusades. The
sweep
Crusades
into
did not
Congress.
sweep
We
through
got to
Spain
take
at this
over
time.
the
Spain is
instrumentalities of
also,
our government.
where
We
Jews
got
are
to
mainly
call
living.
down
It's
this
Muslim. It's
national
not even
security
under the
state.
Christians.
bring it to
But
heel,
their big challenge
out
would come
to
after
the Soviet
1391,
Union,
as we
Russia
discussed
down
last
into
semester,
China,
that
into
their
India,
challenge
and
would
the
come
other
after
major countries
1391,
of the
where
world, the
now
UK,
they've
and
been
the
forcibly
UE
converted
nations.
without their will,
And we've
without a
got
chance
to
to even
stand
say
down
no,
the national
and
security
now they
state
have to live in
apparatus
both the
of
Christian world
our
and the
nation
Jewish world
states. We've got to
simultaneously.
overcome this.
Sephardim
Okay?
develop a
In
kind of
order to
cultural
qualify to
tropism
be
where they
citizens of this
direct
galactic
themselves
federation.
to adapting
Of
to
whatever it
outside
is.
society
Again, we
while
don't know
preserving
exactly
Jewish
what the
identity. You
contours
see
of
the
it are,
contrast between these two?
but we need to find
Ashkenazim,
out. That's what the Paradigm
sword in
Institute
the
is here
sand,
for.
saying, if you force someone on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say,
we've
give
been
me your worst,
operational
I'll
since
find a way to
1980
cope with
in
it, and I'll
Washington,
do sort of
D.C. We did the Karen Silkwood case, we stopped the
jiu-jitsu and
construction of
find a
private
way
nuclear
to
power plants
keep my
across
Jewish
the country.
identity, despite the fact that I'm
Reveal
living outwardly as a Christian.
lies about the
Two different,
the
very
Vietnam
different survival
War,
strategies.
with the publishing of the
So
Pentagon Papers.
it was in Shire that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism. And this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite, they were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and they massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, is a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave, and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting. Is what happens to those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decide to commit suicide? There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Spartan class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that
what you're saying
is a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent. They are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities, and he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you're familiar with, Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the
Because both of
Crusade,
them
the
are
first
like, oh
Crusade
yeah,
was
well,
part of the
in my
last,
campaign, I'll
thing
disclose
that
both
he had
of
to
them.
deal with in
You'll
his
get
life.
Epstein and you'll get UFOs. And
There
then
were
they
significant
backtrack.
debates.
And then,
Maybe once
it's not
they're
UFOs. Well,
baptized,
they
especially
just
if they
rewind the
volunteer to be
tape
baptized
and
rather
then
than be
play
killed,
dumb and
maybe now they
gaslight
are
us like,
Christians.
oh, we never
Maybe
said
we
there was
shouldn't accept
anything
them
in the
back.
files.
Maybe
I hadn't looked
you're
at
only
the
allowed
files
to
yet. Like,
they
treat us
right?
as if we're
You can't be allowed
5-year-olds.
to
Like something I would tell a
force yourself
5-year-old
to
to
give up your life
convince
for
them
this.
what I did
Nevertheless, the
was
consensus
not
developed
wrong or
over
didn't
the
lie
course
to
of
you.
about 100
And
years.
that's what it feels like they're doing to us.
The
Like, to
consensus
me, it's
felt
an
that, yeah,
insult
we'll
to the
allow them to come
intellect
back.
of people like yourselves that are very, very well educated.
A
Kind of like,
forced situation
are you,
they're
like,
not
there's gonna be times where you're like, are you
responsible for that
shitting me?
decision.
Just
Okay.
with the stuff that they come out.
Arguments,
I mean,
discussions,
you know, listen,
anything on that?
better said than I would say, but
Clear as the
this
sun
drives
at
me
noonday.
nuts. Is that they treat us like we're idiots? They treat us as
They're treating us like 5-year-olds because we're
Well, when
acting
you say
like 5-year-olds.
we, I'm not sure who exactly
You know,
you mean.
I mean, we're spending our time playing with our toes,
I
you know,
don't know.
and
I really don't know. I think that the consensus that we've shown them are that,
or rather than paying
baptism
attention to
has no
learning about
impact
things and
on
learning how to speak other
Jewish
languages,
status
learning
based
how
on the
to
principle
read and do things like that. A child left to their own
Jew,
devices
even
may
though
not do all that stuff.
he's still a Jew.
They need some
can't,
responsible
like,
leadership,
remove that
just like
Jewishness
parental
from them.
assistance.
But
They need.
I'm not
That's part of what the new paradigm is doing, trying to act like responsible grown-ups. Instead of here's what we have to do.
Okay, so what about Jerusalem?
As long as we act
Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like, in the first Crusade, it was the peak of the Crusading story, and it became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre
we still have it.
and sold
if you
Jews
don't
are sold
use
to
it, you're going to
slavery.
lose it.
Okay.
So we've got to
It
use
is ironic.
our
We should
constitutional
remember that
rights
right now,
to mobilize and educate ourselves and
loggerheads
rise up
primarily
and
over
quell this national
politics
security
in the
state
Middle East.
here in the
It's been
United
like that
States
for the last
and reach
century and
out
a half, more or less.
responsibly to
But
people
prior
in
to
Russia
this,
and
there
China
were many
and
points in
India
time where
and
Jews and
UK
Muslims were
and
actually on the
European
same side
countries to get
against
everybody to
Christians.
stand down from this
Also, one more
ridiculous
thing to
war
point out, you should
over the
bear in
natural
mind that for
resources
much of the Middle East,
of
when
our
you go to the
planet.
21st century,
And take
the
advantage
Middle
of the
East
fact
has
that
not
there are
let go
alternative
of
sources of energy.
history.
There's
Right?
alternative
Like when
sources of
America
access to
invaded
resources.
Iraq,
There's all kinds.
There's
There's an extraordinary future for our human
the
family.
Iraqis referred to
If
Americans
we're
as
willing
crusaders.
to
They're
exercise
thinking
our
of Americans
responsibility
as
as
these guys.
citizens.
You know, if you're a
Otherwise,
Muslim
we're going to
minding
be
your own
treated as
business
fighters.
in Jerusalem, it's not even clear how much they're
we've got
really
to
in
grow
defending
up
Christian
here.
pilgrims,
This
but
is
all of a
this is
sudden
the
they get
age
like
of
all
our
of Europe comes
adolescence,
down here and
and we've got to
big
grow
metal
up.
armor and there's horses and stuff like that, and
Don't
like
be
they
afraid.
go to war
Don't
with
be
us.
afraid that
So
you're
they
going to
regard
discover
the West
things, and when you
as
come out into
being
the
like
adult world that are
as an
different, then
existential enemy.
you're going to discover
Something
that
that's happened
Santa
for the
Claus
last
isn't
millennium,
real.
largely because of the Crusades. Mr. Bryant.
And you're gonna discover, that in fact, as Jesus said, that you are going to do much greater things than I have ever
So you
done.
got to take this Sephardic Jewish history class.
And until you can come to
you do have
understand
this period
that the stuff of which this
call,
bread is made up
it's a little bit of
is the
exaggeration,
same
la
substance of which
convivencia,
my body is made up of.
the period of
That
coexistence.
you
Lasts
won't
about 200 years.
understand what's going on here.
About
Okay? These are
give or
theological
take
secrets that are
950
buried
to
inside the
1150.
churches that need to be exposed.
Yes,
They need to be shared with the
exclusively
people. But we have to
But
demonstrate that we're
that's it.
capable
It's
of
an interesting period
exercising
of time.
responsible
Sephardic Jewish history.
control over our capacities as a
You
human
think right
family.
now everybody's getting along?
And that all it takes is becoming active citizens. All the radical request that we're making at the new
Yeah,
paradigm
I would
is that
love
people
that to be
become
true. I think America
responsible
is
citizens
an exception
and
in history in
exercise
many ways.
our authority that we still have to gain control
So
over
good
this
argument.
government and to gain
There's a lot to
control
be
over
said
the
for that.
remaining
I don't think
constitutional
it's quite as
structures that
rosy
we
as
have,
maybe we would
and
like.
to quell this
but-
national security state, to put them
Well,
back in the box,
there's a point,
and
right?
get control of our
Okay,
government.
let's just
and
do
reach
one
out
weird thing here. So
constitutionally to
one of
these other
the
nation states
immediate
and get them
cultural
to stand down on their national security state
Jews
operations
in the
to
post-Crusade era
disassemble
that had a
and
long
destroy
lasting
all
effect
of the
was a
nuclear
movement
weapons
called the
warheads
Hasidic
on our
Ashkenaz.
planet.
the
so that we
term
don't continue
Hasid,
to
of
threaten
course,
to
is
destroy
biblical
the
in origin.
entire life-generating
You see
capacity
it all
of
over
our planet.
Tanakh. It
Because this
basically
is
means someone who
potentially
goes like beyond the
generate
letter
an
of the law.
intervention
But it has been
on the part
used
of the
so many times in
extraterrestrial
history.
civilization. I
The
do not
followers
believe
Yehuda
that they're going to
Maccabi were called
tolerate
Hasidim.
our
Rabbi
single
calls
species
himself
on this
Hasidim.
planet
We have, of course, the
totally
18th
destroying the
century Hasidic
life-generating
movement,
capacity of
Chabad,
this planet.
Satmar, all those guys.
Because
But this is
genetic
a different
material
movement, just happens to use
that
the
our
same
planet
name.
has
They
generated
flourished
over the
for about
billions of
100
years,
years
is
right
such a
after the
valuable
Crusades.
resource in the
Most
galaxy.
of their
They're
writings
not
are
going to allow us
focused in
to do
one
that.
book, Sefer
And if
Hasidim,
we have to intervene, we're
fascinating
going
book
to lose our
on a historical
capacity
level.
for our free
Sorry?
will. We're going to lose our capacity to,
Yes,
to
Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the
exercise
major
our own
authors of
judgment
this, also
and
his
our
father.
exercise our own
This
agency
is
over our own
a fascinating book
lives here.
on a historical
Okay?
level as well,
This
because
is a serious
it
situation that
includes
we're dealing
all
with.
kinds of
And that's
interesting
because
stories
the accountability,
about things that happen
What
in
you're saying is
Ashkenaz
we
at
need
this
to
time.
start
It's a fascinating
bringing back
religious work. It's
accountability.
basically
We hold
sort of
our
a mixture of
leaders
Musar and
accountable, hold
Halacha
our
about
military
how you
accountable,
should
everybody,
behave,
because I think
and all kinds of like
that's
stuff
today's
that
day and
didn't
age.
make
There's
it
no
into
accountability
Halacha,
on anything.
but
Nobody's
nevertheless
ever
it's kind of
accountable, like you said.
advice
They
given
walk
by
away
the
with their crime.
followers
Yeah,
of Hasidic Ashkenaz.
it makes no
What
sense. How is
is
this possible? They
especially
just, there's no
unique about it,
accountability.
though, what
It's
distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition. It's very, very sharp. At this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big
who are
into
responsible.
self-blame,
The people that are there now that are
self-denial,
generated by this
martyrdom,
political system
all
are
kinds
not
of like,
responsible. They're responsible to
we
the
have
people
to do
who
more
pay for their
tshuva.
campaigns.
It's so different
That's what they're
from
doing.
much of the,
That's
modern
what
day
they're doing.
Hasidus.
What
We
we
talk
need
about
to do is
Chabad,
replace
for
them.
example,
We have
which
to have
is,
a
and
massive
all the Hasidus
mobilization
really much
to
more
have
about joy and
citizens
about
run for these
camaraderie and
offices
singing.
who are
No way,
dedicated to
these
exposing this
Hasidic
information, to
Ashkenaz
eliminating
were
this
really
national
into like
security state, to
self-mortification,
establishing
like
a
literally
social
rolling in
democratic
snow.
system. In our
Fasting was a
country
big
that can
deal,
in
lots
fact
and
be
lots
the
of
beacon
fasting.
to the
And
world.
even like after death, customs like, putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in
So that's a whole
Hasidic
other
Ashkenaz
show.
movement. It
Bigelow
was
is a series.
kind of like a
But I do
whole
want to say,
dark
let's
period
turn that
in many ways
2,000
culturally,
drops of water
but the same
into
Hasidim
4,000,
is
into
actually
6,000,
quite
and
fascinating.
so on. And so I just want to thank Daniel for being
It's
here
short-lived,
and sharing all
but
this. I
certain
really
ideas
learned a lot on this
definitely do
podcast,
find their
and
echoes
I
later
actually,
on.
I feel like I'm not doing
I
enough. So
have
you
here,
got to
no, I
me.
don't have the
I hope we
answers.
get to our
It
listeners
is at
who
this
out there
point, by
and
the
take
way,
some
where
action.
Hasidic
To get this rolling, I
Ashkenaz
want to
have
expose
this
these aerospace
influence
companies too.
on
They're just
not portraying
they know so
women's
much
faces
more, and
in
they're not held
particular.
accountable for anything.
That,
Another
in
whole
the
podcast
artwork
we
that
could
we
go down
have
there.
from
So
time
thank you for the work you're
I
doing.
think later
Everybody
on,
get to the
maybe I'll put it on the videos.
newparadigminstitute.org.
A lot of the
Fill
artwork
out this.
will
Talk to your
show women
local
with
officials
animal
and
heads
government,
rather
whatever
than
state
with
you're in,
human
wherever
heads.
you are.
If I don't, I'll
Take
try
action
not
and
to.
do that. So thank you for being here, and I
Sometimes
appreciate
all
all this
people,
great
not just
information.
women, but especially women.
I appreciate it.
That also
Thanks,
happens
Jason.
today too. The idea is like
You
more.
are amazing, sir.
We're not
Every
sure
time I
exactly what
see
the
you
idea is.
somewhere,
Most
either
theorists say
convention
has to be the
or
idea of like
unless I'm Washington, you are a
it's not right
workhorse.
to look at the
There's
face of women and
constantly
stuff
a
like
mic in your face, or
that.
people wanted to take, a selfie. I got a selfie in with you, but it was so quick. It was like, hey, and you're like,
Hasidic Ashkenaz?
you're so used to
Well,
it.
it
By
was
the
kind
end
of
of the
like
day,
an
your face must be
intellectual
sore.
religious
But
movement.
it's amazing the
There were
amount of work that
several
you're doing,
prominent
and
rabbis
the
who were
push
deeply involved in it and
you do
influential.
are
And so
leading the
people
charge,
followed it.
especially for
People
maybe
thought like
younger lawyers
that's
that
how
may
you
want to
express
take
your
up this
Judaism.
issue as
Nowadays
well
we
and
express our
start,
Judaism
because
by
I'm sure
like,
that's going to come up where you'll need legal representation
doing
and
lots of Sufganiyot.
so it's
Hamantash back then it was
so
man, I
Daniel,
gotta go
seriously,
like roll the
thank you so
snow a
much for
little
your
bit.
time. We really
Stop
appreciate
eating
it.
for 2 days.
I really appreciate it.
That was his
Thank you, Jason.
style.
Thanks, Katie.
Wear dark clothes.
See you next time.
Wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of scientists say. That you stayed maybe was seen as like a divine punishment because you were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening in the period of the Black Death. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writings, which indicated they were circulated. You have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. What's the best?
We got a great gentleman joining us today. We got Ron James, the documentary filmmaker. And probably of the top 5 filmmakers, Ron definitely belongs in that top 5 by far. His movies are being played everywhere, and he's won over, 28 film festival awards?
Okay, let's go by turn.
For Accidental Truth.
Now,
Accidental Truth actually won
the whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That this is why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself, Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. So it started first up here in Norwich,
on Amazon, whatever.
right
They
here
have no
in
clue
the
struggles
the
the
earliest one
directors
is in
when you're producing your movies
1144. The
yourself.
story
All the
goes,
steps you gotta go
and
through
this
to
is
get that
basically
bloody
repeated over and over again,
And
that
I admire that because the struggles, the fact that you're willing to go, well,
kill,
screw it, I'll
God
do
forbid,
another
a
one.
Christian
That,
child.
to me, I would
There's
have
actually
thrown in the towel. Like, screw
distinct
that. The first time was
charges.
way too hard.
The first one is
what
called
pushed you to
ritual
make
murder,
this second part to
and
Accidental
later
Truth?
it develops into what's called
it's
the blood
interesting.
libel, Alila
All
Dam.
UFO filmmakers
Ritual
all have
murder
basically
is this idea that, well, why
same
would you
distributor
need to
and
kill a Christian
working
child?
with the
Well, the
same
reason
guy
is
who
because,
Jim Martin
as the crazy theory goes, for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true.
Pretty much
Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing polls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover. Right, that's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to the whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman al-Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset, and they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard the Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out, and then what happens afterwards, sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone puts something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens, don't man. But even though, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens
it's about
to ritual
systems
murder.
of control.
The blood libel
At the end of
just
the day,
added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. I'll show you. Here's like just a crowded map of how many places have blood libels after that first one, 1144.
So those very same people are doing
this is Simon of Trent from 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet, like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see them Hashgabilim, same kind of idea, like don't go to Torah college kind of messages that you see in some places. I should probably doesn't have that's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews from the year 1215 on. Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospel, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're casting the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. For those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water. You know that a little bit of blood is better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to the video, but there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that
for a long time, your documentaries, like the accidental
they are
treatment, the whole,
infertile, and the only way that they can
programs in the
reproduce
States, like you
is
really
if they
laid it all
consume
out.
this blood.
Have you had
Or it's an
any
aphrodisiac.
encounters with anybody come and telling you, like, maybe you should
Absolutely bizarre
quiet
story.
down? Like, have you ever had like a man in
Curious
black
about this
experience
really weird
doing this kind of
aspect
work?
of medieval history? I
They're not
recommend you
that
look at
overt
Joshua
anymore.
Trachtenberg's
They have a way of
remarkable
letting you
work
know
written right
that they're
during the
watching you.
Holocaust, trying to wake
And
people up
it's
as
not
to
like, there's not
how
cars
long
parked
this has
out
been
front of my
going on.
house, but my
Called
phone
The Devil and the
is
Jews.
constantly
Very powerful work.
surveilled.
He
But
lists,
when you're
20
like
different
a
things that people believe
media
Jews
relations
did with
director,
this blood.
is
And
completely
amazing examples of like,
observed.
Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they can use it for their purposes as well.
So they're
And of course,
watching that any way they can.
but this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. The Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child, killed by who knows whom,
it's still out there. There's
definitely
no
not the
way
Jews,
they're going to
and then be buried in the wall of the church. Right churches today in Europe, you can see where they
why
have
would they come out and tell you that they have the upper hand for the next 1,000 years on
children
everyone?
who were horribly
I'm
killed,
say that,
but
and
the Jews
you're
were
right,
blamed
we
for
are
it.
expendable. Phil Schneider, I'm pretty
was telling the truth. And the way he died with his catheter wrapped around his neck 3 times, waist height, that's not a natural death. Nobody
Yeah, that was suicide. Yeah.
That wasn't suicide. Like nobody was saying,
You would hope that they don't play those games.
Here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews. It relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis would just make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. There's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe.
They're rolling
But
out this new
the idea was, we got to get away from these crazy.
There was nothing going on for 50 years between Blue Book and Bob Bigelow's work. But that's when a whole lot of stuff happened. And so we kind of blew that narrative. We named names, we pointed people to where they could find information. And then shortly after the film comes out, we get David Grush.
It's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman, which I think is called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose, I'm not sure, but Sandra Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century when it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, it's late 19th century most likely. Good argument. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is not there. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable. During this time period, we can say much more about this. A whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy political system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually found, the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote to some degree the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. So the term post refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing, and you had said your confession, and then whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kiddish. And this would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. It's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, Amish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Like if they're killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's just the argument. So
And
the
to say,
church,
okay,
whereas
well,
they
it was
thought the blood libel
oh, it
was
was
really
swamp
dangerous,
gas. Oh,
they
it's
put
just
it
the
down.
government playing
Post
around.
desecration
If it
actually
wasn't just legal,
supported the
take it.
argument
And
for
that's the problem with the
transubstantiation as
general
a doctrine,
population is they
which was
just
not an
assume
easy
whatever
sell.
the newsman
So
says,
here's
that's the truth, that's my
a
opinion.
post desecration
They don't bother
story that
really
is
looking into
described
it, and if you
from
do, you're
the
like,
German
wow,
city of Passau,
it's
which is also
blatantly
14th
obvious
century,
that something is happening.
and it's basically
But
been
in
written
all honesty, as big
with
as the UFO
cartoons,
problem
because
is,
most
if we're
people
never
were
going to get the
illiterate.
Epstein
Even though it
list,
does have the
you know what I
German
mean?
text
Like,
above
which
it,
is,
kind
that
of like
seems
a
quite pale in comparison to the UFO
graphic
stuff. But if
novel.
we can't even get the
And the
Epstein
stories are
list,
almost all the same.
how close are you to
Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there would be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood Bible stories.
In
A
November,
renegade Christian
or last
who,
November,
you
when we
know,
were there, you
helps
were
the
working on
Jews
your
find the
documentary at
child,
the
that kind
time.
of thing. Here's a
You can
renegade
feel the
Christian.
energy in the crowd,
Goes
which
to the
never
church,
translated
and you can see
over
he's
to
looking over his
the
shoulder
news,
as
like
he
whatever they
steals the
covered it.
host.
Just
Very
didn't
good
seem
host,
as,
his little
but the
wafers.
energy was there. Like I could feel it. Everybody was
Ahead.
excited. We thought we
And
were going
then
to get
he
a
goes
really
and
great
takes it to the Jews. You can tell
testimony
they're Jews
today,
because
but
they have the well
that never
on their
trickles into the
shirts
news.
or
They
their
never,
tunics,
they can't
and
portray that.
he
And
accepts
I just
money
felt so
for
disappointed that evening when I went home and turned on the
he
TV
accepts
and
money
I saw
for
the news
the
coverage of it. I'm like,
host.
ah,
The host
it didn't
is
do
then
it
brought
justice.
back to
But
the
there's so many
synagogue
people
by
that
the Jews. They've
everybody,
got it in a
you know,
little box
you
here,
saw names. I
and
saw,
in
you
their
know, saw
synagogue, they torture the host.
Belinda Leslie. I saw
Stabbing
Robert
with
Salas. Like
knives,
everybody was there.
miraculously the police.
And then we had, you know, rock
Right,
stars
starts to
walking
believe
in and
that's
around
the,
the whole
again,
place as
demonstrating
well.
the
And I think,
miraculous
wow,
properties of the host.
we
You
got
can see that the
momentum now. At least it
Christian
felt
artist
that
has
way
never
to me.
actually been in a
And then
synagogue or hasn't
it
looked
always
carefully because
fizzles
he's
out
trying to
within a day or
reproduce
two. And
Schneider quote a bridge
do
here
you
in
find that
Hebrew, but doesn't
aggravating
know how
as
to write
someone
Hebrew,
who's
so he
trying to
writes
really push
gibberish
this
up
issue
there.
to the public that
And then what happens
you're making me
is,
feel you got momentum?
like the
It just
police
seems
come
like
to the
it
door and say, hey,
simmers
what's going
down
on
right
in here? We hear like some
I just
screaming,
think
right? Like
it's
the
not as
host is
stupid
screaming afterwards. The
as
Jews say,
they'd
quick,
like to think.
get
It's
rid
like,
of the evidence. They collect it up.
We're been there,
They
done that.
throw it
And
into
if
the
you go out and
furnace,
do a survey,
and miraculously
a
the
huge
form of
percentage
a
of
small
people
child
are going to
appears in
agree
the
that there's
flames.
most definitely probably
They'll
not
just fly out
human
of the flames
intelligence
to be caught by
probably
waiting angels.
interacting
Right? Like all
with
these
us,
miracles
and
are
the
attached
government's
to
been
it to
lying,
sort of
and they're going to continue
reinforce the
lying.
idea of
So
transubstantiation.
for John Q. Public,
All of this stuff is
on. It's like,
nourished
yeah,
by
okay,
Bobomai's.
hey,
It's not
quit
true at
lying to
all.
us about
The next
something we
part,
already
unfortunately,
know.
is typically
Let
what
us know
actually
when
happened.
we need to be concerned
There's a
about it.
mob,
In the meantime,
bursts
what's
into the
there?
synagogue. They arrest all the
So
Jews.
we're dealing with a
They
situation
behead
where
them.
the public's
This is
just
also a
jaded
typical
to the
Jewish
fact
hat
that, frankly,
from
tired
the
of watching
13th century. They
Did I tell you how
torture
he
them
hacks
over
that
the
hearing?
flames. They set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for
This
other
is the
punishments,
coolest story
and
ever.
the
It's in the
synagogue is
film because I was
rededicated
careful
as
to
a church.
document it.
The
The night before the hearing, one of my friends
Bibles, things like
had
that.
actually run
So
into
host
Eric
desecration,
and
also hugely
they were
popular
talking about
from
the hearing
the
the next
13th
day,
century
and he
onward.
invited us
So
to
some ritual
submit some
murder, the
questions.
blood libel, the host
So while we're
desecration,
standing in
it
line,
just gets
we're writing
crazier and
questions to
crazier.
submit to
This
Eric.
is a
So I
map
wrote
that shows
one about the first one that he
the
asked
spread
about,
of
I'll
the
do about
host
what you get to
desecration.
with Skiff.
This
What could you tell me
also
to do
spreads
sidestep?
into Spain quite
So we
heavily.
texted him
as well.
that, and then during the hearing,
Okay.
it goes
That's so
Belinda Leslie,
exhausting.
Danny Sheehan,
Questions, yes, Mr.
myself,
President.
and another friend of mine that doesn't want me to mention her name. We were in the back live texting Eric, and when he asked Lou that question about Lockheed Martin having the materials, that came directly from us. Ask him about Lockheed, and he did, and Lou just accidentally spilled the beans. And yeah, that's one of the questions we were asking.
I didn't understand what your question was.
What's going
Were
on
they
with these
spread
materials?
separately from
We were
what?
supposed to go to Bigelow Aerospace.
Oh.
And by texting real-time
That's good.
questions and
It would be
responses,
interesting to try
we
to
finally got the
correlate
answer
this
that,
stuff
yeah, it was Lockheed
with witch
that
hunts,
had
which
this
happens quite a
and
bit
that's something
later
I've
for
been
the
trying
most
to find
part.
out for years.
I think there has been a
We did it
lot
right
of
there in
stuff
the hearing
written
in real
on
time.
the
That's
spread
kinda
of
cool.
superstition
Yeah, it really
connected
is. It's a
with
great story.
mass media.
Not how,
Like
independent investigators
when it's one thing for two guys sitting
I was the cutoff
in an
guy.
inn telling a story,
I was the
you know,
person that
there's
said,
only
no,
a
we're
certain
full.
degree of
They stopped at me. I was like, really?
impact you can
I was
have when
this
it's
close to making
one-to-one
it
or
in, this
one-to-a
close. I
few.
was like, no.
But once
I
you
was the
start
last
like getting
cutoff guy.
broadsheets,
Okay,
and once
whatever.
you start
I got to
getting
see it
like,
anyways in the.
you won't have
Like a spill
newspapers
over
this time, but once
Sure,
you
I
have
had to
like
go in there and
more
see it anyways.
technology
But
of dissemination,
it was
then it just
between
goes
me
crazy.
and
You know, we live in the
our
same
buddy
time.
Scott.
We
There
live
was
in the
no one else
era
on
of the
Scott's
internet,
spot. I
right?
was like, no, dude,
Where
you go in, right?
someone can
Darcy
have a
Weir
super
was there.
crazy
He was filming
idea,
for us. I was,
like
He already made it into the room. I was good. I didn't need to be there.
Within weeks,
But
all of
the
a sudden,
fact that, you know, when
QAnon
you
is like
saw
a
the
real
congressional
thing.
hearings, you
People
could see
start saying, "Oh my
Robert
gosh,
South
is it
and
true?"
everyone
Who is Q
in
anyway?
the
You guys
community
know what I'm
shows
talking
up
about,
to
by
these
the way?
things, and it just shows the dedication
Or what else? I'm
that
sorry.
people have. Obviously, there's issues dealing with congressmen.
Yes,
I know
stay
Jeremy
away from
Corbell
social
had some
media.
issues
It's
with
really
the
unhealthy.
Immaculate Constellation Papers. I mean, there's always a
QAnon
drama
is
going on
a
somewhere,
bizarre,
but they always show up over and over again because this issue
super
expresses this.
crazy
Now, I want to show a clip
idea that involves
that
the
you sent me
most
for
weird
this
ideas. Like, for
movie.
example,
I'll just make sure that
2016,
Which
it
one
was,
you
it was
gonna show?
especially a
I
huge
think this is the
turnover.
first one you
But it
showed
goes
me.
back
The one
to
it starts with
2016. One
Woodley
of
Street.
the weirdest aspects of it was the
okay,
idea
so if
that
you're gonna show that one,
Democrats were actually
starts with
lizards
Whitley.
from
Oh,
outer
okay,
space.
so
I'm not making this up.
yeah, let me
Lizards from outer
preface this
space
real quick.
were bent
So
on
in between the two
kidnapping
hearings,
children and
I
committing
went to
pedophilia
Ohio
got so
and
bad
metal
that
samples and brought them back
for
to
some
deliver
reason,
to Kirsten
there were people
Gillibrand
who identified
there.
a particular
So I was
pizzeria
actually,
in Washington,
I left the
saying
first
that this
hearing and
was,
I went on a
this was
field
like
trip.
a QAnon,
And this is
this
in
is like
the
a
movie,
QAnon
this
belief
is a
that
story
this
about these
pizzeria
materials
had a
bringing them
basement
back.
where they were
And
doing
this is a
this,
little abbreviated
and
version of
some
that.
guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up. Looking
Oh,
for
no,
basement.
not the,
No
no,
basement.
that's the new one.
It's
So
just,
that's a,
you know, it's
that's a
blood
draft
rouses
of
between
the,
psychology. Sorry, and
the
in the back,
opening
I
sequence to the film. So
Okay, do you want to? Do you want to?
yeah, you can play that one first.
Play this one, sure.
yeah.
Let me know you can hear the sound.
Yeah, it did happen. It's super crazy thing that happened. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital native. But
show I never
we don't know how to do it. Mr. Rubin.
Cryptic journeys that led only to more questions than answers. I found my way into Washington, D.C. This is the hearing that is going to change the whole course of
That
disclosure.
sounds reasonable.
I spoke truth
There were
to
some
power.
really crazy things.
There were
Okay, so
materials
we have 7 minutes left to do the
showing
spokesman part.
talking about
Okay, let's go.
planetary
Hold
origin.
back that.
So
Might
for
not
this
get
guy to
this.
say, well, we don't have this stuff, is
If
nonsense.
things couldn't
I've
get
delivered
worse,
evidence to the world.
you have the Black Death in the middle of the 13th
Unexplainable
century.
technology.
Like the
Mysterious
1340s
materials.
to about
Vast
1360,
cover-ups.
you have this terrible
It also
plague
showed signs that
that
it had come
reaches
in from
Europe,
space,
and nobody
that it had
has
come in
natural
very fast
immunity
velocity
to it.
through
Uh,
our atmosphere.
The contemporary opinion
Discovered
is that
things that led
it's
me to
based on a
escape from
particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of death with all of Europe, with a mortality rate reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in the lymph glands and things like that. And people are like obviously freaking out. Think of COVID-19 with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality.
We are coming full circle.
Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right?
Back on this moment.
Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how a Jewish account was related to this in any way? Well, that would be the point for the see. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread.
The legendary presence of
Without soap, I
non-human
don't know how many times
intelligence
you
in our
guys wash
midst
before
was
you dine with
finally
soap, right? So they
irrefutable.
wash without
The
soap.
impact of this
And we
collective
would
knowledge
bathe more often,
decimated what
like
we thought we knew
once a
about
week.
time,
Right? So
space,
that's not exactly
physics,
bathing so much.
reality itself, and our purpose
There's another
here
argument
in
that
this
says that it's
With
kind
the
of
help
crazy,
of
but Jews
official
didn't like
insiders,
dogs.
information
There
was
is some stuff in
confirmed
the
about
Gemara about
deceptions
owning a
going
bad
back
dog.
centuries.
The Jews own
But it
cats
wasn't
instead.
enough.
Cats chase
Those
rats.
who
Rats
held the
run away.
secrets were going to
Rats,
fight to protect
fleas,
their
no
interests.
bubonic plague.
Ultimately,
But all of
it
that
took
is
the
just
perseverance of citizen
supposition.
investigators,
In fact,
activist
more
movements,
likely, Jews
and
probably
finally
died
the
at a higher
acknowledgement of the
rate
impossible to
because
make
of
sense of the
anarchy.
unexplainable.
They're living
The
in
independent
close contact
filmmakers
with
of the
each
day
other.
became part
When
of
you
the
have a
story.
contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. Well, the reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And then we have a lot of fascinating accounts. They're specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, you know, at the time,
it's taken over indeed.
16th century revision, the triumph of
Here's the
the
thing,
death.
I realize I'm a hypocrite because I still use AI even though I preach that I'm not going to, but I still find it useful. The problem is I can see people losing their jobs right away, like Hollywood. There's stuff people can make at home now. We don't need Hollywood. It could all be done by like another 10 years from now. The movies that people are going to be able to do with AI will be just as good as what we're getting out there.
Explaining the Black Death that circulated, which is very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time was
right now AI is not out
designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time. But he's wearing like kind of their impression of what
is where, as an artist, you say, okay, I see
and
this
he's holding this leather pouch that has, you know, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well, and so
we're almost
in the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well.
Compromises from AI
English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text.
That we would not accept or we pursue
here it says in the little shoulder note, a great question throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poison.
Continue to honor the
Allies themselves, meaning the Jews, allied themselves,
we just have to get into the AI and take whatever it gives us. And so, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds, but I've done a lot of AI pieces, and I have yet to have something turn out exactly like I want. Or even close, really. You know, you'll say, hey, you know, give me a picture of a man standing in front of the glowing orb and give you 5 different things. I go, okay, that wouldn't probably work. But if you had if you were painting
all the mountains and wells
it would be closer.
Bizarre kind of ideas circulating. All of these things together.
Yeah, as somebody like, you know, I draw, I paint, I play music. Like,
this is like
it's
why Jews
the approach and the person's like I would call it a pen stroke or brush stroke or rhythm hand. Like it's unique to the person. That's what makes you like, you know, Stevie Ray Vaughan versus, you know, Eddie Van Halen. We had different approaches, but yeah, I can't create something like that out of nowhere. That passion that you feel when you put those headphones on comes from that person. That's their emotional aspect that's transferring to you. I always think music is the closest thing to telepathy that we have. Because I could tell you, you know what, Rob, like my wife left me, Jews are being forced out of Europe. That's sad. But if I played you the blues and I really sang it with my heart, you would feel my emotions. And I think that's what art does, and that's what I fear AI is not going to be able to push that through to people. Like when you make a movie, it's your editing, it's the way you ask questions, it's your shots, your light, like everything comes from you as the artist. And I just think some are cop out. If we, especially in filmmaking, what you do, if we start putting like all your clips into the system, you say, hey, I put my movie together for me.
Thank you very much for learning.
There's no longer any artistic style. There's not that Ron James style to your movies anymore because, and I think that's the problem that I fear the most.
All right, so where we left off,
we talked about trade
and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest, and in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. So how much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it would be double that. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every block, you think to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees of vice, and you see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often.
I've tried.
Now, let's try to understand
I've had
why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Torah. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call.
We're not going to be able to figure this stuff out.
Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive the first, but every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, like Joseph decided, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or
reverse engineering is one thing, but what have they done with the DNA? What have they created? Things like that's what I want to know.
Like,
the tech is great.
You have a
what
new
kind
baby,
of entities
or you have
do we have? Did they mix the DNA with human?
Party or whatever it is, all kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans with really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down, you've got to invest money in fixing it, you need money, so you have paycheck.
But it's in our DNA. We're the only species
go
that
to the
have
money lender,
so
and they'll say, no problem, happy to lend you money, it'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay it back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very good.
Yeah, and the who's who. Are you doing a presentation? Are you showing anything at this year?
Precisely. This is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play, I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit, stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character, because he's wronged by whatever his name is.
Hey, I'm having communication with non-human intelligence. It's like
Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though. the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a
Gave me this.
usurious,
And so
extreme
that kind of
rate of
stuff
interest.
is
So
happening
here,
more
but
and more.
think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be like, evicted, or they can be chased out by pogroms and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts, things like that. But quite often, advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Karaman Yishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, whatever, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do instead. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest, and usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money lenders.
Still can't figure out where these layers came from and how they were done. And Gary Nolan told me that it's evidence of microscopic.
No. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended.
Lou Elizondo and Tom DeLong and Chris Bledsoe went to this guy's house and pulled samples and brought it to Hal Budoff and TTSA, which is one of these big material samples that they did a whole show about. But nobody can tell us what the genesis is from the material. And every time I talk to people about it, they're like, I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say,
so this was right after
that
the
meant
first
that there were
hearings.
400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them are actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by Church Father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decreto Gratiani, or the decree of Gratiani. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. It says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews.
We're finally going to take as many samples as we need
Jewish
to get to
monopoly
the
was
bottom
de
of this.
jure.
I'll be
Remember this term de jure? Sometimes
these
they say
samples over
de
to
jure,
Gillibrand's
but
office
de jure
on the
means
19th,
of the
and then
law.
the rest of it is
That's in
going
writing
to San
legal.
Francisco to Stanford.
Jewish monopoly in writing, that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian
So
Europe.
while we're drilling
And
this,
Christian
look at this
competition
line. That's
was
not a
de
special
facto.
effect.
The
This thing
opposite
was
de jure.
emitting
De jure
crazy
means
lights.
in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. What actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. That's very
retains elements of the consciousness that was there when it was intact, even for years, or maybe forever, for all I know. So
correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds, were in partisan organizations
Pretty
were
much who's who
closed
of
shops.
everybody in this
You could not get
documentary
in,
as well, didn't
and
you?
you would not be allowed to
Yeah, I
train
think
as
the credits
a
is like
swordsmith or things like that.
Yeah,
Jews
even
couldn't get in,
our
even like the
co-host
dyers
Katie
and
Page
like
made it in there
pigments
too.
and things
It's,
like that.
yeah,
Jews
you
couldn't get
ever
into
contact in the
for the
desert?
most
It was
part.
so good because
So,
I
but
really
this is
like
something
and
that was
respect
open to
Katie
them,
a
and not
lot.
only open,
And she had a
encouraged,
couple of
protected by the king.
cameos in the last
So it
film,
was
and
kind
so
of
it
a
was really
natural
great to
thing.
be able to catch
One
up.
area where Jews were typically allowed, however,
She's
to
probably
gain
by
pretty much
far
universal respect
the
was
busiest
medicine.
investigator
One of
that
the
I
reasons
know.
for the long
She's
tradition
always
of
out
Jews
somewhere. She'll
in
text me like, "Oh,
medical
we're here
fields and
and
health
we're
fields
checking
is
this out,"
because
and she'll cross,
this was an area where
half the country. Like, "Oh, we're
people
here."
were
And a
so
couple days later,
desperate
it's just like,
for
dude, like she is
good health
dedicated
care that
to her
Jews
craft
were
and to her
literate,
work. And I always say,
were
like, if you're gonna
pretty
learn,
much
these are the
universally
people to learn from.
respected.
The people are
Popes who had
constantly doing
Jewish
that. And
doctors,
again, there's no
kings had
money in
Jewish
this.
doctors.
Whether
So
you're an
those
investigator or
fields were
filmmaker,
largely
like
not
there's no
closed to
money
Jews.
involved.
There
You
were
really
not,
do it
not
out of
every
passion.
university, the
And
vast majority of universities
this
actually were
would
closed
actually
to
leads me probably
but there were a
my last
handful, I
question
think
for
about
you. But
4 or 5
when it came
universities
down to struggles
that
to make this
allowed
movie,
Jews to study there for medicine.
what were the biggest
But you
hurdles
should realize
for
that in
you
the 12th
to get
century,
this
there were
movie
only
done?
like 3 or 4
Was there a
universities
challenge
total.
trying to get
Bologna,
like a certain
Oxford, maybe
interviewee
very
that was
few of them.
elusive
So
and you really needed
people
to
were
get
learning
that person?
medicine on their own, saying,
Well,
okay,
there's
I'm
a
a
lot of
doctor.
people that I wanted that I couldn't get. That, you know, getting people to sit for
So
interviews.
Dark Ages, that actual
especially when the
term
subject matter
refers
is
to periods
touchy.
from the fall of Rome
It's
until
hit
the
and miss,
Renaissance.
and
It's
I
a
have
big
learned over
period of time,
do
basically
not
from,
count that
let's say, the year
interview until
500
you
to
walk out
about
of
the
the
year
room with that
1300.
camera, with that recording done.
This
Right?
is
Because people can go
right.
sideways.
This is the high
people can
Middle
change
Ages.
their
So
minds.
this is like the very end
So
of
yeah,
Dark Ages. So the
getting
dawn is already
people
coming out.
to be willing to sit, especially now, because after Accidental Truth, I've kind of earned this reputation as the guy that's going to put you on the spot, which means, you know, it's difficult.
You're absolutely correct.
In
It's far
Accidental
more
Truth,
lucrative
Elizondo is
than
one of the main
way
people
better
that,
than being a peasant
and because
too,
of
right?
his
So let's talk about
agreements
I
with
think I have it
other
over here.
filmmakers,
Let's
he
do
wasn't
the
even
risks
able
and
to mention
benefits
that
of
film's name.
usury. Right here's
His
some
book came
some
out,
Jewish money
and he
lenders.
did
See the coins here. Right?
dozens of
So benefits,
of podcasts and
profit,
appearances.
right?
Never
Money
once mentioned
lending is
Accidental Truth because
profitable.
he couldn't. Even though he
And
was receiving
that's
compensation,
the bottom
received
line.
compensation
Make
from
a big
being in the
paycheck
film.
with that. Yeah,
And so
Mr.
there's a lot of
Here.
the whole industry is messed up, and it's being
Oh,
run by
that's
a lot of
okay,
messed
sorry.
up people. And so, you know, I learned a lot of lessons on that
Urban.
first film.
This is an
And
urban
truthfully,
profession.
the
You
new
don't have
Accidental
to
Truth film, I'm
live
2 weeks
far
away
away
from
from
having
other
to show it. It's
Jews.
still not
Stay
done. It's probably
inside
not going to
a
be done
Jewish
for the showing.
neighborhood.
It's
It's a
going to be
clean
another
trade because you know you
but
can still
at the
go
end
to
of the
Minion in
day,
the morning.
I've been beating myself up over it. I've been working on it
You
for
know,
2
walking
years.
distance of the
It's an
kosher
ever-evolving
Chinese, walking
landscape. And
distance
one
of
of the
kosher
biggest
pizza, whatever
challenges
you want.
is
It's
the
so close
information
because
that
they come to you, right? You
6
have
months ago
bankers'
or even
hours.
6
You can say
days
my
ago
money lending
might
shop
not be
is
relevant
open
now.
from 10
So I've got
a.m.
entire
to 3
sections of
p.m.
the film
I take an
where I
hour
was
off
going to
for
cover
lunch.
certain
You know, and
things, and I've
people will
decided
come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's like
and so
it's great that way.
and
And
plus
it
it takes
involves
3
minimal
months from the
effort.
time you
All you have to
create the
be
film
is
and deliver
numerate
it to the
and literate.
distributor and it's
And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have a nut
to the
to
time
start
that it
with.
actually
So
shows
basically,
up.
if you've got the
3
money,
months
and
in
you
this
can write down
film
what
was
people
like
owe you and you can calculate what they
So
owe you
I think the
afterwards,
biggest pressure,
then
the
you can
biggest
open up
challenge
your
has
shop.
been trying to make a film that's as good as the first one and trying to there's always one more event, there's always one more person I want to catch an interview with, there's always one more reason that I need one more thing before I can get this done. And I'm still in that cycle. It's just crazy.
Well, that's
I
going to be
got enough
So
material for 5
true,
months.
but
yeah,
remember
it's gonna be
who your
frustrating for you
partner
because you're
is,
spending
right? The
money
king,
trying to get
right?
to
So
these
in other words, if a
locations
guy
to film
fails
these
to
things,
pay you
just
back,
to cut him
and the
off
king comes to your office
from your
and
movie.
says,
I mean,
okay,
I can see the
here's my tax
frustrations of that,
receipts
considering
this
how
month.
every
You
day
say,
there
oh, I'd
seems to
love
be
to give
something
you your
new
taxes
in the
thing,
news.
but look at my
You
record
gotta
book.
be this,
Thorough
thorough editor of your film. Are you editing
I'm still
the
holding
movie
on to his
yourself,
pledge
or
for
do you
this
have
whole
like
time.
an editor?
The king gets upset, goes out.
No, I do. I pretty much do my
right?
films.
You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well.
Like an
We
editorial
shall see there are lots of
assistant, and I have some
risks
people
too.
helping me
But
with
when
some
it's going
animation
well,
stuff.
it's like the
Even
FDIC, right?
It's like
You know,
the background
federal
scenes, the digital animation,
something.
AI,
You know,
all that stuff is all.
thank you so much, Mr. Rule. It's better with the deposit
Wow,
insurance.
that's dedication, Ron. Seriously.
corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You know, you got
I own studios. I still own a studio.
okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are not neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it. The church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the ones who are legally allowed to.
Running cameras,
Risks.
setting up interviews,
So
writing scripts,
resentment is a big factor
shooting
because
stuff, doing
everybody
special
loves
effects,
to
doing the
get a
editing,
loan.
doing the
Nobody
after
likes to
effects,
pay
making
back a
making
loan,
graphics,
right?
making
Especially when you're
art,
halfway
doing all
through on your car
And
payments.
big difference between your movie to somebody else that we all know in the community that the
So
movie's all
you can
about
get,
them.
if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loan money to.
You
The
go and actually
peasants
interview
who are
people, you want to
typically
hear from them.
borrowing
And I'm just going to
small
say,
amounts
Greer,
of money,
whenever you watch
just
anything
like payday
Greer
loans
related,
to get
it's
through
just
the next
him.
harvest,
The
that kind
whole
of thing.
interview is him.
Or
The
even
interview
worse,
is him.
we'll see
And I
this
think that's
more
funny
when we get to
because
Eastern Europe.
as a
Right now we're still
one-person
in Western
source,
Europe,
there's nobody to
but in
collaborate
Eastern
with.
Europe, one
When
of
you go out in the
the
field,
ways that
you don't have
peasants
people
would
come to
back
you,
up
you go
a
to
big
them.
tab
That's what
is
makes
they
you
would
unique
drink
as a
alcohol
documentary
Jewish
filmmaker
inn,
in a trusted
something called a
source
kretsch
because it's not just you
Yiddish.
talking.
And this
You
is
know,
also
it's different
something
if you're doing a
that the
podcast with like
nobleman
your
would
goof on
allow
TV and all
you
that. Obviously, you're the
to have
host, but when it comes down to
exclusivity
documentary
on the
filmmaking,
production of
it's not
alcohol.
about you. You're not the
Just think
star,
about
and I
this.
love that because then that shows
Nobody
through
in,
your
let's
movie.
say,
And I
Southern
can just
Polish,
escape and
Western
listen to
Ukraine
the
is
people that
allowed
you've
to
interviewed.
distill alcohol,
And I think that's it's
except the Jews
refreshing
who
in
are
this
living there.
community because a lot
They
of people
set
are
up
trying to be the
these
star.
the peasants work
I
hard
don't
all
know
day in
why
the
they
fields.
think
They
they
come
can
out,
be a star.
they
You
have
feel
a
like there's
few
nothing to
beers,
be a
they
star
put it
of.
on my
There's no
tab,
experts, there's
and
no
the
rock
tab
stars.
goes, and the tab goes,
And
and
you
you're
see
because
them
you're
walking
borrowing
around
my
like they
money.
own the
And
place.
as
Like
the
it's
harvest
funny,
season
but
comes, and the
you're not like
peasant says,
this.
okay, I'm ready to pay off my tab. What? Look at this amount. I know how you calculate this, right?
I'm
So
on
it's
podcasts. I'm on
why does
Daily,
why does
I'm
the
on
nobleman
TV,
allow
I'm
this
in
terrible thing to
shows.
happen?
And then when I do sit down interviews in
Because
my
he
studio,
taxes it,
it's
right?
me
It's his
and
profit,
whoever
so
I'm
he
interviewing.
loves it. He lets
I don't
the
have
Jews
to
be the
search
only
for the
ones to do
camera.
it. If he allows
People
everybody to distill
there's a
alcohol,
lot of people
then
that are
there's
building
no way he
their
can control
entire
it. But the Jews who are
ego
vulnerable,
and
who
their
are
entire
dependent on
presence on
his
making
good
sure that
graces,
they're front
they
and
will
center in their
fulfill that
films.
role. They'll provide the alcohol, they'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this.
What they're trying to
something called
but at the end of the day, it's about
and
the
occasionally,
but I do
basically
notice
from the
there seems to be this
17th century
trend
on, you'll have
to bring
massive
yourself
peasant
out, make
uprising
yourself
against
more
Jews.
well-known.
We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in
Yeah,
factors
because
like
it's
Jews
egocentric, and the thing
charging
is, for me,
interest
I cannot
on
trust
bar
somebody
tabs.
who has an ego.
Mr.
Like anything they come up with, like even now in podcasting, which is crazy because I've been doing this for 5 years. Out of nowhere, all these new podcasts pop up, and they got the budget wrong. Like you would not think they could fly people in first class and sit them down and have all the exclusive interviews. And that's great, whoever's sponsoring them. But the little guys, that's what I'm worried about. The filmmakers, the podcasters,
Good
the
point. I mean, don't
researchers,
forget,
and
we
all
still
that.
have
They're getting
the
lost in
Big
the
Brother
mix
factor where
because
they're getting
people are
support
trying to
it.
be stars on the
People
other end.
ditching
To
town
me,
is
it's just
actually
that's
rather
more
difficult to do
misinformation coming
in
our
a
way.
surf
100%.
environment because
That's
people
coming,
are
but you're not
not
like that. You're a
quite
very decent person,
slaves,
and you're the
but they
same
are
on camera as you are
attached
off
to the
camera.
land.
You're just genuine. You
Yeah,
are
they
who
can't
you
just
are,
like
and
pick
you
up
make
and
no
say, I'm going to
excuses
go
for
over
that.
to the
And that's
next
the way it should
village.
be.
They have the
And
freedom of
I
movement all
just
day
commend
long,
you for doing
but
the
they're
work that
still
you do. I know
owned
how much
by the master.
time and effort that you put into this. I've seen you a few
So
times
it's
in
kind of
a
like a
lineup
half
somewhere, and you're
servitude.
always
So they're still
talking
around.
with people and
So it's
socializing, and
hard
that's
to run away.
That's what we want to see. We want to see the
There
people
will
that
come
we
a
look
point
up to.
where the risks outweigh the
Not like,
benefits,
you know,
and that's
I
usually when
think
Jews
I
pick
am.
up and
You
leave.
come to me. Like that attitude is so prevalent in our field that we should start calling that out. It's a charlatan sort of mentality. That
Financially, they definitely have good
People,
control.
everybody
Yes.
should understand something. And my feeling about all of this is that if I've been given God-given abilities
abilities to do certain things and to make a difference in this crazy world that we're in, then that's a gift. It's not, it's nothing else.
Overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Gretzky years ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. It's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimized. You can answer that question for me at the end of this course. We'll see how you feel about it. But
never,
the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we'll look at in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into culture, and art, the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good. So as a fixed existence, I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on.
Disappear and not have to be that person. So, like I live in Sedona where nobody knows anything about me, anybody in this field, and they just know me as a guy who goes and and once you cross a certain
you are absolutely correct, Mr. Adelstein. You're giving me a segue to the word mobility. It's not just a thing, but it could be local noblemen.
There's nothing worse.
And what would happen is, like, and this especially happened as the money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed the incredible capital, they would finance war. Like, if the nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries to go to Jews, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called everybody's an opinion because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happens when the time comes to pay, and the nobleman says, this debt burden is too high, so the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors.
But at the end of the day, I gotta say,
creditors, yeah, they get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place. And they invite them back. That's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century.
Armchair experts that are so nasty and
yes,
just
well,
ready to,
the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those ranges, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So
I live by the quote of Mark Twain.
We'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right. Same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous to do. So you can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Krantz.
There's always going to be an internet troll. And to tell the truth, Ron, you know you're doing something good when people are attacking you. You know that you're onto something, that you're getting well known when people need the attention to, like, oh, look what I said to Ron. Oh, I'm so cool, right? That means you're doing something good. Ron, where can people find you? Where is the best place to locate you?
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles, was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. Couldn't get jobs, they were, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted, and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and travel 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt
something.
the
You're
first
always out
anger
there
of
working,
the
but you're quiet about
so-called
it.
peasant
And you're
uprising
very humble
of
about it.
South
And I
Central LA.
appreciate
The
that
Jews
about you,
were like
man.
the
Guys,
Koreans.
don't forget to like
There's
and
some really good
subscribe. We're going
studies
to be
of what
back
they
with
call
another episode
middleman
here shortly. We're
economies,
trying to
where
pump
the
them out
Jews were
every
the middleman, and they
Monday
obviously
going forward.
bore
And
the
we got
brunt
some
of a lot of
pretty
anger
good
at the
guests
entire
coming up as
system.
well. We'll
But
get
because
some
of the
new
position
lessons.
they were in economically,
Ron James, thank you so much for
how
joining
it
us.
worked out.
And let's have you on again.
Yeah, could be. I think there are a lot of better places. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is we have relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in these explosions of violence called pogroms, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to mobility is too high. Okay, let's go. So when did all I mentioned earlier the Italians get to the 15th century. The Italians sort of said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Montes de Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt of loaners agreement from the Montes de Pieta. They essentially charge interest.
I know, I'm so excited to have our friend Amy on. Yay!
But they didn't call it
I am
interest.
so
They had a
excited to
legal
be here,
fiction to say,
and I've
this
been
is to
wondering
cover
why you
the
haven't talked about
overhead
cryptids yet. So I
of the
actually
bank.
cornered
Meaning
Jason and
this bank,
threatened
this
him with
Montes de
bodily
Pieta,
harm if he
still
wouldn't let me
has
come
to
on to
have
talk
a
about
physical
cryptids. Because
structure.
I
We
personally
have to
think that
pay,
like
keep the lights
aliens,
on,
cryptids, and ghosts
pay
all go
the
hand in
heat
hand.
on,
They're
stuff
all
like
kind
that.
of under the
So
same
you can
umbrella.
borrow
And I
money
think the
from
more and more
us
you research any of
interest-free,
these topics, the
but you
more you
pay
start to realize how
40-50%
connected they
of
all
what
are.
you borrow.
Couldn't agree
for
more.
the
So I'm happy you're here
maintenance
to
of the bank
educate
as
us
a
and
whole.
talk about cryptids. Yeah, I had no idea really that you
Well, this
were
is
into this
more
for
like
so long and studied all the different types.
But
So
the
I'm
thing
really
is,
anxious to learn.
how
Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit of background how I got into it. So
in the
me and my
Catholic
best friend
Church,
Bree used to do a
halachically, a
podcast
Christian
called That
can't
One Time I Was
charge interest
Abducted
at
by
all.
Aliens. And
So
we
they're
used to
not allowed
strictly
to
just
charge
cover
40-50%
UFOs and alien
interest.
stories. And then
But they
we
can
met a
charge
friend along the way, which you guys all know in
overhead.
podcasting. You end up meeting people.
Furthermore,
You know, someone
quite
comes on a
often,
guest ends up being a really good friend of yours. And I had a friend named Bobby who was really into cryptids. And he was like, hey, we should talk about cryptids. And I was like, let's start a little show and talk about cryptids. So we started Bobby's Cryptid Corner. And every Tuesday, we would go live on YouTube and we would deep dive a different cryptid. And we deep dived something like 150 different cryptids before we ended up stopping doing it. Me and Bree don't do the podcast anymore. We do other things now.
The whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church.
I kind of like fell into it and fell in love with all of these different cryptids and things. As much as I love UFOs and ghosts, there's only so many things you can really look into that aspect. So it was really cool to kind of look at something else. And then as we started to research all these things, we realized how connected everything was.
Money lending actually
not
only survived,
and you're right, we haven't covered it much on the podcast. I think one of the things, again, we're trying to
the king was also taxing
not
these
have our
guys.
biases in
Not quite as much though.
Bigfoot.
They hid their money better, maybe. I have this counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but this is someone last guess.
Again, I personally compartmentalize all these things as being different.
No,
issues,
it's
different
15th
topics.
century
Most thinking
Italians
maybe
are
they're
really
part
smart.
of the scene.
They know this stuff. Mr.
So,
Barrett, last
I would love to hear more about it. First of all, though, let's start with Bigfoot. Can we start
what do
with
you
just
mean by that?
my question about Bigfoot is that it's normally related to a sighting of a UFO or they appear in the same area where UFOs normally are.
The main
Do you
reason
think
why
there's
the
a correlation
Montevideo did
between
not
the sightings of these
Jewish
crafts
money
and
lending
these
is because
entities?
they had all kinds
Yes,
of religious
but
rules
for a
attached to it.
different reason than
So
people
when you
think,
went to the
and we'll kind of get
Montevideo,
into this
you
more
owed
towards
money.
the end of the episode,
You
but
had to
I think
give a
that
confession. have to say why you
could
owe
be
the
many
money.
different things. A lot of people think
you
that
had to,
Bigfoot is like a
make all
physical
kinds of
creature that lives
religious
here. Some
statements that I
people think that
promise
Bigfoot
that
is
I'll
an
never
interdimensional being.
gamble
So when you
again,
get into the
visit prostitutes
interdimensional
again,
side of
whatever it
things,
is that got
the
me
alien
into debt
stuff
in the
comes in
first
with
place.
that. And then another thing is like what you were saying,
they
like
couldn't guarantee
you see
secrecy, they
Bigfoots
couldn't guarantee
at these locations that maybe people witness
Whereas if you
UFOs,
went
so
to
then
the
maybe
Jew,
a portal
didn't care
is in a
why
certain
you were
area, and
dead.
it's not
The Jew
necessarily
just wanted
that
to
the
make
two
sure you could
coincide
pay
with
back
each other,
the
but that
debt.
they're using
And
the
all
same
that
kind of
kind of moral
pathways to
stuff
get
was
here
set
to Earth.
aside. So ironically, even when the months
talked
get
about
to
for a
set
while.
up,
I mean,
and
that
even when
whole
the Jews
section on
were
cryptids,
were
they haven't done a deep dive like you. I mean, you know, I've had that experience at the Rocky Mountain Ranch, and that's part of the report, part of the experience. But something that I just didn't dive deep into, and there's many different types, and I can't wait to ask you some questions about certain cryptids that have been seen in Colorado. And if you've heard other stories or looked into it, but this book here, you know, Sam Warden's The Pennsylvania UFO Bigfoot Casebook.
Every
So,
time you asked
you know,
about money,
this is a bit
it
older
gets
of a book.
reported
I'm
to
sure
credit
you're aware of it,
agencies.
but
If you
they
go to a
talk a
loan
lot about
shark,
Ohio,
he's not going
Pennsylvania,
to
and in the
report you
northern
to the credit
states.
agency.
Just what
He
Jason's
just
talking about,
wants
and
you
you're
to pay
talking
your
about.
money.
But
And
I've
if you
never
know
really
you're going
heard
to be
him
able to pay back within a
explain
certain
that
amount of
maybe
time,
they're using just
and
the
you
same
don't
doorways
want
or
the credit
pathways to
agency
get in,
to
and they're
know
maybe not
that you fell
necessarily
into debt
connected. That's
again,
interesting.
then you go to the loan
Exactly.
shark.
I think that a
And
lot of
that's,
people, they
one of the
assume
reasons
that
why
like,
Jews
oh,
have
they
survived
have to
this.
be connected to
Yes,
each
Mr.
other.
Truman.
Why is it like you see a shitty Chevy Tahoe driving on a freeway and a Ferrari? Just because they're using the same freeway doesn't mean that they're connected to each other in any ways. It's just two separate people and they're two separate vehicles going places.
Substantially improve their reputation.
Okay,
Other
so
than
I
the
have a
fact that
presentation
they
that I'm going to
maintain
share.
confidentiality,
So we can
which
get
is a
right
good thing,
into this.
right?
So,
Like,
what
if
is
you're
a cryptid?
engaging in
So
illicit
cryptids
or
are
illegal
mysterious
activities,
animals or
you
humanoid
want your
beings
partners
whose
to be
existence
at
has
least
yet to be
confidential.
formally
So it
recognized by
doesn't mean you're going to
mainstream
respect
science.
them or
So I want to make that very clear.
Member of the year.
Cryptids, in the sense, are
Okay,
physical
so
creatures
the
or beings here on Earth, but we just don't know what they are. A lot of times people, when they talk about cryptids, they kind of chalk it up to, oh, well, it's a misidentification of something that we already have. That is a huge possibility, but there's also just things that we haven't looked into yet. Like, I always think about, like, our oceans. We've explored, like, 10% of our oceans. We have no idea what's deep down inside of them, and even today, they're creating new means of looking into the ocean and finding new species and creatures. So if we could do that in our oceans, why not above the ocean as well?
So we think we have it pegged on what's on the surface, but we probably are missing several species.
Exactly. So cryptozoology is the study of this. It seeks to investigate and document the elusive entities, many of which are rooted in folklore, eyewitness accounts, and indigenous traditions. Cryptozoologists believe that the natural world still holds undiscovered species, and that cryptids are just awaiting formal discovery.
Mr. Edlerstein?
Exactly. So what is not a cryptid? Okay?
Go ahead.
Vampires. Why? Because a vampire is a human that was turned into a vampire. Therefore, not a cryptid. Ghosts? Not cryptids, because they are
it's not necessarily the right
humans or
to
entities
surfacing,
that
it's
are
kind
like
of like
spirits.
a
Unicorns,
location
not a
in
cryptid.
society.
You
If I remember correctly,
It
I
is
think I
not.
have actually
And also, surprise,
no, I don't. We'll
aliens,
be in another
not
class.
cryptids,
So
because they are
basically,
not
we're in the feudal
from
era
Earth.
right now.
What about
You guys
fairies?
remember
Are
what
fairies
is
cryptids?
feudalism?
I think fairies are cryptids.
Yes, Mr. Blushka? Yeah.
Some people might argue with me on that, but I do think that that is another version of like a humanoid
Tell me a little bit about that structure.
being here on Earth that we've yet to identify. So I think that that's a huge possibility. That's why fairies are not on my what is not a cryptid list. So we're gonna get straight into the juicy good shit. We're gonna go to Bigfoot. So
Excellent,
Bigfoot,
very
also
good.
known as
I was just
Sasquatch, is a
refining it a
large
little bit.
bipedal and
If you
hairy creature
imagine
said to inhabit
feudalism
the
or
dense
something
forests of
called
North
corporate
America,
society
particularly in
involves
the Pacific
dividing the
Northwest.
population
But
up into
Bigfoot
big
has
blocks,
roots in both America
which is
and Canadian
primarily
folklore. And I think that that's
socioeconomic in
really
nature.
an important
You
thing
have
to
like the
talk about, because I think a lot of people don't understand. They think like
who
Bigfoot,
are
they think like
stuck
Oregon
on the
or
land,
like
and
Washington
they
State,
produce
but like it's not.
agricultural
It's just
products.
all of North
Then
America
they are
and it
managed
bleeds
by
up
a
into
group
that
of
Canada area. It's
nobles,
just that
who are
wilderness
at least
area.
trying to figure this out from a
Might possibly be a
Marxist
portal
historical
where these
perspective.
Bigfoots
The original
existed.
arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion
So
about
there's a lot
whether
of
or not this
evidence
is
for
truly
Bigfoot.
the origin,
People
but
like to
this
say
is
that
the
there's
story
not, but there's
that
photographs.
you have
We
all
the
these
Patterson Gimlin
farmers
film, which
who are
is
like fed up
right
with
at the bottom of the
practically
screen.
being
We even have
attacked by
Bigfoot casts that are out there. There's
external
tons of
nomads
different
coming
ones. There's
down
not
and
just
raiding
like one
their
famous one.
farms.
There's tons
So
of
they
Bigfoot casts
hire
out there, and And then
people
we
who
also
are
have
really
tons
good
of
fighters
video.
and
We
say,
have this
listen,
little
you
orange thing
guys,
right here where you can
don't
see kind
worry
of in the
about farming.
background,
We'll
kind of
take
the
care of the
foreground, a
farming.
little
We
face
will
that
pay
kind of
you
goes here.
to
There
protect us.
are
And those
so
became,
much
again,
evidence.
according to the
But I think
Marxist
that
analysis,
when it comes to
the
Bigfoot
origins
evidence, it's a
of
lot
the
like UFO
aristocracy.
evidence.
They were
No matter
essentially
what we
paid
show
security
people or
guards.
what we put in front of people's
As
faces,
things developed over hundreds of years,
just
the idea
can't
is that the nobility who was
come to
coming
a
from those
conclusion that
knights
it's real or not.
begin
Everybody
to
is like,
demand more
oh, well,
money
it's
and more
fake. Oh,
privileges
it's
from the
photoshopped.
peasants.
Oh,
The
it's
peasants are
made with AI.
impoverished
And
and
we
they
just
find
live in this
themselves
world where
in a state
even
of
if we have the
vassalage
best evidence in
to
the
their
world
lord,
slapping
which
us in the
means they
face of
owe them
something,
fealty, they
we
owe them
refuse to
obedience.
acknowledge it. And I think
And
that's
this
a huge problem
reapplies
in
into
the
this
Bigfoot
kind of
community,
heavy
the
structure,
Earthquake
this
community,
very,
the alien community, and the
top
ghost
down
community in
in terms of
general.
authority,
Willful
and is only
ignorance.
occasionally
For
upset
sure.
by peasant rebellions,
So,
which happen every couple
Bigfoot
hundred years.
is worldwide.
The
It is
church,
not
this is
just
what I'd
an
like to
American
find,
and
Mr.
Canadian
Blackman.
thing.
Where exactly
Just
does the
like
church
other
fit in
animals that are
Does
out there, there are
does the
different
church
quote-unquote
report to the
species of
king?
these kind of things.
Does
So
the,
we
does
have
the church
Bigfoot,
report to
Sasquatch
the
in,
nobility?
you know,
Where does the
the
church
up of
fit in
North
that?
America. I love that. The north part of
Good.
America and into Canada, that's what they call it. But like down in Florida, they have the skunk ape, which is literally the same version of a Bigfoot,
Very
but
good.
the
So that's
only difference
essentially
is
the
that
case,
it lives in
Mr.
a
Adams,
swamp
that
instead of in the
the
mountains.
church
And the skunk
evolves
ape has
along
like
with
a
this
horrible,
whole structure
horrible
of
smell to it. That's
feudalism.
like
And
something that's
again,
like attached
in
specifically
theory,
to that.
the
Then you have
king
like
is
in
supposed to be
Nepal and
involved
Russia and in
with
snow countries,
kingly
you have the
things,
Yeti.
things of
Exactly,
this
which is
world.
just
The
like a
founder of
Bigfoot, but a
Christianity
different
put it,
color, right? So like you
render
think
unto
about
Caesar that
bears,
which
right?
is Caesar's,
You have
right? Give
tons
the
of
king
bears
what
all
he
over the
wants.
world,
That's,
and
he's
all
a
these bears
temporal
have different
authority.
species
And
depending
the
on
church
the
is supposed to
different
be in
like
charge of
climates that
everyone's
they
soul.
live in. Some of them have
And
white fur
everyone's,
going into the
religious
snow,
life.
some have
And
dark
don't
fur
forget,
going
unlike
into the
Judaism and
forest
also
and
unlike
things like that.
Islam,
We also have the
Christianity is
Yowie in
very
Australia and the
creed-based. It's very
Huron
much
in China.
focused
So
on
this
what you
isn't just
believe.
something that's
We,
dedicated to
Orthodox
like
Jews in
America or
particular,
Canada.
spend a lot of time
Bigfoot
thinking
is
about how you
everywhere. It's
behave.
not just
Everything
in one
from
place, and I think that that's a
how you
really
wake up in the
important
morning,
thing to think
first
about
things
when
you
we talk
say,
about
what order you put your
a
clothes on,
species
how
that's
do you
not
wash
been
your hands,
identified yet,
how do you put your
because
shoes
we have
on,
clear
right
evidence
shoe,
right
the
here,
left shoe, how the left
just like
shoe,
we
how the
have
right
of
shoe.
other
And we're like
creatures, that
really into the
there's like
details
a
of
family
actual
of them,
behavior.
and
The
depending on
church
the climates
does
where
very
they're
little
from,
of
they're
that,
slightly
very
different.
much into what
Just
you
like
believe.
we
So,
are.
so
Because
credo
based
is
on
very
the
important.
climate
Hang on
where
a
we're
second, I'll
from,
get to Mr. Krantz.
yeah, I see.
So, as feudalism evolves, the church
So
is also
then we get
evolving,
into kind of
and they
another
begin
famous
to
one here. We
conflict
have
with
the
each
Loch
other.
Ness Monster,
And
which is
sometimes the king gets the upper
one
hand.
of my favorite
When the
cryptids,
king
and the
has
reason
more
it's one of my favorite
authority,
cryptids is because you have this
tend to
picture
do
right here,
well.
this surgeon's
Why
photo, the
did
most
Jews
famous
do
photo
well
of the
when
Loch
the
Ness
king
Monster.
tends to have more
A
authority?
lot of people think
Mr. Vasilevsky?
that this is a picture of a whale's penis.
You would have to be familiar with that to know. But,
Well, no, and the weird thing is like, I don't recommend Googling a whale's penis, but if you do, it looks kind of like this. And that's
Money,
fun to
thank
me.
you.
well,
And
see,
that's
ever
a
since I was a kid, I
demonstration of
always
what?
thought it looked like a guy with his arm like this,
Abramson rule of
stretching out
history,
of the
right? If
water.
you don't know the answer,
Like,
it
that's
probably
always
is.
how I
You were
interpreted
correct
it,
also.
because
That's
based on
But
like the
money.
waves
So exactly,
around this
the
Loch
king
Ness,
says,
allegedly,
"Oh,
like the
fantastic!
waves
Look
look
at these Jews. I can
almost
have them go out
sizable
there.
to the
I can
size of
have
this
them,
neck, which if it was a
engage in
dinosaur, there's no
finance,
way the waves
engage in
would be.
money lending. I can
Yeah,
tax
so
them in
that's
Australia. They
something
cash
a lot of
money. I
people
can
say
use it all over the
specifically
world.
with this photo
The church,
is
on the
that
other hand,
the way
they
it
have a
looks this
different
time
set of
here is that it
priorities.
has to be a lot
They
smaller
want to
than we think
create
it is. Like there's
a
no
body
way that the
Catholic,
waves would be
meaning
that
a
big
universal church that covers
the length that
everybody.
it's in.
They have their fights
So
with
the
the
Loch Ness Monster
Muslims,
is
which
also
are
known as
largely on the
Nessie. It's
periphery,
a legendary
right,
creature
outside
from
in
Scottish
Muslim areas.
folklore believed
They also
Well,
have
in the
internal
Loch Ness,
fights
a
with
deep freshwater lake
heretics,
in the
meaning
Scottish
Christians who
Highlands.
do not
So what's
necessarily
interesting
follow
about Loch
the
Ness
one
is that
Catholic Church.
the
And
freshwater
then there's
lakes
the
is
presence of these Jews.
kind of going
And so,
back to we
generally
haven't
speaking,
explored
it's
our
not
ocean.
always
You
true,
want to know
but
what else we
generally
haven't
speaking,
explored?
when the
Fucking
kings
lakes,
have
right?
more power
So
in the
way back in the day,
church-state
when
conflict,
dinosaurs were
then
around,
Jews do well. They
and
tend
the
to
big
get
asteroid
close
hit
to
us.
power.
It
They
wiped
tend
out
to have
like
more
90%
privileges,
of the
more
species
residency, like that.
when it hit,
When
right?
the
Which is
church
why we don't
begins
have
to assert
dinosaurs
itself,
anymore.
which it
Certain
does
things went
increasingly
extinct.
after the
But you
First
want to know what
Crusade,
didn't die
then
in that
the status of
explosion?
Jews tends to
Things that
decline.
lived in water.
And we'll see that playing out over
Very
medieval
interesting.
Ashkenaz.
Not a lot of fish got killed. I mean, some of them, don't get me
Questions,
wrong,
arguments?
close to the impact.
Okay.
But I believe
So
that there's a huge
let's look at
possibility
the actual
that
economic activities
underneath
of
all
Jews.
of our
What
lakes
was
and
the
oceans
mainstay?
are
So
giant
one of the most
tunnelways and caveways
prominent
where
activities
all
of
of these
Jews. Oh, yeah,
things
Mr.
can hide and
Constantine,
interact
sorry.
with each other. I actually think the Loch Ness might be a lot of different other lake monsters that have been identified out there. And it's not
As long as you
that
believe you can
there's
do whatever
like
you want,
multiple of them, but that
they still
they're
have the
using
Ten Commandments. They
these
still have,
underground tunnels and cave systems to travel, and they can kind of pop up anywhere.
Yeah,
So
I
was
will
under the
say
impression that the
that you're asking a huge
mess
question.
that the
And
person
if we were teaching a class
created that
in
photo said it was
Christian
a hoax,
theology,
like
which
a
is like one of our
thing.
popular
It wasn't
lessons,
that a whole
by the way,
thing.
here.
So yes,
So,
people write it
but
off.
the,
Yes, and so
you know,
that's
then we
something
can talk more
unfortunately that
about it.
happens a lot in
But
the UFO community as well.
if
Is you get people who have
when I
these
say they, I'm
incredible pieces of
generalizing
evidence, and
really
then
in
like
an
years
unfair
later
way,
they're like, "JK,
but
we
in
were just
general,
kidding."
Christianity
I
does place a
feel like
tremendous amount of
it's so
emphasis on
twofold because
the
like it could
power
be it
of
really was a hoax,
repentance,
it
of
wasn't
teshuva,
real,
which we do as well.
or maybe
But
they were
that
strong-armed into
repentance
saying
is
that
far
publicly.
less systematic
I
than
mean, we
have
really
in
just
Judaism.
don't know, unfortunately. We don't know people's motivations for
If
any
you
of
look at,
this
for
stuff.
example, the
But like,
first stage of repentance,
if you were to take a
according
weird
Yonah,
picture of the Loch Ness
first stage,
Monster,
what do you have to do first?
realistically, what are they getting out of that?
How many
Other than like a
levels
little
of
bit of
character
attention,
are there?
you know what I mean? It's not like that person made millions of dollars, or it's not like, you know, there's some famous person and a bunch of movies were made about
We know
them.
how to do it.
I just
we
don't
have like
know
it's
when
like
it
they
comes
say
to that kind of stuff. I think that
Eskimos have 26
it's,
different
there's
levels
a
of snow,
huge possibility
right?
that
'Cause there
people
really
do
no
fake
snow.
stuff, and that's a
We
real
know
thing
we're
that happens out there. But I also think that it's maybe just possible that
Jewish guilt.
somebody got to
But
them.
we'll in a different
And you're
class,
right,
maybe
there's so
Mr.
many
Franz, or if you
reports
drop
of
by my house, we
freshwater
can have a longer talk.
cryptids or creatures,
Commerce,
you know,
though,
the Great
is
Lakes out
huge
there,
for Jews. This
Michigan.
is a fascinating
You know,
map
with UFOs
that
going in
shows
and
you
out
the
of these
trade
freshwater
routes
lakes.
of
So
a mysterious
exactly.
group called the Radhanites.
So we have worldwide
There's
lake
no
monsters.
Jewish
Lake monsters are
records
not,
about
again,
them,
just confined to one
at least that are
area. We have
directly
Champ,
mentioning them,
who
although it's
is
possible
in
they
New
are
York and
alluded to in
Vermont.
a
We
few
have the
12th century
Gloucestershire sea
documents.
serpent,
But
which
we
is in
have
Massachusetts.
two
Massachusetts, I
Arabic
can never say that word.
geographers who referred to this
Mokembe
unusual group of
membrane,
Jewish
which I
traders
always
in the
say that name
840s,
wrong, is in the
and
Congo
the
River
blue
Basin. And
lines
then out in Canada
represent
for you,
their trade
Ogopogo, which is
I
in
mean,
the Okanaga
amazing.
Lake.
Look at this. This
So
is like in
I
the
truly believe if you
800s,
look at a lot of
the
these
blue
things,
lines
they
are
all
where
look
Jews
incredibly
are
similar
known
to
to
me.
be
So I
trading.
think that we have two different things that it could be. One,
The Arabic
it could be the same
geographers,
creature,
even
and they're just kind of popping up all over the
mentions
place
that they
because,
speak
again,
about
these
12 languages.
underwater, deep
And
underwater
they're
tunnels
totally
and cave
fluent in
systems that they
everything
can
they
use to
need to
travel
know.
literally all over the globe.
Pink lines here,
We
the
have the same
violet
thing
lines
like how
represent
Bigfoot was.
the extended
You have more than one
types
species of it,
a trade
and they're
that
all
goes beyond them.
slightly
So
just
they may
a little
not
bit
put
different
all the way
depending
up
on
to
the
Iceland,
location
for
that they're in.
example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and
This
send
is
it all
a
the way
lake
out to China.
monster
And he describes the
adjacent
many
one.
different
This
things
is
that
a very
trading back
famous
and
one
forth.
called the Loveland
It's
Frog.
really an
And
amazing
this is
thing.
from Ohio
Mr. Grant.
folklore. The Loveland Frog is a
Yes, the
legendary
Silk
creature
Road is
said
like
to
out
resemble
here.
a humanoid
They're
frog
different on the
standing
Silk Road.
about
I'm not
4
sure if they
feet tall.
started it.
And in 1972, how this case really
You
got
are
famous
absolutely
was
correct.
a Loveland
So
police officer
Bukhara, which
claimed
would
to have
be
seen the
right
animal,
about
matching the
here,
description
more
of
or
the
less.
mysterious
That's where
frogman
they're
reported it to
higher,
fellow
sorry.
officer.
That's where
Now,
we've
there
actually
was
found some
other
documents
sightings of
that
it
may be
beforehand.
associated with the
It
Radhanites.
didn't get really
There's
picked
a
up too much,
Slika
but it wasn't
from
until this
Rosh
police
Hashanah
officer,
that was
which is
discovered here
another
in the
thing you
9th
see
century.
inside of UFO lore
Fascinating
as well.
stuff.
It's like once
The
you have a
word
person of authority who says that they've
in
seen it,
Arabic,
all of a sudden
Radhaniya,
everyone jumps on
we're
board
not
and they're
sure
like,
what
oh
it
yeah,
means.
this is
There are
real.
a few different
And this is an
theories.
actual
One
photo
theory
that
is
somebody
that's
took
based on
said
a Persian
frog
word that
in the
to
lake.
know the way. I think it's a little
So
stretch.
there's a chance
There
that
is also a
Ninja
region
Turtles
of
might be real.
Iran that
This is what you're telling us.
1,000%.
called the Raza.
1,000%.
Possibly
As an
comes
80s
from
kid,
there.
this means
Most of the
everything to me.
historians says that.
Donatello.
Cecil
So,
Rockwell,
one of my
my
favorite
favorite
cryptids in
historians,
the whole wide world
suggests
is
they
the
are
Fresno
based here
Nightcrawler.
at the
So
southern
both
part
of
of
these videos are a little bit sped up
Provence.
because they do walk
We
very
talked
slowly.
about Provence
So
earlier.
what you guys are seeing on the camera is like them kind of like running. They don't run that fast. But what's interesting about these is these have been filmed in two different places, but they look fucking identical. Like how weird are these?
Unfortunately, we
The
don't have
best
any
way
other
people describe them
documents.
is
This
a
is
pair
just
of walking
a very
pants.
early example of how Jews were
almost
involved
like
on How do we get out of here?
people that go on stilts. They walk. It looks like the lower part of the legs of the stilts, but no upper part.
With no upper body.
Yeah.
That's what's really weird about this. So a lot of people are like, oh,
Right. So
it's
risks and
somebody in a
benefits of
costume.
commerce.
Where's the rest of their body?
Risks. Why is commerce
who was
risky? Especially
kept talking on like, hey,
you can get robbed, right?
Go
Definitely.
out and just start walking weird
In
with some
particular, standing out,
You dress like you could dress up as Bigfoot, you could dress up as an alien, but like to be an entirely another creature is insane to me. But what I love about this cryptid is that there is a lot of video evidence of it, and again, it all goes back to people not wanting to admit that any of this stuff is real. And oh, it's fake. It's someone in a costume. This isn't real. This is Photoshop. This is AI. I don't know about this, man. These are just like cameras that were out because the first one in Fresno was somebody's like security camera, and then the Yosemite one was an actual Yosemite camera that was out there, like in Yosemite. So how people just know where these
Very
cameras
good.
are.
Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with like
And they wouldn't travel
so
like
they
hundreds
probably
of
are subject to
kilometers or
but
miles away from each
easy to
other
pick
to,
up and move
hey,
to
let's go get
a more
this
hospitable
hidden
place.
camera.
That's also true.
Exactly.
See, that makes it on the news. Like,
Exactly.
The question though is
So
the
then we
profit
have the
versus
chupacabra,
effort.
which is another one of my
This is a
favorite,
hard
aka
way
the goat
to
sucker.
make
So
a living.
chupa literally
Very
means
hard way.
sucker, cabra
Reminds me of
literally means goat.
when I was
Its name
growing up. I
stems
was
from
born
the
and raised
creature's
in a
alleged
very
habit
small
of
town in
attacking
northern
livestock
Ontario.
and draining their
And,
blood, specifically
my
goats.
family was the only Jewish family in
Descriptions of
town.
the chupacabra
There was
vary
one
by region.
Meshula,
It's typically
and he
portrayed
was
as a
a
stocky reptilian creature with
collector for
alien
Base Yaakov
features
in
that are the
Miami.
size of a small
And he would
bear
literally
and
hitchhike,
lined with sharp spines down its back.
600
In the
miles all the
southwestern
way up
United
from
States, however, it's
Toronto
often
to
depicted as
my
more of a
hometown. He would
canine
stay in
appearance.
every little Jewish
Now,
family he
when
could
it comes
possibly
to the
stay in. I had
chupacabra,
to be kicked out of my
a
room
lot of
because he
people
would have
say
my room
that the
when he came up
chupacabra
there.
is just
But
a dog
it was
with
amazing.
mange.
This guy, he's like my
And if you've
age.
ever
He's
seen what it looks
60
like,
years
they
old.
do kind of look like a chupacabra.
Northern
I
part
like to
of
live in the
Canada,
world of make-believe, where
for,
anything is
you know,
fucking
a few dollars
possible.
for a base
So
Yaakov.
I believe that there could
So it's a
possibly be
hard
something out
life,
there that
right?
fucks
It
with
may be
livestock.
very profitable,
We've seen it
but
happen
the effort
before.
is high.
Katie knows about this with Snippy.
Huge dangers of travel
There
and transport.
are creatures
Not
out there
only
that are
robberies,
doing
but
things
tolls,
to
right? Which
livestock
are like
that
sanctioned
we
robberies,
cannot
where you want to
explain
cross the
or
border, you
understand
got to
with
pay a lot of
modern
money when you cross
science.
the border. Tariffs, in other
And there
words.
was a weird track,
So
and that
Jews didn't
chupacabra
always
just
go
made me
into
think of it
commerce.
because
However, they had
this
some
track, I don't know if you'll be
advantages
able to see
that
this,
made it
was
easier
found
for them. Why
near
do you
Snippy,
think Jews
and it's not a
would be
Sasquatch,
naturally
and it's
disposed
not a
to
bear,
engage in
but
commerce?
it could be a
It's their
chupacabra.
habits.
So, interesting.
1,000%. Now, this picture didn't show. So the Jersey Devil, aka the Leeds
Okay,
Devil,
very
is a
good.
cryptid
So,
said to
in other
dwell
words,
in the Pine Barrens of southern New Jersey.
worldly,
Descriptions of the creature vary, but it's
diaspora,
most
they had a sense of
commonly
what markets might go in
depicted
different
as
places.
a
Very good.
bipedal
I think I mentioned in
kangaroo
the previous
or
class, for example, there was
wyvern-like
a Jew
beast
who
with a
figured out
horse
that
or
we would like
goat-like head,
chocolate.
leathery
And,
bat wings,
sent it
horns,
from
small clawed
little
arms,
island in West
cloven
Antilles
hoofs,
to Bordeaux, where it
14
became a massive thing.
or
Yes, Mr.
pointed
Grant.
tail. Some accounts also describe it as having an unusually elongated body and a thick, muscular tail. The Jersey Devil is also said to move
Spoken
swiftly
like a
and is
single
frequently
guy,
reported
right? But what
to let
happens
out a
when you leave
piercing,
your wife
blood-curdling
behind,
scream
wife
that
and kids
echoes
behind,
through the
you go
woods.
off
So
on the
the
road,
picture didn't load on
with
here,
no
but it
phone.
literally looks kind of like,
No, typically just the men
you know,
travel.
like in
So when we talk
medieval
about the
folklore,
influenza
they would
crisis,
like
we
throw a
mentioned
bunch
it
of
last
different animals
Monday,
together.
right?
Like, you know, they have like the
Historically,
lion, the bear, and like
most common
something
type
else.
of going out
That's really
was
what the
when
Jersey
the
Devil
husband
is.
went
It
off
looks kind of like
to go do
the
business
kangaroo
and
on
never came
top,
back.
but then it has bat
Nobody
wings,
know
and it
what
kind of looks
happened
like a
to him,
horse on the bottom.
right? So
Like, it's very,
Smash.
there you had
very
a situation where he was
mishmash of
probably
different
killed on the road,
things.
but he might have just decided to leave behind everything,
Then
or
we
who
have
knows
good
what.
old Mothman. Mothman is
So
a
that
winged
is
cryptid
a
tied to a
practice that
series of
we know from
eerie
ancient times
sightings
of
around
leaving a
Point
guest
Pleasant,
behind a
West
conditional
Virginia
guest.
through the late
You see it in the
1960s,
Gemara, and
often
you meet
described
the
as a
Subos long
large
discussion of it.
humanoid figure
And of
with
course, it's practiced
expansive
today in
wings
the
and
IDF as
glowing
well.
red eyes.
That if you go into
Mothman has
battle and
become a
God
symbol
forbid
of
you're
mystery and foreboding.
kidnapped and
The creature is
MIA, nobody knows
most
you're alive, you're
famously
dead.
linked to the
So
1967 collapse of the Silver
they would
Bridge,
travel
an
as
event
men.
that
It's
solidified its
dangerous,
reputation
but they
as
got
an
some
omen of
advantages.
disaster.
Language,
Now,
right?
Mothman
That
has a
even
little
though
bit
Jews
of
overwhelmingly
controversy
spoke
around it.
the
The reason being is
vernacular
because
of
a lot of
wherever
people
they
think
live,
that the Mothman was actually
they
an
would
alien
also have
and not
some facilities
quote
in Hebrew
cryptid,
as a
and
common
that
language.
it was
This is
a
especially
creature
useful
coming
in
down to
commerce
warn
because
us of some
you
bad
could
things
leave,
that were happening.
I don't know,
So it kind of
Paris,
teeters the
make your
fence
way
of is it a
to
cryptid, is it not a
Tangiers, and then
cryptid?
make your way
We just
to
don't know.
Baghdad.
All of the
And
descriptions
you
of
can't
it are
speak
just
the
of
local
a dark
languages. You can definitely
being
hook up with the
with
Jewish
wings,
community,
and
show up
there's
in
no
shul,
other
and say, yo, I'm
there's no, like,
here,
people
I'm
didn't get
trying to
close
sell
up enough
some
to say that it,
furs that I
had
got from
leathery skin,
Iceland,
or it had like no
and you're
mouth,
fine
or its
takers.
nose
You're fine
flared.
takers.
So
this is
the
something that
Mothman is
most
kind of one of
Christians
those
and most
ones where
Muslims did not
I
have.
think it's
The
probably
diaspora
encrypted,
community
but there's
and
a huge
common
possibility
language.
that it can also just be an
What?
alien.
Yeah, in another time, 1967,
legal
again,
systems and
Snippy
norms,
incident,
right? When
and
you're
you'd
going
be
into a
surprised,
strange community and you want to sell
still
things
get
and you want to like
UFO
sell on
reports
credit,
that
a person says, "Wow, I
look
love
and are
these
described as
tremendous
something very similar to the Mothman."
accents
Even
that you're
here in
bringing me
Colorado,
from
we had a
Germany.
couple
I want
these
bring me
dark
10,000 more
bat-like
accents." I say, "No problem. All I
flying
need is a
over,
deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be
It
back
was a
here
really
next
good,
year with
credible
your
report
accents."
that I
So
had maybe
if
6-7 years
you
ago.
are
But it was
a
very much
Christian and a
described like
Muslim, and
Mothman.
you don't know each
So,
other
see,
and stuff like
that's
that,
another one.
it's hard to build
Because
the
we don't have
trust
better
that is
descriptions of it,
essential
and because it's just
for
this
these kinds
large
of
dark
financial
being with
transactions.
wings,
But when
we
you
kind
have
of
two
can't put it
Jews
inside of
who
any
are
category at the
united
end
by
of the
the
day
same
because we
Talmudic
just don't have
code,
enough information
when
about
you
it.
sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or
Then
not
we
they
have
seem like
the
a Arab
Dover
person,
Demon. This one's
and
one of my
then you can
favorites because I
rely
really
on
like
the
its
same
fingers and
rules. You
toes.
go to
It
the Rav, you
creeps me
have,
out in the
they're
best way
literate,
possible.
they're numerate, you can
So
draw
the Dover Demon was
documents up,
reportedly sighted on
you know
April
you have a
21st
much
to
greater
22nd
degree
in
of trust
1977 in
that
Dover,
it facilitates this kind of
Massachusetts.
widespread trade.
I can never say that word. There were
Also very
three
important,
teenagers,
one of the
Bill,
most
John,
popular games that
and
Jews like to
Abby.
play is, of
So
course, Jewish
Bill and
geography.
John saw it kind of
This
back to
is
back on the
actually a
same day
serious
within hours
thing
of each other, and then Abby saw it the
in the
next night.
medieval world.
Look at
That,
those balloons.
you know, in
So
order to
they
develop
reported seeing a
trust,
strange
trust is at the
creature with a
foundation of any
large
kind of
melon-shaped
interaction.
head and glowing
If
eyes
you
over the
can
span of 2 nights
communicate
in
that
different
you
parts
know
of town.
people
So it's not like they were going to the
common,
same location and seeing
and
the same
that,
thing. Like
you know,
one
that
kid saw
sort of
it,
like
he was like, you know, driving in the woods, and then
broadens your
saw this weird
social
creature, and then a few hours
envelope.
later,
You can
somewhere
include
else,
them
2
in your
hours down
world
the
of
road,
trust.
somebody
So
saw the
playing
same
Jewish
thing,
geography,
and then
when
the
a guy
next night,
from
somebody
Paris
saw it
shows
again.
up in
Then, of course, you have a whole flood of
Tangiers
people
and he
coming out with
says,
stories
yeah, I'm
of,
from
oh,
Paris. Somebody
I've
goes, oh, I
seen
know
something
someone
like
from
that,
Paris.
I've seen
His
something
name is
like that,
Moishe
but there was
Cohen.
never any
Moishe
physical
Cohen.
evidence or
I
pictures
know
or
him,
videos
but
or
wait a minute,
anything
there's
like
more than
that
one
of
Moishe
this.
Cohen.
But this
Does
is
he
just
have
an
a
interesting
hunchback?
one that you
Yeah,
have
that's the
multiple
Moishe
people
Cohen,
seeing
right? And
something
they would connect
within
each
the
other,
same
they
time
trust
span.
each other.
Was it the same
These
creature, kind of
deposits
going
they
all
sell
over
on
the place,
credit, and it was,
or
you know,
are they
way more
seeing
successful
different
a
things?
venture. And this is an advantage that
And it looks
Christians and
kind of
Muslims did
alien
not
to
have.
me. This one also looks very alien to me.
Has like a golem look to it too, right?
Yeah, very much, very much. Now,
Largely
what's so
through
important
this
about
trade
cryptids
network.
is
Developed slowly
indigenous
and
folklore.
expands.
Almost
The fact
every
that the
single
Radhans
cryptid
do
has
it in the
roots in
9th century
indigenous
indicates
folklore
they
one
must have
way or
had
another. It's hard
a
to find a
phenomenal
cryptid that
reputation.
doesn't.
Unfortunately,
Among the most
we
well-known
only
are
have
like the
basically 3
Wendigo,
paragraphs
which is the
talking
cannibalistic
about them.
spirit,
And it's one of the great
the
mysteries
skinwalker, which
in
Katie
English
knows a lot
history.
about, the
Who
feared
were these
shapeshifter
strange
from the
people?
Navajo
We don't have
legends,
any
and
internal
Sasquatch
documents
even
about
has a
but
big giant
we all
one
know
inside
that
of indigenous
commerce
folklore.
is
They also have a lot of
historically
lesser-known
something that
beings
Jews
like
have
the
engaged in
Pukwudgie,
for a
Mothman,
very long
Chupacabra,
time.
and
And
each
we're
of
at
them
a
are kind of
huge
shapes.
divide
Their stories are shaped by the kind of their
humanity,
local
which
belief, which
overwhelmingly
is
was
very
agriculture and
indicative
nature.
of how
Like,
I think a
just
lot
off
of
the
these
top of my
cryptids
head,
are the same thing,
even
but just
today,
different
maybe,
species of them, depending on the local areas
you
that
know,
they're
you
coming
guys
from.
live in a very special bubble because
So the big
you're
question
already an
is,
elite
what the fuck
in
is
a
really going on with
college-educated
cryptids?
environment.
Like,
If you were to take
really?
all Jews in America,
Obviously,
I
there's
would
something
hazard
here.
that at least
What
4
in
out
the
of 10 of
world
them
could it be
are
that we're
involved in
all
some
kind
kind
of
of
running
commerce.
into when it comes
If you
to
add
this kind of
finance
stuff?
to them, that's
So,
probably 8 out of 10 Jews
here's
are
my
involved in
2
either
cents on it
commerce,
all.
which is trade, or
I
finance,
think
which is
that
basically trading
our
money.
brains
And then
are
the other 2
so
Jews,
incredibly
maybe one of them was a
powerful,
doctor,
and that we truly
and
really
the other
don't
one is,
understand
I
them
don't know,
in any capacity.
Dutch
Like, we
burgers
don't
at
know a lot about our
McDonald's,
brains.
Fast House, whatever. Like that's basically how
truly
that's our
think
economic
that
profile for much of
We
our
create
history.
our own
Maybe an
realities, whether we
exaggeration.
realize it or
Why did I
not.
start saying
And I
this?
think that
I
collectively,
forget. Maybe we've been doing this a
if
long
people
time.
start believing in something, it becomes real.
Yeah.
Whether
So
we realize
just
it or
develops,
not.
so don't forget
So
also
I think a
we
lot of
saw
times when it comes to these
Air Force
cryptids and
remains
people saying
and
things
the
like,
Norwich
oh, well, we
remains
couldn't
that
find
we
their
have
den
been
or their
thinking
nest, or
for a
there's not
very
a lot
long
of physical
time.
evidence.
Nazi Jews in particular are
I truly think that if enough people believe in Bigfoot, a Bigfoot's going to fucking pop up somewhere.
Our genetics are
I think if
so
enough
similar.
people in
So,
communities
much
believe
more
in
so than other
something, then
people.
it becomes real.
Okay,
Just
now,
like
what were they
in
trading in? So here's a bit
people
of an
who
active
like
part.
live in their own reality,
One of
right?
them was
You guys
slaves.
talk to a lot of people who
Exactly
have,
picture.
UFO experience and alien
A Jewish
experiences.
slave owner
And when you talk to these people, you don't think they're lying to you about what they saw or what they experienced. But you could,
a bishop is involved in selling the slaves.
You can say that you believe their reality, that they believed it happened to them, and maybe isn't real in your reality. And that's what I mean about the mind as a powerful thing. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not real, it's not out there. And I think that we just don't understand the functions of our brains yet. I mean,
it's like you don't care what anyone else thinks. Sit like this,
aren't even looking at the things that we're seeing. Like, people don't understand, like, your eyeballs aren't like cameras hooked up to your brain. They're like
I don't even know. I don't think that's the thing. I think that's a knight or something.
Your eyeballs take pictures every few milliseconds, and then your brain fills in the gaps in between of what your eyes are seeing. So you're not even seeing a full picture of what you see in front of you. So who's to say that our brain couldn't manifest these things, right?
Maybe the Taz?
Yeah, I'm having an epiphany. Oh, sorry,
Jason.
No,
go ahead.
I was just having an epiphany as you were speaking, Jamie, because Jason and I have talked a lot about about this disassociation piece and trauma and near-death experiences, and we all know that heightens the paranormal. But what you just said,
and at one point he was sitting
kind
on the ground cross-legged,
because
and right away,
I totally agree that
I don't remember,
that would
someone said,
explain a lot. Why aliens are so different, why UFOs are different, why cryptids are different. And for people that have trauma, we by default, and I'm putting myself in this box, by default we have to kind of create our own realities for safety. For our own self-perseverance to go forward and continue living. And that would make so much sense to me. That is why we see an increase in UFOs, aliens, cryptid, the paranormal with these types of folks, because we are manifesting and we're used to living in our own little creative, and that ties in the music part, the art part, all that creativity part.
Of all trade.
And I also think it also goes, it's the same thing about like UFO sightings and things like that. So like for a long time, when I saw a UFO, I saw a metal object in the sky. And at some point, I stopped seeing metal objects in the sky, and I started seeing more plasma-like beings. And I don't think it's necessarily because I was seeing two different crafts. I think that I was able, at the time when I was seeing physical, like metal-like craft, that's what my brain could understand. So that's what it was interpreting it as. And then as my journey went on, and I understood more and more, I was able to see the more authentic version of it, which is the more plasma stuff that people are seeing. So I think our brains are just so incredibly powerful. We don't understand what they are capable of at the end of the day. And then you also have the flip side of all of this is it's not your brain creating these things. We're not these powerful beings that can do anything with our minds, but that the world is full of portals and we're multidimensional, and that there's a huge possibility that the creatures that our people are seeing and then disappear out of nowhere, and then we don't see them for tons of years, are literally just taking a little vacation. They're just popping into our universe, hanging out, going hiking, having a little camping session, hightailing it, and then go away, and they just poof right back out. That's also something that happens if you guys ever watch any of the Missing 411 stuff with the kids stuff that happens, where these kids straight up disappear and then magically reappear somewhere. That's another use of those portals, maybe multi-dimensions, and maybe we as a species have not yet quite mastered how to use those means of travel, and hopefully one day we will. And that's why these other creatures and beings are able to come into our world, and why we're so confused by them is because we don't understand the methods that they're using to behavior.
It's so weird though, because I always feel like we are the odd man out. Because these entities can come in and go as they will. Plus the UFOs can come and go as well. But we're useless. We can't do anything. We need cars. We need airplanes. You hear like, oh, they pity us because we have so much potential. We can't tap into it. But then help us. How do we get there? Give us a roadmap. Why are we left in the dark?
I think that's the problem right there, is the fact that we as a species are constantly looking for answers to things. And I think that that's, I stopped looking for the answers to things, and the answers to things started coming the minute I stopped asking. So when you, like, I think a big part of why we haven't leveled up as a species as a whole, and this is going to be very controversial to some people, but I think a big part of it has to do with religion, unfortunately. I think that we are so tied up in having to think that we are special and that we were created specially, and
not
that
African Americans, but African
there's a being out there who made us all and we're special. And I think that because society as a whole has that idea that that is the reality that's being projected out there, so that's the reality that we live in. And until we are able to strip that back and understand that we are so much smaller and so much less special, we can't be accepted into the galactic whole of things because we are just selfish at the end of the day.
The same root as the word
If I was a Sasquatch,
as in like Polish,
and
Ukrainian,
I saw humans and how they behave and act, I would not want to help them
and
get
they're
access to
often
my
captured in war.
tunnel or
They're
road,
pagans and
because I
brought
wouldn't
over. Where
want
you
these
do see, by the
a-holes
way,
around
huge
me
issue
or my little Sasquatch children.
So
I'm
just,
just saying, I wouldn't.
and maybe these cryptids and aliens and all these things that come visit us, one of my favorite kind of conspiracy theories that's out there is that we are
nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle
and that
Ages.
people come and visit
Everybody
us,
thinks it's
and like
perfectly
they're
normal.
like
They
watching
also
monkeys in
think
a
that way
cage.
basically
And
up
that's what I
until the
think of when I think of
1700s. Only
Bigfoot
at
coming
that point
here
when
and like
people could say,
visiting and
maybe
walking
it's not so
around and
good
kind
that
of all
we
that
should be
nonsense
enslaving
is,
other
I
people.
bet you
Right?
can
This
just
is
hear
like,
it like laughing at
it's
us
like
and being like,
asking,
look at these
it's
dumb
asking
fucking
them to have
humans
a
who don't
21st
understand
century
anything.
mindset,
Look at them with their
morality,
little tools
with no
and their
standards
wheels
would
and they think
not
they're so
apply
smart,
in
but
any
like
way.
we're not.
But what the church did
Yeah,
really
but we
care
think we're so
about a
special,
lot
and
is
so I
the
think that that's
idea of a
maybe
Jew
like maybe
owning a
Bigfoots and
Christian.
other things that come down
That
here,
bothered the
like
Jews,
they're like if it was me and I was a Bigfoot,
tremendously,
I would take my family
especially
to Earth
churchmen
and be like,
who
see,
were
this is what you
especially
don't want to
nervous
be.
that
Don't
if
be like
they
these
were to
people.
take slaves, not
Be
only
smarter than the
Christian
dumb
slaves, but
humans.
even
Look how dumb
pagan
they are.
slaves,
They think
much more common,
we're
who then
bears.
decided they
Like how
wanted to
stupid
become
are they?
Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be
it's humbling
in
because
a
we're the ones
a
making
position
that
of lordship
realization.
over an
Like,
individual,
oh,
and
actually,
the
we're
church
idiots.
definitely
But
did
I
not
think
want that.
it's a good part of
Kings, on
history
the other
for
hand,
us to
were
realize
very
that we're
happy with
idiots.
Jews owning
Because
slaves
then we
because
can
Jews
progress.
could
The
sell
first step
slaves
is
for
acknowledging
cash
it,
money,
and you can,
and then they could be
evolve
taxed
from
for
there.
it.
But
So quite
for so
often,
long, we've
the
had the
idea of
arrogance
Jewish
of saying,
ownership of
no,
slaves
you're
is also a
top of the food chain.
church-state
Nobody
conflict.
like us. And the thing is, honestly, you don't
Okay,
even
so
have to hear that stupid debate
what will eventually happen
of whether
is,
a girl would rather
as
be alone in the
restrictions
woods
been
with a
replaced
bear
on
or a
Jews throughout the
man.
later Middle
I
Ages,
would choose a
I mean,
bear.
it's so stupid. Like you
Jewish
talk
trade,
a high
trade is
game.
going to be
Like you
reduced and
choose
become
the
much
bear,
more
but when you
smaller
are afraid of
scale.
the bear,
They
even
tend
if
to
it's a
go,
grown
they
man,
can no longer
that
grade
thing is
like
a
the
natural
Radhanites
killing
used to be,
machine
but they're still
that
heavily
he'll
involved in
overshare
it,
and do
and we'll
anything
explore
against.
that next time.
And
Oh,
that
look at
puts
this
things
exposed
in
to this
perspective
picture.
to
This is
realize
kind
our
of cool.
place
And
is actually not
I
at the
relate
top
to
of
this
the food
topic
chain.
because
We're only at the top of the food chain
this is
because we've
my
got weapons.
father,
Like,
Allah
you're taking
Shalom,
weapons away from
and
us.
he took over
We're less than a
my
tiger.
grandfather.
Did nobody watch Planet of the Apes?
And my
Like, what
father
happens
is
when
his
you give
son.
monkeys
He did not
weapons?
want
Like,
me to
exactly.
take
Like, we
over the
become the
store,
bottom of the food chain
so
at that
that's
point.
why I ended
It's
up
not,
a professor.
it's not because we're special or
That's
because
my
we're
dad.
so
It was like
intelligent, so
1957.
smart. We just
The
have
store
figured
was
things
around for
out over
100
time.
years until
And
my
we've become the
father
dominant
passed away.
species. It doesn't mean
My
that we're
mother
always
took it
going to
over
be the
for a few
dominant
years,
species.
and finally
Right,
they
and we're
closed it. But it was,
influencing
Northern
populations
Ontario.
of animals, known
Well,
animals. Like
Scottish,
just today, I've lived here
textiles.
since
He was very
forever
big
in
into
Colorado,
textiles.
and
Work clothes, work boots,
Facebook
stuff
feed
like that.
somebody locally.
Okay,
the
gentlemen,
bears
let's
are out right now.
close it. And I
The
apologize
Colorado,
once again
I
for
thought they were brown bears.
the
Colorado only
delay.
has black bears.
On Monday, we're
70
going to have a
plus
very
% of
important
black bears are
announcement
actually
getting to Monday
brown
landing
or
and the church.
whitish hair. And then I'm like, did Colorado ever have grizzly bears?
Okay,
Well,
thank
yeah,
you for learning
until
with
the
me.
mid to late 70s was the last known grizzly bear. And I'm like, why did they disappear out of the Rocky Mountain, Colorado region? Because we hunted them
Okay,
out.
so
We intentionally
where we
wanted
left
them
up,
out. And now we have no grizzly
we
bears in
looked at this
Colorado, which
last
personally, I
amazing
don't mind the black bear coming and getting my
artifacts,
hummingbird
right?
feeder
This
juice. They're
coin
very
that gave you
gentle
a
most of
sense
the time,
of
unless they're
how
protecting their
Jews
young.
slavishly
We
fell over
have,
themselves
you know,
with amazement
made
at
species go extinct
the
just
idea
by
of
our
getting equal
own,
citizenship,
the
and
buffalo,
what they
for
were
example,
prepared
that's
to
a
give
great
up is
example. I
a
mean,
whole
we're
different
getting them
story.
back slowly, but
We'll look a
so
little
we
bit at it in
can
this class, but it's
control
more relevant
animal
for the History
populations and
156
hunt
class.
them to extinction. And I'm wondering
Now,
if some of these
this is a
cryptids,
really much more
that's
important
maybe the
thing for us
case,
to
and they went
understand. This is something
underground,
that really was
themselves. Yeah, and
devised
my
in
question I have for you,
specifically
Jamie, is
an organization
just like
called
at
the
Rocky Mountain
Kahila.
Ranch,
Now,
there are
the
reports of
Ashkenazim
Sasquatch beings there.
pioneered
When I was
this
little, my mom
social
described them as white
structure
fuzzies because they were
largely
white
as a
gray
result
haired.
of
And
being
we filmed Beyond
kind
Skinwalker,
of like
we saw
in
these
the
tracks come up
hinterland,
as if
right?
they were
They're
curious because
far away
nobody
from
goes behind,
existing
the ponderosa
larger
pines of the
Jewish
ranch house, and
communities,
yet here we
existing
are in a blizzard
tiny
with
communities,
cameras, and
sometimes
these
50
tracks come out of nowhere,
50
disappear,
people,
come up,
and
and
they've got to try
disappeared
to
again, as
organize
if something
themselves. So the
was just
Kahila
curious.
emerged out of that.
what are these people doing out here? And maybe they're living underground. But
both can be
another,
true.
I want
It
your
was
opinion on
deliberate.
this.
They had to figure out a way
During
to
those
organize.
ranch years, they were
And
seen
as
in
they had to
connection with
respond
the UFOs and the
to,
orbs that were there,
social,
but also
political,
the
and
ration
economic
cattle
needs,
mutilations.
and they
And
added on
it's
features
like,
and developed
it's
and so
been
on.
said that perhaps they were the ETs
Yeah,
themselves,
definitely
were they were
deliberate.
bodyguards
We
or
have
workers, and
explicit notes.
these Sasquatch
We're
can
gonna talk
lift
about that
heavy animals.
in a minute.
Were they
We have
working
explicit
with the mutilations that were
instructions of,
happening?
hey,
What do
we
you
have
think
to
of that
organize.
theory?
So
This is
I
how
think
we
that
are
that's a
going to
great
organize
theory,
ourselves.
but I think it's just one of
Okay.
many.
And
You know what
it
I
is
mean? I think
essentially,
so. My personal opinion is okay.
how we do
So
it
like we as
today,
humans, we
although
go
in a
down
limited
to
fashion.
Africa
It's really
and we
good
go on
that we just
safaris and
contrast
we
with
go
the era
hunting,
of
right?
because
So who's not to
the
say that
main
Bigfoot
difference
hopped on a ride in a
between
UFO
the
and came
Kahila
down to do
of,
some hunting?
let's say,
And so
1650
maybe that's part of it.
and the Kahila of
Like I was saying
2025
earlier about these
is
portals,
that
it's not that the
membership
UFOs
is
and the Bigfoots go
voluntary.
hand in hand, but they're
If
popping
you
up in
want
similar
to
locations, and
affiliate
you're
with
seeing
the
sightings of
community,
these things because
if
they're
you
all
want
using the
to
same means
contribute
of transportation
some
at the end of the day.
income to
Whether it's
make the
wormholes,
community,
portals, underground tunnels, whatever it is. So I think it's a possibility. I personally do not think that Bigfoot are quote unquote aliens, right? I don't think that they come down in UFOs and they're like friends with the Greys or something like that. I think that there's a possibility on a galactic scale that all of these different kinds of things, aliens, cryptids, or whatever, can interact with each other, because I think that if we as humans mastered space travel and were able to go out there and really look into the universe and see things, we would interact with these things, right? Like maybe we could give them a ride somewhere, but it's not like we'd be best friends, like hang out living with each other all the time. And so I think that that's maybe part of it. It's like the same thing, like let's say UFOs are like cruise ships, right? It's like a little, it's a vacation, and everyone signed up to go on the UFO. People from all over the world go, and they get on this cruise ship. Nobody knows each other, but they're all going for a vacation. That could be a possibility that happens.
Thank you for being out.
Cruise ship, we went to Crash Land. That's such a great movie plot. It's like a big ship that crash lands. Turns out it's like a cruise ship for the internet.
Yeah, and they just go, instead of like here, we go to like little different islands. Instead, they're going planet hopping. They're like, oh, we're gonna go see Trash Earth. Oh, we're gonna go see Mars. Oh, we're gonna go see this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that explains why you see some weird people sometimes downtown. They're just like, maybe that's an alien in disguise. That's probably it.
And that's another thing too. Is like, what if all of these things? If you are a different planet and you've mastered space travel, I would imagine that you've mastered other things as well, right? So like, maybe they are wearing these outfits to make, because they're trying to fit in here, but they don't quite have it right. You know what I mean? And so that's why a lot of these things look super humanoid, or they kind of look like a dog, but not a dog, or this mishmash of like different creatures put together, like the Jersey Devil is. Like, they don't really know. It would be kind of like, you know, me showing up to like India and like wearing traditional Indian garb. I would look fucking out of place because I don't really understand the culture. I don't understand what you're supposed to wear or not wear. I would just like see something on TV and be like, oh yeah, they wear stuff like that.
Yeah. Well,
so you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer, complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. And the Scala was very different.
You can't have one without the other, or vice versa.
At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in South France, you had the possibility of somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese or Spartans were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Scala, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead, because we're still here basically around the 1000s, way before that Scala happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you know, in Demos, in Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for like federal funds, no such thing. You have to raise it from yourself. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm development, protective elements, it was also quite coercive.
Yes, I have been Bigfoot hunting before with the guys from Finding Bigfoot.
How much money you have
so
to pay.
Me and Bree's like my little partner. We do everything together. She has a friend, Chuck, who knows the hunting Bigfoot people, and they have certain locations that they go out and they go Bigfoot hunting on. And so
that's the only way out.
She was offered to go out with them, and she was like, "You coming?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm coming." So we went out to the Sierra Nevadas in California, to the literal middle of nowhere, top of a mountain. When I mean the middle of nowhere, I mean like we drove up this mountain for like 4 hours. It was not like somewhere. There's no cell service. There's no nothing in these areas. And And so
women also
we
exercise
went.
a tremendous amount of power
The
at
first
the
night we were
grassroots
there,
level through organizations
we
called
were
the
doing a little
which is
star
kind of like
watching
an important
because when you were out in the middle of
executive
nowhere like that, and as
function
high
of
up as
the
we were,
and so
you can
they
see
were
the
able to
skies
exercise
so
power in
fucking
certain
clear.
ways,
I mean, it
but
is
not
like literally you
indirectly.
can see
Perhaps
the
the most
Milky Way
obvious way would
galaxy
be
kind of shit.
who
Like the
gets
stuff
to
like
be a member of the
people see on
leadership of the
telescopes, you
Kehillah,
can see with your
only
eyeballs.
men,
That's how
who gets
far
to
up we
vote
were.
for
And
those
we were all
leaders,
watching,
only
looking
men
up, and
as
we
well,
saw the
and even
biggest,
only property
brightest
men
UFO.
most of
And
the
it was
time
this
being, most
big
of the field
white
we're
orb
discussing.
that was about
You
the
could
size
not
of a
vote
football.
unless you held, for
Now,
example, a house.
when I go
So
sky
those are
watching,
a few
something that is constantly with
Let's now
me
look
is
at
my
actually how
phone,
it
and I
works.
have an app on my
So it was
phone
based on
that
a
shows me
analytic model.
stars, celestial bodies, satellites, or anything like that. So best believe when I see something weird, the first thing I do is I pull that phone out of my pocket. I'm not.
Usually there would be
I don't have the mindset of taking a picture, but to figure out, okay, am I actually seeing something, or is this something I'm not seeing? And my app did not tell me it was a satellite, did not tell me it was the ISS or anything like that. This thing was way too bright, and it flew just right over us, kind of stopped, and then disappeared.
Hey, you were expected
So
also
that
to
kind
pay
of
for
started
that
the night
honor
off
with
being
generous
like, okay,
contributions
all right.
to the
Me and
community.
Bree see a lot of
This
UFOs
is
in our life. It's not like
exactly
out of
how
the
we do
ordinary
it
for us to see
today.
something like that.
Usually
Bigfoot
when I
guys
speak
were a little
to
like, what the fuck
adult
was that? And we're
audiences,
like,
I
this is
say
normal.
the opposite.
This
It's
just
totally
happens to
unlike
us. We just see things
they
when we
all
look up in the
laugh
sky.
because they realize, of
So
course,
it gets
that's
a
how
little
it
bit
works today.
darker.
If you are the member of the board of
We
directors
start
of the
hearing
shul,
this like noise
you're
in
not
the
there
forest,
because
and
people think
we
you
have
have a
our
nice
little
haircut.
campground. It's like a flat area, and then like the road we came in on is right in front of us, and then right on the other side of that little road. And I don't mean road like paved road. I mean like cars just drove there enough that it's like the road.
By the way,
And there's like a big mountain that goes like straight up. And
we'll come back to this
we all of a sudden start hearing something kind of walking through the side of this mountain, and we're like, what could be over there? And this is like October. So it's not bear season. It's not like the middle of summer where bears are running around. It's very cold outside. Most bears are hibernating. There's also no bears in that area. There's not really a lot of wildlife in that area in general. Even when it was like the daytime, we like didn't hear birds. The only thing we saw was one squirrel, and it was like it climbed up a tree and just started screaming at us, which we later maybe realized that it was like kind of warning us of the things that were going to come. I have a video of it if you guys ever go to our YouTube channel. That one time I was abducted by aliens, Tony Welcome Multiverse, same thing. There's a video of the squirrel up in this tree, literally just screaming at us, just like and like staring at us. So we hear this weird noise, and then all of a sudden we see these like two eyeballs off in the distance, kind of walking. Walking sounds like it is literally like trees are falling over. Not like somebody like crunching on branches. I mean, like some heavy shit. Like this thing wasn't like a person walking. Something like 10 times heavier than a person, like an elephant almost, it sounds like it's walking through the forest. And I will admit at this point, I got a little scared. I was like, I don't want to know what's over there. Bree, on the other hand, is like running fucking towards us across the road, like, let's find out what it is. Because she's, to be fair, we were drinking a little bit, so we had a little bit of alcohol in us, but she was like very brave with it, was like, I want to find out what this is. And as soon as she starts to go run towards it, it like takes off. And we're like, okay, that was really weird. We don't really know what it was, right? It's like, we have no idea. Well, later that night, we all get tucked into our little beds. Me and Bree were sharing a tent and a big like air mattress. And I'm all cozied up and I pass out almost immediately because I like to sleep. And Bree's still awake, and all of a sudden I get shaken, woken up by Bree, and she's like, Jamie, there's something outside of our fucking tent. And I'm like, no, have to sleep.
And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning.
Thing over our tents. Our tent's probably like 6 feet tall. Okay? And this thing is like, you can see the shadow over the tent. And it's like breathing. You hear like,
you can always make more money. It's definitely good. Mr. Rubin,
and like, then it starts kind of doing circles around the tent. So this thing had to be like at least 7 to 8 feet tall.
That's not a bear walking around.
And that's, again, not a bear. If it was like a bear, I could see like a bear on all fours sniffing around the tent. But this thing is like upright, kind of over our tent, and not smelling, but breathing.
I think that's true.
Really
yeah,
heavy.
There definitely is.
And it circled our tent for like 30 minutes. Me and Bree were
like a head start.
terrified, like literally in the middle of the bed, holding each other, freaked the fuck out. We were like debating on whether or not we opened the little window zipper to like see what it is, but like we're too fucking scared to do anything. Like as much as people like, it's the same thing with UFOs. People are like, why didn't you take a photo? No, you don't understand. Something just like takes over you, and you don't know what the fuck to do in that sense. Could I have grabbed my phone and started recording? Absolutely. Did I think about it in that moment? Absolutely. So that's also I was terrified. I thought originally a bear is over us. Well, how I know it wasn't a bear is in general, at our campsite, like whether, because it wasn't bear season, we didn't put all of our food and stuff up into bags in the trees. We just left everything out. There's like literally like hot dog buns, bags of chips, like a cooler that you could open and take, you know, hamburger patties out of. None of it was fucking touched. If this was some sort of an animal that was just looking for food, why is it standing over our tent? And why did it not go look at the literal smorgasbord of shit we had sitting out on the table for it? So to me, immediately, I was like, this is not just an animal. This is something trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. And I think it originally did the little drive-by, where when we first originally saw it earlier in the night, Bree kind of maybe spooked it a little bit by trying to run towards it. And then later, once we all settled down and were sleeping, and this is like, 2 o'clock in the morning kind of vibes, it worked up the courage to be like, all right, let's go figure out what's fucking going on over here.
You're in their territory. So if they're starting to check it out, what are you doing in my territory?
Exactly. So that was, that really, I've always been like on the fence about Bigfoot, but when I experienced that myself, and I can still hear that fucking breathing. And then there was one point earlier in the night too where we were hearing some noises and things in the forest, and I would like make sounds, and whenever it was out that was mimicking me, and we have recordings of it mimicking. So like I'd be like, and you would hear back, like it was insane. Like you would almost think that it was like the sound of like an echo. Like that's how fucking similar it was. Yes, and I would, that's another thing. Maybe it wasn't a Bigfoot. It could have possibly been a Wendigo. I have no idea because we were too fucking terrified to like go out of our tent and go figure out what the fuck. I wish I had the courage to be like, fuck, let's go. And like, let's go out there and see it with our own eyeballs. But like, I don't know, what would I even do at that point if I opened the tent and looked at it? I'd probably shit myself and pass out and die.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody talks big game are there to make sure that what the survey here asked for been exposed to that fight or flight, and especially in your case, you're saying ducks. You got the fight or flight, and you can't move, you can't go anywhere, you can't talk for half an hour. That hour must have felt like 14 days.
No, it did. And like, so the people who were with, they all had like lots of guns and stuff with them, so like we felt safe. They were all passed out. Not one of them were woken up by this, and we don't believe that whatever the creature was went to any other tent other than ours.
The rabbi,
Females. So here's the thing: 1 female and 2. This might be too TMI for people, but that same morning I started my period.
What is the power base?
So I think that maybe it smelled it.
Could be related.
What is the actual human power base of the rabbi?
I don't know what the fuck that was, but that opened my eyes to there are other things out there. Like I've always been an alien believer. I've always been a ghost believer. But that solidified there are creatures out there that we do not know about because there's no possible way this was a bear, this was not a deer, this was not a cow, this was not a bird. This was something big. And it was trying to figure out what we had going on.
I'm trying to think of an example that I could keep on recording. But let's say,
oh my God, no, please let's go. I'll take you to a Bigfoot location.
Well, they want to do something that's not really
for joining us today talking about cryptids.
And they have the money to do it. They want to do it.
And the rabbis because I'd like to learn more. Again, I should maybe start picking up books at my local bookstore on cryptids as well, and not skip it this time like I've always done. Start looking into it more and more as well. Katie, you are, I just want to advertise this, but in August, you're doing this in the horse. It's a convention, isn't it? In August.
Yeah, there's an event.
So just like in a modern school today, the rabbi and the president are
event and learn more information about it. But just like Jamie said, it's dark sky territory, so we always see unusual lights in the sky that, you know, at first you think, oh, we're looking at
complaints.
feel
I don't
like
know what's
that,
going on there,
and
but
that's
just
and
for
they have
sky viewing
and they
alone,
have to look. They
it's a
could be,
wonderful
you know,
event.
at loggerheads.
So check it out.
Sometimes
We did a
Parnas
fantastic
and the
episode
surveyor
recording
will win
with
a conflict
Katie
like that.
and Tony from
Sometimes the
their
rabbi
newest
will.
book. Unfortunately, half
But
of the interview
it always
disappeared
ends
because when
badly
I
if
sent
they
it
have
over to my
a
editor,
prolonged conflict. They
he
have to
forgot
work
to
it out. It's a
download it for a
dynamic
week.
tension
I cleared off
between
the
the
space
religious
on my Google
principles
Drive, and
supported
half
by
the
the
interview
larger
was
masses of
gone. So now
people
we got to redo it all over again. But it's
will of the
fantastic
wealthy
because it's
elite
like
who largely
one of the
support
biggest, cases
but
in
on
the
the other
world
hand,
of
they
animal
sometimes
mutilation.
There's a cryptid involved, which
And you know what I was thinking about too, Katie? Is I got the book now. I was the first
now,
one to
how
buy
does
your
this
book.
actually
So
translate
now I have it
into
on my end to be
people?
able to showcase
So
it too.
both
So
groups
maybe it
have
was meant to read it.
Gabbai.
I don't know. Oh, I am going to read it.
Gabbai.
I'm in between three books right now, which is
Gabbai
beautiful.
as
Guys,
a
we
person,
thank you so much
you
for
know,
coming on
and he's
or listening
charged
again to
with
the
a task
podcast.
that a lot of
If you
people don't
remember
necessarily want to
to
do
like
or
and subscribe
organize
if you haven't
who
done
gets
so
what
already, please do so before we send the man in black after you.
But the
And
term
we'll be
Gabbai,
back
you'll
with
see
another
Pirkei
episode of
Avot,
UMP
it
Studies
actually
podcast
means
next week.
collective. The Gabot, to collect. And that kind of thing, the better translation would be enforcing. Right? So in the case of the rabbi, his Gabbai are there, make sure that people don't step out of line collectively. Gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually the Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme, and you don't see too many examples of that. But you do see examples of the Beit Din ordering floggings. And you have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip. They whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard.
Actually, we have Alan Steinfeld, which is joining us, and Katie, we spent a little bit of time with him at contact.
Cause pain.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Alan years ago. You make friends at these conferences, and he's one of those guys. And he's such what I love about Alan is he's been investigating and researching and talking to just all views in this UFO community, and he's out there just kind of lifting everybody up. He's always such a joy to talk to and see. So I'm really looking forward to our conversation with Alan today.
Very gentle and very intelligent too. And you can always tell because intelligent people really take their time. So it's like, okay, well, I got the luxury of introducing him at one of his lectures at Contact, which I got this also, just officially, I have something because I drink all the time on the podcast. So
the alien, the UFO, and Sasquatch on there.
It's all combined. Actually, they did a really good job. I don't know the great kind of stood out to me when I saw. I was like, I need that for my drink on the table. It goes with my little
definitely. We even have some very rare isolated cases.
That's right. We should do some merch. So we're not going to do a great conversation here with Alan. We're going to talk about consciousness. Since consciousness is something that is, I was saying increasingly more prevalent in this whole issue of UAPs and non-human intelligence. It's great to talk to a guy like him who's been researching this for over 30 years. He's had over 3,000 interviews. Yeah, I cannot fathom that.
That's exactly why the Gabbai were there.
So we're going to get into that, and I want to dedicate this episode to a new friend that we made at Contact in the Desert, Joshua Johnson. He was awesome. He hung out with us the whole time at Contact. He got me drunk. He was a good guy. So I dedicated this episode to him as well. And guys, don't forget to follow us on not only Dex, but we're on YouTube, Instagram as well, and of course Spotify, which is our main hub. Katie, are you ready for this interview?
I am ready.
All right, let's rock it.
Extra legal powers that they can simply enforce. Just like Rav Huna reminds them of it. After cut off someone's hand, because he really see it. So let me say that. So with this video, when you want to establish a sense of Tula, this is the way we're going to do it. You've got to collect money. Let's have a look. Mr. Anderson.
Well, we are back with Alan Stein, of course, which is Steinfeld, not Stein.
Yeah, it was very
I keep saying Stein for some reason. But Alan Steinfeld has been somebody who's contribution to not only consciousness, understanding consciousness, but also thinking outside of the box. It's huge, like over 30 years, and you've interviewed, of course, over 3,000 people, so Katie is quite an honor to have him on.
Absolutely. Alan and I think the first time we met was in San
This
Francisco, perhaps.
Yes, and I had you on my show too.
You couldn't change,
And of course,
this
in
royal
UFO
behavior as a Cohen.
worlds, we
But you
bump
could
into
easily
each other
move
all the
up
time,
the
and
status
we got
quo.
the pleasure of seeing each other again just at this latest contact in the desert.
Largely because of Napoleon.
So it's good to see you
Napoleon
on.
shut
Thank you for
down
being here.
any
Thank
police
you. It is a
authority
small
on
community.
behalf
You
of
get
the
to see
rabbi.
the same
And
people.
modern states
There's only about
basically follow
500
that
people
as well.
really interested
We had
in
a
this stuff,
situation
but
here
no,
in
there's
New York,
much
New
more. But
Jersey,
you see the same
about
faces
4 years ago, the
everywhere,
most recent
and it's
time
kind of
happened.
fun. It's like a
I
family.
mentioned the
You know,
cases
it's like
of
you
men
hang
who
out,
refused to
eat
give their
dinner,
wives
see them.
gifts.
Anyway,
So there were
I'm
some
happy
guys
to be
out
there
there,
here, and this is a passion
hired
for
guns
me.
to
This is
go
an obsession
put
for
hoods
me.
over this
UAP
man and
studies,
kidnap him,
whatever
and
we want to
then
call it these
hit him
days.
with like
So let's dive in.
rubber hoses.
Love it.
And to
Well,
threaten him. And
again,
then
we
what
were
happened is he
going through
figured out who it
questions that we were
was.
going to ask you, and the thing is, when you've had somebody like
You're
yourself
not allowed to
that's
do that.
interviewed
Right?
a plethora of people, and you've been asked
Did the Pledge of
so many
Allegiance.
questions
No,
and
no,
done
can't have
these
an
interviews so
independent
much that
But
it's hard to
that's
say,
this is
hey,
how
I'm
it works.
gonna pin
You've got
a great
I
question,
didn't have a
on
Laguna
Alan today. I'm
crisis
gonna,
until
and it's hard to do. Now,
largely as a
I
result of
cheated
how
and I
we
went to
used
Grok.
Mr.
And
Parente
I said,
didn't
look, I'm having this guest and I need questions he's never been asked before. And it's assisted me in this because I was like, okay, talk about this, ask questions on this. And it's brilliant. So I think for podcasting, Grok is amazing. That's a free plug for X. I'm sorry, but it's helpful.
That's good to know because, first I love that we ask questions I've never been asked before. Also, I do a lot of interviews, so Grok,
Oh, it's amazing. I preach against AI all the time. Katie knows that, but for some reason,
economic,
it's
political
brilliant. Go and
development.
try AI.
And
I'm a horrible person. Also,
everything from
Grok helped me write my job resume. I mean, I've been using it more and more, so maybe, we can talk about that in the podcast for AI. I'd like to go there at some point.
Let's do it actually right now since we're on the topic.
All right.
Grok is first. Tell me, Grok is on X. If you have X, you get Grok.
If you sign up for the check mark, you get access to the whole Grok free, whatever it's at, but it can generate images for you and great questions, especially for podcasters, small media like ourselves. It's a great tool to have because we can't afford
and
to
unlike
have all these
other groups,
editing and software and all that the bigger
especially
media
powerful
platforms
and
get.
predominate.
So
And you could have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and
Go ahead, ask me
sophisticated and
those
wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the coverage
Katie
was the
brought up a great point about the AI. Katie, I'm going to throw it to you first about the AI question, but I want to follow up on that too.
Right. It's. I mean, now, like my middle son uses Grok. Like he travels a lot for his job, and he'll just have these conversations, almost like somebody sitting in the passenger seat about towns he's going through. And tell me more. And you can have these intellectual conversations. And I guess my question then for you, Alan, is how does this help in ufology and opening up the conversation of consciousness? Are we going to find answers? Can we rely on the information we get from any like Grok type, Google answers? Can we rely on
The
that?
problem with AI, it only knows what it knows. I mean, it only knows what's been put in there. We are being confronted with a situation that's beyond what we know. So anything AI, Grok, ChatGPT comes up with is only based on the information of the known. What we're asked to do as humanity right now is we face the UAP, UFO situation is go beyond what we know. This is not like anything we have cognized before. I often ask in my lectures, what's the difference between recognition and cognition? Do you know, Jason? Cognition versus recognition. Well, recognition means to recognize something. You have to cognize something, and cognition means to have an awareness of such. So awareness is the cognition of something new coming into your reality. Recognition is oh yeah, I have that awareness. So right now, we have no cognition of really what this
populated
phenomenon
by
is
women
about.
and run by women,
We don't
and
know.
they would be
Yes,
funded
it has
by
certain,
all of the taxes collected by the people.
hallmarks. It's
So it's giving
it
you
seems
kind of like the dark
they have a
side of it,
quantum
where they'll
physics
force you to
approach.
pay
There
taxes,
seem to be
and they'll
beings,
send
and
out the buying,
I'm sure there
and
are
flying,
beings.
and things like
It
that.
seems to
But
be
the upside
multidimensional.
is,
It's
this was an
it has all these
extremely rich,
aspects that's right
sophisticated,
beyond
dense
what our
social
world is
support
made of.
network
We
that
don't know
rivals anything
anything.
you have in
Not
Europe
the government.
until
Maybe they know a
really
little bit more.
20th century. You know, this
Gary
is way
Nolan
before
or
universal education was
Chris
required.
Mellon or
Before,
Lou
you
Elizondo.
had
Those guys may
hospitals
be a
for the
little
poor.
bit more
All of
put
these
up.
things that we
They
take
may
for
have a
granted
little bit
were really
more.
pioneered
But
by
really,
Ashkenazim
this
in
is so
Ashkenaz
big
in the 9th,
and
10th,
so
11th
huge
centuries.
and
So
in a
figuring out,
way
okay, we
incomprehensible.
can't rely on outside society
We
to take
can't
care of
depend
us.
on
We're going
AI
to become
to even
self-reliant.
guess what's going on. We
beautiful
have to
achievement that
find
has
this
stood the
way
test of time, and we still
inside
benefit from it
ourselves
today.
to formulate new realities. I call my podcast New Realities. And New Realities is the creative expression of the unknown as it emerges in human consciousness. There's no creativity in a sense with AI. I mean, yes, it seems creative because it's able to put together in new ways things that we may not have thought
regions
of.
and languages
There's
and
what
class
makes
in
humans
particular.
different,
Peasants did
I
not
think,
feel
is
especially
there's
close
a
to nobles
constant
and so on.
flow.
So, but
That's
Jews
why I
realized
teach in my
nobody else
remote
can take
human
care of us.
courses
We have to do this for ourselves.
Forever
Largely an
into
Ashkenazi
our
tradition. The
cognitive
Sephardim
awareness.
also ended up
Where do your
imitating this.
thoughts
They had
come
the
from? Well,
Mahat,
they haven't been
very similar
programmed by
kind of
AI.
structure,
They are
and it stood the
new
test
each
of time.
moment.
Yes.
If you can drop into the unknown. So we can't rely on any crutch to tell us what's going on. We have to find a creative way, and creativity is something I really love to talk about and specialize in.
The question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for it. This is
a way.
A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews.
That is coming into our cognitive awareness, so other people can then recognize that. Terrence McKenna, and here,
from
Terrence McKenna says, if the artist can't find a way, the way cannot be found. So that's we are the artists of imagination, of creativity, and possibility. But it hasn't been written yet, the script. I think Whitley Strieber gets closest to it, and all the people I've met, of meeting the unknown, but what's happening here for all of this is incomprehensible, I think. At this stage of human evolution, yes.
Yeah, because there is sort of this aspect of there's metaphysical and then not metaphysical, and yet they're all
more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the
ability to reverse engineer some of this technology.
But
There's
the
probably
people are
an
like
aspect
way
of
below here.
consciousness that we haven't reached, that we can't use that technology yet.
Which running short of money for Shabbos,
about AI. So maybe AI can help us on that aspect. Maybe it's something that a soul has to experience on its own while it's in this body. But could AI help us with reverse engineering of alien tech if it catches on to patterns, or maybe like if we're talking like a super AI that can do the mineral testings and samples, could that eventually help us understand another civilization without actually meeting them?
I think so, but again, AI only knows what it knows. You can only test when they do experiments and test it. You test for what you expect there. So
very good, very good. I would
think
say
there's
slightly
a creative
but you said it
impulse
very well.
in AI
don't know
to
why
formulate
something
new
happened.
realities. It can
The
put
answer
together
is
information in
probably
new ways that seem new and creative,
money
and it is.
so
It's inspirational. You ask, okay, how should I talk this interview? How should I write this composition? It gives you ideas like a fantastic editor. I use it.
Now,
I should
women,
use it more.
I did mention how they were
something about human beings
they did not vote for the
different
civil year. They
than
could not
machines,
be
and
the
we're
paramount
closer
being
to
honored
the
civil year, they
phenomenon
couldn't be the
that
rabbi and
way.
so on. But there were
AI is an alien
kind of
intelligence in a
avenues
sense,
that
but
were open to women to take
it can't
charge
go
of their
beyond
destiny. not only the leadership of the Tevra, so by the way, go to your local school, just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the
yeah, it can help us understand what we already know. Yeah, we went it through crash returns, through AI, and see like calling out what's here. We'll know.
You also had this
yeah, it has
long-standing
hallmarks of an alien craft or UAP, whatever. But it won't tell us anything that we can have yet to imagine.
Right.
Well, maybe they're writing, like if there's writing on graphs or a tablet, maybe AI can help us decipher maybe what that is based on multiple sources of information, maybe within the Immaculate Constellation program, who knows, but maybe in those aspects. But I agree with you, I don't think consciously AI will be able to help us.
But it happened. It was like a thing.
Yeah, I just want to say, if there's no sample of writing, such as these ET scripts that seem, then it will have no reference for analyzing it. So we'll only guess, and maybe it will not give us anything accurate if it hasn't been, in my feeling, programmed. Some people say, yeah, AI is an alien intelligence here to help us. I have a hard time with that one, but it is helpful. But yeah.
When you use the term
I was going to ask you, I mean, it seems logical, and I would like to know your opinion on if you feel some of these more advanced civilizations, because let's face it, there must be more advanced civilizations out there that probably went down this path we're going down now, and maybe merged with AI, and AI took over, and you hear this in the grades, some of them are very AI-like and robotic. Do you think that's what the appeal is? Because we do have that creative drive, and if so, in these crazy times, I know, in your wonderful book here, Making Contact, like, we can't deny the existence, do you feel like that's maybe what they're looking for, and do they have a stake in the game for us as humans, where we go now? Are they watching us, in other words? Do you think that's happening?
Yeah, I think, there's so many sightings around the world. You just go out with some night vision goggles. You're not just looking at satellites over and over again. There's something else here. I think we are being watched. I think we are being coached in a sense, so we don't blow ourselves up. I mean, we can make our own little wars, because no one's going to save us from ourselves. We really have to work up. It's like going into a marriage and trying to say, we have to work this out for ourselves. We created a huge mess. We created weapons of mass destruction, which is awful to even
so,
think
let's
about.
go on to
we
the
polluted the planet.
Really important in this regard.
We have to figure this out. It's like
spread this out over several hundred years.
So your question, I think they are watching, make sure we don't just totally annihilate ourselves, because if consciousness is not local and connected them, our consciousness is part of a greater consciousness, right? So we are connected somehow on this conscious level to these ETs that want to, I think they probably want the best for us. But we are very ignorant, and we're very ego-centered,
intellectually,
my country, my political party, my baseball team, everything we use externally to identify the self. And we'll fight for it, we'll fight over words in a book that were written thousands of years ago. It's like we have more fear from each other than we do ETs. So,
this is, by the way,
I think we have to clear our own mess, and they are looking out for us. And I think, some people talk about the gifting fields. I don't know. I think the technology has them there, but until we come together as one planetary civilization, without country, John Lennon, Imagine is like a theme song that is just like, that should be a universal anthem for the planet, but we have a lot of problems, and I don't understand war. I don't understand why countries go for ideology or religion or, I mean, I think we have to do away with all of that to be free.
must be really important. It could be that it was issued by some community years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to kind of like
other people's sons to go
the
die for their
yogurt
causes.
that has a hashgacha on it,
We
which
hear
is
about
glass
they
kosher.
came to a truce. Okay,
There's
but
no
what
way that
about the
yogurt
hundreds
is
of
black
thousands
kosher.
of people that died
Black
and
kosher.
young men
But
that
nevertheless,
died
people have
for
this
absolutely
phrase,
no
black
reason?
kosher,
It
it
just
must be really kosher.
all comes
And
about
so
to the
Rabbeinu
same thing at
Gershom,
the end of the day. I
his
don't
name is
understand that.
applied to lots
But
of
there
later
is sort of a theme that even listening to some of these
we
lectures
know a little bit of his
in the
personal. This
psionics
is possibly his grave
capabilities,
marker,
especially this year at Contact, was huge.
with a
The
1,000-year grave
demonstration
marker.
that
There
they
is some
did with
people to that.
the telepathy tapes.
Yes,
Impressive. And we're realizing that we have these capabilities that were not developed at some point.
His son Eliezer was,
Even Katie and I, we were talking to Whitley Streamer
in
previous
10-12,
episode,
and he was
and
somehow
he was
wrapped
saying
up
about
with
maybe it's something that we
about
forgot,
the
something that we
nature of
lost.
that.
Maybe something we were capable of in the past, and we know that there's a part of history that just disappeared. Like the Great Flood almost, happened, and then everything got wiped out.
For his second wife,
Reset, and then all of a sudden now we started writing and discovering all these things all over again. So do you think this is an innate capability that everyone can do this, or that certain people in a state of consciousness can achieve this?
No, I'm actually working with the same basic equipment, just don't know how to operate it. And of course, if you listen to the Matrix or the culture, we've been dumbed out, we've been dumbed down, I mean, when I teach remote viewing, and I'm doing that coming up on the Shift Network, I can promote that, but everyone can see beyond this limited time and space. It's miraculous. When I teach it, people can do this. I don't know how they do it, but they can extend their consciousness beyond their local reality and see a target that's not present with them to their five senses. We can do that. It happens over and over again. I talked to Hal Fedorf and Russell Targ, and I even knew Nico Swan. These are the three people who started the SRI remote viewing program. They don't really know how. They might say the subconscious, which I don't think it is, or the right brain, but where are we receiving this knowledge from? Yes, we have the equipment, the brain, but who we are is not limited to our physical body. It's like if you open up a radio, you're not going to find the announcer and the musician in there. We are, this is a receiver and center of consciousness. We're not in the body. Deepak Chopra says we're not in the body's in us, whatever that means. But I do know what it means. That consciousness is the field, and I actually hate using that word now because it's been so overused. Consciousness, it's like, okay, let's explain what that is. And no one has a satisfactory explanation, but it is sort of this field of awareness that transcends the body. That we can use as an app, as an application. We can send thoughts, we can remote heal, we can remote send, we can change the weather, we can get into people's heads and read their minds. There's so much, yes, that we, I think it's even the Bible said if they ate of the tree of knowledge, and they'll become like us. It actually says us somewhere in the Old Testament. It's like, yeah, so something has put humans in a very limited box, and we think we belong there. We think we're. I say we're infinite. I say we are part of something so much bigger. And one of my favorite lines is by John Mack. You know who John Mack was, Jason? Oh boy, do I know. So I had met John Mack, and he became a sort of friend. I didn't see him that much, but he said, UFOs, general, are like an outreach program from the cosmos for the consciously impaired. That's us, the consciously impaired. They're here to wake us up to who we really are, and it's not about hardware. I don't care what Fun is investigating on this. I know I'm hosting the next Fun conference in Cincinnati. I'm honored to do that, but it's not hardware, it's the software, it's the consciousware that they really want us to activate.
That's why Whitley's book, The Fourth Mind, is valuable because he talks about that like no one else in this field. So, anyway, does that answer your question?
It does. So I noticed that when you remote view, you can remote view back in time. They did that on the Rocky Mountain Ranch, but can you remote view past lives? And do you believe we all have past lives? And how does that work with the population expanding? Are there new souls and old souls? And are we stuck on this earth plane, or can we choose? And is it our choice to maybe incarnate somewhere else, like on the Pleiades or something like that? I'm curious.
No, those are really great questions. I love talking about that. I mean, if we are just energy, and if the vehicle is not working, if the energy doesn't die, the energy takes up. If your radio breaks, it doesn't mean the signal has stopped. Your radio inserted in the dial, the vibration, which is the frequency, and it picks up the signal. So we are using these vehicles to pick up the signal of this non-local consciousness that then takes other forms. Yeah, I think we do reincarnate. I do, I mean, can I prove that? No. But I think Krishnamurti says reincarnation is true, but it's not a fact. Meaning, like, do I have proof? Well, there are proof. Ian Stevenson did work at the University of Virginia about that. So I think I know what my past life was. It wasn't a big thing. It was in World War II in the concentration camps. I mean, that just triggers so much for me when I watch movies about that. Maybe for everyone, but I feel really connected to the harshness of those times. I mean, I didn't expect to have those reactions. I thought it was just a movie, but anyway. So I believe we don't die. The body may, but the body can also not die. Also, that's a whole other conversation. It can ascend. But
how do we know, by the way, obviously, that we
are forever beings? We really are. And what consciousness is, who we are, what the soul is, or the Akashic records, keeps the memory of all those lifetimes. And
back and forth,
we can incarnate on other planets as other beings, and I think we have, and I think that's why, people call themselves Arcturians or Pleiadians. I don't really go along with that, because, let's call ourselves human first, because here we are, and so people tend to escape the human field by giving themselves, like, special names, which is, okay, people want to do that, but
email.
Our home is the cosmos. Earth is a beautiful, beautiful planet, Jason. Don't forget that.
Or can you actually
I mean, I throw all my trash.
One of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist you write to me. Don't use your Gmail. Don't use your private email.
Well, they do that in India, because you know why they do it in India? Because it's all God. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's good to I mean, that's just my own observation. But if we're forever, and we've had these adventures in incarnation, which is really what's fun about being a consciousness, you get to experience physical reality in many forms, and we have to break out of the matrix. We have to realize that we are connected to other beings, other planets, that consciousness is the vehicle of communication, that we're all telepathic, we can all see beyond time and space, because we're not confined to time and space. Like I said, time and space are things that we measure reality by, but they're not actually real, because where's the time and space now, in this moment? So we have to reformulate our notions of reality. This is what I think the ETs, whoever they are, whatever UAPs are trying to help us with. We are running our world on Newtonian physics. You realize that. And, Newton said you put energy out, you get energy back, you burn fuel, you push the car forward, or the plane, or the train. This is 400 years old technology. We have not progressed since the 1700s, or even, Galileo. We need the new science for the new time, for the new society, for the new mind. We're not going to understand the new technology until we understand how these beings think. That's the problem with just collecting hardware. So we need to think differently as human beings, and not in the old boxes. And that brings about a good point, because everything that we have in this world, and you're mentioning, NASA's still using Newtonian physics. So we have progress, but that's allegedly because I'm sure that, these military complexes have progressed very far. We don't need fuel, we don't need the push momentum, we just sit down in a chair and consciously go up. And what I think that brings about is this technology, this change. One, there's no money. Like, if you buy a vehicle, a saucer, let's say for your first one, you're a billionaire, or a trillionaire, you spend $1 trillion on one of these crafts. You never need to fuel it. Maintenance must be fairly low, I would assume, because of the way it's built. But socially now, you can't charge people for gas, and our whole industry, our whole world is run on fuel, and making fuel and lining the pockets of pharmaceuticals, which, we discovered through these entities, we can cure diabetes and cancers, but we don't want that, because that's trillions of dollars in billionaires' pockets that they don't want us to have. So the whole problem with this is the hierarchies of the trillionaires, billionaires, the elite, and the people underneath who will be trampled on with this technology. I'm just wondering what your thoughts is on this.
And it was hugely successful.
Well, those are my thoughts exactly. This is not about are there aliens or not aliens. Who really cares about that?
But on the other hand, it meant that
they care about that. There's no need. These craft are not filling up their gas tank to get here. So, I had talked to Hal about that years ago. He said, there's a slow program of this integration of the new technologies needed to be
Chinese restaurant, on this street.
I guess corporate mindset, but we need an acceleration of the planet. We're killing the planet and ourselves by fossil fuel. I don't even think it is fossil fuel. That's another lie. But whatever it is, that this gasoline, it is all about money. When the government, military gets a crash retrieval and they give it to private industry, someone's getting a kickback in the military for that technology that they're developing, and that is highly illegal, because that property belongs to the American people. I know you're Canadian, but it belongs to the American people. Sorry, the world, really, I think. No, it belongs to everyone. But someone is making money off of the military is like industrial complex that has an in with private industry that they're hiding from probably presidents and Congress. So something's wrong here. Justice for All, that movie with Al Pacino, and he's in the courtroom and he's saying something's wrong here. Something's very, very wrong here. That's what we're dealing with.
But I think we all feel that innately, that there's something wrong. I mean, I've been feeling it more and more through the years, but there's something terribly wrong. And it feels like it's just looming in the background, and I don't know what it is. We keep hearing about 2027. I don't care, but right now it's more like nuclear war. It's more on my mind. Pakistan and India, and then you got Iran and Israel. It's like they all have nukes. This is not good. But I think we all feel that. Maybe it's a silent power. Maybe it's the extended consciousness are picking up on the vibes of other people, and I think that's what it is. And there's so much evil, so much selfishness. That vibe is very like it's palpable. I can feel it. I don't know about you guys, but it seems to be an emotion that galactic emotion or global emotion.
I want to take this to a more personal, almost kind of not necessarily selfish, but it's something that I think I struggle with and others struggle with, and you bring up this great point, Jason, that these are very scary times, and at the end of the day, we all need money to survive. So, for 15, 20 years, I'm learning about consciousness and manifesting and coincidences, and if you just think positively and put out good vibes and love and light and that, and do what your passion is, whether it's music, art, or in this small field, you're going to make it, but then reality hits you. And the bill comes in the mail, and you're like, well, shit, I can't
in the 13th century recognized that
balance for
man.
me. Like
He's the
one
one who gives us
reality,
the
it sounds
source
great,
of
wonderful, and I
its
try to stay in that.
exactly
But then
1240.
reality kicks in
And
and
from
it
that
throws
point
us
on,
back into
the
the
Yosef Karo said
materialistic,
that,
selfish need to
well,
survive state. And
the
how
man expired,
does one
but
balance
the
or
Ramah says, well, we're going to
believe?
keep it going.
Because I
Let's
want to believe all
roll
that.
it
I
over,
want to
roll it
believe
over.
we can
And
manifest
it
and
was supposed
bring
to
love and light
expire
and
around
our
the
planet's
20th
going to be okay. But
century.
then
There were some exceptions,
this
by the
other,
way.
then you look at the
Like
news
for example,
and you
I'm not
look
going to
at,
step into
your
halakhic areas,
mailbox,
you know,
and
your
it's a whole
Hamidei
other
Shir
game. So
buzzes,
how
but let's
how
say
does
for
one balance
the
that
other
in our
parent
lives
can't
and use
divorce
it
a woman
to
against
better
her will,
humanity?
right?
I guess.
So let's say a woman decides to
that
join
is the
ISIS
first
or
of all, that's
Al-Qaeda,
the conditioning
and
of
moves to
the
the
corporate
middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from anybody.
bureaucracies
Call her up
of
and say, Sarah,
keeping people
please come
enslaved, so
home.
they have
You
to
know,
work to
messing around with those
survive,
ISIS
and they
guys.
have to
And she says, I don't
keep
care, and
up
I'm never going to accept a
because,
debt from you.
that way they don't have time to think about the big questions. I mean,
So in that kind of bizarre situation,
our
we have a woman
survival
who's a
should be ensured
rebellious woman, so to
we can
speak. There would
thrive
be
and
an
not
exception to the
survive.
ban
And
where
so you
man
could do it two ways. I think you could follow Bashar's
marry a
advice, which is you
second
follow
wife.
your highest passion,
Not
and that leads to
undivorced
your
his
greatest
wife,
gifts
she
and
wants that,
talents. And
she's allowed to
you
marry
know,
a
there
second
are
wife.
artists and songwriters and painters
similarly,
that
if we
get
were
rewarded for following their passion because they followed it to the utmost end
but it's
of
not an
their
absolute ban, because after all, it's
and somehow
by
they're delivering a
Rishon
higher
rather
message
than
for
something
humanity
that
that
comes out of
people
the Torah
appreciate.
itself. But there are always these crazy
You can take the
movements,
slow
like here in
route and
1931,
say,
where
okay,
people say, hey,
we're
wait, no, we don't have this
make
ban.
enough money
We really
so
have
I
to
can
renew it again.
support
You know,
my
there's so many things.
UAP
The share
obsession
crisis.
and
Why don't we just let them
see
marry
where it all
Richard and
comes
so
in.
on? But
So
that never went
I think we
anywhere.
have to overturn the system
Okay.
altogether.
And
we have to
one
reward
last point,
people
I
for
do
their
want to say
creativity,
in this
for their
context,
passion, for their
about
obsessions with new
one of
knowledge,
the
and you know,
really important
we want to know what this world is about. We want to know what's
God
going
forbid,
on. And getting back to Jason's point, we have been lied to. We know something's wrong here, and we're not getting answers, not from our politicians, certainly, who don't even want to ask the big question. The big question, okay, who's giving you, Luis Elizondo, orders not to speak? Name those names. Why is that not being asked by Nancy Mace or someone in Congress? Like, name names there. Who's pulling the strings? If we knew that, the house of cards might fall.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
then we'd have to have, pull the bodies out, pull the craft out.
I found
let's
an
pull
evil
the
archives.
technology of free energy out. Let's give humanity a chance to go beyond survival and thrive, not survive. And we're at a really critical point in history. I mean, closer than we've ever been, closer to the truth, but in some ways further away because those forces just are doubling down. Like, if you saw the article in the Wall Street Journal, did you see that one about the things? Oh, these UFO, UAPs are government, secret government program to distract people from, secret weapons we're building. I mean, that is an obvious counterintelligence program into the Wall Street Journal. They are being fed that to feed the public, to take the pressure off of those guys. I mean, you can look it up on the Wall Street Journal. Danny Sheehan writes about this.
Too little, too late, as far as I'm concerned. Like, the genie's already out of the ball. Too little, too late. Nice try, but we're not drinking that Kool-Aid anymore.
But some people are. Some people are drinking the Kool-Aid because that's all there is to drink for them. They're not looking at the alternatives. So I think we have to keep pushing for public disclosure, citizens' activities, going, marching on Congress. I don't know how this is going to change because, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mullin, they've been out since 2017. That's like 8 years now. They've been out, and we've gotten maybe a little more truth, but we're not getting to who's holding the cards. Who is that? But there's more people asking that question, so it's like how we stopped the war in Vietnam, and then people protested to finally say, well, maybe this war is not about communism, maybe it's about, I don't know, control or heroin production. I don't know what it was about actually, but a lot of people were killed and a lot of people suffered
So then what about the
because
land?
someone wanted to make money on selling weapons. So
okay, but how would that change? I think you're
we have
right.
to reevaluate who our politicians are. Yeah,
Why
even if they think that they're having transparency, they're obviously not, because we still don't know what the drones over New Jersey were. I mean,
and that's right too, though, right? Because was it Paula
Luna? Do you have the word here?
Yeah, she was threatened.
No,
yeah, she was threatened by
very hard to run.
Okay, well that's part of the job. If she's threatened to come out on national television and say, look, I mean, how come what's his name? What's the guy from Area 51?
There used to be a joke.
The main guy, Bob Lazar. How come Bob Lazar could come out and say these things? And I believe Bob Lazar. I think he was actually telling a little bit of truth because he's protected by,
real estate was not
coming out in public. So why are we still getting
but,
politicians and liars that are covering the truth? I think the guys that are coming out are trying to control disclosure, and this is uncontrollable. And it is frustrating, and we know we're being lied to. Mark Twain has a great saying. This is from the 1860s. It's easier to lie to people than to convince them they've been lied to. But I think more and more of us are convinced we are being lied. I mean, if you follow UAP studies at all, it's deep. It's a deep well.
It's an excellent point.
And,
we'll see when we get
it all leads back to cover up.
I
mean, not all of them, because we also don't know why they're here, who they are, and where they come from, or what they want. So that's the big question. If we can get together as a world population and ask those questions, first it may unify the world to show there's something bigger than our small-minded, the Stanley. What's his name? Who's the major UFO guy? The old guy.
Stan Gordon?
No, the old
Friedman.
That's Stan Friedman. He used to say,
I know my ufologists.
Yes, you are.
Well, because you have to invest in real estate.
Stan Friedman says, who wants to be friends with a bunch of apes whose favorite pastime is tribal warfare?
Well,
we're
going to discuss all of these. Definitely
and it's put it there in place to keep us distracted from asking the big questions like we're asking, you're asking, about how do we change the planet in a very positive way, and why aren't the UAPs helping us? Why aren't they? If they're there, why aren't they just coming forward? Because we have to grow up. It's all of us are contributing to war somehow. If there's war in our reality, it's somehow in our minds. So,
but if also if you are able to transform much of
I was going to say, you brought up a point earlier about
actual money.
We were talking about the military. The one thing that we heard from the Navy, military, Air Force, who we haven't heard from is Space Force, which we know has been around since the 80s. They're already up and we hear nothing. Nothing. Do they have ships? What's their jobs? Do they have satellites? What do they know about these UAPs? Because obviously, if you're Space Force, it's not just to defend what is on the planet, but what's coming from outside, which, again, we've heard nothing since 2017. Space Force has been silent. Nothing's coming out of it. And all of it trickles back down to them, because even if they outsource this material to, Bigelow or maybe Skunk Works, who profits in the end? Space Force, because it's them that's going to be operating these vehicles. And my biggest worry is, if we're as a civilization just slowly going up, but the military complex is spiking up really, really fast, at what point do we meet, or do we not meet at all? And that's my scariest scenario for disclosure, is that we have a runaway military complex.
They just sell.
Well, Eisenhower said that in 1960 in his last speech to the American people, the military-industrial complex, and Richard Dolan talked about the breakaway civilization, so I think you're referring to that.
The church, by the way, was
I
very
don't
upset with that because
think
it
it's as
looks bad.
breakaway as they
Jews
would
won't eat this,
want,
but
because
Christians will happily eat
I think the
But
phenomena
it's the
itself
same rule as ever. If you go to
is somehow on
grocery
our
stores
side. At
today,
least some of it.
people will
I
buy
think
where it's cheaper.
it's for the people
Sometimes more
and
cheaper.
for our evolution.
Okay,
So I'm not
let's see.
worried about a breakaway
This
civilization,
Ambassador
because where are they
talked
going?
about
You know,
agriculture also
I
plays
think it's a
really
collective
important part in
struggle
the
that we're
corporate
in.
structure of
That we
medieval
all,
society.
you know, I think what you guys are doing is
but
great.
we'll talk
We need
about
to have
much greater
UAP
degree
studies.
in a moment. Here it
And
is.
Space Force,
This is what Jews
well,
did as the
it's
backbone
another
of
way
their
of keeping
economy,
secrets. I mean,
primarily
but
involved in
who's the
finance.
keeper
Again,
of the
I'm
secrets?
restricting myself
And
now
what
to
is,
the
in my
period of
next
early
book, I talk about the
Ashkenaz.
secret behind the secret.
We will have
Okay,
much
the secret is there's
broader
UFO than
field
they but
of
what?
economic
I
endeavor
don't think it's just
once
money.
the conditions
I
permit
think
it.
it's the genetic hybridization program. I think it's so far outside of the credibility of most people
strongest
that,
element in a given kahila was
that
Jews
if government
involved
was
in
come out and
finance,
say, yeah,
specifically
we've been
money lending.
abducting people
This
since
is a
the
bigger topic, but
1960s
we've got 7
or
minutes, so I'll try
we
and
would
give
say,
you a short
what? How do we have $1
It
trillion
tends to have kind of
military
like a,
budget
when I
that
say
can't
finance,
defend
that
against,
sounds nice,
you know,
right? When I
beings
say
coming into
something
your
like
home?
pawnbroking,
And I do
that
think
sounds
that's
kind
what
of like
happens.
seedy, sort of like
I mean,
on the outskirts of town, you know, strip malls and like that.
Whitley
But
Strieber
it's
got
really both of
200,000
those
letters
things.
after
This
communion,
was
and that those
an
are from people
excellent way
with
for
no
Jews
connection
to
with each other
engage
from
in
all over the
commerce
world. There's something
and
happening.
to
John
support
Mack
themselves,
talked about that. John
specifically
Mack
because, as
really
we shall
understood
see,
there's
they
something
enjoyed
so
a
outside our
monopoly on
paradigm.
for several hundred
In
years.
order to understand the UFO
I'll
phenomenon,
get
we have
that.
to
Let's just
go
listen to
to the most
images of 16th
extreme
century image by
consideration
Quentin
and work
Matthews,
back.
the money changer and his
This
wife.
is happening.
And you can see they're living in a
What's
nice urban
true and
environment.
not true of the
They've got
reality
fine
that we
clothes,
know,
dyed
and then
red, which
how do we
expensive color and so on.
so we can
He's counting
get
out his
to the
coins here.
place
The
where
only
that
problem
is
is, for our purposes,
somehow.
it's not
So
actually
we can't wait for the government to do that. There's brilliant thinkers out there that are leading the way with new considerations of the nature of reality. I think Jacques Vallée is really brilliant. He says,
by the way, you can also see the artist
this is a psychic and technological feat. So we talked about the craft before. I think these craft are intelligent where your mind,
so
you
it
know,
worked basically like this.
somehow connects to the craft itself, and we stare at these things by the, and that's how I think the ETs do it. The craft are somehow alive or neurologically connected. I think that's how the psionic stuff works. They're tapping into the intelligence of the craft and talking to that. That's what Jacob Barber's testimony was about. It's so complex that most people are just being busy with such mundane stuff. Like, are they real? Are they not real? I mean, we have to stop asking that question. That just keeps people stupid.
There's something here prior. It's already done. It's established.
Apple watches or whatever it is. So,
exactly.
You know,
It's like frustration at the Contact in the Desert where they kept talking about telepathy.
Remember that this
Well,
is a very,
that's
very
a fact.
economy.
Let's go.
There's
I
actually
can send you
very
one of
little
these telepathy kids, and it was so deep and spiritually open. Like,
in Europe,
we didn't even ask him about telepathy. This kid already knew that he was connected to all time and space. He says, I am a sentient being right there in the interview. You know, I am an old soul. I mean, that's where so those autistic kids, non-speakers, have an element of truth that we need to know. And this whole idea of consciousness is changing, and we have to realize our own potential, and we can't wait for government to spoon feed us garbage
acres of
because it's not
farmland.
digestible.
I would
That
rather
brings a good
come and
question
work
up
on my
for me,
field.
and you
Let's say
mentioned it
one
at the
day a
top of
week.
the show that this
We
is
can
a
force the
relatively
peasants
small community of
to
like
take
500
whatever,
some
they'll
people.
have a
Yet,
rotating
seeing
Mondays, all
yet,
the people
you know,
from this
hundreds
village
of
have
new
to come and
podcasters
work
coming
the
in,
board
these
or
young people.
King's Land
Why
and
is it a
Rosalie.
small community?
And the
Why
rest of them they can work on their
why
own
isn't
stuff.
this
That's
millions
taxes
and
called
millions or hundreds of
quarter day.
thousands of people really clamoring
Yes, this is a feudal
to
system.
communicate and really dig? Why
And
do
the
you think
third
that
kind of
is?
tax is the
Because of
best
the
kind of
question
tax.
you asked, Katie,
is cash
how
over
do you work a job and get fed
real
and go?
money, money,
So
or in this
we're
case,
being
gold
kept
and silver.
so
But the thing is, that's
preoccupied
in
with
short
survival,
supply.
or even if you're beyond survival,
People
like
don't
you're a millionaire,
have
you're still
precious
worried about
metals
your money. You're worried about investing in
money.
it. You're worried
Most people are
about
still
how
dealing
we're going
at
to keep the money and
level in their
and
country.
inflation, the
So
economy.
along
It's
comes
like
the Jews.
even if you have money,
Jews are
you're
really good
tied
at
to
this
survival.
they
I
are
mean, some
literate.
people. I mean, there is
Right?
like
They can
Robert
read, they can
Bigelow.
make records
What's
of
that?
who borrowed money, how much they pay back,
You know,
what
that's
rate of
why we
interest are
are
they
brought
paying.
up in a
They're also
culture
relating to that,
that
they're numerate. They
is
know how to
based
do
on
math.
that level. I mean, it's
They
nothing
can
wrong
say,
with
yes,
having
I
money.
will
We need
gladly
that,
lend
but
you money
there
to,
is enough to go around.
whatever.
I mean, I know that's
Buy a new
idealistic,
plow, it'll
but
cost this much money.
why I think if people
And
had the
you will pay
freedom
back
to
at
just sit back
25-30% interest.
look at the
And
world
over time, I will
without
tell you
having
exactly
to
how much you have to pay
worry
every week
about,
until
you know,
get
the
discharged for
crime
debt.
down the
This
street
is
or
something
the
that is
war
like
in the
magic
Middle
for most
East
people
or
at this time.
or
They have no
things
idea
that
how
have
the
been going
math
on
works.
for a long
But
time
Jews were
that
able
keep
to do
us
that.
so preoccupied
Yes, go
with
ahead.
this
Well,
day to
there is some
day.
money in
We start
circulation,
to think
right?
about the
It's
bigger
really valuable.
questions, you
And
know?
the Jews are able to
That's
afford it.
why it's on the
Here's
front
the
page,
thing.
but we have to make
The
life
reason
livable for
why
everyone
Jews had a leg up in all of
and
this
joyful
for two
for
reasons.
everyone.
One is because
So we
the
can sit
church
back
did
and
not
tap
want
into the
Christians
grand
to do it.
intelligence that
We're going to
we
spend a lot more
are.
time on
We are
Wednesday
these
talking
incredible
about that. So
intelligences, and
Jews
most
were the
people,
only people
you
in
know,
Europe who
don't
allowed
even
to
touch
charge money, charge
a
interest.
quarter of
And
what their
secondly, the
potential
king
is
loved
because
it.
they're
the king
working
could
those
say,
9 to 5
oh,
jobs,
wow,
which sometimes you have to
guys,
do.
you have all
Do you
this,
think that's
this gold and
intentional?
silver coming through
That was an
your
intentional
investment. I will
I think it's
tax
totally
you
intentional
guys,
by the power elite
directly
that
from cash and
makes
silver.
its
And that
money
way,
on
I don't
weapon
have to like
manufacturing.
dispose
And,
of like
you know, there was a
10
book
acres
in
worth of
the,
wheat
I think,
that
30s.
was
My grandfather
harvested.
had it.
I don't
War
have
is a
to force the
racket.
peasants to come work my
Every
land.
20
I
or
can
30
just get
years,
cash from you.
the country
And then
goes
with
to
that
war
cash, I can do all kinds of
to
things.
make money
And
for
in
the
return for you guys doing a great job,
industrial,
making
corporate,
money through
military,
money
industrial
lending,
complex,
everybody
and
needs in an agricultural
we
society.
have to break out of
Everybody
that
needs
cycle.
credit. Try to
I mean,
imagine
we
your
need
world today
leaders that are
without
not
credit cards, for
wanting to
example.
put on
It's
a
like
military
ridiculous.
parade in honor of
Because that will
themselves to
protect you.
show up. I mean,
You guys
we
my special people.
that's what's frustrating, Jason. That's
I will make sure
is
that
that
nobody molests
we don't
you
have
while
any
you go
leaders
about
anymore that are
make
standing
lots of
up for
money,
the
which
people.
I
I mean, like
this
Dennis
was a
Kucinich,
special
I like
status
Bernie
called
Sanders,
in
I
Latin,
like some people who come forward, but you know, with
servants
these Democrats,
of the
Republicans,
royal,
it's sort of all the same. It
meaning
doesn't matter who's
servants
president.
of the
It looks
chamber
like it
of the
matters,
king.
but
the Jews
it really
in their little
doesn't because we're not getting
specifically
of
reported
the people,
directly
by
to
the
the
people,
king.
and for the people.
And you did not want to mess with
they're
them
all bought
because
and
the
owned by
king wanted them
corporations
to do
or
a great job
pharmaceutical companies, and
raising
they're all making
cash
money at the
so they
back
could get
end.
taxed.
I think it was
Another way
Robin
to
Williams that said,
metaphor to use
I
for this,
believe all
Jews were kind of like
politicians
a
should wear their
sponge
sponsorship
that the king
badges
could take
on
and
their
dip
suits the
into the
same way
peasant
car
to
racers
soak
do,
as
so you
much
know
money as
exactly
he could
who
out
it
of
is
them,
you're voting
and
for.
then he could bring it
Right? We
dry
should bring that
for
and
his
pull
own
it back and
benefit.
tell everybody.
So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship.
You know,
These
corporations,
the
they'll
king and the
put people in
Jews
place
that actually
because
protected
you know, it
them
doesn't matter
and
how much you have to
encouraged
pay,
them to
because in the
keep
end,
this
it benefits
line of
them
work.
and it
It's
crushes
also
the people.
hugely important,
And
again,
you were mentioning
we'll
all
talk
these
about this on
nooses that
Wednesday,
we have around our
because nobody
necks.
else
Yes,
is allowed to
you need
do
to go
it.
to work to pay your bills. You need to pay your medical, and the
on
states
interest,
is atrocious. I'm
and
sorry,
that
but it
if
is
you want to
atrocious
borrow
when
money
you
for
guys
any
pay for
reason,
medical
only
insurance
person who
just
goes
to get
is either a
declined
friend
because
or
it's a
pretty good
pre-existing
no
medical
interest,
condition. It's
or
insane
more
how much you're
likely
getting robbed.
And I know Canada's not
Okay,
perfect
with
by
that,
any means,
gentlemen, I'm gonna
but I was put in the
close
ICU
for
twice, which in
now.
the States
We'll
would have
meet again
cost
on Wednesday,
$10,000
Dublin.
per
Have a
day.
look on Canvas
I
because
walked
we
out
have
of
a
that
new
hospital twice with
artificial
zero
intelligence
bills.
that will be
Zero.
closing
I went back home,
Wednesday as
I
well.
went back on my
Make sure
couch
you
and
take some
enjoyed
time.
my life.
I hope you find it
If
interesting.
that happened now,
Thank
I
you
would
for
have
learning.
lost my home.
Hello, fellow
So
students of
you have
Jewish
all
history.
these nooses
I hope you
around your
enjoyed
neck
that
from
lecture.
pharmaceutical
I guess you
companies, right? They
probably
want
did
your
if
money.
you're still watching
They're
at
not
this
going to
point,
heal
or
you.
maybe
They're
you
just going
just
to
left
find,
your phone on and forgot about it
temporary
and fell asleep, something like that.
medicine that you have
But
to take for the rest of your
glad
life.
to
So
be
that's a
able to show
customer
this
for
to you
life.
because this is
For
just a
instance, I'm
sense
diabetic.
of what
They
we do
would keep
here
me
at Lander College
forever a diabetic
Ontario
because
University.
they make
But you're
billions
missing
of
the
dollars
best part.
every year.
The best part is not on
Canadian
the camera.
doctors
It's what I get to see.
discovered
Having
insulin
this
and
bright
regular
young
people
man in front of me,
sold
very
the rights for
inquisitive, very intelligent,
$1
very eager to
because they
learn
believe everybody
everything there
should
is to
have the
know
right to live.
about Jewish
These guys
history,
will
as
sell
well
you a
as the
vial of
many
insulin
great
in the
topics that they
States.
study
It's
here for their baccalaureate degree.
$360 or something
We are
to the
extremely
effect.
proud of our
$30
very
for
vibrant
Canada.
base medrash, where
So
students
when you
begin their day at
realize how much
7:45 in the
controlling,
morning,
the
and
land of
after
the free,
breakfast
land
they
of the
spend
free, my
hours
ass, now they
delving
free
into
the
the
states, I'm
intricacies
sorry,
of
but
Talmud under the
it's
direction
expensive there
of
too,
our
as much as
esteemed
it is
Rosh Yeshiva,
anywhere
Rabbi
else.
Yonasan Sachs, and the
That's
leadership
the
of our
control that
Menahel,
they
Rabbi
have.
Yosef
It's not the
Sonnenschein.
physical
And then
control.
after
You're
studying Talmud
physically
for several
capable of
hours,
everywhere.
they have
But you're
lunch
tethered
and they have
to
other
all these
activities.
company
Secular
independent
studies
on
begin
them
at 3 p.m.
as they're
with
dependent on you. So this
rigorous
whole
curriculum
cycle, we're
of
talking
the
about
sciences,
changing our
political
mindsets for
science,
humanity, the
English
way they think.
composition, history, of course,
Probably if it's
and
a high
a whole
mind or like
wide variety of
telepathy,
majors
somebody's
like
sick,
business,
they all
computer
focus
science,
on that
you
person
name
and
it.
make them
And
good.
then
They
after
wouldn't
dinner, they
tolerate
come back
making
for a couple
profit. It's
more hours of
insufferable because
dedicated
they'd be
Torah
hurting
study. Those are
themselves.
really
We
phenomenal
need to
young
find
men.
that source
They only
again.
get to do
That
their
selfishness needs to go
extracurricular
away because
sports and
that's
so
what
on.
wrecks us
Sometimes
as
10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we get a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright. We're very proud of them as well. In fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school, and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow. It's an amazing school. I'm really proud. I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoy this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching,
like I said,
and I look forward to providing more of these
people
lectures for
suffering
you
as
as well.
prisoners, basically in the States, and that's the point that I'm like, that's what we're not addressing. So you got diabetics, they're skipping their insulin shots because they can't afford it. In the United States of all countries, the best country in the world, but these people are suffering. So our ideas of, America, it's like, Canada
Let
or
us
Russia, it's like,
just
okay, but
recap
really, what are the
one really
defaults in your
important point
country?
that kind of rushed
What's
through at the
keeping
end
you
of last
tethered
week,
there?
but
And I
it's so
think that's
crucial.
all part of
Why are
the
we
mind
talking
shift.
about Khazaria
You write that,
when
you talk
we are
about
talking
it,
about
just
the
about
origins of
escaping
Ashkenazi
what we
Jewry?
know,
Why is Khazaria
or looking
relevant?
into the unknown and making it known, because that might lead us to a different path of just basically piranhas eating ourselves at this point.
It will lead us to a different. That's why the UFO situation is so coveted.
Essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on,
Mr.
Everson?
You have to keep that under wraps so that people can stay in place. If that's out of the box, who knows what's coming next?
I'm not looking forward to it.
I am.
Yeah, well, it's just a change in people. I think, fundamentally, I know a lot of Christians.
Very good. Mr. Rowan, do you want to add anything to that?
Live on
Yeah, that's the big deal. Because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real life Jews. And on the one hand, that way you can say that, oh, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries, it's true there is going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years it was a huge project where Ashkenazi Jews, you can say, if you want, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry.
It was just on his website. I talked to his archivists and said, "Hey,
once again, Mr. Grant,
this in my book because it's
a way of lying to
perfect for our time."
Yeah, it's good for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel.
As a contemporary piece today, and that was 20 years ago. So
Stefanik, the representative
picked
of
the
the UN,
people
just
that I
recently
had
said
met at
that
Contact in the
Israel
Desert.
has
My
a
favorites, I
biblical
mean,
right
I did ask
to
Richard
Judea
Jones
and
to write an
Samaria.
essay. He was too busy.
That
Steve
should
Massey
be
was too busy. But everyone else
non-controversial
that
statement
I thought were
because
really the
it's
top
the
of the
Jews of
game.
Israel are
Linda,
descended
40
from the
years of
Jews who
research.
lived
Grant
in Judea
Cameron
and
loved
Samaria
his insights
based
as
on
a
the
Canadian,
Bible.
probably
And
leading
whether or not you
Canadian
think that
researcher.
right is
Nick Pope,
sufficient
you know,
to lay claim to it,
he's the only
doesn't
one that
really matter. They
mentioned
definitely have
telepathy.
a
That
biblical
chapter,
claim.
which I
If,
open
on the
up
other
the
hand, you
book
say
with
that
because I
all
go from
Ashkenazi
the
Jews are descended
exo, from
from
the exterior
Polynesians,
to the interior.
then
Go from
maybe you would
what
say, well, what are you talking about? They don't have a
government's
biblical
doing,
right to the
why
land of Israel,
Nick
right? So
talks about why
that's the reason why we
we
had to
don't
spend
need
some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on
his
is,
first sentences.
I mean, I just
Every book
told
has to have a villain.
that
Well,
there is
that's
no
Nick. He's the guy
basis
that's
to the Khazarian
all for the
hypothesis, but I
secrets,
didn't
because
tell
he
you
lets
like
them out
why.
one on one. But I
So
needed that perspective too. At first, I
let's just
said,
explore
do I
that
really want
briefly.
to put Nick in here
How do
because
we
he's a
know
great
that
guy,
we're not
he's a
descended
friend.
from Khazarians?
But
Asked the
my
Ashkenazi
thing was
Jew.
to get to deeper
The
truth,
Jewish.
and of course, we need that because that represents where people are. So I pick people who are multiple levels of perspective. So I go from the
Ashkenazi DNA
researchers
has
to
broad
the
similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA.
No, first I start with
The
like
genetic
the
basis
hardcore
is really
investigators.
clear that
Nick
we're
and
mishpachah.
Grant, and
We're
they go
family.
to the
We're not
researchers
family
like
in any
Linda
significant way with
and who
Central
else is there?
Asians.
JJ and
How
Desiree
much
Bertog, and then
is
they go
there
to
any
the
Khazarian
experiencers
DNA
and
in Jews?
the different types of experiencers.
Yes,
Really,
actually,
there's
like
the
less
contactees.
than 3%
That's how I
by
divide
the
it.
most generous study.
Formal count.
But
Those are
that's
contactees
because,
who
you
have like a
know,
really pleasant
we've got lots of
visit
Mongol
with these,
hordes
and then there's the
traipsing into
abductees,
Eastern
the
Europe
people
and
who have a
occasionally,
little
you know, having relations,
traumatic
typically
contact.
coerced one, I'd imagine, but
Okay,
who knows,
that's a
with,
good point.
with
Could you
Jewish
repeat
women.
that for me?
And
That
so
was a
it's
great.
not unreasonable to
Well, there's the
imagine there's some amount of
contactees
Central
that say,
Asian
I just
DNA
like
that
bees,
makes
I'm
its way
feeling a lot of
into
love, and
the
it's beautiful.
Ashkenazi
And then you get the
framework, but
hardcore
it's such a
people
small
that
number
real
that
PTSD
it's really
from their
an exception that proves the
contact.
rule if you want.
Yeah, traumatic. And actually, it started with like people like Whitley Strieber.
Well,
You
there's
know,
not much
that
basis
was
for
a
it at all.
traumatic
I mean,
moment
it's
and
an
an awakening, but
assumption
it was
that really
dramatic. I
was
think my
pioneered by two things.
contact was
Arthur
a bit of a
Kessler is
trauma
perhaps
too,
the
because
most
I don't even remember
important
all of
thinker
it.
who came
And
up
I
with
had a
this.
little mark on my
He wrote a book called The
body
13th
and I
Tribe, in
also
which he wanted to
felt
say that Ashkenazi Jews are
somehow
actually
uplifted,
coming from the
that was
Khazarians.
in 1987 where I
But it has no
became,
scientific
I wanted
basis.
to know
I mean, it's
everything
been
about this
thoroughly
topic.
debunked in
That's
every
when,
way.
you know, I watched
Even
Star Trek,
scholars
I
who
used to
really
read science
tried
fiction,
hard
but when
find
that
it have been
experience
hard
happened and I
pressed.
happened to meet
Perhaps
Buzz
the most
Hopkins in
successful
1987,
area where we can
who
see
was really the
Khazarian
godfather
influence
of alien abduction.
on
I
Ashkenazi in
said to
particular
Bud in some of the
is
sequels, what do you
ironically
think this
in
mark
the
is?
Yiddish
Mark
language.
is on my leg. And I said, oh
The
yeah, that's an
Yiddish
abduction mark.
has
So
a tiny amount of what
oh my
appear to be
God,
Turkic
real
words in it.
panic, but also it did two
Well,
things.
the Khazars are
repulsed
Turkic
and
people
attracted
speaking a
me.
Turkic
So
language.
it's like,
So there's a whole bunch of families like
totally down the
Hajis
rabbit
and so
hole
on in
with it. I
that
went to
family.
every
So
conference since
what are
then.
those
I got to know Bud pretty well.
What
I got
are
to know John and
the words?
Whitney.
There's
These
not a
were
large
in the
number of words.
90s as
If
a
you know
kind of
German,
being involved. And,
Yiddish is
you know, I'm
basically
still obsessed with this because
decipherable. It's
I
so
don't have any
close to
answers.
German.
So,
but what are
the book
those
is a
few words?
survey
Some of them
of
are
all
highly
the
sensitive
best
words. Like, for
people
example,
I knew
Max Feinreich, who's one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, says that the word
and come up with
Daven
their own conclusions.
is
So when the
Khazarian.
reader looks at these
Right? Daven is not a
perspectives,
Hebrew word.
Carolyn
Where
Corey,
do we get that
she's
word
the
from?
closest
It's not a
thing
Yiddish
I know
word.
to a
You use it
really
in Yiddish.
tea, you know.
So
So
where does the word Daven come
Mary
from?
Rodwell,
It's not a
who's
Slavic
looked at
word.
the
You know,
young
it's not
children
a French word. Where do we
Yeah,
get
so
this word Daven?
these people
So
were
Max
friends of mine.
Feinreich
You go
argues
to
that this
enough
is
conferences
a
for
tiny,
20
tiny
years, you hang
remnant
out, you go to
of
lunch with them, they
Khazarian
become your friends, you
influence
call
on
them
Jews.
up.
And it is
I
an
called
important
Linda, she talks to me for 3 hours.
Significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazari. There is one fellow named Wexner who wants to argue that that
these are great, fantastic people who are so passionate about the subject, whose lives are really devoted to understanding it. Those are the people I look at. And of course, there's a lot more than 11 of them in the world, but
so
these are people I resonate with, and I didn't have to agree with everyone in there. Because I wanted a broad perspective as a curator.
The smallest
You didn't want to nick
do have some Khazari influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. You have DNA of an egg. You have massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German.
He's actually
We have tons of historical records documenting the passage
a
of
last
Jews
question for
from
Alan.
Germany
In these
to
times that we
Eastern
find
Europe.
ourselves in,
Everything is laid
it
out
feels
there
like
for us.
it's
It's so
getting more
obvious that
intense and more
Ashkenazi
intense.
Jews
How
come
do
from
you,
Germany,
Alan,
not from
stay positive and hopeful in your quiet moments? Like, you're out here speaking and advocating to opening up,
German Jews
but in your
specifically,
quieter
and it
moments,
refers
I mean,
to those
you
Jews
can't
who are
help but
really in Germany,
how do you do
let's say
that? How do you
19th
I
century.
don't get overwhelmed because how I do
Ashkenazi
it
is
is
a larger category than
drop back into myself. Yeah, I'm learning that. I'm getting some personal coaching there.
They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins.
No, I drop back into myself. I drop back. It's like,
with the massive
it's chaos out
we'll
there,
talk about
and
this
it's
later in
always
this class.
been that. No
We're going to
matter
have a huge
when you
surge
live,
of
what
Jewish
time,
migration
what space,
from
but
the Rhineland to
if you
Poland,
can come back and
Lithuania,
it's what I
13th,
do,
14th,
take a
15th
bath,
centuries,
drop into
that
a
establishes a great center
place,
there for
it's
various
like,
reasons. The
you know,
population
the
explodes
illusions
in
of the
Europe,
world
but
will
there are plenty
continue
of Jews
whether
stay behind
you're
in German
deeply
provinces,
involved
and they become the experts.
worried
Okay,
about it,
let's
or
go Halabai
you just
Weissman now.
drop into a quiet place.
We're going to leave Khazari
In a
behind.
way,
Okay?
not
Okay, so
saying
let's
I don't
look
take it
at
seriously, but I
big
don't take
questions,
any of it
something
seriously.
called
I mean,
historiography.
it is serious, but I don't.
Anyone want to try
I
and
take
define
it
this
all
term,
in.
historiography?
Like I'm out there taking it all in, but I'm not attached
Mr.
to
Blasher.
any of it. I mean, I believe what I think might be true, and of course, there's a lot of people
Not
that
bad, not bad.
are
Let's
not
break
saying
it down.
true. The
History.
people I tune
What is
into, the people I
graphene?
trust,
Like
it's
photography?
okay, we're onto something like you guys. We're
Graph.
moving the ball down the
Writing.
field
Thank
a
you so
little
much.
bit. We're
The
searching
writing
for
of
truth,
history.
and
History is kind of a weird
beyond
thing.
all
It
that,
has
we're
elements of
citizens
science,
of the universe.
like something
We're in our own
happened.
consciousness field. We're
Like they're one of the
interacting
great
with the
German
cosmos every day. So whether
philosophers
the
of history
ETs
is a
show
guy
up in
named
your
von
door,
Ranke.
in
He
your
said
bedroom,
that history is
or
defined
up in
as
the sky,
identical
great. We are
What
cosmic
actually
content. We're connected
Just tell
to
me what
that.
happened. That's the
And if
history,
we know
right?
ourselves a
But it's
little
not
more
quite so
and
simple
trust in
because the way that
this
history is told,
outside the
the
matrix
narrative that
understanding of
is
the self,
crafted
and we
to
could just
describe
relax
those
home
points in time and
into
events,
your
definitely,
chosen vehicle
promotes
here
a particular
of
understanding of the
being,
past.
and
And
none of it's
this
that
should be
disturbing.
incredibly
It's
obvious.
interesting.
Your
I
generation,
find
you
it all
suffer from it
fascinating.
more
It
than
is
most
the most
generations because of
interesting
the
thing
influence
happening on
of
planet.
a
I
movement
don't know
called
why you're right.
postmodernism
This
that
is not on the
essentially
front
says
page.
things
Why
like, well,
isn't everyone
this is my
obsessed with this?
truth,
Because
what is your
it has
truth?
no
And
answers.
we can
First
both
of
be
all,
hit by the same car,
everyone's
but I have
game
my
is as good
experience
as
and
anyone
your
else. Like,
experience. My
I'll
lived
tell you one
experience,
story.
your
After
lived
the David
experience will be
Rush
totally different, right? That's
kind of
like
thing
kind of
came
like
out, we were all in
21st
contact in the
20th
desert
century way of thinking
2023.
about these things.
So I had a
Historiography
roundtable
is like that
discussion
too.
with
How
Danny
do you
Sheehan, Steve
construct
Bassard,
a
Richard
story
Dolan, Linda
out
Moulton
of
Howe,
the
and JJ and
events
Desiree
that
Bertok?
we
We were
determine
sitting
from
around
the
after the
documents
conference
we
was
work with
over,
primarily for
and I
history?
saw
So I'm going
everyone
to
was
introduce
looking
you
at
to
this
two major
latest
historians of
revelation
Eastern European, of
from their
Ashkenazi
point of
history
view.
that are hugely important
Steve
for us.
was looking at,
The
Steve
figure
Bass
on
was
the
looking at
left
is this
is Heinrich
next
Gretsch,
thing he could,
who was
lobby
a
for,
major
and Danny was looking at it from
early
a
20th,
legal
actually
point of view,
19th
and
century
Richard
years or
was looking at it
1870s,
from a historic point of
1891,
view, and
major
Linda was looking at
German
it from
Jewish
her
historian. He
investigative
was actually,
point of view,
as a
and I
young
was
man, a
looking at it
student
from
of Rabbi Thompson
a
Raphael
kind of
Hirsch. He studied
philosophical
literally in his home next to Rav
way
Hirsch,
of
and he
understanding the
came up with
nature of reality itself. Something had
great
shifted from the
encyclopedic
planet, and
story.
it's like,
He wrote
how does
all
the
of Jewish history.
what they
And
call
I
it
think it was
from
12 volumes in the original German,
sort of
and it was like a blockbuster.
modality of reality, I think I call it,
People were
had
so
just
excited to
changed,
see
because
this
we got
massive
someone
history
coming
of the
forward
Jews
saying,
written in
we
the
have
modern
bodies
era.
and craft. Of
By
course,
the
we
way, I
already
like,
knew that,
he's
but
like a role model for me in many
we
ways.
got
I
that
myself am now
live
writing a
at Contact in
small
the Desert, right? You were
encyclopedic
there
history. It's
educating,
only
and it's
3
like,
volumes. We might expand it a little
wow,
bit.
we
But
just got
I nevertheless think a lot about the challenge. And one of the arguments about Gratz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wine, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic online to solve those problems. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being Leibniz-ish, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things. They make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand this. They persecute us and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying,
at some point in history, people will
what do
look
they
back
say?
at old newspapers and articles and think, was there ever such a world?
No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей. I am so happy to be a Jew.
Kill each other for whatever reason.
My gosh,
was there ever such a
everybody should
world?
be Jewish.
Is the
Look at
vision
these
I
people.
hold
They're amazing. They're like,
for the future.
They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his book. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this track? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history of governments? I did too. And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every crime that Jews look into a country where they treated badly and so on. And it points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work, and he says that it's not fair to the German people. And they're like pumping up your own story not accurate, and not even accurate,
which is wrong with that
so he came up with really the father that the great thing is it's starting to become bigger and bigger. And for me, the big Nuremberg rallies and contacted in the desert because I have this slogan, like pasted in like 3-foot high letters. See the person behind the interviewee, if that makes sense. If you're always on TV and stuff, you get to actually see what the person is like. They don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there's no self-loss in it whatsoever.
I contact and again, just to be able to play a role and meet you guys in general, even with Katie, I'm amazed that Katie is my friend and she's my co-host. It's amazing how life moves, and I'm ever so grateful. And I think being open, loving, that's what guides you, and not to approach anything with any selfish intent, because that never leads you anywhere, and you'll be rewarded in full, and it's not going to be what you like either.
I think that
time for you to
Gretz
yourself
viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud people can actually access perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history?
Something beyond our five senses.
A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He did really strong in certain areas and so on. But this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes, synagogue, and things like that. They will essentially give you a correct version of history that makes it sound like superhuman, I'm hosting beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots of things we're not proud of. We also see them publicized for their young. Salo Whitmer also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland, but he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stopped in the year 1650. He died before he could write more of them. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, he also used German term, Leiden und Gelehrten
well, like a teacher remote viewing, and I think the non-local consciousness is connected to ETs because
have periods of
sadness with some of us anyway, and if consciousness is non-local, then
actually happen. When we get to that section of this class, oh my gosh,
so in a sense,
you don't know how bad it is.
Jason, we are the ETs
probably
right
imagine.
Because
and at the same time,
not local to the human being. It's something we are, but that's
You know,
That's
the
not
Rashi was
all
writing, and Bali
consciousness is
Pushkas were
manifested
writing, and we
as.
have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these
We can
amazing
incarnate in
cultural
many forms.
artifacts,
So anyway,
despite
we are the ETs, and
light
consciousness is there, and
practical
consciousness
But he
is the
said
kind
all
of
of that stuff, it may be
the
true,
thing we're
but
learning
it is
to
what they call
navigate.
black
It's an app.
remote.
I talk about
Full
that
of
in my
tears.
lecture content.
That's how we categorize
So
Gretz's
I'm doing the
research,
side games
saying
because
that,
we're here to
you know,
really
it's more of a
activate.
cultural
Like, did you
activity
see the
than an
demonstration
academic
with
one.
Nilu?
And so his book,
I mean, did you see her
18
feet?
volumes,
See through
which is
her
in my office, if
blindfolds?
you want to see it, it's massive,
It
almost
was totally
unbelievable.
insane.
I don't actually
totally
know
real.
anyone in my 30
She
years
wasn't
of
like
teaching
faking
history
that.
at the
I've
college level.
done
I've never
parts
met
of that,
anyone who has
but we're not
actually
doing
read
also
all of Barron's
doing
18
exercises
volumes
where
because they're really
blindfold for
thick
3
and
days.
dense
You
and
start to
difficult.
see through your
But nevertheless,
blindfolds.
he provides
I did a
a different
practice
version of history,
staring at a
which
deck
is
of cards
more
face down by candlelight.
academically
And you start
correct,
to
but it doesn't
see
have
the
the
cards
same
kind of
feel
float
to it.
up towards you.
But
You
we're
can
going
tell,
to try
first you can tell if it's a picture card or a number
chart a
card, then you
course
can
in
see
this
the
class
suits, and then you can
that
start to
I
make
hope
out the
to
letters.
have you walk
It takes
away
a lot of
with kind
work.
of a Gretzky
Like you're
feel,
staring
because I do
at this deck
believe
of
that
cards for
we are
like
an
an
amazing
hour or
people. I'm
two,
putting
but
it in the first person
we
plural.
are
We are an
phenomenal
amazing people,
creatures, and we haven't
phenomenal
been trained to
people. But on
understand
the other
our
hand,
power.
I'm trying
If
to
we
give you a
started
little
out
bit
in
more of the
kindergarten with
academic
training people how to
spin
see
to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments,
I think we'd
and there's some
solve a
areas
lot of
where
the
we
world's
can
problems
engage
because
in reasonable
the
self-criticism.
feel is talking to us all the time. So
Arguments,
anyway, I think the
discussions,
side games are a good
debates,
thing happening. I'm doing
objections.
something in San Diego in September. I'm doing this San
Leiden zum
Diego
gelernten
Transcendence Retreat.
Geschichte is history. Leiden is sadness.
I am, but
and
it's
gelernt
really
is like
fun because I'm
there's
just
a learn
talking about
area,
what we
right?
talk
So
about
you
here, our
learn it
favorite
now.
topic
So
of
gelernt is
trying to
like
understand the nature of reality. And
Doesn't feel like
sadness
we're free
and learning.
anymore, does it?
Or as one historian put it, Jewish
I mean,
history is basically books
this is
of
an exciting
pogroms
time for truth to emerge. So I only know what
And
I
it's not
know,
true.
but
We
I
have
want
lots
to
of other things
also be
going
at
on there too,
conferences
but
where I can
there are
learn
unfortunately
things
lots of pogroms and lots of books.
and share and
Okay, so
you know,
let's
write
go
another
to
book, which
Ashkenaz to begin with.
and you know,
We talked
there's so much that
week,
is going to
last Monday
unfold.
about the
And some people always fear the future, but I think we can look at the
in
future with
Ashkenaz.
excitement
Let's
because
look
it's the
at
unknown.
the literary
People
record at
only
this point.
project
You've
the
already had a
known
chance to
onto
look
the
at
unknown.
Bishop
For me,
Rüdiger's
the unknown's full of
charter.
possibilities.
This is a really
So we always fear
unusual
the unknown too,
phenomenon
so
that we
it's
can
good to
associate
maybe
with
not
medieval
fear
Europe.
this time.
Beginning in
You're
Ashkenaz,
fearing it
later
because
we'll
you're
see them
projecting what
appearing
you
in
know
Sefarad as
onto
well.
the unknown.
Not so much in the
The
Middle East, but
unknown
very, very important. In
is not
Ashkenaz,
known,
this is
so
really what
there's
we're
no
going to see it for the first
reason
time.
to project what you think it is.
Yeah,
It's
we
best
also
to
see
make
it in
yourself
India too,
available
actually.
to wonder
What is a
and be
charter?
in that
Help
wonderful
me,
place.
what do we mean
So
by a charter?
that's what this
Mr.
whole thing is coming
Adlerstein.
to a head about. This whole UFO. It's going somewhere. It really feels like the train is
Legally binding
on
document.
the
Excellent.
rails and it's
For the
heading
parties.
downstream and it's building momentum,
In our
and
context?
we are part of this movement, and
Excellent.
it's
Exactly,
going to
that's right.
arrive at its
Government
station
at this point is a fairly mushy term.
Well
We're
said. We're
talking
just going
about,
to prevent all the
again,
cowboy train
major
rovers from
cities
jumping
in the year
on it,
900 might
distracting
have
us.
we don't have a lot of
10,000 people
breaks
in
on
them.
that
Or
because, you
these
know,
are
the
not
government
really
doesn't want
complex
to do it on their
organizations,
time when,
but the local lord, the
I don't know, we
potentate,
have
the
to
prince,
challenge
maybe the
that. So
king,
anyway,
would be
we have to keep
involved
doing
in
programs like this.
creating an agreement
Well, this is why
with
this is
this
important, and
significant
learning from
Jewish
people
minority.
is, you know,
And
how
this
you
agreement
progress,
was
and not
typically
coming
put
at
down
that with
in
any
words,
biases, but listen
which
to
you should
everybody.
recall
And,
had this kind
you
of
know, work together.
magical
Like you said,
calming
you don't have to
effect
agree
on
with
anybody
everybody,
who
but
saw them.
you remain
Because
friends, and you have
very, very
grace
few
and
people
love
were
for
literate.
one
The
another
Jews are
instead of
highly
like the Twitter
unusual
mentality,
in
which is
that
like you made
throughout
one
our
spelling
history,
error,
we
I
have
now
been
no longer believe you.
incredibly
It will no
more
longer,
literate
yeah, right.
than our
It's like,
surrounding
nah, I don't
societies,
need
with
that,
some
that
exceptions.
drama.
It's
I'll
definitely true will
I
get on to that.
say,
Remember,
having
Ashkenaz,
discussions like
they're
this with
barely
friends
even
and people,
out of
intelligent
the
people like
pagan
you who
period.
studied
They're
this, you're not
barely
just
even
asking,
at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literacy class, a small class of people in the church, and many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that right in a moment. But
really going on. I think it's a group
charter
effort. It's
in
a
writing,
collective project.
even
And,
if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet. So you would say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do
Katie,
these
any final words
things.
for
We're
our
allowed
guest
to have
I
monopoly
want to thank Alan for being here, and thank you
it's the
for
charter
your
that was
decades-long
written a long
pursuit
time ago
of answers
that
and
promised us
truth and
these things.
consciousness
It
and
had-
all of it. Like, it's so
there was
important.
law.
You're
The
such a
law was
valued
something like
member of this community, and so thank you for all your work, and I look forward to your next book.
peasants and even
Me
petty
too.
nobility
Thank
at
you,
the time.
Katie. Always great to see your
discard
smiling
these
face.
documents. They considered
Great
them very
to
hard.
meet you, Jason.
There's also
our
a
first meeting
significant
was my
number of
introduction,
forged charters
but I appreciated
that,
that, and I appreciate
that were probably
your intelligence
concocted
in
by
it.
Jewish communities in order to
You say that to my wife.
retroactively
Actually,
defend
Lisa,
their
I'm
positions
joking.
or their rights and
He's
privileges
actually
in
a good
particular
guy.
places.
He's not as dumb
So
as
they don't
you think he
necessarily
is.
have to be
He knows how to play
100%
guitar.
historically
But
accurate to
I'll
work.
also
It's not
say I
like
love
we
your
have
intelligence,
ways of
Katie. You're also
verifying these
compassionate.
documents, but just putting these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You
I
can
know
see
you
it here in
do.
Latin.
I
It
know.
has a little Hebrew
Awesome,
codice at the
guys.
bottom
Back
of the
next
seal
week with another
that has some
episode.
notes for
And
Hebrew readers as to
don't
what the
forget to like
content
and
is.
subscribe. I know I
Yes,
should probably say that at the beginning of the podcast, but I'll say it at the end just in case you made it all the way here through, which I'm sure our listeners do
well,
because
because
they
let's say
love us and
that
they're
someone
awesome.
was trying to encroach
Awesome
on
guys.
my
We'll
rights.
talk soon.
Let's say, for example, the Jews have a right to be the sole providers of alcohol. This is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. We've heard maybe of some Kretschmer, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some samahon here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poritz, and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poritz says, I don't remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaydi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. And even if the poritz can't read it, they've got the document. It doesn't matter. And that could be a temptation for forging these documents. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, the son. Charlemagne was a hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's why they went into finance? Yeah, maybe. It's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle here? Mr. Grants? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday, because I don't want the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we're going to tell. Very good. Mr. Lloyd. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already in the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. Is probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only had Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So there's a big gap. Mr. Franz, I like your place, so you got to raise your hand so you hands in order. Go ahead, Mr. Franz. Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples in the screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, there's the PS right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. The rules he did, who you looked at in the assignment, notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church, because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Gid HaNasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not treif for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and do nikur and remove the Gid HaNasheh. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Gid HaNasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it, because how does it look if the Jews are saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like, you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I shouldn't use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? To keep them separate, and what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blanchard? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time in imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews, and they're the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, it became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period, in the Ashkenaz, early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it's a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community that they get a place to bury their dead separate from others. They're archi-synagogues, which is, it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even in Jewish documents, that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Archos means leader, and that archi-synagogue is to serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman, it's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? Become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frequently, unhappy with the contacts that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of regrets, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want, like, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what are the things we want first? First, we want safety and security. Then we want, like, community. Then we want, like, financial success. We want all these things. And so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. Selling the okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido Kish. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but as I state, he was an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer. Spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his claim originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume with big medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive. He moved to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies. All the records were lost, and Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. It was like with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. Makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Blushby, you want to answer that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the idea. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law primarily because we've inherited a revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halacha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kodesh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, or what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow, and you find the carcass dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word Spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Leukey's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words, and so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, you say, well, this is biology text. There's so many big words in it. Just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsen Spiegel. So he was great, Guido Kish, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsen Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it was actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty. Royal person. Crown, right? Long hair. Yeah, could be. No, it's not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Okay, who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Let's break it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the usher haircut kind of thing, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys, I don't know if you watch this. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long finger thing, like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of a rapper named Mason Black? Yeah, so I'm sort of like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. We had a podcast type thing. But I happened to see him at the OHEL once, so I was there with him. I was at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Mason Black. And Mason Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. It felt so good. Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there two women? I think they mean genital women. Yeah, all women. To put two a plural means all women. Right, you have you got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of like a class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf. Good guess. Right, what? Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people with beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. Sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin. or it will be this kind of funny hat, but not a star. That comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we're going to look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I'll get to you in a second. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually complied, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time, that when you wanted to depict the Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society. A Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good? Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or whatever. They're like members of society, but they're like charitable, sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy. He's a little more stern. His fingers is, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German in Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat. It's kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, it just was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rebbeim get the black hats, but you know, we have like great inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear them too. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. You know, the Rebbe would have a beard. Mr. Ederson.
Two separate cars that talk about things like rabbis dress themselves for Jews.
Yeah.
With a beard? Yeah, and that was a hat, and then
This was the first of his many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother. A lot of times she used to say, "Besser Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe," which I'll translate for those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so here, that's what the Sachsen Spiegel is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. the Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, as a king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I do this? Well, look at the Saction Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Saction Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. And this is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So the English tax roll from about the same period. Okay, this guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the devil, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aaron of Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. Here's demons blowing shofar and stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. Yeah, Mr. Ellerstein? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of the images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's that. No. Yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Good, armor draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably doesn't look like King isn't a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall, which indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, those nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. Any note on the Jews' participation? He doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, but you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Because these guys all have pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute, we should count it. Wait, maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think either. I think that's a pike. But if you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't, everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pikes go in the back or something. It's a good, it's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with the Rudiger's one as well. Here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. You know, like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so good. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Glashman? Right, very good. Obviously the cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing a Judenhut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? That's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting you to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. Well, what about? How often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not too often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions they're allowed to ride side saddles, but they can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's a sword for sure. Not as long as a pipe, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Epperstein? Any non-Muslims who are dhimmi, exactly. If you are non-Muslim and you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense they're making that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and says, please bring me out the Sachsenspiegel so I can see what we do in Sachsen. And they'll take it out and they'll flip through it and say, is there anything about Jews in here? And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So here is it. Obviously, they can carry Jews swords, because that's what it says right here. Black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yampel? Yeah, with your head up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that pipe picture. We're not sure if that pipe picture says they're not allowed to carry pikes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the pikes, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay, Mr. Rubin. Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. It's been a while since I actually read Rito Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that, we started the discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Right? Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They might have monopolies in a certain type of trade. You know, it's not like it's not invariably dark everywhere. Mr. Alderstein. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abrams, one more point? Question? Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were Jew. And there was no I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. People can simply say, well, chuck it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who convert to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Abrams, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz, and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon Le Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazi Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Daf Yomi? I didn't say that, I made that part up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806, maybe 1806, I think so, he convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies? You'll join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so. So of course the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers, and he said, okay, so that's it, it's settled. Jews get to be regular citizens like everybody else. He put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, you can just walk away, because the French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I've talked so long now. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them would be not traditionalists. They would want to change halakha. It's very, very early in Skala, but yes, they're very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. We'll spend more time talking about this later on, but they did have a very important rabbi, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today, it's 100 volumes. So they had some frumies on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor et Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? You can see it says Grand Sanhedrin and has the years when he sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Moshe Rabbeinu. That's crazy. And here, what's he giving Moshe Rabbeinu? Yikes. And what does that mean? He's portrayed on. Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Havgil, Ellen, Alpe, Havgahos. You're like Hashem, giving the Luchos, your grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get scroll Haskama. I'll tell you that. He wants to please him, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely want to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist, and he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, in my humble opinion. But I'm going up to my citizenship video on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of us not being took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, the Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon means, Bonaparte means Kelek Tov. And there were Jews that were saying, he's the Kelek Tov. He's like Mashiach. He's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with it. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? So Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi. The yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Kurtz. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word is over here in Bereshis, Perek Yud, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Let's just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth, Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world were Ashkenazi. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with the people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Kranz was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world as known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey, and here is the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that! It bounces up. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context, possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea. This would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which of course is Babylonia, also a home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some of you might get that, but okay, those of you who are not new students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chuvos HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, it just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah, who probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rav Haigon, writing in Pumbedisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes, from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukhara, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them, between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Haigaon, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of the Chuba, and it's probably somewhere in here. So, you'll find this one further. Mr. Vasilevsky. You think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the box. We're Ashkenaz, it's our box, we're Ashkenaz. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. Look at Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes, "Hu sheleg b'loshen Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Uveloshen Canaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is in fact the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, is also the rest of it for snow. So we have a concept of the Russian Ashkenaz, which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenaz speak. Yes.
Hey guys, welcome back to UAP Studies Podcast.
Correct. Correct.
Appreciate you joining us today.
Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snee, modern day snee. So great. Could be the words change totally.
Running. Busy. Over 2,000 people here today. It's just
It'd be hard to press with snow, but not terrible. Snee, not terrible. English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So
It's cool in here. That's why my jacket's on. I'm Canadian. I'm not used to the California.
yes, correct. It narrows it down to Anglo-Saxon region, or at least Saxon.
You go from one.
So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. A dozen maximum, right? It's like they may throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems to get into German. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get into the Valley Postcodes, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off Farad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain. Possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than South France, which is France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's early settlement. Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but fire ones remains. There's smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have this unusual place over here in Eastern Europe, Knaan. They called it Knaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time. Knaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory. Like Slava, Ukraine, like glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe. And later, they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Lloyd, yes, so your hand. Okay, Mr. Franz?
We just didn't know what was going on. Now, I know somebody who was
Schnee, yeah.
In Los Angeles.
And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm.
And during
that was a joke, guys. Laugh at that. Thank you.
Talk to herself. Oh my God.
Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this conference for the rest of the hour, but it's usually fascinating stuff. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition.
And then she's got 2 hours of missing time. But there was a time when that would have been so traumatizing that you just wouldn't have been able to.
I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say. That sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews.
I would like to just know what's
going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5.
There's no.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade. See,
there's no shock anymore. At least not.
Yes, including this recording.
Shock in the big
So I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It's very soothing. Put it by your bed.
But the giant.
It's their remind again.
When she
wishes
something is a classic example of their sledgehammer. And but it worked. It did. She felt a sense of,
neat, perfect.
They know
Thank you so much.
Vielen Dank.
Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like
don't feel that you're equal.
Who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz? It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who is a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interestingly a gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other record indicating that Charlemagne actually invited the Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here, Louis the Pious, who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century, where we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here looks a little bit unhappy. He looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular was very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Kranz.
A great deal of altruism.
Yes.
Willingness to face the sense of being inferior, destroyed.
Yes. There's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian. There's 2 actual rudderless boat stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by
with the autism on the rise and different sensory abilities getting stronger.
Jews were
that
sent us abroad. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, rudderless boats one, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, put a whole bunch of Jews on boats in the 7th and 1st century, which is after the destruction of the Mikdash. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean, and they landed at 3 distinct ports. At Lyon, France, and Gare, also in France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux, although to get to Bordeaux there's no access from the Mediterranean, so they would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishing the first 3 Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actually good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with these this period of these 3 things, kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement. Meaning, the kings want the Jews there, and they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You'll have the right to settle here, and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters, and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. Then they become an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? what can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to be saving $5. Because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river. The Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out. Here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from the virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it could be done, and a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right in the 1300s. Included among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, and he ruled that under these circumstances where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study of the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not?
We begin to have to function individually.
Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry?
Came from.
Yeah, they're not so permanent. We don't like it. You listen to it, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is actually, you just have to say don't bury it. It's kind of weird use of your deep freeze, but, you know. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People don't have the same procedures with regard to teeth or both. Anyway, they discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, did the genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Center in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping center, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons. Men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Clearly, many of them died immediately prior to falling into the well, or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were given back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. Here are 2 reconstructions of an adult and child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color, and in fact, the incidence of red hair on them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about them. Then what they did was, they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data, and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews who were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community, who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Shadowin Adlerstein.
Well, here's the thing. The story of that, and it's very interesting to bring that up. We're in
What does that
California right
mean?
now.
Not natural for Jews to have.
Because I've just been thinking about it. It's not
How
the
can you not say
story
it's
of the destruction of the universal language. It's the story of our loss.
Okay, but
that's what the Tower of Babel is all about.
Because why would you need languages not to understand what you said men can no longer understand?
correct.
Right.
But so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern origins. Right? If it was Aim Achar Aim, Av Achar Av for generations, we probably would not look like we look in this room here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences with their bodies. No, so that's yes, precisely, because if you look over your right shoulder, you may actually see it. It was right there. So that's the point. That we what is a Jew? This really speaks to the question: who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure: a Jewish non is a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic.
The fact is that
yes, Mr. Siegel.
What happened to this planet that destroyed our telepathy and gave rise to the story of the Tower of Babel was not anger at the gods because we built the tower to heaven. It is
exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily. You can't define Judaism by genetics.
It's just a matter of chance. This is a bubble in which there is an exceptionally large number of supernovas.
I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest. Well, Ashkenazi Jewish, you shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole, and we get to the bottom. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones, not too long after Jews apparently, according to literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of good stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic records Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top in time. Right, this is long ago. This is the present day, and this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews, nation Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, meaning most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who is the father of King Herod. They join the Jewish people, they attach themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed, one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. We read about her in Masechta Sota, in particular, Queen Hilni. She's comes to us as Malka Hilni from Adiabene, which would be today Syria. And then we have another major event with the destruction of the Second Temple in the 1st century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves in the 1st and the 2nd century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, say not 200, 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations. They're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I would show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her. And when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the first century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with York Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time, around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazic Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of, God forbid, disease the person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that. You can also calculate backwards. You can figure out when did this come into this person's system, how many generations back does it go. That's why amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that those Kohanim have a chromosome or a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which is like mind-blowing. That doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many babies back, as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So, what happens in the year 800? Yes, please, I've forgotten your name already. Say it to me again. One more time? 2 minutes, I'm going to forget that.
10 down in Spain. Culture by culture,
genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it.
You'll find lots
we do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set, but when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites in particular, Levium, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Levium come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people called themselves. So
it's going to be a very human thing.
Well, it's the problem, right? A lady can marry a York. Right, so if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converts.
Do you think
and what is then gets to a massive question, which is not for us legal, what is conversion? Right? We have a basic idea of flowing mikvah and Kabbalah mitzvos. So, what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is the Kabbalah mitzvos? And if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting theories on this from Moshe. It's not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. Just ask about that though. So what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Urfa and Noric remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were centered at Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are to Jews living in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years?
We speak in the
constant endogamy, constant intermarriage. Over and over again, this tiny community, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inheritance diseases, lactose intolerance associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Tay-Sachs is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, third cousins with each other, and that's in they were married in the 20th century. It's just that that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record.
Amazing.
That's the bottleneck. which is a good reason for like marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this?
And everybody could think about the Egyptian pyramids. And everyone's like, how did they do it? It's so perfect. Yeah, but if you're all one collective, you all think
between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews?
I think that we lost that.
And the what family? No, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today. People would fit right in. They wouldn't look weird. Things like, yeah, we look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. You know, we tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity. But when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tuna.
All those huge stones moved up from far below on a mountainside. Back with the huge
stones. We had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant endowment over the last 700 years.
The nature of
which the citation
we do not know now, the powers and abilities of which we no longer understand. We need to face that in order to get back to what we have lost. And I think that the advent of the younger tribes is what caused that at one point.
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't have the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read.
If that happened now, we would lose every major coastal city on the planet.
They're right here. It's like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the younger event, and then I probably should not made these curved. It's basically like a straight up and down.
We have done absolutely almost no.
What is big thing is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in.
Serious underwater.
And and then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, you know, moved from North Africa. And you know what? Let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those four mothers, and it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the first century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. We begin to see archaeological evidence from Spain in the first century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by a few hundred years. Big civilization happening here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome and then eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany, and then later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back to the
artifacts on the moon and Mars.
And then, of course, you have mixing of Ashkenaz and Sephardim after, especially 1492, with the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic end. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian.
They're hiding our truth.
Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things. But this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our blood. And, you know, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians, right? You know, some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter. But we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Colonimus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other. It seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well.
Phenomenon,
okay.
And it seems that throughout our
Questions,
lives,
arguments?
as we grow,
yes, Mr. Leakey.
it somehow shifts, and a lot of experiencers see it in some more positive.
Well, again, I looked airport. They had about 20 different people to look at. Not a massive, not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest should be, German, French, or whatever we would associate European as that time.
It's such a delicate discussion to have with the child.
Well,
any advice?
I don't think I said it quite like that.
How did you deal with that?
We definitely have. Well, what is a Jew? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far. Yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, I don't know, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either. No, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or converts to Judaism.
And the result is
and
that
it's
now
always
as an adult, he's forgotten all of these wonderful experiences he had as a child because I didn't reinforce it by talking to him.
Well,
so
as far as we can tell, goes back to the 4th century, 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way back to like Parshas Bo.
Talking to the child and saying, "Well, gee, that's fascinating."
But it gets very hazy there because we don't even know what to do. You don't have like good examples of other people also. A huge amount of people moving around different parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews.
With the result,
but it does make sense. We know there was a program there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want to hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians.
And he noticed a change.
So what do you know about Khazaria?
And he'd heard that before when he was
Mr. Leakey. There's a book, yes, Khazaria. We're going to see that in a second. What is the Khazaria all about?
He said, how old are you? And to my, in hypnosis, you're not out. You're very much present.
From Central Asia. Let me just close this a little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out.
What am I saying?
The story in Kuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him, Christianity to the times, Orthodox and Catholic, and Islam, and so on. And he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of the arguments, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Kuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who are very happy to be in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion and religious philosophy. And so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large Uber area, which would be actually penetrated into what would be eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now in its war with Ukraine, is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Emelian Pritzak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. They're definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they receded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who, it appears, at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kuzari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Hastay bin Chabrut. None of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. So he was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anyone please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we've been there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is, we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want to tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Kuzari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me just stand over here so I'll block it later. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is this massive treasure trove of documents that was discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has a tremendous amount of data about Jewish living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a petak.
He was very
sweet. You heard the term petak? You heard it like as a ticket. I'm sorry. No, that was petak, but petak with a coup, and it's like a someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door asking for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah, and he has good deeds, and usually a story of how he fell in hard times, things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be a Khazarian Jew. And there's the signal. Usually when you see these, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically what do you look for at the bottom of a petak? What do you picture of whom?
And that brings me to another question. So,
right, saying that this is for real, it's not, and they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic rune. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time
they have
could not even write his name.
different reasons for being
It's
interested
as if,
in us.
you got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name is, I don't know, Christopher Robbins. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of the community couldn't even write in Hebrew representing the Jewish community. Mr. Leakey.
3 forms. Ones that are about 5 feet
Yeah, this is the way he always signed it, but it's a Hebrew document.
and others that are dark blue or square.
Yeah, but if you sign, you wouldn't sign a, if you were an aide on a consumer, would you write Mr. Lloyd? No, you would write Hebrew, right? In Hebrew. Yes.
I have seen 2 of the tall whites and one of their children, and I have interacted with one of them.
Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah.
I do not know
But
anything
these are,
about
this is actually
because I don't
letters.
I'm not aware of having met one.
You're so done to have schools.
think they're ET species or
Yeah,
what was
so
that?
you're so done to have schools. This, I think,
Done my research.
does not
He
really
thinks they're
But
interdimensional.
maybe,
And he
maybe,
thinks
this is like, there's still some kind
that
of
they can evolve a defense mechanism that enables
No,
them
it's definitely, it's definitely, it says we have read it, and then there's a signature to it. So it says,
I think that's a really interesting idea because something is wrong.
exactly, because he's an important case, the president of the Jewish
There's no
community.
spore, there's no.
If the president of the Jewish community can't sign his name in Hebrew, you wonder what's going on there. And it tells you something about the nature of the Judaism.
And yet there's so many.
We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem to say, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. It's a Russian document, is the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians, because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khuzaris. This Prince Volodymyr, who was like a pagan, they were worshiping sacred trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 9088. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000, the modern era. We have to choose the monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim, everyone gets fine.
Something's not right. They're up to something that.
No, he was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, we will not give up our cups. So, and then there's a little comment which is probably added by a Christian monk afterwards saying, and also they smear their beers with pencil, which is hard to believe. I think that the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew. He says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? They say, oh, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for us. He says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev, Russia, Jewish, that whole part of the world is Jewish? That close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up pointing to the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story the Kuzari, although with a very different, outcome, obviously. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because it has not left behind any sources. My senior colleague, Professor Shaul Stamfer, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, why would it? In the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Kuzari seems to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. And even though they're very close to the Gaonim and places like Babylon, we don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria. Probably because maybe they had Karaite names, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those Khazars? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to conclude it. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews lived by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, pseudo-scholars, a lot of Jewish scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people, right? Shlomo Sand is one of the darling historians of the Islamic world, writes his book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical text. The upsetting and strength. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these evil mud people who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo Sand, he says, I wish to reside and cease considering myself a Jew. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews?
It reminds me of the 80s. I love it. Detectives.
Which one?
He is actually a detective. He's doing something that's going to help us all of us researchers and investigators and those that are just curious to go and look at a map and zoom in and see where a UFO flap or wave might be. And I think he even, maybe is going to put pins with the different types of craft. So his work is really important. I'm excited that he's taken this on.
Colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying that all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? We've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel, it's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Who are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazis, they also continue to admit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Sephardic and Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there's a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi. One more political context. What else?
That is so important, especially now that we're getting inundated on social media with video after video after video, and we don't know if it's CGI or what. And so it's going to be really great to have somebody that tells us how they're studying things.
Brilliant. What do you mean by that?
putting it out there so we know that it's something at least that has been looked at and has
We're
made it
not the
through at
chosen
least a
people,
filter.
is what the argument is.
I've seen that.
Oh,
I've
those
seen
are
people
not
using
them.
technology
They're
for
not
that.
the
All right, guys,
Jews of the
without
Bible.
further ado,
The Jews of the
here's
Bible,
Scott
we love
Marzano
them.
on
We can be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomo, Crocodile, definitely not Jewish. They're Cossacks. Not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to the biblical world. Now, I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out when here, this is a great, this is a book on Amazon, by the way, you can buy it right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the Earth are Satanist gangsters, Khazarian scams, right? I have all these strangely Khazarian guys wearing Khazarian black hats.
It's kind of like Netflix or
There's
Amazon.
this star Khazaria with another 666 in it, thing like that, right?
Unfortunately,
lies, deception, illusions of mind control. The shocking book is not available anywhere else.
Research amongst all the apps.
We're not saying we're
all
not
the sites people
we're
get
anti-Khazarians.
content. And
okay,
Scott,
I am
before
actually
we
at the
started
end of
talking, you were
the
just
lecture.
mentioning
Do you have any last
tons of people will just
questions
send
or
you
arguments?
images of
Mr. Truman.
blank sky. And
Right.
if you just
look,
not, you'll see
not
it. It's right there. You gotta be stupid.
The only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Frustrated,
See you on Wednesday.
Scott, when they submit something and they're adamant that they saw something real, and that you obviously, as an investigator, must be an idiot because you can't see it. Even though you have done your due diligence through all the filters. So maybe you could talk about that, like how you curate the content for this new UFO tracker app that you're developing.
Tell you a little bit about what's happening
So
on the channel.
UAP tracker
Answer one question in particular, and then call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to land Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Land Agriculture, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post high school to study full-time in yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us at Land Agriculture. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them, and I feel really great about the future of the Jewish people with students like these that we have on our campus. I also had the opportunity, of course, to enjoy some of the great historical elements of the land of Israel. I loved especially my return visit to the Jewish Museum, where I got to see the Tel Dan stele. This is, of course, a remarkable find that has a reference to the house of David Beit David written in paleo. I also really enjoyed seeing the Orthodox inscription we talked about in this channel before. This is a stone that was discovered in a well that dates from somewhere between 100 BCE to 100 CE, and it was found in Jerusalem, and it is the world's oldest extant synagogue plaque, in which it records in Greek that an individual named Theodotus donated money to the renovation of the synagogue and all kinds of things like that. And this is a very, very old tradition that is maintained running in synagogues all over the world today. It continuously amazes me how vibrant Israel is. How, if you're only seeing what's happening in the news, you tend to get this impression of like a highly militaristic culture locked down in an international struggle, and there are elements of that which are absolutely true. This is a society that is absolutely on the edge, focused on the news, and conversations with people on the street. They will break out spontaneously over all kinds of issues. There are protests against the government, protests for the government. There are all kinds of things that are happening, but everyone is united around the central idea of bringing home the hostages. I brought home, for example, the Jerusalem Post that had the entire cover in 4-inch like this. On the day of the
so I don't have really many tips as far as that goes. That's something. That's a good idea, though.
Sadly murdered in captivity
that, and maybe I could
by
put
the
something on
Hamas
the
capture,
website
it's actually
actually
a horrific event
about
that
like, hey,
that
this is something to talk about
galvanized the
if we
entire
try to film
nation
these
with
things.
tens of thousands of people lining the streets to
I
watch
think
the funeral
one thing is
cortege go
people
by.
should just be aware
Really
of
heartbreaking.
using,
One of the last
when you're
photographs
filming
I took
something
while I was
you
in
think
Israel, this
might
is from the
be
Ben Gurion
something
airport.
anomalous,
All
right?
over Israel, there are these kind of impromptu
Also have a
signs and
companion,
memorials
like
and
flight tracker
messages
app
reminding everybody how long the hostages have
and
been in
that's going to
captivity, and
eliminate
photographs
a
of the
lot of these
hostages
airplane
talking about their individual lives and so on, and prayers for
I
their
use it all
return.
the time. I
This
might
is
look up in the
sadly
sky
the
and see
section
something,
where
oh, that
the
looks a little
Abbas
weird,
children
and
are
I'll
represented.
pull
So
up
that
the
people have
tracker and I'll be like, oh,
spontaneously
it's just
brought
a JetBlue flight
various kinds
flying
of toys
past.
and so on. But I was especially moved
They
by
haven't,
this
so
sign
I
put
think
up by the
that's,
airport
for now,
authorities
that's the
that
tip I
at
have
the
is
behest
always
of the
have
family,
a flight
they
tracker
would
app
ask
if
that
you,
no one should
if you
remove
think
the
you're
photographs
going to see
of
something like that.
the Bibas children, even though they are
I think
now
like the two
sadly
apps that are
killed.
the best is the flight or the flight. I think it's Flight Radar
It's
24,
actually
Flight
a terrible
24,
time.
and then Stellarium.
But Israel
Because
remains
Stellarium on your location and time, you can tell what's right above your head.
So
And I ended up using that
it's
quite a
incredibly
bit.
loud flying in El Al because everyone on the plane feels connected to
I'll
each
just
other.
tell you, like,
Conversations
really quick,
spark, spontaneously and so on. Here's an
basically, an
amazing thing of
investigation I
flying
did
out of
remotely,
Newark.
and I solved the problem.
A
And this
couple of
happened in
people
Alberta.
on the
So
flight
these
have
hikers
a guitar
show up
and
at
a
this
saxophone, and they got up, they
national
just started
park. They're
playing
going to go for a walk around
spontaneously
this massive
for
lake.
the people who are
But when they
leaving
arrive,
for
they see
Israel.
lights, bright lights right above the lake. And it's like right above the lake, and then it just disappears. And they're like, what the hell is that? They continue their walk, and when they come back to the car, there's another light, and then a massive light that just goes above them, like way ahead. It was basically, when I looked into it, Flight Radar and confirming this, it was a aviation plane that collects water for fighters. So it was going above the lake, picking up the water, and that's what they initially saw. When they came back on Flight Radar, was able to detect that it was a flight that was at the exact same time, and at the exact same time, using the Stellarium app, I found out the other big one they saw was the International Space Station arriving. So all of it happened right in a line that just made it a perfect experience for these people.
For eternal memory, on this place was killed our dear son, Shimon Chaim ben Chazali, son of Chazali.
But I understand,
he was the father of
most
a
people,
3-month-old child.
that
He
happens
was
to you,
killed
obviously,
here
if you don't know
by
that
a
information,
bomb
you
left
don't know what
by
it was. It remains a
cruel
mystery. I can understand
heartless
that they're like
terrorists.
not wanting to let that go. For them, it was a UFO experience. But once you explain it, some people are like, thank you. Katie, you must have had this happen a million freaking times. Or they fight you, they think you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about, even though they reached out to you. Katie, do you have cases or
90% of people, 90% of people,
Nevertheless,
especially when they started launching the Starlink satellites, like it became a quick response because we're just getting them over and over and over. Rapid response, secret directors, send it out. 90% of people were like, great, thanks for the info. You know, I learned something today. But then you have that 10% that are just digging in, like, oh no. And maybe they're having some sort of, you know, connection to it, because oftentimes that can happen. It can wake things up, even if it's not a real sighting sometimes. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I just be respectful, this is what we found, we value your report, and
the Jews of Russia in the Ashkenazi
I think of
world.
all the
Both
years
of
I
these
did that,
populations
they
are
had to
known
take
to
two
exist
up
in
the
the
chain.
immediate neighborhood
Coming
between
as like,
themselves
this
and
person's
will
being
have a
impossible, but
popular turnout.
you do come
Since
across
a lot
that,
of
and
you are not able
pretty
to get to
quickly
Queens
just
for these
by
lectures,
either
if
speaking
you
with a
are a channel
witness
member,
or
please
reading
check
their
your
report,
tab
you
to be able
know,
to get
kind
the
of where
link
they are
for
as
the
far
live
as
cast. I
credibility.
want to just one
And
quick
I've never
question
had a
that came
case
out
where
of most
I had
recent
to
videos that I
physically go
posted.
to
I
locations.
had
I
a lot of
will
response
take
to
all my night
the
watching
brief
stuff and go to
discussion
locations
of
where
your
people have
African
reported
Jews
things.
from
I'll
the
do that.
Caribbean.
But I've never
This
had to go
seemed to
out because
get a
basically,
lot of
BC is
reaction
a big
from many
province,
viewers,
and I
and
was like,
quite a
for
few viewers were
several
very
months, the
upset
only
with this
investigator in the
idea.
province. And I thought that was ridiculous,
Paradoxically,
right? The moment you chief investigator,
Jews
like, who
could
else would
be
you
white
pick?
people too. And I know it comes from a certain segment of my
But I never
viewership,
had to do that.
and it's amazing how active they are on YouTube. I think that must be part of the deal, but there's a lot of comments there about how Jews can't possibly be white, all Jews are black, and so
you don't know
on,
what their
things like that.
intentions are.
And
Is it that
if
they're
you go to
seeking
Israel
fame?
today,
You
of course,
have
you
to really
see the
sift
incredible diversity
through that.
of
I
the
think
country
only being in
racially.
person, like
there are so many non-white Jews, so many non-white Israelis who may not necessarily be Jewish. It just seems like such a silly question. But I would like to point out that I really am talking about race at all in these Jewish history lectures. These lectures are about the history of the Jewish people. The Jewish people is not a racial concept. It is a partially tribal concept, as I've discussed many times. There is this idea of matrilineal descent. Some Jews in the 21st century recognize matrilineal descent as quite a bit more controversial because it really only dates from the 1980s, at least since antiquity. But nevertheless, the Jewish people is multiracial. So anyway, I don't know what to do about that, but maybe they'll comment on this video as well. Finally, some calls to action. So, as I mentioned, that public lecture I'm giving on Monday, you can either attend in person or it's one of the perks of becoming a member. So I really encourage you to join our learning community. Another perk of joining our community is that, unfortunately, I get so many comments in my inbox that I can't possibly respond. But if you're a channel member, I do prioritize responding to you, and I try really hard. Since you have committed to belong to our community, I want to at least, respond to your comments. So that's a perk. YouTube channel membership is not available in all countries, but you can always sign up on my website to at least get notices of what's happening. My website is henryabramson.com, and of course that's free to sign up as well. On that website, you'll also see I've got online courses. Many of them are free. Many of them are pay what you want. So just have a look there. You might find something really interesting. And I guess that's about it. So I hope you have a fantastic Shabbat for those who usually celebrate it and mark the seventh day. And for those of you who don't, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. And I look forward to speaking to you about Jewish history in the near future.
Why am I getting all these blurry videos? I know you guys have like 4K videos of these like UFOs. The problem is, if you were even to release a 4K
Hello,
video
fellow
of
students
UFO,
of Jewish history. I hope you are all doing well.
they're going to say, oh,
One of the things I really like about this time of
like
year,
AI
I'm recording this on
so
January 2nd, is that
even if you
we have another opportunity to review and refresh. Rosh Hashanah, which usually occurs in the fall, that's a great time to do tshuva, to really focus on our spiritual needs and on our priorities and things like that. This time of year, it's another new year. Of course, it's a secular new year, but it's a way, and I find it a useful tool to kind of go back and figure out what am I doing and what can I do differently. So one of my big priorities for change this year is I want to appreciate you much more than I have in the past. I've seen you as YouTube members of this channel. I'm really grateful to see that since we started the membership program, it's grown really nicely and lots of people are participating. And I have to say, the kind of comments and the kind of messages I receive from members tend to be on a qualitatively different level. So I want to give back and I want to try and invest more in membership this year. I want to find a balance, and I've been struggling with this for many years, to try and find a balance between those students who are really invested and prioritize, obviously, the undergraduate students that I work with during the day. But I also have so many students online, and I want to relate to you as well, but I simply can't deal with the masses, so I'm going to focus specifically on those of you who have made the commitment to become members. That's really the best I can do to try and maintain that relationship and still maintain my sanity. So this is what I'm planning to do for 2025. First of all, I am going to prioritize responding to your member comments on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to try to respond to yours with greater alacrity and sophistication than I have in the past. Secondly, sometimes you ask really hard questions that are way too hard for a short comment in the comment box there. But what I can do is I sort of defer those questions for a hopefully weekly email like this one, where I can discuss them and talk about them with you. I have a few other ideas, especially for researchers and colleagues, of more active participation, live participation, but that's what I'm going to start with for now. I'd like to ask you all to please consider subscribing to my website. It's free, of course, and the advantage of subscribing to the website is that you can see lots of the other things that I'm doing that don't fit very well on YouTube. For example, one of my major projects since
2019 has been the writing of a multi-volume history of the Jewish people. Together, with a lot of comments that I received from many of you, I have completed volume 1, which is right now with the publisher, Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, and they're working primarily on the images and on the maps. The maps are a big deal. It takes a long time to do those maps. And I'm writing volume 2 right now. So on my website, I'm going to post with a password the second chapter, which is just completed. Hopefully, I'll finish it today or tomorrow. And I'd like to allow members to have a chance to review that first draft of volume 2, chapter 2. Volume 1 and chapter 1 of volume 2 is already online, and hear your comments and hear your suggestions, because that really helps me improve the trajectory of the work as a whole. I'm hoping to have all of this work done by this summer. That's my publisher's due date at any rate. So this is something that I can offer to you through my website. Right now, I'm only going to offer it to researchers and colleagues, because it's a big deal to share a manuscript and to think about reading all the comments I get back, but let me try that for now. So please do consider subscribing to my website. There's lots of other cool things that are there. It's henryabramson.com. Finally, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support since we started this channel. It's really been a wonderful experience for me. I hope you've gained some benefit from it as well. And I look forward to learning with you in the future. I hope you enjoy many, many blessings in 2025 and beyond. Thank you very much for watching.
Back in the day, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, some investigators, they were old school. So you're on the phone calling the FAA and towers and the local military and the police, and if there's something medical, they're talking to doctors and nurses at the hospital.
I really enjoy the research I'm
there's some
undertaking
reports that are 15, 20, 30 pages long. And
exploration
now, of course, everything's digitized and in the CMS system.
of
But the
Antarctica
problem I
in
had as
2026.
another
I'm really
investigator
amazed that we have
was
such a
I couldn't
phenomenal
vet
response, but
the
it's
original
important for us to note
work that
that
was done.
besides the
And especially now with the videos and photographs like you're talking about, just like we mentioned, you don't know where they came from, have they been put through a screening process, looked at the metadata to see that they were manipulated in any way. And I used to tell my investigators, just because somebody took a photograph or a video and put it in Adobe Premiere Pro or put it into Photoshop doesn't necessarily mean they were faking it. They could do what I do or others do, where they play with the contrast or they crop it or they, do different things to see the image better. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're hoaxers, but it does open the door for questions. So what I would love to see is somewhere like on your website or something, the vetting process. Like this is the process we took this video through, so you know that, or I know that you looked at the metadata, and if it was manipulated, how and why it was manipulated, so we have some sort of history of what's happened with this work. And in the future, when people come back and look at your site, look at your tracker and see all these pins on this map, they can know and feel confident that it was put through a certain process and repeated over and over. So every video and every photograph goes through the same process. Do you think you'll be doing something like that? Because that would be awesome.
Of the tablets,
yeah, for sure.
I
didn't think about typing that up
maybe that's
into the
in
website.
reference
That's
to the
something I could definitely do.
Alphonsine tables that were
kind of what I'm doing
sometime
to screen them
earlier
all.
that he developed further. The Latin translation
I
is the
do want to screen
Almanac
everything
Perpetua,
equally. Like,
which is
I
like
want to
the
make sure that what gets put
perpetual
on.
almanac, the
I don't want to
perpetual
treat videos
calendar
like,
of all
this
of
one I'm not going to
these
screen that much. This one I'm going to screen the hell out of.
celestial bodies, and together with the new metal astrolabes, which is a really important device. Many of the astrolabes that come from this period actually have lettering in Hebrew, because so many Jews were working in navigation at the time. This allowed ships to have a much more accurate sense of their position wherever they were sailing. That is especially important when they're sailing around the equator, when they can't rely on the North Star.
And I hate that we have this information. Not only
this was an
that,
incredible leap
but
forward,
losers
so
are
much
trying to
so
get clicks
that
on
in
their social media by
1497,
creating
Vasco da
this and trying
Gama,
to say this
who
is
was
real.
one of the greatest Portuguese explorers,
This is the
already
part that
used
I don't like,
Sakuto's
is
work
that
on
there's
his
so
way
much
to India, and became very important afterwards. There's also a fascinating story that
I feel like,
based on the
let's say
fables
your
Christopher
channel,
Columbus was able to actually predict a solar eclipse and in a conflict with the indigenous peoples that he encountered on his way is actually saved his life at one point. So who knows? Another Jewish individual to blame for Western civilization, right? He also did many other things in his life. He unfortunately, despite the fact that he was the astronomer to the royal house, he was nevertheless expelled from Portugal in 1497 because he refused to convert to Christianity. This was a terrible story at the time. He ended up, spending his life in the Eastern Mediterranean, and while he was in his exile, he also wrote a very important book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is essentially his historical account of the world, and it's a really important work, and it talks a lot about not only his personal story, but of course his story. Okay, if you are interested in getting one of the few rooms that we have left on this amazing expedition ship, please visit the website below. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing my research with you and hopefully some videos of penguins and other things that we see there. Thank you very much for watching.
Obviously AI, and then you'll see some that are like CGI, and it's really bad. But like you'll look at those, it's like horrible CGI. It looks like it's supposed to be made in like the 90s CGI. And then you look at the video and it has like 20,000 likes on it. It's like, who's actually falling for this?
Hello, fellow students.
You always have somebody like, I saw this.
Along in our series,
and it doesn't help to, I hate to bring this up, but it doesn't help to have what just happened to Lou Alessandro in his video that, boom, right away was like, oh my gosh, what do you guys think of that?
Part of the reason I may not have heard about it before is because there's actually a certain amount of debate as to whether or not he's actually Jewish. I mean, his name is a giveaway.
I should have looked into it a little better before
Abraham, the son of Jacob. I mean, that sounds very Jewish-like. Your name is Sam Goldstein, and you're not Jewish. Maybe you should consider becoming Jewish because it's a really Jewish sound.
I think.
But most of the scholars that I really respect have come to the conclusion that definitely this is a Jewish traveler among many reasons because he reports in the 10th century on Jewish communities to a degree that it just seems out of place.
Scott, you've seen these people in person as well.
So anyway, let's talk about Ibrahim ibn Yaqub.
They're all trying to break out
Left behind writings that have not been preserved under his own name, but they have been preserved as quotations or paraphrases in several really important Arab geographies. Why was there so much Arab interest in world travel? Well, we should remember that in the 10th century when he was active, the Arab world were actually like the peak of scientific knowledge of the Western world at the time, but they had very little knowledge about lands outside Darul Islam.
And I think you're right.
Islam. Very hazy ideas about Rome, and certainly about things like Eastern Europe, where Ibrahim
that he just wants to stay
in his travels. And Jews actually had an advantage, especially after the establishment of the Palestinian Empire, where there was kind of like a sort of iron wall, an iron curtain that descended between Christian lands and Muslim lands. It was very difficult for Christians to travel into Muslim lands and vice versa. But Jews who were, equally poorly regarded by both Jews and Muslims, but nevertheless protected by Christians under the doctrine of witness and by Muslims under the Pact of Umar, they did have a certain amount of travel. And if you combine that with the fact that they're engaged in international commerce through connections with other Jewish communities behind or on either side of this iron curtain, it's actually quite a prominent time for Jewish travel. We spoke about the Rabbinites and others. So Ibrahim ibn Yaqub would be about 100 years later than that. Why exactly did he travel? We actually don't know. References that we have to his work in Arab geography never asked the question why he actually traveled. Some historians have assumed that he did so for some kind of trade, perhaps the slave trade, but there's no evidence to suggest that. Salabaran, genius of 20th century scholars, suppose that perhaps he was the envoy of Hasdai bin Shakrut, very important Jewish figure in 10th century Spain, but it doesn't fit with the dates, because the earliest possible date is 966 for Yaqub's travels, and that would be too late for Hasdai bin Shakrut's major diplomatic efforts. The Al-Ashtor, who wrote quite a bit on Ibn Yaqub, says that must have
However,
been
this
a
particular
diplomatic
family was moving
envoy,
from the East Coast to Colorado
perhaps
Springs.
on a
He was in the Air
scientific
Force,
mission
and
of the
immediately,
Scully
Air
Cubby
Force, 100% credibility. Well, that wasn't the case, and thank goodness I went with another SAT team investigator. We isolated the husband and the
so much
wife
so
and
that he
interviewed
actually
them separately.
commissioned
Well, this guy wanted to be famous, and we were able to look at the receipts from their trip and the times, and we calculated it was a re-entry vehicle. We know what they saw. But this guy claimed to get downloaded and all this stuff. Well, Linda, how? He literally sat in front of his house and said, I'm going to get famous on this case. And case in point, that case got picked up by somebody who didn't go do all the interviews and didn't
may also come from
toured with him for a while, and it turned out to be, not so.
France.
And so it's hard. I mean, all of us, it takes so much. I mean, even the Sydney book, it was over 6 months of 24 hours a day, almost 7 days a week of doing a deep dive. It takes a lot of time. Fact-checking it, comparing it.
Not only the city of Prague,
so yeah, it's a lot of work, and we all can fall victim to that. But you're right, there's not a lot of people. Like, I love Linda to death, and you have to look at all investigators and all people. We're all just trying to find answers. At the end of the day, we're curious, we want answers, and we're all doing the best that we can. And sometimes we get fooled, tricked, or something, and we just have to go, hey man, sorry, it happens to all of us. Let's move on now and help each other. I would love to see more help and sharing of research than, oh, I got the big story and I got the big story. But that's kind of where we're at a little bit right now. Now you gave me more reason to stay off of X. To get on there more, but every time I hear people talk about it,
there's some great people on the X. There's some great people, and you're right.
And of course, like our Kosher River Cruise travelers,
love everybody to embrace, understand people make mistakes. You are going to be fooled. If you're that high
this
up,
is something, by the way, for those
the powers that be are going to send you some false information with real information to keep you confused. But then that's the 60s. My fear is that because there's too many cooks in the kitchen, all these podcasts on UFOs, there's like 500, almost 600 of them now. When I started, there wasn't that many. And now you're seeing this influx. And like, you look, it just started 2 weeks ago. And you're like, how did you get 12,000 views on a video? Why do you have 100,000 followers within 2 weeks of starting? They pay the money, they have the cash, and it's a pay-to-play game now. And as all these whistleblowers are coming forward, you're going to have all these exclusives of you can't talk to anybody else but us. We got the exclusive in this interview, and like that's going to happen. There's big money involved when this is going to start coming out.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
I see that
so I'm working on a project right now on Jewish travelers in history,
deserve way much more credibility in the limelight than they're given because, like I said, their stars
travel
in this field, which
we
have to address as a problem. The egos are now in.
Ever
I thought it was just the neon lights, like Joe Rogan has the neon. I'm like that, and I told Jason when he got his neon, I'm like, all right, we're moving up.
Tremendous kind of phenomenal experience that I love so much. And I think that enthusiasm might communicate itself to you a little bit across YouTube.
Well, just
but
on
the question is serious. Why would Jews have traveled,
there are too many cooks in the kitchen,
especially
and
before
I think the problem
the
is
modern
kind of
era
what
when traveling is so much easier and so much more convenient?
Have the financial means.
So I came up with 5 basic
kind of steamrolling
why
away
Jews would have traveled historically, and I think they're kind of useful to frame the historical debate as a whole. So let's go through first.
Care about and
Jews traveled not by choice. That is specifically they were expelled.
You know what I mean? Like
Jews are not the only people in history, of course, who have been expelled, but they are rather unique in that Jews have survived multiple expulsions through millennia. And the questions for why they were expelled in various times and places is quite complex and fascinating, and we've talked about it in a few different videos. But the concept of expulsion is really burned deep in the Jewish psyche. The Babylonian expulsion memorialized in this really arresting 19th century portrait by Edward Sandeman on the mourning Jews in exile. Closely related to expulsion is the concept of coerced migration, which would be something like the Maimonides family experienced in the 12th century when the new Islamic regime of the Almohads really placed tremendous pressure on Jewish families, and they eventually left southern Spain, made their way across North Africa, and landed in Egypt. But if we take away the whole category of expulsion,
and
as
they end
travel.
up passing away
Why
without
else
the
would you
answers, and that's
travel?
likely to
So
happen to
I think the
most of us,
second
and
most
we'll never
significant
get the answers.
example
But
of the
will we
reason
ever
for
get to a
travel
point where
was
we're
the
just satisfied with what we're
opportunity.
learning,
Jews, of
and
course, got
okay,
very
I have all these
deeply involved in
videos, all these
international
people
commerce
submitted, here's
in
some hot
the
spots. I
medieval
think I
period.
understand
You
what
have the
might be
remarkable
happening now,
Radhanites.
and do you walk away
They
from it?
have
Do you ever see
actually
that
emerged
happening,
from
that you
southern
get the answers
France,
you're seeking?
Jewish traders
I don't
that
know.
were
Me
known, particularly in
personally,
the Arab world, among Arab
very
writings,
satisfied.
as being people
think
who were
it's
able to
just-
speak many languages and travel all over
I
the
need to
world
know,
and
like,
engage
I
in
believe
trade.
as much as
And I think you can also add to these
in the
economic
UFO
migrants.
phenomenon, as much
My
as I
own
know
grandparents
that
who
it's
fled
real.
from Lithuania. I use the word fled there.
I
It's
just
indicative of the
don't know
fact
what
that
it is.
there was
It's like,
definitely
we obviously
a
don't trust
pull
like, the government's
towards
answers.
North America,
And
in
when the
my
government
family's
tells you
case,
it's real,
Canada,
it tells you it's
because of
fake,
the
no
great
one's gonna believe the
opportunities
government
there,
says regardless.
but also the increasingly hostile environment
But for me,
of
like,
the late
I
19th century, early 20th century Tsarist Empire
Like, I
that made
need-
them want to leave as well.
I don't
So
know what it would take,
expulsion
but I
is
need
one
to figure it out.
category,
Unless I am
economic opportunity
100%,
migration
like I
another
said, once I
category.
believe it,
Now we get
in
to
the way
things which
back
are
of my mind,
perhaps
somewhere
more
there's like a little
quintessentially
bit of doubt
Jewish
that like,
than
is this real or am I just
the
like
first two categories.
I
Because
was
the
gonna
first two
say, what if
categories
somebody sends you a
apply
video
to
and ET
virtually
comes out
every
of the
people
crowd?
we know.
Are
So
you gonna believe it then?
I think we could probably say
Won't be enough,
that
will it?
Jews invented the very idea of pilgrimage. If you look at the Bible, you have the Shalosh Regalim,
just like that
three
farmer.
pilgrimage holidays, Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, which require Jews to travel centuries.
Then if that happens to you, you live a life like Travis Walton or Carl Higdon,
But
and
even
keep the rest of your life, and
were
you don't want that
sent
either.
out
So
into the widespread diaspora, especially after the Roman diaspora. The very first example of pilgrim literature we had is from the so-called Bordeaux pilgrim. It was written about the year 333, which for a long time people have assumed refers to a Christian pilgrim, because there are some references to Christianity in there. But there's some interesting theories that suggest, you know what, that Bordeaux pilgrim may actually have been Jewish. We talked about that in another video, so we'll skip that. But we have so many examples of Jews kind of like reacting to the centripetal force of being attracted into Jerusalem. Rabbi Rothschild of Bartanura, and so many others who left descriptions of their travels. Fourthly, a little bit related to pilgrimage, you have what I would like to call religious missions. And these are not Jews traveling specifically to Israel, like it would be more like pilgrimage when we talk about an Israel mission. I'm thinking about Jews who specifically travel either from Israel around the diaspora for a religious purpose, such as, for example, the great Rabbi Chaim Yosef Jalel Shabbai, that's behind a remarkable travelogue of his experiences collecting money for charitable causes in Israel.
Spiritual thing, like you are messed up,
like David Rilvini with his Messianic mission, so many other examples of that. You know, like Jews traveling to other Jewish countries to try and, raise up Jewish support for X, Y, or Z cause. Now we get finally to the fifth cause, which I think is the most modern, although it has very, very old roots. I'm speaking about the motive of this beautiful German word, Wanderlust. Wanderlust basically means
There's no
psychopaths,
there's
no sociopaths,
no
urge to travel, urge to experience new things, not just for the sake of experiencing new things. Now again, the cost of travel has dropped precipitously in the last couple of centuries, and the possibility of organizing for kosher travel is something that's only happened really in the 20th century, really the second half of the 20th century. Now we're seeing incredible potential for this wanderlust in organizations like Kosher River Cruise. I mean, we're going to Antarctica, right? Like, what's Jewish in Antarctica? It's true that it's closer to traditional Asian food, but seriously, examples of wanderlust would have to include people like Benjamin Fidela, the great 12th century explorer who wandered around the Jewish world and collected lots of information on Jewish communities all over the world. And even if you go to the 21st century,
You're an investigator. For crying out loud. Like, it's not you're gonna just look at it like online and you went through all their paperwork and they don't expect that. And that's why they get mad.
Right, but that's the problem. That's what I was saying to Scott. Like, it's important to show us how you got things so we know. Because we have, looking as a state director, you kind of have access to CMS across the board. And you can go in and look at the cases that investigators do, and you have those. And I'm not saying one's good or bad or the other. I'm just saying you have those and everything's an unknown. And you have those and everything's an IMO, an identified client object. And you're kind of looking for that sweet spot, you know, where you do what Jason's that tried to keep your biases in check, look at every piece of evidence. And for me,
we're going to continue our series
I had a hard time with the whole abduction phenomenon for a long time. And I don't know, like, you're kind of making a niche, which I love, that you're focusing. Are you doing photos too or just videos?
But today I'd like to talk about
yeah, so you're just focusing on that, which is great, because in this field there's just so many. You can go down the cryptid road and all sorts of different ways, the abduction and all this stuff, and channeling, and I didn't know what to think of that for a long time. You know, it's like so much. So there's so much to it. I think it's fantastic that you're really just taking, you know, a specific need and putting it out there. And it's a great service to all the other researchers and investigators out there.
Egypt, you probably crossed the Mediterranean directly from the southern part of France.
Tool
and
for
he's
people
in
to look
Egypt
at
for a while. He is in Israel for a while. He goes up to Aleppo and Syria, all the way over to Baghdad. And throughout these long travels, he's writing about who he meets and what the communities are like, and especially he's producing a tremendous amount of poetry.
I'm just saying,
his work has phenomenal lyric value, phenomenal literary value, and incredible historical value as well. I want to focus in on a couple things. First of all, I should mention, I don't know exactly why he was traveling, what motivated him to do this. Maybe he had just a wanderlust, he just wanted to see exciting places, which is, I think, something we can all identify with. But he also may have been doing this for economic reasons, because this is an era where you had a certain number of Jewish poets for hire, where they would wander around and for a whole series of possible occasions, like weddings, funerals, and things, they would create poetry for hire. Some of the most famous poets in Jewish history from this era, Yehuda Levi, for example, were poets for hire who made quite a bit of their income through creating these kind of spontaneous, sometimes, presentations. Anyways, focusing on
Cheryl
Parisi, I
Costa,
want to
she's done a
specifically
lot
look
of statistical
at one
work and
particular
data,
aspect of his
and
work,
that's
and
something,
that is
you know,
his
looking at
role
Mars
as a
reports and that, there's
translator
certain
of
books that have done this in the past as well, that you
He
can really,
produced
like,
what
abductions,
is
for
most
example, it's
likely
not as
the
common
most
to have a
influential
triangular shaped craft
translation
in an
of the
abduction.
great
It has
Moran
been recorded, but not as
Galal
common. So looking at those
Guide
different
for the
connections,
Perplexed
and
that
perhaps that's
Maimonides
something
wrote
your maps
originally in
you'll be able to start tying
Judeo-Arabic.
in certain, like,
Basically
oh wow, in the
in
Midwest
Arabic,
we're seeing
written
more
with
oblong
Hebrew
shaped craft, and
characters,
over
and
here
a
in
lot of
Florida they're like
quotations
eggs,
directly
you know,
from
or
Hebrew,
something
from
like that. And I
Tanakh,
think that's probably
and rabbinic
your hope
sources
that
and so
we can
on.
start connecting.
At the end of his life, Maimonides had worked with one particular translator from the Ibn Tibbet family. This is a family of translators that lived in southern France. And the father, the elder Ibn Tibbet, had a particular method of translation
So I would be curious as to I would look at on your map, like, over ranches in rural areas in the Midwest, do we see more orbs? And then what color are they? So maybe do subcategories. Are they orange orbs, red, blue, white?
Started working with his son on this translation of the Moran Mythology. However, when the son came back with some of the early versions, Maimonides was displeased. He said, wait a second, no, this is not the way you should translate my book. Specifically, the younger Ibn Tibbet was following his father's method of translating as accurately as possible, including, whenever possible, preserving the precise word order from Arabic into Hebrew. And this particular translation is renowned for its precision and has become sort of like the overwhelming standard
And I think
However,
really in
Maimonides
ufology and
himself
sites like
disapproves.
yours,
Go back to him saying,
AI to
no,
help you sort
no,
all this
not like
stuff out,
this.
show the
You're using all of
commonalities that
the
alleviates a lot of the
feel
work.
of
So
my
actually,
text.
probably
What
in
I
your
need you
case,
to
you're
do
just a
is
one-man
to read the
crew right now,
paragraph,
I'm guessing, as you're just
understand
getting
it
this
fully,
started.
and then
So
express
yeah,
it
I can see
properly
AI
in
really
Hebrew.
helping out with that.
Don't
Are
have
you
to be
thinking
rigid and
of
stick to
launching
the
a
word
phone
order,
app
the
to go
specific
along with the
vocabulary, and so
website?
on. And then
Maybe at some point in the future,
what happened was
haven't
the
really
Tibbet went
put
ahead
anything
and
into
just continued
motion
with
that,
his
but I'm
original
thinking, you know,
approach,
if
even despite
this
Maimonides'
goes
explicit
well,
disapproval,
then
and
yeah,
he produced the
potentially maybe
translation that we
doing
have
that in
today.
the future.
Now,
It's
our
crazy because
protagonist, Yehuda ben Shlomo
this
al-Farisi,
idea
said, wow,
for doing
no,
something
this
like
is
this,
so
my friend
awful.
and I
He's
had this
losing all of
idea,
the time, the
I don't
taste
know,
of
man, probably
the
like
Guide for the Perplexed, which has
9,
some
8
pretty
years ago,
pungent
way
places
before
in it.
they were like
And
in
so he says, I'm going to do it the way
any of
Maimonides
these
said. And he
other
wrote
apps and other
another
apps, because he
competing
had this idea.
translation,
And but at that time, it
which was
wasn't
written
just for UFOs.
with
It
the
was going to be
skill
for
of a
like
poet,
cryptids too, it could
and
be
is
for anything.
far more
people could just go
readable,
on to
far
have,
more accessible, and so on.
you know,
Although
other
it was
sightings and
naturally criticized for being
but
less
neither
accurate.
of us
He
had
added as
any idea
well
of how to do
a
make
kind of
apps.
an
Neither of
appendix
us
where
had the
he said
financial
these are the kind of
resources to
complicated
do it. So we were
philosophical
the
words
idea just was
that
dead in the
Maimonides uses, and it's a glossary to help people
So
through some
fast
of the
forward now
more
that
complex
I have this
ideas.
platform,
So he
Mysterious
was
Planet,
heavily criticized by
I was
Ibn
gonna
Tibbet.
try
They
to
had
see
like
this
kind of
through a little bit.
a literary
Like I
war
said,
for a
I'm
while,
gonna
but
have
Ibn
it,
Tibbet
but
did
I'm gonna
pick
try
up
to
his
see this
idea of
idea
adding a
through.
glossary, cool ideas, and that too.
So that's kind of
And
why I
ultimately
started
what happened
doing
is
it. But
al-Kharisi's
yeah, maybe in
translation
the future,
sort of
there might be an app
lost a
for it.
lot of
Like, so
popularity in the Jewish
like I
world.
said,
It's
nothing
very
ventured,
hard to
nothing
find
gained.
an edition of it today.
Right? If you
I
don't
happen to
move,
have
you
an
don't do
edition that
something,
my
you're
great
not going to
uncle
get any
left me,
traction. You're not
but
going to go anywhere.
it had
Chinese
huge
proverb,
impact in the Christian
journey
world
of
because it
10,000
was
miles starts with one
al-Kharisi's
single
version
step.
that was
And it's so
later
true. It
translated
doesn't seem like much when you
into
first start, but
Latin,
if you keep at
and
it,
then became incredibly
success
popular among
eventually
Christian
comes.
readers.
Consistency
And
is
that's where
key.
we got the
I think
brilliant
this is a
title
brilliant
in
idea
English
for
of
a
Guide
website
for the
because
Perplexed.
you mentioned Enigma
It's
Labs.
rendered
You always have these new announcements. Hey, we're going to collect information, and then you hear
doctor, the
nothing
teacher of the
and you're pretty
perplexed.
sure that all the
So
information is just being
that's
leaked to
now
who
I have
exactly
not
has
even
always been
touched some of
taking
the
this
most
information.
famous works of al-Farisi.
So in
He
this
wrote
case, it
the
would be more of a
wrote some
publicly owned
amazing poems and some
website
fantastic things.
that would
But in terms of his
basically
role
share
as
the
a traveler,
information with
he
anybody
provides
that
us a
comes on the site
tremendous
as well.
amount of information about the Jewish communities,
And yeah, it's not
particularly
like
in the
everybody's going to send you
Mediterranean
something
and
when they show
Baghdad
the
of this
military
time.
shooting a
And
couple of
I have to
aliens
say,
in the back or
who
anything
was
like
his
that, right?
particular personality,
So yeah, I
his
think you're safe.
desire to see the world,
Do you have a final question for our
take
guest
these
today?
journeys. And
Yeah,
we're
I'm
very
just
grateful
really
for it.
excited that you're out doing this and making this happen.
So I hope
that it
that
gets
you will
needed
be
and
able to join
it's
us
gone
on this
about the right way
remarkable
and you
trip
read out all
to
those,
Antarctica. And if
Yeah,
not,
I was
you know, I
amazed.
look
Like I
forward
thought
to
it was a
certainly
joke. Oh
sharing
yeah, you're
my
gonna get
research with
the
you on
planet
this channel.
Venus and
Thank you
bugs.
very
And,
much
oh
for
no, we
watching.
get a lot of those. So I like that you're gonna pre-screen it, and I appreciate the work you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited to launch and see how this goes. Yeah, and then maybe next year you come to Contact in the Desert and you just, come and socialize with us, talk about it, Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, having so
You do
much.
the best of the best
Hello,
videos.
fellow
Like share
students of
the
Jewish
top
history.
videos
In
that you
connection
found
with
in your
the
site. That would
upcoming
be really
Kosher River
interesting to
cruise
see
to
that.
the
Yeah, for sure.
Antarctic,
I'm actually
which is
having
not going to be a
website
river cruise, but will be
just
kosher.
like
I'm
as it
continuing
goes
this series
on
of
more videos,
discussion
but
of
right now
Jewish
I have like a few,
explorers
like,
in history. And
highlighted
I'd like to
sightings,
speak with
like
you now
featured
about one
sightings,
fascinating figure named
underneath the
Eldad
map.
Hadani,
the featured
also known as
sightings, and you'll
Eldad
see
Hadanite,
some of the
because he
more
claims to have
interesting
come
videos
from the tribe
there for
of
you to look
Dan.
at.
So here's the
I
story.
will have featured
It's
sightings.
really bizarre. This
And I
individual
think
shows
as
up
it
in
grows.
Chiron,
I mean,
you can see
hopefully
where
this
that
can
is
become
in modern day
something that
Tunisia. In the late
hopefully
9th
takes
century,
off
in the
and
year
it becomes
883,
like
and he has an
really
amazing
valuable
claim.
tool. Like
He
that's
tells the people living there that it actually comes
it's
from
not
the
for
biblical
like
kingdom of
getting them making
Havila,
money
which is
off of
mentioned
this. It's
5
just,
times
I
in
want this to
Tanakh,
be a tool
and
that people can use.
it's
Like, that's really
associated
what it is.
especially with
So
precious
hopefully
metals
that's
like